In this world, everyone must touch the awakening stone to determine their fate. You had originally intended to just go through the motions, but you accidentally triggered the highest level red alert across the entire combat zone. The moment you touched the cold stone, a long, buzzing sound tore through the playground. White, yellow, and blue lights flickered wildly, eventually coalescing into a tangible crimson glow. The awakening stone trembled violently, and a blinding red glow shot skyward like a nuclear explosion. The very next second, as you withdrew your hand and exhaled, a pale blue stream of data flashed frantically across your retinas, unlocked SSS rank superpower, space-time ability. Simultaneously, the highest alert was triggered at the Intelligence Bureau in the Imperial Capital, a phenomenon unseen in a century. The principal on the podium suddenly crushed his teacup in his hand, his whole body trembling. Meanwhile, as you heard the notification in your mind, check-in successful, obtained the Imperial-level cultivation technique Void Scripture, you slowly clenched your fists, brimming with savage power. Everyone, please line up in an orderly fashion. Students whose names are called should step forward and touch the awakening stone in front of you. A deep, resonant voice echoed continuously as the entire schoolyard filled with students. Seated on a raised platform nearby were several dignitaries who appeared to be high-ranking officials, the school's administrators, with the principal standing at the very center. This was the third middle school in the Ping'an district of the northwestern region of Dragon Nation. Hundreds of years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky, marking the beginning of the cataclysm. It was as if the gates of destiny had been opened, bringing about immense changes to the entire blue star. Void rifts, celestial behemoths, and other phenomena once confined to the realm of imagination suddenly materialized before people's eyes, plunging the entire blue star into endless panic and chaos in an instant. Some wild animals also underwent incredible mutations. Faced with internal strife and external threats, people relied on firearms to establish line after line of defense, but they did not hold out for long. In the first year of the cataclysm, countless small nations vanished. In the second year of the cataclysm, the islands of the land of cherry blossoms sank, with not a single survivor. In the 10th year of the cataclysm, the last line of defense for the beautiful nation and others was breached, and countless lives were lost in this unprecedented upheaval. In the 15th year of the cataclysm, only the Dragon Nation remained, struggling to hold on across the entire blue star. Finally, within the Dragon Nation, someone stepped forward. Amid this upheaval, an incredible transformation took place, as if a god of war had descended upon the world, standing in the void and, in mortal form, wielding a blade to slay the gods. That same year, the Dragon Nation government officially announced the dawn of the era of universal awakening. Espers can sense the mighty forces of heaven and earth, communicate with and absorb energy floating in the void, fortify themselves, and transcend human limits. Those who achieve mastery can ascend to the heavens, descend into the earth, and control the elements at will. Thanks to the blood-soaked struggles of generations of predecessors, the Dragon Nation ultimately weathered this cataclysm and reached a certain agreement with the monstrous beasts and the forces of the stars. These details kept replaying endlessly in Lin's mind. That's right, he had been transported to another world. As an ambitious young man from the 21st century, he'd been an avid reader of fantasy novels in his spare time, but this kind of cliché transportation plot? Damn it! He stared expressionlessly at the sky, as if his entire life had suddenly grown dark, devoid of even a glimmer of light. When he first arrived, he felt bewilderment, panic, excitement, and even a surge of confidence, but in the end, it all vanished. Whereas the protagonist template I was promised? Whereas the Deus Ex Machina I was promised? Whereas the invincible status I was promised? Whereas the cheat code I was promised? Lin seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. On the very first day after his transition, he learned his background. Both his parents were dead, killed in a sudden attack by a monster. A textbook protagonist's backstory, for sure. Although he felt no particular attachment to the parents he'd never met, if he had the ability, he wouldn't mind avenging their deaths. Unfortunately, it seemed as though fate had played a cruel joke on him. Aside from the loss of both parents, his frail health, and abject poverty, the only thing offering him even a sliver of solace was that he was actually quite good looking. Holy shit! God, don't mess with me. In a world where brute strength reigns supreme, the path of a pretty boy isn't the way for someone like me, Lynn. After gaining a deeper understanding of this world, Lynn learned the meaning of Esper. Esper, 1 in 10,000. Thanks to the cataclysm a century ago, the human body underwent some incredible evolution. Right now, he was standing among the crowd. Today was the day all the freshmen at 3rd high school were set to awaken. Watching his classmates step forward one after another to awaken, he could only hope that he, too, would awaken and that he'd be granted a decent talent. For someone like him, with no family connections, this was his only chance to turn his life around in such turbulent times. Hey, Lynn, why the long face? Don't worry. I've already had someone read my fortune. I'm definitely going to awaken a superpower, and it'll be at least a B-class talent. When that happens, I won't forget you. Just get ready to live the high life with me. Just as Lynn was still fretting over his future, a rather plump kid standing nearby stood on his tiptoes and slung his arm around Lynn's shoulder. His name was Jack. His family ran a small business, making them part of the local petty bourgeoisie. He'd been Lynn's classmate in middle school for 3 years and was one of his few friends. Lynn turned his head. Truth be told, he didn't have much on his mind regarding this so-called best buddy from his memories. Still, in this strange new world, having a friend who didn't look down on him for being poor and who was genuinely there for him did bring him a little warmth. Hee, do you suddenly think Grandpa here is a lot more handsome? Jack saw Lynn looking at him and, thinking he'd been moved by his heartfelt words, gave a chuckle. He didn't have grand ambitions. His family had told him that as long as he could awaken a superpower, they'd spend a fortune training him to become a warrior, and in a place like the safe zone, a warrior was already a big shot. Once he reached Tier 3 and took over the family business, he'd live out his life carefree and content. That was enough for him. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his good friend Lynn. Having hung out with him for so many years, he knew Lynn's situation inside and out. In his view, it would be a real struggle for Lynn to even awaken a superpower. But he didn't mean to mock him. He just wanted to use his own abilities to give his best buddy a helping hand someday. At the very least, if he got to eat the meat, Lynn could at least have a sip of the spare rib soup. Next up, Jack. A deep voice rang out from the stage. Hearing his name called, Jack patted Lynn on the shoulder. Lynn, Grandpa's off. Wait for me to return victorious tonight at By Romantic, it's on me. With that, he walked onto the stage without looking back, as if he'd made up his mind. As Jack's hand touched the stone, within moments, the awakening stone began to glow all over. White, yellow, blue, light blue. After emitting a pale blue glow, the awakening stone settled down. The dean standing nearby watched the scene and smiled at Jack. Awakening successful. It's a Class B ability fission. The other freshmen who hadn't yet awakened their abilities gasped in unison. A Class B ability? I'm so jealous. That's right. Class B abilities have the potential to break through to the 4th tier in the future. If I could awaken a Class B ability, my dad would be grinning from ear to ear. Didn't you see the dean of students who's usually so serious smiling? That's a Class B ability, after all. There really aren't many students at our 3rd high school who awaken a Class B ability each year. Sigh, I wonder if something this good will ever happen to me. The unanimous tone of envy made Jack's expression grow even more radiant. He bowed slightly to the dean of students, then adjusted the slightly loose waistband of his pants as he stepped down from the stage. People on either side made way for him, which made him beam even brighter. Once he reached Lynn's side, he could no longer contain his joy. Haha, Lynn, did you see that? Grandpa, I told you so. As he boasted to Lynn, he patted him on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of a grandfather comforting his grandson. Lynn looked at Jack, whose smug expression practically begged to be punched. Unable to control himself, he clenched his fist. He raised his right hand and just stared at Jack, stared so intently that Jack broke out in goosebumps. Hee, brother Lynn, you're my man. No need to say anything else tonight. On me at room 609. After saying that, Jack stopped showing off, but his unstoppable grin left many people nearby envious. Lynn was also happy for his friend's awakening of a Class B ability. After all, in a small place like this, awakening a Class B ability already counted as a sign of considerable talent. Zach, please come to the stage for your awakening. Class President, it's your turn. A spirited young man's eyes lit up. Zach was the class president of their class. His physical test scores were consistently much higher than his classmates, which had earned him a following. This spirited young man was essentially his number one sycophant, always ready to answer his call. Oof. Jack, standing nearby, couldn't he stand this kind of person? Zach strode forward. After a moment of flickering, the awakening stone finally emitted a blue glow, though the hue was noticeably deeper than the pale blue Jack's had been. Class A ability Fortify. Congratulations, Zhang. The dean, breaking from his usual demeanor. After all, a class potential was more than enough for someone like him. Even let a hint of flattery slip into his words. Whoa, an A-class ability. I'm so sick of hearing the word envy, bro. No wonder he asked the class president. An A-class ability, all I can say is, back then, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't even know what a rival was. The spirited young man, seeing that his boss had awakened an A-level ability, immediately started bragging to the crowd. See that? That's our Class 1 class president and my boss with an A-level ability. How awesome is that? He pulled people aside to ask. How did you know my boss awakened an A-level ability? What? You mean you heard my boss had awakened an A-class ability while you were on the toilet? Meanwhile, on stage, Zach couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips after realizing his awakened ability was A-class. Hearing the praise from the dean of students and seeing his own followers below promoting him everywhere, AK could no longer contain himself. He had to unleash the Skyfire cannon. Finally, surrounded by a crowd of adoring fans, he stepped down from the stage, occasionally catching the glances of young, beautiful girls, glances that were both shy and bold. Lin, please come up on stage. It was finally his turn. Lin took a deep breath. Since he couldn't rely on a game-breaking cheat, he'd have to rely on himself. Damn it! He slowly walked onto the stage, raising his right hand slightly, ready to accept whatever cruel fate the other world had in store for him. Ding, detecting a strong inner call from the host. Divine system is binding. Ding, binding successful. Detecting the hostess' intense anticipation for Brother Tongzi. Awarding the host a beginner-s gift pack. Do you accept? That echo from within his mind caused Lin's hand, poised to touch the awakening stone, to freeze mid-air. No one knew just how excited he was inside at that very moment. Divine system, divine system. I knew it. How could a protagonist template not come with a cheat code? Ha 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 ha, I'm about to take off. On the surface, Lin stared expressionlessly at the awakening stone, his hands suspended in midair. The dean standing beside him looked at him in confusion. What was wrong with this kid? Had he gone crazy? However, he didn't press the matter too much. He knew Lin well. For someone from a humble background, this awakening was a pivotal moment to change his destiny, so it was only natural for him to be a little nervous. Ding. Please calm your mind, host. This system has been in the transmigration business for many years. When it comes to nurturing hosts, I'm a pro. Would the host like to accept the newbie gift pack? Accept. Lin struggled to contain the surge of excitement within him. Ding. Newbie gift pack activated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining one copy of the Spacetime Ability Sacred Law Source. Do you wish to fuse it? Spacetime Ability Sacred Law Source? That sounds incredibly awesome. Ding. According to this World S tier system, the Spacetime Ability Sacred Magic Source transcends the SSS tier. Do you wish to fuse it, host? Fuse. Ding. Hostess consent detected. Fusing in progress? Ding. Anomalies will occur during the fusion process. Please don't make a big deal out of it, hosted LL dragged down this Master's 13-point rating. Lin was speechless upon hearing the Divine System's snarky remark. Fine, I'll put up with it. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin knew that at this very moment, he had earned the right to stand at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Lin, who was quietly sensing the changes in his body, didn't he notice that the sky's originally azure hue had suddenly transformed dramatically. Like a thunderclap, continuous rumbling echoed, and boundless clouds kept gathering. A massive vortex formed directly above Third Middle School. At its center, it was as if time had frozen utterly silent, with time and space seemingly vanishing. No one below had any idea what kind of anomaly was unfolding overhead. The dean of students watched Lin, who remained frozen in place, and continued to silently cheer him on. Imperial Capital. Meteorological Bureau. Minister, we've detected an anomalous phenomenon in the skies over the Pinyin district in the west. Oh? A middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and glasses furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing his subordinate's report. The Pinyin district? How could an anomaly appear there? Are those damned bastards up to no good again? After a few seconds of consideration, Mou turned to his subordinates and said, "Notify the intelligence division. Have them quickly investigate the exact cause. Continue monitoring. If anything unusual happens, report it to me immediately." "Yes, Minister." "Understood. I'll contact the Intelligence Bureau right away." Both voices were firm and resolute, and they moved swiftly. The middle-aged man looked out the window. "The weather seems to be changing again." Ding! Fusion successful. It worked? Hearing the voice from the divine system, Lin looked up at the sky. That's strange. Didn't they say there would be a supernatural phenomenon? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Could the divine system be bluffing? Ding! This divine system never deceives anyone, young or old. It's just that the host and everyone present here are too preoccupied with pleasure. I, Tongzi, have overestimated you all. Lin felt insulted, but whatever, I'll let it slide. Lin, better to cut your losses now than suffer later. I know this is a bit cruel for you, but some people's fates are sealed from the moment they're born, so... Looking at the dejected expression on the dean's face, Lin knew the dean was probably afraid that if he failed to awaken, he wouldn't be able to handle the blow and would give up on himself. It had to be said this dean truly cared about every student and hadn't looked down on him just because he came from a humble background. Those melodramatic plotlines from his memories were, after all, nothing more than the wild fantasies of brain-dead authors. So, Dean, Lin am here. Lin looked at him and replied. As if declaring to this other world, Lin had arrived. He reached out. He touched it. The dean of students was a bit taken aback. He glanced around, thinking Lin was talking to someone else, but since that was the case, he figured nothing unexpected would happen. Just when he thought nothing unexpected would happen, something unexpected happened. The previously calm awakening stone immediately began to tremble the moment Lin touched it. White. Yellow. Blue. Blue, purple. Red. Staring at the awakening stone, now glowing entirely red, the dean shuddered. He gazed unsteadily at the scene before him, unable to believe his own eyes. Red, red, red. So dazzling this is. As far as he could recall, he had been at Third Middle School for over a decade, yet he had never seen even a hint of purple, let alone red. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, startling him. When he realized who it was, the dean of students shuddered again. Principal. The elderly man who had appeared was none other than the principal of Third Middle School. At that moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the awakening stone. After repeatedly confirming there was no malfunction, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Then he waved his hand, blocking off certain areas. Next, he looked at Lin, as if he were gazing upon a rare, unpolished jade. Amid the blood-red glow he had blocked, the words SSS Spacetime Ability flashed into view. As this final piece of information appeared, he could no longer contain his excitement and burst into loud laughter, looking up at the sky. Ha 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 ha, Lin, is it? Well done. Ha 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 ha. Principal, this. The dean of students standing behind him didn't know what to say at that moment. He had never encountered the awakening stone emitting such a red glow before, but he had a vague hunch about what was happening. At that moment, the principal finally turned his head and looked at the dean of students. "You're Lou, right? You're doing a good job." Hearing the principal's praise, Dean Lou was a bit flattered and overwhelmed. He hurriedly thanked him, then looked at the principal, still somewhat at a loss. The principal understood what he meant and turned to look at Lynn, asking, "Lynn, you've awakened an SSS class ability, the space-time ability." After saying this, he gazed at the teenager in front of him, waiting to see how he would react. Lynn showed little reaction upon hearing the principal's words, because he knew his innate ability wasn't merely SSS class, it transcended SSS class. It's like when a guy scores a perfect 100, it's not because he is only capable of a 100, but because the test is only worth 100 points. Get it? Still, as the principal, he felt he should give him a little face. So he gave a slight nod to show he understood. As expected of an SSS class prodigy, that composure in the face of both praise and criticism is something ordinary people can't match. The principal looked at his student, feeling more and more satisfied with every glance. "So, do you need to make your talent public?" He paused for a moment, as if offering a warning. "In this world, aside from our Dragon Nation, there is also the powerful Beast Alliance and the Starry Sky factions. If this were the you of yesterday, it wouldn't matter, but now that you possess this talent, your life is about to undergo a complete and utter transformation. And while these changes will bring you the ultimate glory, they will also be accompanied by deadly danger. You must think this through carefully before answering." After speaking, the principal did not press the matter, simply waiting for his student's response. To be honest, since becoming principal of 3rd Middle School, he had certainly encountered his share of prodigies, but the most extraordinary talent he'd ever seen was an S-rank purple tier ability. He knew full well just how crucial an SSS class ability was to the entire Dragon Nation. It was the mark of a strategic asset. So, out of self-interest, he hoped to protect such a prodigy, knowing that once they matured, they would surely be capable of standing on their own. But with a prodigy of this caliber, it was best not to interfere too much. One had to respect their own will to ensure their path remained unobstructed. Hearing this, Lynn grasped the implication and began to ponder inwardly. Divine system, divine system. Ding, host, please speak. Is there anyone in this world capable of standing up to you? Ding, I am the divine system. In a world of this tier, host, please do not insult this master. Ding. The divine system has detected discrimination from the host, rewarding you with a beginner's starter pack. Ding. The beginner's starter pack has been activated for the host. You have obtained a 10-fold speed boost for eternal cultivation. Ding. This divine system is dedicated. When the words SSS Spacetime ability appeared before everyone, the entire playground fell instantly silent. Hey, you there, hit me. Smack. Damn it. You actually hit me, you swollen my face. So is this real? Don't change the subject. I told you to hit me, not to hit me that hard. Were you just waiting for me to say that, you little bastard? Holy shit. An SSS class ability who has this big shot? The scene was like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples across the surface. Damn, that's so badass, an SSS class ability. Which class is this big shot from? Is he looking for a sidekick? The guy on stage is so hot. I'm Willow, the class beauty from class 4. Can we get to know each other? No one is home tonight, and I'm a little scared. You slut, go get laid somewhere else. Big shot, gender really doesn't matter. Look. Amidst the sea of gasps, Lynn stood on stage, his face expressionless, though inside, he was absolutely ecstatic. Somewhere in the audience, a chubby guy stared at him in utter disbelief. Lynn spotted his best buddy too. The moment their eyes met, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly before he quickly suppressed the smile. Jack picked up on his best buddy's signal. But he still couldn't quite believe it. What is going on? Where am I? Who am I? How could he possibly have awakened an SSS class ability? At that moment, he felt like crying his heart out. worried that his brother was suffering, yet annoyed that his brother was living too happily. "Come see me in my office after this is over, Lin." After saying this, the principal gave Lin a light pat on the shoulder and vanished. With such in this moment of glory, he wouldn't stick around. There'd be plenty of time later for him to put on his show, ahem. Watching the principal vanish, Lin bowed to Director Lu before stepping down from the stage. The entire playground instantly seemed to split in two, revealing a wide path before Lin. Though the crowd on either side was excited, not a single person dared to approach him. All that could be heard were the screams of young girls and the undulating waves as if they were trying to crash against the shore but were held back by the rocks, just a hair's breadth away from reaching it. Lin remained unmoved by this. Romantic entanglements were not on his mind at the moment. Since the words had already been spoken, he would act like a true Sigma man until he reached the pinnacle. "Lin, what about our deal? I eat the meat, and you drink the bone broth." Jack looked at Lin, who had walked up to him, with a pained expression. "What nonsense are you talking about? From now on, I'll eat the meat, and you'll gnaw on the bones." Lin didn't seem to mind. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Hee, okay." Jack immediately put on a smile. Just kidding. If he could ride this wave, he certainly wouldn't pass it up. With such a powerful ally, he had to hold on tight. Who knows, maybe tonight he'd have a word with his father about stepping down as soon as possible to make way for the next generation, so he could start investing sooner. On stage, Director Lu called for silence, instructing those who hadn't yet awakened to continue the process. Under Director Lu's powerful presence, the scene gradually returned to normal. Still, quite a few beautiful women kept their eyes fixed on Lin, making him feel a little flustered. "Fatso, you stay here for now. I've got something to take care of. I'm outta here." With that, before Jack could even ask a question, Lin bolted. He remembered the principal telling him to go to his office, so he had to hurry over there first. Director Lu's words echoed continuously throughout the hall. "Li Xiang, no abilities." While some rejoiced, others were left disappointed. In this world where supernatural abilities run rampant, not everyone succeeds in awakening theirs. Those who fail to awaken any abilities can only graduate peacefully. Then, after begging high and low, they find an ordinary job to support their families, and that's their whole life. Lin soon arrived at an office. Seeing the sign that read Principal's office, he knocked gently on the door. "Excuse me, is the principal here?" "This is Lin." "It's Lin. Come in, come in." The door swung open instantly. The principal was looking at him with a smile, and at the same time, Lin noticed another figure in the office. Upon closer inspection, it was a beautiful woman. She had fair skin and gorgeous long hair. Her form-fitting outfit perfectly accentuated her figure, curvy and voluptuous, with long legs adorned in black lace. Her high-waisted pants left certain areas barely concealed, tempting anyone to take a second look and see what lay beneath. Wow, she is definitely a mature, alluring woman. Lin glanced at her briefly, then stood there as if nothing had happened, which caused a hint of surprise to flicker in the beautiful woman's eyes. "Lin, let me introduce you. This is Director Lin, the head of the Western Elite Training Camp." "Director Lin, this is Lin, the top student at our third middle school whom I mentioned to you earlier." Director Lin slowly stood up. Dressed in a light outfit, her high heels clicked rhythmically as she walked up to Lin and extended her slender hand. "Hello, Lin. Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Yenran." "Hello." Lin reached out and shook her warm hand, but inwardly he was thinking. Elite Training Camp? Is this the first dungeon? Sensing the extraordinary quality of the young man before her, Lin Yenran couldn't help but wipe her eyes. "Principal Chu, it seems I should congratulate you early. This class has produced such a promising prospect." Director Lin, you're joking." Clearly, this praise pleased Principal Chu greatly. As the head of the elite training camp for the entire Western region, he had seen countless prodigies in his daily life. There were very few people who could earn her praise. Lin looked at Principal Chu, puzzled. "Principal, may I ask why you summoned me here?" Although it was likely related to the so-called elite training camp, he wasn't entirely sure of the details. Well, Lin, I've called you here to bestow an opportunity upon you. You just mentioned the elite training camp, have you heard of it? To be honest, Principal, I'm not familiar with it. Then let me briefly introduce you to this elite training camp. It's a facility officially established by Dragon Nation specifically to cultivate prodigies and exceptional talents. After each cohort of freshmen successfully awakens their powers, the most outstanding among them will enter the elite training camp for 3 months of intensive training. Those admitted are the very best prodigies from all regions, and the Dragon Nation invests substantial resources and top-tier instructors annually to nurture these prodigies. Of course, where there are people, there is competition, especially in a place like the elite training camp. Everyone there is a genius, yet resources are limited. At this point, Principal Chu paused. He had already outlined the general situation, and given Lin's intelligence, he must have already grasped the purpose of this meeting. We currently have only one spot available at 3rd High School, and I'd like to recommend you for it. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, that place is a gathering of prodigies. Some start from a very high level, while you're starting from a very low one. Although you're highly talented, even the most extraordinary genius needs time to grow. If you have any reservations, you're free to decline, and I'll recommend someone else. So, Principal, I'll go. Lin's reply was straightforward. He wasn't one for grand declarations. He simply knew that this so-called elite training camp would be his first step toward the pinnacle. Excellent. That shows real grit, just as I'd expect from a student at 3rd middle school. Clearly, this response was exactly what Principal Chu had anticipated. Such prodigies naturally possessed unshakable conviction. He merely intended to offer a few words of encouragement, but now it seemed he'd been the one to fall short. He immediately turned to look at Director Lin, who had been observing Lin the whole time. Director Lin, what do you think? Lin Yanran gave him a slight nod, then spoke softly. Lin, in a month, someone will come to pick you up. Principal Chu, since this matter is settled, I won't keep you any longer. I'll take my leave. With that, he turned on his heel and vanished from the spot, leaving not a trace behind. Watching Lin Yanran disappear, Lin's mind was in turmoil. Ever since arriving in this world, he had only heard of the existence of espers but had never seen one in person. Now, a living, breathing person had vanished right before his eyes. In the past, he would have been utterly amazed. Holy crap! That's so freaking awesome! Principal Chu, however, was used to this sort of thing. He pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin. Lin, this is a reward from the school, 200W. I'm personally awarding you 50W, for a total of 250W. Upon hearing about the reward, the usually composed Lin completely changed his demeanor. His eyes lit up, and he immediately accepted it with a beaming smile. Thank you, Principal. Seeing Lin's sudden change in demeanor, Principal Chu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. You little rascal, do you like money that much? As if a thought had occurred to him, Principal Chu. As for those who make it into the elite training camp, traditionally, the majority are scions of prominent families, people who have often been nurtured from a young age with substantial, precious resources provided by their clans. The goal is for them to build up their strength gradually so they can make a breakthrough and grow as quickly as possible after their abilities awaken. For this reason, while the top 10 spots are secured by the sheer power of SSS level abilities, first place? That is highly unlikely. However, since his own student harbors such lofty ambitions, as the principal, he couldn't bring himself to dampen his enthusiasm. If you finish in first place in the elite training camp, I'll personally reward you with 10 million. Additionally, I'll submit an application on behalf of 3rd middle school to secure another 20 million for you, a total of 30 million. It all depends on whether you've got what it takes, kid. With that, Principal Chu strolled leisurely back to his seat and sat down. 10 million wasn't a large sum for him, but if Lin really did take first place, it would truly shatter 3rd middle school's history. Alright. Principal, 30 million it is. With that, Lin grinned and took his leave from the principal, walking out of the room. Watching his departing figure, Principal Chu was a bit speechless. It hadn't even started yet, but this kid acted as if he'd already been hand-picked for the win. And that money-grubbing attitude, he really deserved a good smack. Unlike the others, he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. Hello? Principal Wu, how is the awakening situation at your school this year? What? 3 A-level abilities and 1 S-level ability? That's wonderful news. As expected of second high school, your faculty and students are truly formidable. Huh? Me? Man, our third high school can't hold a candle to your second high school. We only produced 1 SSS level ability, nothing to write home about. Principal Wu, I've got something to take care of here, so I'll have to hang up for now. Let us get together for a drink sometime. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Principal Lee, I bet First High School has produced quite a few talented students again this year, right? Principal's office, Second Middle School, Ping'an District. A bearded old man stared at the phone, which had disconnected, his face twisted with frustration. He angrily flung the phone far away. An SSS level Esper? Is that for real? That old guy isn't pulling my leg, is he? Principal Wu of Second Middle School, after a brief moment of coming to his senses, let out a loud exclamation. If it really were an SSS level Esper, that would be extraordinary. If he remembered correctly, it had been quite a few years since a new SSS class Esper had appeared in the entire Dragon Nation. Principal Lee of First Middle School was also gritting his teeth in frustration. After listening to Old Man Chu's mockery for half a minute, he simply couldn't take it anymore and hung up the phone. So what if an SSS class ability had appeared? Look at how full of himself he is getting. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd awakened an SSS class ability himself. Did Old Man Chu really get his hands on it? An SSS level ability. Imperial Capital. Meteorological Bureau Headquarters. Minister, the Director of Intelligence has sent a message regarding the earlier anomalous phenomenon observed over Ping'an District. Oh? The middle-aged man took the envelope handed to him by his subordinate, opened it to read the information inside, and narrowed his eyes slightly. You may step out for now. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man sat in his chair, staring intently at the words on the envelope. Ping'an District 3rd Middle School, Lin, SSS Class Ability Spacetime Ability. Has another SSS Class Ability appeared in our Dragon Nation? Spacetime Ability, Spacetime Ability. After muttering to himself a few times, he dialed a number. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Old Jiang, what's up? The middle-aged man relayed the information. There was a moment of silence on the other end. I understand. Beep. 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 Glancing at the phone, the call now ended, the minister paid it no mind. With a light pinch of his fingers, the envelope vanished instantly. I'm really looking forward to this. There are some guys in the Beast Alliance I've been itching to kill for a long time. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Lin, had already returned home. He immediately locked the door, went into his room, and double-locked it. He jogged over and flopped down on his bed, silently chanting to himself. Divine System, are you there? Ding. What is it, host? It's not a dream. It really isn't a dream. Ha, the novel was right, it didn't lie to me. Ding. Host, please don't go crazy. This Divine System doesn't play with fools. Divine System, hurry up and tell me about your abilities. Lin didn't take these mocking words to heart at all. He wasn't about to hold back. Come on. It's the Divine System, the game-changing cheat code that's going to take me to new heights. What's wrong with letting it say a few words? Ding. This Divine System is the Divine System. Currently, there are 3 main functions. 1. Passive Divine System, Stage 1 increases the hostess cultivation speed 20-fold, stackable and upgradable. 2. Daily check-in feature, the host can obtain rewards such as cultivation techniques and resources through daily check-ins. 3. Attribute allocation feature. The host can use cultivation points to allocate points and enhance their abilities. There are no side effects whatsoever. A product of the divine system, it's guaranteed to be top-notch. Please allocate your points with confidence. Ding! Hostess current cultivation points, 0 redeemable for 250W, at a 1 to 100 ratio. Ding! Does the host wish to redeem? Listening to the Divine System's introduction, Lin couldn't help but smile. Man, this divine system of mine is seriously awesome. 20 times the cultivation speed? Doesn't that mean I'll skyrocket right away? The check-in feature, based on my past experience, I should be able to get quite a few good things from it. The attribute allocation feature? It's not what I'm thinking, is it? Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding, Hostess panel has been opened. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability, Spacetime ability, Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability, Sacred Law. Origin, 1% awakening. Level, 0. Vitality, 10 points. A total wimp. Mental power, 5 points of value even a dog would scorn. Cultivation technique, none. Cultivation points, 0 inch. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently eligible to exchange for cultivation points. Would you like to proceed? Looking at the vitality and mental power columns on his panel, Lin felt an urge to curse. To verify his suspicion. Divine System, exchange for 10,000 cultivation points. Ding! Exchange complete. The system detects that the host still has cultivation points available for exchange. Get yourself stronger as soon as possible, young man. Money is just material wealth. Ignoring that remark, Lin scrutinized his status panel. Sure enough, a plus sign had appeared after the 3 rows for level, vitality, and mental strength. Yes. That's it. That's exactly it, ha ha ha. Watson, you've spotted the blind spot. Lin knew that another obstacle had been cleared from his path to becoming a powerhouse. Divine System, allocate points to vitality. Ding, points allocated successfully. May the host become a powerhouse soon. With the Divine System's allocation, the vitality bar jumped from 10 points to 100 points. Meanwhile, his cultivation points decreased by 1,000. In other words, the current ratio for vitality point allocation was 1 to 10. Feeling an inexhaustible supply of strength coursing through his entire body, Linus' only desire at that moment was to pick a fight with a wild beast. After doing 10 sets of 100 sit-ups right where he stood, he managed to calm himself down, though his body still brimmed with boundless energy. Whoa, those 100,000 really were money well spent. Divine System, allocate points to spirit. Ding, allocation successful. This time, his cultivation points decreased by 2,000, while his mental power increased by 20 points. A 1 to 100 ratio, that's a rip-off. After his mental power increased, Lin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. His mind cleared instantly, and even the side effects of his surging vitality vanished. He looked at himself. If he had to name the most immediate change, he felt he could beat the crap out of his former self from just a minute ago. Finally, he looked at the level bar, Divine System, assign points. Ding, points assigned successfully. His cultivation points were reset to 0. However, feeling the immense power surging through his body, the corners of Lin's mouth curled upward once more. Is this the power of a warrior? This feels amazing. Ding, the system has detected that the host still has cultivation points available for exchange. Would you like to exchange them? Lin looked at his status panel. In the level bar, his level had changed from 0 to early stage 1. This point allocation had successfully allowed him to enter the early stage 1 warrior tier. It was just that the cost in cultivation points was a bit high, a full 7,000 points, which worked out to 700,000. Holy crap! Divine System, are there other ways to obtain cultivation points? If he could only exchange them for gold coins, then he'd have to do everything in his power to make money. Ding! The host can also obtain cultivation points through resource exchanges, slaying beasts, and other methods. This Divine System has transparent pricing. You deserve it. This divine system is a little strange, to say the least. Lin had always thought the divine system would be rather rigid and mechanical. But he didn't really care anymore. Oh, right, I can also check in, can't I? Divine system, check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, Emperor-level cultivation technique void scripture. Would you like to accept it? Void scripture. Accept. Lin's pupils contracted slightly. Soon, a sharp pain shot through his mind as the vast cultivation technique began to infuse into him. He clenched his teeth and gripped the edge of the bed tightly with both hands. Phew. Ding. Cultivation technique absorption complete. Host, please train diligently to shed the Playboy title as soon as possible. Lin shook his head. True to its reputation as an emperor-level cultivation technique, he felt that without the divine system's assistance, he would have been completely unable to absorb the entire void scripture with his current abilities. It really is the void scripture. As he silently recited the technique, a faint silhouette emerged in his mind. Its majestic figure stood with its back to the masses. Even if 1,000,000 enemies stood before it, it never retreated a single step. It was as if it were declaring, in this life, he was no less than anyone else. The next morning, Lin arrived at the classroom early. After yesterday's exploration, he already had a preliminary plan for his future. His SSS rank spacetime ability was still in the development phase. According to the textbook, a person's innate ability requires constant exploration over time. Just how far one can take it depends on individual ability. He looked at the plus sign on his status panel. I wonder how much I'll actually be able to develop with my abilities. But the God-tier cultivation system offered much more than that. The base cultivation efficiency was 20 times that of an ordinary person, plus an additional 10-fold boost from the divine system. That meant a cultivation speed 30 times faster. From just yesterday's cultivation alone, Lin could already faintly sense that his supernatural abilities had grown significantly. Elite training camp, I'm really looking forward to it now. It was as if he could already see 30 million waving at him as things stood, that equaled 300,000 cultivation points. The other students in the classroom began trickling in one by one, and soon, the teacher walked in. Class, following yesterday's awakening, 8 students from Class 3 have successfully awakened. They are Lin, Jack, Li Meng, Ziwen. First of all, congratulations to the students listed above. There were a total of 50 students in Class 3, but only 8 had successfully awakened. The difficulty of awakening was truly no small feat. The students who awakened all looked on with envy. They knew that while they were still classmates at school, once they stepped outside the school gates, the gap between them would be as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. To those who have successfully awakened, you will be assigned to the special training class, a class the school has established specifically for espers. I wish you all the success of a great ping bird soaring with the wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 li. The training methods for espers are different. Thank you, teacher. Lin and the others bowed to the teacher, then, led by others, made their way to their new classroom. The special training class. Is that Lin? That's right, it's him, the super powerful guy who has awake an SSS class ability. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I, Willow, have awakened a B class ability allure, and I think I'm qualified to be his girlfriend. He is so handsome. As soon as they saw Lin and the others approaching, the other students immediately began whispering among themselves. What can you do? This guy is just too awesome. At third high school this year, aside from Lin, the strongest students had only awakened Class A abilities. The kind of plot where a villain takes a dislike to someone and sends henchmen to cause trouble simply couldn't develop from the ground up. The gap was just too wide. Zach, the former Class 1 president in the crowd, had awakened a Class A ability Fortify. If Lin hadn't burst onto the scene, he would have been one of the strongest prodigies at third high school this year. But right now, all he could do was watch Lin from afar as everyone fawned over him. He simply couldn't bring himself to care. You want him, an A ranker, to pick a fight with an SSS ranker? Sorry, but he'd like to live a few more years. Lin, I'm so jealous of you, man. I'm pretty handsome myself, why aren't any girls checking me out? Jack stood nearby, feeling a pang of envy as he watched the eyes of many of the girls in the class never once stray from Lin's figure. After all, I've awakened AB class ability. I'm one of the top students in the whole of 3rd High. No way, tonight's a total bust. I'm going to reclaim my glory. Lin was speechless. Take it easy. If you keep getting snubbed every day, with that willowy frame of yours, you'll end up getting thinner and thinner. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Don't think just because you become a big shot, you can humiliate me with impunity. Lin went off on his own to find an empty seat and sat down, while Jack sat next to him, grumbling all the way. Just then, a stern-looking middle-aged man walked in. With piercing eyes and sharp, chiseled features, he exuded a powerful aura. There was a scar on the left side of his face that made people hesitate to look directly at him. The, which had been quite lively, fell silent instantly. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the room. Hello, everyone. I'm your teacher. My last name is Chi. You can call me Teacher Chi. I'm also the deputy squad leader of the 3rd Squad in the Northwest District's Spearhead Battalion. So I prefer to be called Instructor. You can call me Instructor Chi. For the next 6 months, I'll be leading your training. After speaking, he looked at the crowd below and shook his head. I have to say, I was actually looking forward to this. But after seeing you all, I realized. You guys. You're truly the worst class I've ever taught. As soon as he said this, the students below immediately protested. Teacher Chi, no, Instructor Chi, you've only seen us for 1 day. What gives you the right to say that? Exactly. I'd say you're the worst instructor I've ever seen. That's right, we 1T stand for this. I've always been at the top of my class my whole life, why should I put up with this crap? Lin watched the scene with amusement. As someone who'd been through it all, he knew this kind of act might fool others, but it wouldn't fool him. It was just a ploy to rile them up, wasn't it? Instructor Chi, seeing that someone had challenged him, didn't get angry. You're just a bunch of kids who haven't even grown any hair yet. Talking big 1T changed the fact that you're terrible. Today is my first lesson for you. Never mind. I 1T give you anything too tough, I'm really worried I'd crush you. 30 minutes, 20 kilometers. I don't think anyone would fail at something like this, right? If you think you can't do it, speak up now. I 1T mock you for being a loser. After saying this, he waited quietly for a minute. At that moment, not a single person spoke up. The boys were already seething with anger at Instructor Chi and were determined to prove themselves. The girls were also raring to go. After all, everyone present had successfully awakened, and their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Not bad. Everyone, stand up. Run 20 kilometers around the track, start now. As soon as the order was given, the class sprang to their feet, and Lin followed right behind them. The track. Once everyone had assembled, Instructor Chi asked one more time. Is there really no one who wants to drop out? Even though you're espers, you haven't had time to undergo training yet. Running 20 kilometers in 30 minutes isn't going to be easy. Stop rambling, instructor. Just give the order. A troublemaker wasn't buying it. Ha, then let the timer start. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone immediately began running. Before long, the gaps began to widen. Lin was leading the pack, already 2 laps ahead. The second group consisted of 3 A-class espers led by Zach. Normally, for someone who trains consistently, running 10 kilometers in 30 minutes isn't that difficult. But 20 kilometers is impossible for the average person. Only those who've undergone rigorous, long-term training can manage it. Instructor Chi took a quick glance and had already made up his mind. At that moment, Lin, who was in the lead, had seen his performance improve significantly after yesterday's training. For him, this mere 30 kilometers was truly no challenge. He was still picking up speed. In the end, he completed the 20 kilometers in less than 10 minutes. Instructor Chi looked at him with some surprise. Not bad. You're in good shape. What's your name? Lynn. Lynn, huh? This morning's session is over. You can go now. Be back at 2 p.m. Don't be late. Lynn nodded without asking any further questions. If this was the extent of the training, it certainly wasn't as fast as his own practice at home. Back home. Divine system, check in, ding, check-in successful. 1 bottle of supernatural ability pills. Supernatural ability pills? Lynn looked at the pills that appeared in his hand. Divine system, what are these pills for? Ding, host. These pills can help you quickly improve your supernatural ability cultivation. So that's how it is. He popped one into his mouth, activated his cultivation technique, and began his practice. 2 hours passed, and a rumbling sound emanated from his body. Did I break through? Looking at the surging supernatural energy within him, he had broken through to the mid-first stage with such ease. I really am a cultivation genius. I still have time, I'll keep cultivating. During the afternoon class, Lynn noticed that many students looked completely drained, lying quietly face down on their desks. Why do I have to go through such agonizing torment? Jack, sitting next to him, looked utterly miserable. Usually all about eating, drinking, and having fun, running was never even in his vocabulary. This morning's training had nearly wiped him out. Lynn watched Jack, who kept rolling his eyes, and shook his head. I've been telling you to exercise more all along. Look at all that flab on you. What do you know? This is called being solid, bro. Those romantic young girls love guys like me, they're always clinging to me. Do you even understand a man's charm? Forget it, you're just a greenhorn, you won't get it anyway. What a waste, such a shame. Jack let loose with a tirade. This morning's training had been exhausting enough, and who knew how many more hardships awaited him later. God, could it be that even you can't stand my dashing charm? Are you here to punish me? You fatso, shut up. It's because you were dragging your feet that the rest of us had to run a few extra laps with you. A guy sitting in front of him suddenly turned his head, glaring at Jack with exasperation. They were all in the last group, but they still managed to make the cut within the time limit. It was just that this fatso had been acting like he was on his deathbed, forcing the rest of them to run a few extra laps at the drill sergeant's command. Jack knew he was in the wrong, so he gave a sheepish chuckle and buried his head. The only ones in the entire classroom who remained relatively calm were Lynn and the 3 A-level ability users. A voice rang out from the distance. Special training class, assemble on the track. Anyone not there within 1 minute will run 20 kilometers in 30 minutes. Hearing the drill sergeant's voice, everyone pushed aside their physical discomfort and hurried to the track. Before the time was up, everyone had gathered in the center of the track. Many students had already begun to feel a hint of fear toward Instructor Chi. Instructor Chi looked at the group of students before him. This morning was my first class with you. You should all know how it went. I said you're the worst class ever. Anyone want to argue with me? At those words, most of them flushed red, since they barely scraped by. But there were still a few who refused to accept it. They lifted their chins and stared intently at Instructor Chi. Lynn was a bit speechless. Come on, man, saying it once would been enough. What's the deal? Are you getting addicted to this? He wasn't a pushover either. He'd been looking for someone to spar with ever since breaking through to the next cultivation level. And so, Instructor, I disagree. Here it comes. Haha, finally someone's stepping up to be the scapegoat. Instructor Chi's lips curled slightly. Why was he pushing these students so hard? Wasn't he it precisely to provoke a troublemaker so he could make an example of them? Then he'd demonstrate his overwhelming strength before offering them a sweet reward. That's how he played it, tightening and loosening the reins. So, he turned to Lynn. Oh? It's you? I know you were first in the class during this morning's running drill. What? Are you satisfied with just one first-place finish? A basic running drill like that has already gone to your head? Kid, do you know what? To me, you're no different from the rest. You're all trash. On the battlefield, if any of you can survive even a single day, I'll write my surname Chi backwards. A measly 20 kilometers has reduced you all to this state. Out in the world, don't even claim to be my student, I can't bear the shame. The other students trembled all over. From childhood onward, they'd basically been treated as model children in others' eyes. Objects of praise wherever they went. When had they ever experienced such humiliation? Some of the more sensitive girls had even started crying. Lin remained silent. He wasn't actually angry, it was just that, whether in his past life or this one, he had never truly experienced a so-called battlefield and didn't understand just how brutal it could be. But in this life, he feared nothing. So, Instructor Chi, even the most powerful beings started out weak and worked their way up step by step, didn't they? Perhaps right now, we aren't that strong, but who can say for sure what the future holds? Besides, you haven't even tried it, how can you know my true capabilities? After saying this, Lin glared defiantly at the instructor standing before him. The other students, however, stared at him in utter astonishment. Man, you're really brave. Instructor Chi, you actually dared to do that. Admittedly, Instructor Chi had been verbally attacking them the whole time, but deep down, none of them had the slightest intention of standing up to him. The reason was simple, they just couldn't beat him. Instructor Chi smiled. He'd just been thinking of an excuse to make his move, but he never expected this kid to actually have the guts. Good kid. Gutsy. You're right, the strong always fight their way up step by step. Here's the deal, you just awakened your powers yesterday, so I want to use my abilities against you. If you win, I'll take back what I said earlier. And if you lose? Haha, then you'll have to go back and do as I say, and your training load will double from now on. You in? I'm in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin agreed immediately. But coach, you should still use your abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, ignoring the other man's puzzled gaze, his body trembled, and a mid-first-tier energy fluctuation radiated out from him. Instructor Chi's pupils contracted sharply. That aura, a mid-stage first-tier warrior? Something's off. He was supposed to have just awakened his ability yesterday, how could he have broken through to mid-stage first-tier today? The powerful energy fluctuations made it hard for the other students in the special training class to breathe, and one by one, they stared in disbelief. Is that a warrior's aura? Lin He's broken through to warrior? Can someone hit me? Smack. Damn it, you son of a bitch. You've just swollen up the face, ID just managed to heal. So that means. Holy shit. Did Lin really break through to warrior? Zach, standing up front, stared at Lin as if he were looking at a monster. He was considered one of the top students in the first-year class at 3rd high school, so why did he feel like such a loser compared to Lin? Lin had already broken through to warrior, while he was still fumbling around, trying to absorb the world as supernatural energy into his body. Is the gap between people really this big? Instructor Chi finally confirmed it as well. Lin had indeed reached the mid-first-tier realm. I have to admit, Lin, I misjudged you. I don't care how you broke through, but I take back what I said earlier. You really are different from the rest. In that case, I'll also fight you at my mid-first-tier level. With that, he waved his hand, and the other students all scattered, leaving the arena to the two of them. Instructor Chi looked at Lin with a touch of emotion. To think he'd encountered such a prodigy in a place like this. Let us begin. He didn't strike first. Although their cultivation levels were the same, he had spent years fighting on the front lines and possessed deep-rooted skills. His combat techniques alone were enough to keep him undefeated. Instructor Chi, I hope you don't mind. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin pushed off with both feet, launching himself like a cannonball as he charged rapidly toward his opponent. He swung a punch. Instructor Chi extended his palm to block the blow. As fist met palm, the intense impact caused a look of astonishment to flash across Instructor Chi's face once again. How can this kid's strength be so brutal? After taking that single punch, he couldn't help but stumble back several steps. He intended to show off, but never expected to be humiliated like this. "Instructor, please take this seriously." Lin stood his ground, his expression serious and determined. He was eager to find out exactly what level he was at right now. "Good kid, I really underestimated you. Go ahead." With that, the two clashed once more. Fist met fist, punch met kick. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. The classmates watching were completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, is Lin really that badass? He's holding his own against the instructor? I heard from my family that this instructor Chi is no ordinary guy. He's got late stage 3rd tier cultivation. Holy shit, late 3rd stage? That's insane. I'd be satisfied just breaking through to the 3rd stage in my lifetime. Are you telling me Lin is currently locked in a dead heat with instructor Chi, who is at the 3rd stage? Didn't you see? Instructor Chi has suppressed his cultivation level. He's at mid 1st stage, just like Lin. So what? Can you do that, Brother Dong? Brother Dong, what do you know about this? Jack stared at Lin in the center of the arena with wide eyes. We're set for life. We're really set for life now. Holy shit, my bro is this badass? No way. Tonight, no matter what, we're making that old man step down and hand over the reins. We've gotta cling to this big shot like our lives depend on it. I need to think about what Brother Lin is missing right now. As his underlings, we've gotta keep our eyes on the prize. The intense battle raged on, and gradually Lin began to lose ground. His fighting skills were too weak. This was his first time in a real fight. Of course, Instructor Chi was having a hard time too. This kid's strength was too overwhelming. He was almost on par with a late-stage 1st-rank warrior. Plus, how could he be so quick? Every time Chi was about to land a hit, the kid always managed to dodge it. What's more, she noticed that the kid's combat awareness was constantly improving. What a terrifying natural talent! After another head-on clash, the two separated. Lin was a bit out of breath by now, but he felt exhilarated. Instructor Chi was also completely exhausted. He had to be constantly on guard to avoid getting hit by the kid's fists. Given the kid's strength, taking even a single blow wouldn't be a walk in the park. Instructor, I've got one last move. Watch out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin channeled his supernatural power, and the previously calm void suddenly split open. What? Seeing the rift in the void before him, Instructor Chi could hardly believe his eyes. What was this kid up to? What kind of move was this so terrifying? Void Blade. Countless shards flashed out from the shattered rift. Under Lin's control, they coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, carrying terrifying energy as it charged toward Instructor Chi. Feeling the intense energy waves, Instructor Chi's scalp prickled. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full power, forming a defensive wall in front of his chest. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke filled the arena, and the faint sound of something shattering could be heard. After unleashing this move, Lin slumped down onto the ground. This was a skill he had instinctively mastered after awakening his space-time ability. He called it the Blade of Void. As it stood, the move was far too draining. He could only use it once in a fight. His eyes were fixed ahead. Given Instructor Chi's strength, he would surely be able to withstand the attack. The only question was what level of power this move had reached. Before long, the smoke cleared, revealing a figure standing there. The other students didn't dare make a single sound. They'd been utterly terrified by what they just witnessed. Lin was truly terrifying. Who won? Jack's voice faltered slightly. Lin. You won. Instructor Chi's voice came from a distance. Standing where he was, he stared at a scar on the palm of his right hand, unable to speak for a long time. Lin won. Holy shit, that's so badass. Who can hit me? Am I dreaming or what? Smack. Ouch, you missed. I knew you'd try to hit me. Smack. Damn it, why do you hit me again? I was just checking if I was dreaming. I can't believe it's real. Holy shit! Hearing this, Lin slowly stood up, walked over to the instructor, and gave a slight bow. Thank you, instructor. He knew that if it had been a fair fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Moreover, during the match, the instructor had deliberately guided him, and for that, he was deeply grateful. Instructor Chi, however, remained silent. He didn't know what to say. That move you just pulled off was pretty fierce. In terms of sheer destructive power alone, it's already reached the 3rd tier level. You're one hell of a prodigy, kid. 3rd tier, huh? Hearing the instructor's words, Lin was able to form a preliminary assessment of his current strength. Alright, you don't need to participate in today's training. Go back and rest. Instructor Chi waved his hand dismissively. Clearly, he had been stunned by Lin's extraordinary talent. In that case, instructor, I'll be heading back now. Lin gave a slight bow and left the area. Watching Lin walk away, Instructor Chi felt a pang of emotion, but then his expression hardened. What are you all staring at, bunch of trash? This afternoon, everyone will run 50 kilometers with a weight pack. Anyone who doesn't finish within an hour will have to run an extra 10 kilometers. Instructor, please don't. I'm sorry, instructor. I'm trash, please spare me. The remaining students instantly let out a chorus of wails the moment they heard the training requirements. Back at home. Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding, personal panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability. Spacetime ability. Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability. Sacred Law. Origin, 1% awakening. Level, mid-tier 1. Vitality, 320 points. This weakling has put on some weight. Mental power, 25 points. Has this pup been eating a lot of hot food lately? Cultivation technique, Void Scripture. Initial insight. Martial skill, Void Blade beginner. Cultivation points, 0 exchangeable for cultivation points. Ding. The system has detected that the host can exchange for cultivation points. Would you like to proceed? After some thought, Lin decided to keep 100,000 as a contingency fund and exchange the rest for cultivation points to boost his strength. Divine System, exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations, host, one step closer to becoming a true powerhouse. Earlier, while sparring with Instructor Chi, I realized my self-control still leaves something to be desired. Divine System, allocate points to mental power. Ding. Points successfully allocated. A refreshing sensation washed over him. Lin thoroughly enjoyed this deep sublimation within his mind. His mental power had now reached 50 points. His control over his body had clearly risen to a whole new level. Divine System, allocate points to vitality. Ding. Allocation successful. A surge of powerful energy erupted, pushing his vitality to 500 points. What a powerful feeling. Divine System, what does awakening level mean? Ding. Awakening level represents the host's current level of development regarding their special ability. The higher the awakening level, the stronger the host's control over the special ability. Ding. Does the host wish to allocate points to awakening level? Is that how it works? Currently, he had only developed 1%. It was indeed far too low. Spacetime ability. Spacetime ability. As they say, space is supreme, time is king. I must allocate points to this. Divine System, allocate talent points. Ding, points successfully allocated. In a vague sense, Lin felt as though the space around him had become clearer. When he reached out to touch it, he experienced a unique sensation. He looked at the panel again. His awakening level had now reached 3%, but his cultivation points had been reduced to 0. He grimaced. Broke so broke. Divine System, you mentioned earlier that killing beasts can also earn cultivation points? Ding. That is correct. The host can obtain corresponding cultivation points by slaying the monsters of this world. Want to get stronger, kid? Then work hard to hunt down those beasts.
You're not suggesting I work hard at a job, are you, my dear divine system?
Lin was speechless. Still, to get stronger, he'd have to figure something out for now.
He'd ask the instructor tomorrow. Alright then, back to cultivation. He still had 2 supernatural ability pills left. Lin swallowed them both in one go and began cultivating.
With a 30x cultivation speed boost, coupled with the pill's assistance, the rate at which supernatural abilities were growing could only be described with 2 words.
Terrifying.
A night passed, and dawn was breaking. Lin slowly opened his eyes. His bones creaked as he moved after a night of cultivation. The supernatural energy within his body was nearing saturation.
He estimated he'd be able to break through today. This feeling, it's so awesome. Divine system, check in. Ding. Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, the spacetime ability divine eye.
Do you wish to accept it? Upon hearing the check-in reward, Lin froze in place. The spacetime ability divine eye? Holy shit. Just the name alone is mind-blowing. Accept. Ding. Fusing in progress.
This divine eye contains the mighty power of heaven and earth. Please wait patiently, host.
Ding. Detected interference from this world's rules. The divine system has been shielded. Ding.
It truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 10 great divine eyes. With just a simple command, he managed to freeze space and even stop time.
If he used this in future battles, wouldn't he be practically invincible? Divine system, what other functions does this spacetime ability divine eye have?
He was incredibly excited. Cheating was truly exhilarating. The more he cheated, the better it felt.
Ding.
This divine eye can pierce through all illusions, possesses supreme rule-based power, and contains boundless might.
It can pierce through all illusions?
Lin pondered for a moment, then looked at his status panel.
A new line had appeared in the panel. Talent, SSS rank supernatural ability spacetime ability super SSS rank spacetime ability sacred law origin, 3% awakened.
Spacetime ability divine eye, one of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, 1% awakened.
He twisted his lips into a wry smile. I'm so broke.
Today's class will focus on teaching you all how to effectively channel the energy of the heavens and earth. In the classroom, Instructor Chi was explaining the lesson's content.
After yesterday's ordeal, no one in the class except Lin had any thoughts of resistance left.
Lin, you've already broken through the warrior rank.
Come up here and demonstrate it for everyone. Instructor Chi looked at Lin.
He had already explained the specific method, and since Lin, this outlier, was here, he decided to have him demonstrate it.
Yes, instructor.
Hearing this, Lin walked up to the podium. He closed his eyes. In an instant, the supernatural energy all around him, like wild wolves that had gone 3 days without food encountering a whole roasted lamb sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, rushed frantically toward Lin.
Instructor Chi stood to the side in silence, utter silence.
He felt that letting this kid demonstrate had been a mistake. Didn't he see how the other kids below were all staring in disbelief, as if asking him,
"Is this right, Instructor Chi?" Boom!
A powerful surge radiated from Lin's body. His aura had grown even stronger.
What? He broke through? Instructor Chi gasped again.
He couldn't believe his eyes. Right under his very nose, this kid, who had only awakened 2 days ago, had broken through to the late first stage.
It seemed like it had taken him over half a year, from his awakening to breaking through to the late first stage. And this kid had done it in just 2 days? Hearing the instructor's words, the class erupted once more. Holy shit, what is going on? Big Shot Lin broke through again? Is that for real? Who is going to? Never mind, I'll do it myself. Ouch, damn, that really hurts. This isn't a damn dream. Man, is he even going to let us live? Everyone stared intently at the scene unfolding before them. They were still struggling just to absorb their abilities, yet Lin had already broken through to the late stage 1.
Jack was also shaking the few pounds of flesh on his body. After arguing his case last night, his old man had given him a bank card with 2 million on it, telling him to do whatever he wanted with it. 200W was an astronomical sum for him in the past. Whenever he asked his family for money, they'd only give him a few thousand at a time. His old man had finally been persuaded Lin's talent was truly terrifying, and definitely worth investing in. He was thinking about how to get the money to Lin. Giving it directly would make him seem too calculating. He had to come up with a plan, but with his brain, he really couldn't think of anything good. Forget it, I'll just come clean. After all, no one can stop me from latching onto this big shot. After saying that, he made up his mind a happy life lay ahead. A moment later, Lin opened his eyes, surprised that he'd broken through so quickly. He saw the instructor standing silently beside him and stood up. "Instructor, my demonstration is over. I'll head down now." "Huh? Oh, okay, go ahead." That was a great demonstration. Instructor Chi, having regained his composure, offered a brief compliment. The other students continued to look at Lin with admiration, and the girls' eyes were particularly sparkling. If there hadn't been other people present, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist throwing themselves at him. Back at his seat, Lin noticed Jack next to him staring at him with a goofy grin and furrowed his brow slightly. "You fatso, what are you thinking about?" "Hee, Lin, I've got some good news." "What's the good news?" "Hee, I begged my old man for ages last night. I told him I have a best buddy with incredible talent who is bound to be a big shot in the future. Guess what? The old man gave me 200W. Hee, Lin, isn't that the kind of thing a real brother would do?" With that, Jack pulled out a bank card and tossed it to Lin. Staring at the bank card in front of him, Lin was actually a bit surprised. As his only friend, he had never once thought of asking Jack for anything. Since arriving in this world, he'd actually maintained a certain detachment, keeping his distance from absolutely everything. Jack was pretty much the only friend he could really talk to, and besides, right now, he was definitely short on cash. He tucked the bank card away. "Well, I won stand on ceremony then." In truth, even without this, once he'd grown and established himself, he would have helped those he approved of within his means. That was just the kind of person he was. Ha, we're family here. If you run out, just let me know, I'll go ask the old man for more," Jack said with a laugh. All set. By the end of the class, most of the students had successfully absorbed the supernatural energy into their bodies. After their first experience, everyone was hooked. They discovered that once their bodies absorbed this energy, the fatigue from yesterday's high-intensity training had significantly lessened. Today's class is over. Here's your homework. Once you get home, everyone must guide the supernatural energy through a full cycle within your bodies. I'll check tomorrow. Anyone who hasn't finished will have to run 100 kilometers with a weight. Dismissed. The students, having tasted the benefits, waved goodbye to the instructor one after another. "Hey, Lin, do you have something else to do?" Instructor Chi noticed Lin was still sitting in his seat and asked curiously. "Instructor, there is something I'd like to ask you." "Oh? Do you want to take the field trial?" Instructor Chi was somewhat surprised to hear this, though not entirely. In his eyes, Lin was a prodigy and a formidable one at that. Seriously, had he ever seen a mid-first-tier fighter unleash a third-tier attack? That's right. True power is forged through battle, one step at a time. I want to grow as fast as possible. Lin nodded. You're right. It's rare to see such determination. Instructor Chi was growing more and more impressed with Lin the more he observed him. He'd have to talk to the boss later. With a prodigy like this, maybe he could recruit him to his own faction. "All right, come with me. I'll take you to a great spot." With that, Instructor Chi led Lin out of the school grounds. Soon, the two arrived at a station. Manuan Forest? Seeing the sign in the distance, Lin looked pensive. "Let us go." Instructor Chi pulled Lin into a hall up ahead, where quite a few people were gathered. Arriving at a service window, Instructor Chi turned to the clerk and said, "Issue this kid an ID token." The clerk looked at Lin and furrowed his brow. "Hello, sir. Only a Tier 1 warrior is eligible to apply for an ID token." To him, Lin looked far too young. In all his time working here, he had never seen such a young warrior. Upon hearing this, Instructor Chi smiled at Lin. Lin shrugged his shoulders, and with a sudden surge of energy, the aura of a Tier 1 warrior radiated from him. The staff member was taken aback, but quickly recovered. "Sir, I'm very sorry. I'll process your ID token right away." With that, he began recording the information. Name? Lin. Age? 16. Cultivation level? Lin thought for a moment, then decided not to hide it. Late first tier. Hearing late first tier, the staff member was stunned once again. A 16-year-old at late first tier? Which prominent family had been keeping this prodigy hidden away? He didn't dare look up at Lin, and his hands moved even faster. Alright, here is your ID token. Please keep it safe." He respectfully presented the ID token with both hands. A prodigy like this must be the scion of a prominent clan, and he certainly wouldn't dare to get any ideas. Lin's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and since nearly everyone in this hall had already reached the warrior tier, their hearing was quite sharp. "Late stage, Tier 1 at 16? You've got to be kidding me. That's a genius. When I was 16, I was still struggling to master my communication ability. Man, this kid is clearly the son of a prominent family. We're no match for him." Many were quite astonished. They'd never heard of such a prodigy before. He must be a scion of a prominent family here to gain experience. Make sure to keep your identity token safe. It serves as your warrior certification and will also record some of your details. As Instructor Chi spoke, he led Lin around the hall. This is a branch of the Dragon Nation Warrior Association. Over there are some missions you can take on. Once completed, you'll receive corresponding rewards. Lin looked at the task board on the wall not far away, which listed numerous missions and their rewards. That's the training room, available for warriors' daily practice. It's well supplied with spiritual energy though, of course, you'll have to pay to use it. Next to that are the testing stations, where warriors can measure their various physical metrics. At this point, he was actually quite curious about this kid Lin's physical prowess. During their sparring session last time, he discovered that the kid's strength was quite astonishing. He possessed strength on par with a late-stage warrior even while still in the mid-stage. Now that he has reached the late stage, it must be even more terrifying, right? I wonder how this kid trained. Was he born with superhuman strength? You must have noticed it on your way here. The wilderness forest? That's right. Didn't you ask me if there were any places for trials? The wilderness forest is an excellent training ground. There are quite a few Tier 1 ferocious beasts roaming the outer regions. With your strength, as long as you're careful, you shouldn't have any major problems. Instructor Chi looked at the student in front of him. With late Tier 1 cultivation and Tier 3 level attacks, as long as he was careful, the ferocious beasts in the outer regions posed no real threat to him. Lin nodded and slowly walked over to the bulletin board. C-rank quest: slay an early-stage first-tier Blue Plains wolf and collect its claws, pelt, and other materials. Reward: 100,000. C-rank quest: find 100 fragrance herbs. Reward: 120,000. B-rank quest: slay a mid-stage first-tier flame-slaying lion and collect its internal organs and lion paws. Reward: 500,000. A rank quest: slay a late-stage, peak-level rattlesnake king, collect its gallbladder. Reward: 100W. S-rank quest: find 10 plants of fragrant lingji, a second-tier spiritual herb. Reward: 500W. Note: powerful beasts lurk around this spiritual herb. Warriors, please be cautious. Looking at the wall covered with quests. Thank you, instructor. I'll be on my way now. After saying his goodbyes, Lin made his way alone to the entrance of the wilderness forest and walked right in. I can't wait. Instructor Chi watched Lin disappear, then left the area himself. He had other matters to attend to.
Once he was deep in the forest, Lin's nerves remained on edge. This was his first training mission. He couldn't afford to slip up now. He hadn't gone far before he encountered a ferocious beast. Judging by its aura, this must be an early stage, first-tier ferocious beast, an earth spirit rat. Lin stared at the earth spirit rat that had appeared before him. It had enormous incisors, was covered in fur, and possessed a pair of blood-red pupils. Clearly, the beast had also spotted Lin and was baring its teeth at him. Early first tier. I wonder if it can even withstand a single punch from me. Boom! With a loud thud, a massive hole appeared in the center of the earth spirit rat's body. Lin's fist had punched right through it. Weak. Ding. Defeated an early first tier ferocious beast. Earned 100 cultivation points. Ha! Only 100 points for an early first tier beast? Hearing the voice from the divine system, Lin furrowed his brow. So stingy. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Divine system, can I exchange this beast's corpse for cultivation points? Ding. Yes, host. A corpse of an early stage earth spirit rat has been detected and is eligible for exchange. It can be exchanged for 200 cultivation points. Do you wish to proceed? That little? Oh well, exchange it. Ding. Exchange successful. At the same time, the corpse of the slain earth spirit rat vanished. After successfully slaying a ferocious beast, Lin didn't feel much of anything. He was a bit puzzled when had his heart grown so cold? He pressed on. Most of the day passed like this. Lin encountered a total of more than a dozen ferocious beasts along the way, almost all of them at the early first tier stage. They couldn't withstand even a single punch from him. By now, his cultivation points had risen to 4,500. Not bad. This efficiency is decent. Lin nodded. Just then, he heard a commotion ahead. It sounded like a battle was underway. He scanned the area and sensed both humans and ferocious beasts. He decided to go take a look and see if he could score a free kill. In a clearing up ahead, 3 warriors were fighting fiercely against a ferocious beast. Boss, it's no use. This beast's hide is too thick. Our attacks can't break through its defense at all. Yeah, boss. Maybe we should call it quits. My abilities are almost depleted. If this drags on, we'll be in danger. 2 of the mid-tier first-rank warriors shouted to their leader while continuing to attack the ferocious beast. The leader, who was attacking the most fiercely, looked utterly helpless. He was giving it his all, but that damned beast was just too tough. The 3 of them couldn't even scratch it. Left with no choice, he had to give up. Number 2, number 3, prepare to retreat. Got it. Yes, boss. After the 3 brothers unleashed one final powerful strike, they immediately retreated backward. They had given up. The ferocious beast they'd been battling for half a day stood where it was, showing no intention of pursuing them, relying on its formidable defense. Damn it, I didn't expect this beast's shell to be so tough. I miscalculated this time. It's okay. The 3 of us are still alive and well. Ahem, well, since you've given up, this ferocious beast is mine now. Who's there? The 3 brothers looked startled and immediately turned to Lin, who was standing nearby. They hadn't noticed anyone there at all just a moment ago. If this person had struck from the shadows, then... At this thought, cold sweat began to break out on all 3 of their faces. What I mean is, since you've given up, this beast is mine. The speaker was Lin. After saying this, he paid no further attention to the 3 men's thoughts and walked straight up to the beast, staring it down. The beast's eyes flashed with ferocity upon seeing Lin. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Lin said with a smile. This was a mid-first tier pangolin, known for its high defense, but unfortunately for it, it had run into him. Boom! The pangolin died with its eyes wide open. It never expected that the defense it prided itself on wouldn't even withstand a single punch from its opponent. The 3 men, who hadn't gotten far away, were terrified by the sight. The leader quickly urged the other 2 to get out of there. Number 2, number 3, let us get out of here. With that, he took off first, afraid that if he moved too slowly, the other guy would take him out. He ran a good distance before daring to stop and catch his breath. "Boss, what kind of fighter was that guy just now?" "He was way too fierce," one of them said, still shaken. The three of them had been fighting for ages with no progress, yet the opponent ended the battle with a single punch. If he'd been intent on killing them and robbing them, not a single one of them would have made it out alive. "I'm not really sure either. I've never heard of anyone like that before. We'd better be more careful from now on, brothers. It looks like things are about to get rough in this wilderness forest." Lin, who had just slain the pangolin, paid no mind to the three-man fleeing behind him. Ding! Slayed a mid-tier level 1 pangolin. Earned 300 cultivation points. Corpse recovered successfully. Earned 300 cultivation points. Mid-tier level 1 beasts yield significantly more points. Lin nodded and continued on his way. At dusk, Lin's figure appeared at the entrance. A full day of combat had earned him nearly 20,000 cultivation points. He walked over to the workstation, turned in some quest materials, and received another 800,000 gold coins. The day's haul should be enough for him to allocate points once or twice. Back home. Divine System, open the panel. Ding! Hostess panel has been opened. Looking at his panel, Lin finally decided to boost his mental power once more, as he discovered that the higher his mental power, the more effortlessly he could control every aspect of his abilities. If there were enough points left over, he'd use them to increase the awakening level of his space-time ability, the Divine Eye. Divine System, allocate points to my mental power and the space-time ability, the Divine Eye. Ding, points allocated successfully. That feels good. Having once again experienced the sensation of controlling everything, Lin was thoroughly satisfied. At this point, his mental power had reached 100 points, and the awakening level of his space-time ability, the Divine Eye, had reached 2%. His cultivation points were now at 0. He couldn't help but think, well, I'll continue tomorrow. Over the next few days, Lin spent his days slaying beasts and his nights cultivating. His control over himself grew increasingly perfect. Alright, that's enough for today. Looking at the ferocious beast before him, which no longer showed any signs of life, Lin called out to the Divine System with practiced ease. Ding! You have slain a mid-tier, second-stage ferocious beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Reward, 1,000 cultivation points. Would you like to recover the beast's corpse? Recover. Ding! Recovery successful. Reward, 1,000 cultivation points. After so many days of killing, his cultivation points had reached 80,000. Combined with the nearly 5 million gold coins earned from completing quests. If exchanged in full, that would amount to 130,000. Tonight is the moment I reap the rewards of my efforts. Returning to the Warrior Association Hall, Lin expertly handed over some quest materials to the staff member. Over the past few days, the staff member's attitude toward Lin had grown increasingly respectful. In a place like this, a second-tier warrior was already considered a major figure, yet the young man before him had turned in a substantial amount of materials from mid-second-tier ferocious beasts alone. He was truly a prodigy. Please wait a moment, Lord Lin. I'll calculate your rewards right away. Lin nodded. He had good luck today, coming across many items needed for his quests. The hall was now filled with warriors, many of whom were regulars here. Without any connections, they could only rely on slaying beasts to obtain the resources needed for their daily cultivation. It's him again. Every time he comes in these days, he has already completed a bunch of tasks on the board, even S-rank missions. Those require a warrior with at least mid-stage 2 strength to qualify. What a terrifying kid. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. I ran into him in the wasteland last time. Guess what happened? Huh? What? Did he steal you away? Not exactly, but he took down a second-tier beast with a single punch. It nearly scared the crap out of me. Holy shit, is that for real? A second-tier beast with one punch? It's true. Shit, he's looking this way. Keep it down, keep it down. The group of people who had been chatting noticed Lin's gaze sweeping their way. They immediately fell silent, all lowering their heads as if a stunningly beautiful woman were lying on the ground, completely captivating their attention. Lord Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. The total for the materials you provided, including the mission reward, comes to 1.93 million. I negotiated on your behalf and rounded it up to a nice round number 2 million. The gold coins have already been transferred to your identity token. Please check your balance. The staff member's tone was very respectful. Lin glanced at him. Thank you. I'll be in touch if I need anything in the future. Although 70,000 wasn't much, he appreciated the other party's goodwill. The staff member was delighted to hear this, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain, and immediately became even more respectful. By the way, are any of the training rooms over there available right now? Yes, one just became available. It's the D training room. The rate is 100,000 gold coins per hour. The staff member immediately began explaining the details. 100,000 per hour. Here's 5 million. Please set it up for 2 days. Certainly, Lord Lin. Please wait a moment, I'll take care of it right away. Lin nodded. Before long, the staff member had completed the paperwork and led Lin to a decultivation room. Here's your access card. We've loaded 50 hours of cultivation time onto it for you. When the time runs out, an alert tone will sound to notify you. We wish you a successful cultivation session. With that, the staff member stepped back. Holding the access card, Lin walked inside and found a card slot. After inserting the card, the entire room was instantly filled with a dense aura of mutant energy. Whoa, the mutant energy in the air is really dense. This 500W was well spent. Feeling the energy fluctuations coming from all directions, Lin immediately sat down in the lotus position. Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding. Personal panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talents, SSS rank supernatural ability spacetime ability plus super SSS rank spacetime ability sacred law origin, 3% awakening. Spacetime ability divine eye plus one of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, 2% awakening. Level, early stage 2+. Vitality, 580 points plus barely escaped the low tier amateur stage. Mental power, 120 plus TT Teddy. Cultivation technique, Void Scripture plus First Glimpse. Martial skill, Void Blade plus Beginner. Cultivation points, 83,500 20,000 cultivation points available for exchange. In just a few days, his cultivation had already broken through to the early second stage, so he no longer needed to rely on point allocation for improvement. As for his innate abilities, however, he hadn't made any progress at all these past few days. He really was a total waste of space. But it didn't matter. Divine System, allocate points to my innate abilities. Ding. Which ability would the host like to allocate points to? All of them. Ding. Points allocated successfully. His cultivation points plummeted from over 80,000 to less than 10,000 in an instant. Lin watched the dwindling cultivation points with a heavy heart. These were earned by relentlessly slaying ferocious beasts day after day, and now so many were gone in a single moment. However, before he could dwell on the loss for long, he sensed a transfer in his body and vision. Powerful. An indescribable sense of power, as if his very essence were undergoing a transcendence. As the protagonist, his intuitive sense was the most acute. He clearly felt that his understanding of the spacetime ability had deepened, and as the development of his innate abilities progressed, the energy he consumed while using them would gradually decrease. Glancing at his stats panel again, he saw that his two major talents had reached 7% and 5% awakening levels, respectively. At the same time, his innate martial skill, the Void Blade, had advanced from the beginner stage to the minor achievement stage. Divine System, redeem 20,000 cultivation points, and fully replenish my vitality and mental energy. Ding, redemption successful. Ding, points successfully added.
A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body once more, while his mind raced at breakneck speed. It was beyond exhilarating. Lin pulled out a bottle of ability pills, tossed a few into his mouth, and began to focus intently on his cultivation. The moment he closed his eyes, the supernatural energy throughout the entire cultivation chamber sensed a mysterious call and surged madly toward Lin. At the same time, the blood void on the surface of Lin's panel was absorbing it without restraint. After days of fierce combat, his body hadn't absorbed this much supernatural energy in a long time. It was truly a satisfying, all-consuming feast. Feed me. Directly above him, a small vortex formed, channeling an endless stream of supernatural energy into Lin's body. Amid these terrifying fluctuations, his cultivation level rose rapidly. Outside, a staff member in charge of managing the cultivation rooms noticed something was amiss. He detected that the energy stones in one of the earth cultivation rooms were being consumed at an unusually rapid rate. At first, he assumed there was a malfunction. However, after conducting a series of checks, he found nothing wrong. Seeing the consumption rate continue to rise, he immediately reported the matter to his superiors. "What do you mean? Excessive consumption?" A middle-aged man with a square face furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Yes, supervisor. At the current rate, that training room is consuming nearly 10 psionic stones per hour on average," the staff member reported cautiously. "What? 10 psionic stones per hour? How is that possible?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Psionic stones were the hard currency among warriors and an exceptionally rare type of crystal containing highly concentrated psionic energy, which warriors could directly absorb for cultivation. However, the supply of psionic stones was limited, making them extremely valuable. Even the cheapest psionic stone available on the market cost nearly 100,000. The middle-aged man could no longer sit idly by. He immediately ordered his subordinate to take him to the scene to investigate. After an inspection, no issues were found. "Since it's not our fault, then the problem must lie with the person inside. Pull up the person's records and show them to me." Frowning, the middle-aged man barked orders at the person standing nearby, while simultaneously considering whether to forcibly summon the person inside. If this continued, his losses would be substantial. However, interrupting a warrior's cultivation was the greatest taboo unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want to do that. "Manager, take a look." A staff member quickly handed him Lin's personal file, which contained information on his level when he first arrived, along with a note indicating he was a suspected scion of a prominent family. 16 years old, late first tier. A suspected scion of a prominent family? After reading it, the middle-aged man was even more dumbfounded. Where on earth had this prodigy come from? Never mind the suspected scion of a prominent family, the fact that he was only 16 years old and possessed late-stage 1 strength alone was enough to leave him utterly stunned. As the head of this facility, he'd seen his fair share of geniuses, but he'd truly never encountered one quite like this. Just then, the staff member who had been attending to Lin walked over and whispered a few words into the supervisor's ear. The middle-aged man was even more astonished. "He possesses at least mid-stage 2 strength. This isn't just a genius, he's a freak of nature." Now, he was actually getting excited. To actually come across such a prodigy, he absolutely had to seize this opportunity. "Supervisor, how do you suggest we handle this?" the staff member in charge of the cultivation room asked quietly. "Top it up. No matter how much he uses, don't worry about it, fill it up. By the way, how long exactly will his cultivation session last this time?" "Sir, it's a total of 50 hours. At the current rate of 10 per hour, that'll require about 500. Hearing that number, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. 500 converted to gold coins, that was worth 5,000 W. He gritted his teeth. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Top it up. Keep a close eye on this place for the next couple of days. As soon as it runs low, top it up. Notify me immediately when it's almost over." The middle-aged man suppressed the pain in his heart and, after speaking, vanished. He feared that if he stayed there any longer, he would regret it. In the ground-level training room, Lin was still meditating with his eyes closed. The energy within his body had already reached the peak of the early second stage. Boom! He broken through to the mid-second stage. But he didn't open his eyes, he continued his cultivation. He briefly woke up once in the middle to check in with the divine system. After claiming a bottle of supernatural pills, he closed his eyes again, immersing himself in his cultivation. 50 hours passed quickly, and a mechanical voice rang out in the room. Esteemed Mr. Lin, your cultivation time is about to expire. Would you like to extend it? Upon hearing the prompt, Lin opened his eyes. Feeling the surging energy within him, he shook his head. No, I want to extend it. The cultivation chamber here was truly effective. The concentration of supernatural energy was exceptionally high. In just these past 2 days, he had already broken through to the late second stage. It was about time to go out for a walk. Upon stepping out of the cultivation chamber, he noticed several figures standing ahead, as if waiting for him. Excuse me, are you young brother Lin? The middle-aged man leading the group, upon seeing him, immediately smiled and stepped forward. I'm Lin. May I ask who you are? Hello, brother Lin. I'm Sun Xian, the manager here. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Brother Sunday. The middle-aged man introduced himself briefly, his tone warm and friendly, as if he'd run into a comrade he hadn't seen in ages, without a trace of arrogance. Brother Sunday. Ha, young Lin, there are a lot of people here and prying eyes. How about we go sit in my reception room for a bit? Hearing Lin address him that way, Sun Xian was delighted. He stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Lin didn't sense any ill will from the other man, and since he was the person in charge here, he felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he agreed. This way, then, young Lin. Sun Xian immediately took the lead. After they left, a flurry of whispers filled the hall. If I'm not mistaken, that was Magistrate Sun just now. Right, that's him. Who is that young man? How could he get Magistrate Sun to personally greet him and even call him brother? I'm curious too. Magistrate Sun is the head of this place, wielding immense power, and I've heard he is a 5th-tier powerhouse. Whoa! That makes me even more curious. Could that young man be the scion of a prominent clan? Who cares who he is? I can't stand people like that. They rely on their ancestors' influence, but if it ever comes down to a fight, they're all talk. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you or you'll lose your head. A elegant room. Lin sat slightly to one side, with some fruit arranged before him. He had a vague hunch, but wasn't entirely sure. Sun Xian then spoke up, young brother Lin, there's no need to be nervous. To be honest, inviting you here was a spur-of-the-moment decision on my part. One felt an instant connection with you the moment we met. I just heard from my men downstairs that a prodigious young talent has arrived at our station. Now that I see you, young brother Lin, you truly are a rare gem. If his perception was correct, the youth before him was far from being in the late first stage. He had clearly already reached the late second stage. A 16-year-old at the late second stage. Holy crap! He'd never seen such a prodigy in his entire life. As long as no unexpected setbacks occur along the way, this youth is bound to become a pillar of the Dragon Nation in the future. Brother Sun, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary person. Lin remained neither humble nor arrogant. He sensed the other man's goodwill, and it seemed things were pretty much as he'd anticipated. Modest and unhurried. If I'd had that kind of mindset back in the day, I might have gone even further. With a hint of nostalgia, Sun Xian cut straight to the chase and pulled a black card from his sleeve. This is the Black Gold membership card for our martial arts association. It grants you a 30% discount at any martial arts association branch in Dragon Nation. Plus, it comes with a monthly credit limit of 2000W. Consider it a welcome gift from your older brother. Looking at the Black Gold card before him, Lin didn't accept it right away. Brother, what's this? Young brother Lin, you're overthinking it. Since you call me brother, I wouldn't harm you. This card is simply a small token of my goodwill. I ask for nothing in return.
Sun Xian smiled as he looked at the young man. Such a prodigy, with a world of potential within him, only needed to be treated with sincerity. In that case, I won't refuse it. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Lin took the black gold card. He had to admit that Sun Xian's approach to dealing with people left him without a shred of resentment. Brother Sun, I'm not sure what you mean by that monthly 2000 W credit limit. At that moment, he felt a bit embarrassed. He just accepted the other man's kindness, and now he was asking for money right away. Wasn't that a bit inappropriate? Sun Xian replied with a smile, it means that as long as you hold this card, you can claim a monthly credit limit of 2000 W from the Martial Arts Association, with an annual maximum of 100 million. All you need to do is pay it back within the next 3 years, and there is no additional interest. Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes lit up instantly. 100 million every year. That's a great deal. As for paying it off in 3 years, given his abilities, settling the debt after that shouldn't be a problem. As if he just thought of something, Lin looked at Sun Xian with a touch of embarrassment. Nephew Lin, feel free to speak your mind. Sun Xian flashed a smile. Since he chosen to befriend the young man before him, he was more than willing to help within his means. Brother Sun. I wonder if I could apply for a whole year's credit limit all at once? After saying this, even Lin himself felt a bit shameless. The slight flush on his cheeks betrayed his embarrassment. Sun Xian was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party's first request to be for such a large sum. So he fixed his gaze on Lin, as if deep in thought. Lin looked up, aware that his request might put Sun Xian in a difficult position. Still, if possible, he really wanted to give it a shot. 100 million was equivalent to 100,000 cultivation points. With those 100,000 cultivation points, he would grow stronger in no time. It seems nephew Lin's boldness is truly extraordinary. After observing him for a moment, Sun Xian made up his mind. As the head of a site, he did have some authority. In that case, I'll lend nephew Lin a helping hand. Hearing this, Lin's heart leapt with joy, and he replied. Rest assured, Brother Sunday. I'll never forget this favor. He. Sun Xian smiled at this. In life, there is never such a thing as kindness without a reason, only the exchange of mutual interests. I've already had someone transfer 100 million to your token. Sun Xian remained seated where he was. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. A late second-tier cultivator at 16, even the scions of the imperial capital's most prestigious clans aren't this prodigious. Lin sprinted all the way back to his little hut. His cultivation breakthrough had made him incredibly fast. Divine system, convert all 100 million funds into cultivation points. Ding. Conversion successful. Current available cultivation points, 100 W. What overwhelming wealth! Looking at a full 100 W of cultivation points, Lin realized he never fought a battle with such abundant resources before. I need to upgrade my cultivation technique. And my innate abilities, that's the priority, need to be upgraded too. Mental power is also crucial. I've realized it's like a CPU, add points. As for vitality, I love the feeling of knocking everything out with a single punch, add points. Martial arts, need I say more? Add points. Cultivation level, let us see. If there's anything left, add it. Lin nodded with satisfaction, pleased with his plan. Divine system, follow my plan and allocate the points. Ding. Points allocated successfully. His cultivation points were instantly reset to 0, not a single point remaining. Lin watched this with great suspicion. Every single time, it left him with absolutely nothing. He had every reason to suspect that the divine system was secretly pocketing the points. Ding. Host, please do not insult this divine system. Ding. This divine system is the divine system, it's not some petty, insignificant thing. There is no need for such accusations. Lin didn't believe a word of it. But this overwhelming sense of power felt absolutely amazing. Feeling the changes within himself, he felt invincible. Divine system, open the panel. Ding! Hostess personal panel has been opened. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability. Spacetime ability. Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability. Sacred Law. Origin, 12% awakening. Spacetime ability. Divine Eye. One of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, 10% awakening. Level, early stage 3. Vitality, 10,000. Oh? Is this even possible? Mental power, 1,000 points. Come on, I'll catch up to that blind guy soon. Cultivation technique, Void Scripture beginner level. Martial skill, Void Blade Peak minor achievement. Cultivation points, 0 inch. So this is my current profile? Lin clenched his fists right now. He really wanted to pick a fight with someone. I'll go find the instructor at school tomorrow. Phew, I'd better get a good night's sleep tonight. After a quick wash, Lin lay down on his bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. These past few days, he hadn't let his guard down even for a moment. His nerves had been constantly on edge, so it was definitely time to relax a bit. Ever since discovering he'd been transported to another world, he'd been exceptionally cautious with every step he took, feeling completely out of place in this world. He felt a deep sense of insecurity. His whole life had been like walking on thin ice. Perhaps that was the root cause of his eagerness to improve his strength. Only by becoming powerful could he find a sense of. Is this what Grandmaster level combat technique is like? Lin silently reflected on this, suddenly realizing how foolish he had been before fighting without any technique whatsoever, nothing but a brute. Generally speaking, combat skills are divided into 5 levels: subtle, dawn, master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. A 16-year-old boy possessing grandmaster-level combat skills was unprecedented in the entire Dragon Nation. It was time to go find Instructor Chi for some training. 3rd Middle School. On the back mountain, Instructor Chi suddenly sneezed. Phew! Strange, it's so hot out. Could it be that some brat is bad-mouthing me behind my back? Instructor Chi sniffed the air, then barked loudly, "You little brats, hurry up and keep up. Anyone who doesn't reach the summit in 30 minutes will have extra training tomorrow." The student he scolded dared not speak up, so he simply gritted his teeth and gave it his all to keep up with the main group ahead. As he walked, Instructor Chi continued to bark orders, "Hurry up, all of you. Look at yourselves, it's been so many days, and not a single one of you has broken through to warrior level. I've never led a class as lousy as yours. Don't you ever say you were trained by me, it's too embarrassing." The students' faces turned purple from the scolding, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to resist. A couple of days ago, Zach from their class finally reached his limit. As someone with an A-class psychic talent, he possessed the pride of a genius. But he'd been thoroughly subdued, and now his daily training load was double that of the others. Didn't you see that while the others were carrying 50 kilograms, Zach was hauling 100 kilograms? Come to think of it, I haven't heard from that kid Lin in quite a while. I wonder how his training is going. Instructor Chi stroked his chin. He had reported this prodigy to his superiors long ago. His superior's stance was clear: Lin was out of their league. Every word implied the same thing: Lin had already caught the attention of higher-ups, and they didn't stand a chance. He felt a bit disappointed. It was rare for him to come across such a prodigy. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Hello, this is Kino." "Hello, is this Instructor Chi?" Lin's voice came through on the other end. "Oh. It's you, Lin. Is your training over?" "Yes, Instructor Chi. I'm not sure where you and the other students are right now. I came to school and found that none of you were here." "Oh, I brought them to the back mountain for physical training." "Just come straight over." "Got it, Instructor Chi." After hanging up, Instructor Chi smiled. It had been quite a few days since he'd seen this kid. He wondered how much he'd improved during this training. Before long, a figure appeared before him. It was Lin, who had come to meet him. Looking at the teenager in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Chi Nua's eyes. He realized that after just a few days apart, he couldn't quite figure this kid out anymore. "Instructor Chi." Lin greeted him politely. Lin, is there something you need from me?"
These training exercises of mine won't be of much use to you at your current level. He assumed Lin had come to ask to join the training. Lin shook his head. Instructor, I'd like to have another sparring match with you. On an open field. The students from the special training class were seated all around, looking slightly exhausted. So, who do you think will win this time? It's gotta be my bro Lin YYDS. I actually think Instructor Chi will win this time. Last time, Lin only won because the instructor went easy on him. Otherwise, do you really think an instructor can't beat a freshman? Zach was surprisingly supportive of Lin this time. I think Lin will win. Bro Tion ran? Zach pursed his lips. He noticed a hint of seriousness on Instructor Chia's face this time. Jack, lying on the ground nearby and gasping for breath, desperately wanted to cheer loudly for his best friend, but he simply didn't have the energy. All he could do was stammer out his opinion in fits and starts. Lin Xiao is definitely going to win. The two men they were talking about stood face to face, and Instructor Chi had already sensed something was off. He was far too composed. And what was with all those openings all over his body? With his combat skills at the peak of the Dawn realm, a single glance was enough for him to spot more than 10 vulnerabilities. That was even more than during their first clash. Instructor Chi, I have a humble request, please show your true strength. Lin looked at his opponent. He was no longer the teenager he once was. He feared Instructor Chi was still holding back. If that were the case, he was afraid that if he lost control of his strength even for a moment, Instructor Chi would obliterate him on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, a fluctuation of early third-tier power radiated out. Chi Nuo suddenly froze in shock. Third tier? He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Instructor, are you ready? Hearing Lin's serious tone, Zeno immediately composed himself. After all, he walked through a field of corpses. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? All right, kid, bring it on. Boom. One punch. Under everyone's gaze, a figure sliced through the sky, flashing like a meteor, and slammed into the mountainside opposite them. If I'm not mistaken, that's Instructor Chi, right? Why, yeah, I think so. Holy shit. The scene left them all speechless. What just happened? Lin had sent their instructor flying with a single punch? Was this really the same Lin who awakened alongside them? Jack, drawing strength from somewhere, jumped to his feet and ran over to Lin, feeling him up from head to toe. Holy shit, Lin, big bro Lin, Grandpa Lin. From now on, you're the only grandpa I'll ever have in this life. Lin felt completely uncomfortable under Jack's hands, so he grabbed Jack by the back of his collar and hoisted him into the air. Stop grossing me out. Jack, however, clung desperately to Lin's arm. Not even Jesus himself could pry them apart. Cough, cough. Not far away, a figure staggered toward them. It was Zeno, the one Lin had sent flying with a single punch. His shirt was in tatters, his hair was a mess, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin felt a bit embarrassed at the sight. He hadn't expected Instructor Chi to be so weak. He even held back more than half his strength. Cough, cough, cough. Kino looked at Lin with mixed emotions, unsure of what to say. Truly, the new generation is pushing aside the old. Instructor Chi, are you okay? Heh, so now you're suddenly concerned about me? Don't worry, I'm not that dramatic. These injuries are nothing. But you really are a bit of a freak. Called a freak by his own instructor, Lin didn't know how to respond. After coughing once more and suppressing the restlessness within him, Chi Nuo looked at Lin. You're the most extraordinary kid I've ever seen in my life. It's only been a few days, right? It had been about half a month, at most. A student who only just awakened had just sent him flying with a single punch. If anyone else had told him that, he would curse them out. You're such a braggart, can't you use some logic for once? Alright, go do whatever you need to do. You don't need to come to the special training class anymore. He waved his hand dismissively. This kid he simply couldn't teach him. Lin nodded. He'd come today simply to exchange a few moves with the coach. Hunting beasts in the wilderness was still a better fit for him right now. After saying goodbye, Lin left the place amid a sea of envious glances. "Big brother Lin, you're my big brother, don't forget you've got a godson here." Jack, ignoring the stares of onlookers, shouted loudly in the direction Lin was heading. Deep down, he was thoroughly disdainful. What a bunch of short-sighted fools, just wait and see how this young master lives the high life alongside my big brother. Lin was at a loss for words. Jack was at it again. However, his sparring session with instructor Chi had been too rushed. It hadn't given him any real sense of his current level of strength. That's right, the Martial Arts Association's testing grounds. With that in mind, he returned to the Martial Arts Association's Ping'an District branch. He was greeted by the staff member in charge of operations whom he'd interacted with before, though the man had since been promoted to the lobby manager. "Lord Lin, it's good to see you again." He looked up respectfully at the benefactor who had brought such tremendous changes to his life. "It's you." "I'm here to test my strength this time." Lin raised an eyebrow, noticing that the man's uniform was now of a higher quality than before, and immediately stated the purpose of his visit. "Certainly, Lord Lin. This way, please." As he led the way, the staff member explained the specifics of the testing procedures to Lin. "Simply put, we have two testing modes here. One involves directly attacking the assessment device, and the other involves sparring against wooden dummies. The assessment device at our station can detect strength levels up to the early 5th rank. As for the wooden dummy training, you select a dummy corresponding to your rank for sparring. This method more closely simulates real combat. Since these dummies have been specially treated, they possess quite advanced combat skills." Lin nodded. "Alright, I'll try the first method first, then move on to the second." The staff member nodded and immediately arranged for someone to prepare the necessary equipment. Normally, there's a fee for these tests, but he didn't mention it. "Lord Lin, the equipment is ready. Please follow me." Lin walked into a private room, where a set of highly sophisticated instruments was set up, with a sturdy striking board positioned in the center. "Lord Lin, simply strike this board with full force. It can withstand attacks up to the early stage of the 5th rank." Without another word, Lin raised his right fist, channeling all his blood energy into the palm of his hand. He unleashed a punch. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, shattering the silence. The nearby instruments immediately began processing the data, emitting intermittent hissing sounds as they appeared to be overloaded. The staff member standing nearby watched in terror as he noticed a faint crack appearing on the wooden board, one that was supposed to withstand a 5th-tier attack. Hiss hiss hiss. Under extreme strain, Lin's data was finally processed. The final result showed that his vital energy had surpassed 10,000 points, and his punching power was comparable to that of a peak 4th-tier fighter. This data nearly scared the staff member to death. He stammered as he relayed the results to Lin. "In that case, for the second test, just go ahead and select a 5th-tier wooden dummy for me." Without another word, Lin immediately proceeded to the next test. "Oh, okay." It was another empty room. Lin looked at the human-shaped wooden dummy in front of him. Not bad at all. With a slight smile, he didn't wait for the dummy to strike. He leaped forward and started fighting right away, their fists clashing in a back-and-forth exchange. The 5th-tier dummy's skin was incredibly tough, and the blows left Lin's fingers aching. "Wow, is this made from a 1,000-year-old turtle shell? It's that hard." Lin shook out his aching hands. Relying solely on brute strength, this was really no easy fight. Outside the room, the staff member reported the situation to Supervisor Sun. Upon hearing the news, Sun Xian thought it sounded like a tall tale. He set down the file he was holding and immediately rushed to the scene. "This boy is truly terrifying." Upon seeing the scene inside the room, he couldn't help but exclaim. That slightly gaunt figure was currently completely dominating the humanoid wooden dummy. This was no ordinary wooden dummy, it was the strongest one at their station, a humanoid wooden dummy with 5th-tier combat prowess. And now it was being overwhelmed by a 16-year-old boy? No one would believe it if they heard about it. Early 3rd-tier cultivation level, over 10,000 vitality points, and strength comparable to a 5th-tier warrior. He was somewhat bewildered faced with such a prodigy. He momentarily didn't know how to respond. Setting aside everything else, a vitality value exceeding 10,000 that was simply beyond the capabilities of a warrior. Little did he know that even he, at mid-5th tier, had a pure vitality value of just over 10,000. Meanwhile, the battle in the room was slowly drawing to a close. Although the wooden dummy was tough, it was no match for Lin at all. Boom! After taking another punch, the wooden dummy was completely destroyed. Not a single part of it remained intact. Many of its vital structures had been brutally shattered by Lin. Phew! That was a blast. Lin shook out his fist. This kind of pure physical confrontation felt incredibly satisfying. Plus, this wooden dummy had been an excellent training target, tough as nails and able to withstand his attacks. However, when he saw the scattered fragments of the completely destroyed dummy lying on the ground, he started to panic. I hope I don't have to pay for breaking this thing. This thing doesn't look cheap. He was pretty broke right now. If he really had to pay for it, he didn't have the money. Oh no, he gone way too hard. The door to the room swung open, and Sun Xian walked in. Before he could say a word, Lin stepped forward to meet him. Brother Sun, there is something I need to talk to you about. Sun Xian was taken aback by Lin's sudden move. Brother Lin, if you have something to say, just go ahead. Well, it's just I accidentally broke that thing. Do I have to pay for it? Lin pointed at the wooden mannequin beside him, which was shattered beyond recognition, and gave him a look of utter innocence. I really didn't mean to break it. Brother Sun, you're not going to make me pay for it, are you? Sun Xian finally caught on, so that's what this was about. You're right, that mannequin is indeed quite valuable, but it depends on who it is. Come on, Brother Lin, you're being too formal. It's just a wooden dummy. If it's broken, it's broken. I wouldn't go so far as to make you pay for it. That would be a total embarrassment for me. Sun Xian waved his hand grandly, acting quite magnanimous. A mere 5th-tier wooden dummy was nothing to my brother Lin. Upon hearing he wouldn't have to pay for it, Lin's expression immediately changed. That's my brother Sun for you. I knew it, he. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. Brother Sun, please stay here, no need to see me off. I'll come visit again next time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin bolted like a shot, vanishing in a flash, as if worried something was amiss. Sun Xian watched the vanishing figure and swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. His gaze swept over the shards beside him, unsure whether to laugh or cry. For the rest of the time, Lin kept himself hidden deep within the wilderness forest. His reputation even spread throughout the outer circles of the wilderness. Among the ferocious beasts, he was said to be incredibly brutal, even more savage than the beasts themselves. This meant that sometimes he wouldn't encounter a single. With a single punch, he took down the 2nd-tier ferocious beast before him, and the mechanical voice of the divine system rang in his mind. Lin looked up at the sky. It was time to head back. Tomorrow marks the 1-month deadline. I'll call it a day today and get back early to rest. He hadn't forgotten that on the day of his awakening, the principal had given him a spot in the elite training camp, and tomorrow was the very last day. After exchanging some quest materials for gold coins, Lin brought his month-long journey through the wasteland to a close. Finally, he has gone with him around. We couldn't even get a foot in the door on this quest. You're telling me? I haven't even seen a single level 1 ferocious beast this whole time. It's absolutely ridiculous. You didn't know? That guy hunted them nearly to extinction. Tisk, tisk. Back in his dilapidated little hut, Lin glanced at his interface. Cultivation points, 43,548, 18,354 redeemable cultivation points. After all that hard work over so many days, he'd only gotten this little bit. Lin wasn't very satisfied. But he just shook his head. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the wilderness forest are nearly wiped out, and the depths are sealed off. He considered venturing deeper to hunt, but a mysterious seal blocked his path. The divine system explained that it was the power of an array, which he couldn't break through with his current strength.
He scratched his head, wondering what was happening deep inside. Divine system, redeem cultivation points. Ding, redemption successful. His cultivation points rose to 61,902. After some thought, he decided to continue investing them in his innate abilities. Divine system, allocate points to my talents. Ding, points successfully allocated. Talent, SSS rank ability spacetime ability super SSS rank spacetime ability sacred law origin, 14% awakening. Spacetime ability, divine eye, one of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, 12% awakening level. That's it? He spent 60,000, yet the combined boost to his two major talents was less than 5%. Divine system, you aren't cutting corners, are you? Lin's tone was a bit off. He worked so hard slaying beasts for so many days, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he was just working for the divine system. Ding. This divine system is fair and impartial. I, the divine system, have no time for such despicable and underhanded behavior. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, is this third middle school, Lin's home? Huh? That voice, it sounded like the principal. Lin opened the door and looked out. Sure enough, it was the principal. Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Principal Chu said with a smile as he looked at Lin. At the same time, he turned to introduce the middle-aged man standing beside him. District Chief Ma, this is Lin, a student at our third middle school. Lin's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, who had well-proportioned features, was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, and wore his hair in a slicked back style. He is my type. Hello, Lin. I'm District Chief Ma of Pinyin District, District Chief Ma said, extending his right hand. Lin quickly extended his left hand and stepped forward. Hello, District Chief Ma. No need to be so formal. I've heard from Principal Chu that his third middle school has produced a prodigy with exceptional talent. It seems old Chu wasn't exaggerating after all. Principal Chu, standing nearby, chuckled. Over the past few days, he had practically spread the news throughout the entire upper echelons of Pinyin District. As a result, the district's leadership was well aware that this year, third middle school had produced a teenager with an SSS-level superpower talent. Lin glanced at his principal, surprised that he had gone to such lengths to promote him. District Chief Ma, Principal, please come in. We want to be going in. I came here today because I personally wanted to meet Pinyin District's top prodigy. District Chief Ma didn't go inside. As the head of the entire Pinyin District, he was determined to take a look at such a gifted prodigy in his jurisdiction. Lin, nice to meet you. I haven't prepared much, but since you've just awakened your abilities, here is 1,000 W in funds. Consider it a reward from the government. District Chief Ma pulled out a bank card. He had already checked Lin's background, which was spotless. For such a prodigy from a humble background, the local government had a special reward system in place. The hope was to help these talented individuals from modest backgrounds grow even faster. As soon as Lin heard the word money, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly accepted the bank card with both hands, repeatedly thanking District Chief Ma. Old Chu, you really hit the nail on the head. I didn't realize this kid was such a money grubber, District Chief Ma said, turning to his old friend standing nearby. It was Chu who had suggested giving him the money directly. This kid is great in every way, except for that greed. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma had been close friends for many years. They even served together on the battlefield. Well then, Lin, District Chief Ma and I won't keep you from your rest any longer. Oh, and remember to come to school tomorrow. The people from the elite training camp will be picking you up. After Principal Chu finished speaking, he and District Chief Ma took their leave. From a distance, one could still hear their conversation. What do you think, old Ma? My student is pretty impressive, isn't he? A true gem among men, old Chu. Where the hell did you get such incredible luck? As the head of the entire Pinyin District, District Chief Ma possessed peak 5th tier psychic cultivation. He was astonished to discover that the student harbored an immense amount of energy within his body. Lin, meanwhile, was happily admiring his balance.
He planned to save up another 100 W cultivation points before undergoing a comprehensive upgrade.
The next day. Divine System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Reward, 10 psionic stones. Ha? Psionic stones? What are those?
He looked at the stones emitting a strange glow in the Divine System S space. With a thought, a psionic stone appeared in his hand.
Such intense psionic energy.
Lin discovered that the stone contained an incredibly dense concentration of psionic energy. Moreover, after giving it a try, he found that he could absorb this energy directly into his body.
Isn't this just like the spirit stones mentioned in the novels from my past life? What a great find! He was feeling lucky and in high spirits.
After quickly getting ready, Lin set off toward the school. At the entrance of 3rd Middle School. As Lin approached, he noticed the principal waiting for him at the gate.
Hello, principal. Lin, you're here. The person picking you up will be here shortly. Let us wait here for a moment.
Principal Chu looked at his star student and motioned for him to stand beside him.
Okay, principal.
Before long, a black stretch van pulled up, and a plainclothes warrior stepped out.
Which one of you is Lin? That's me. I'm the staff member in charge of transportation for this elite training camp. Please come with me to the camp, Lin. Here is my ID.
The plainclothes warrior produced an elite training camp staff ID stamped with the Dragon Nation seal. Principal Chu glanced at it, confirmed it was genuine, and nodded to Lin. Lin looked at the black bus, where other figures were already seated. After briefly bidding farewell to the principal, he boarded the bus.
The bus pulled away, heading toward their destination. Lin chose a window seat and sat down.
Including him, there were nearly 100 young people on the bus. He gave the bus a quick mental scan. Doesn't seem like there are any particularly formidable individuals here. The others on the bus, noticing the newcomer, stared at Lin with curiosity. They were all prodigies from various regions with powerful family backgrounds, extensive resources, and wide-reaching connections. In the past, the elite training camp had essentially served as a training ground for the offspring of prominent families. But according to their elders, this year's cohort included an oddball, a prodigy with extraordinary talent who had been directly granted a spot by the elite training camp's director.
And weren't they all prodigies themselves?
Faced with this prodigy from a humble background, some of them looked down on him and whispered mocking remarks, others adopted a wait-and-see attitude, and still others remained indifferent. Lin had no idea that his reputation had already spread so widely among this group of 100.
Bro, do you mind if I sit here?
A slender teenager sat down next to him.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Morong Yun, from the Morong family in the northwest Tianrong district.
Lin turned to look at the young man. Lin, from Ping'an District 3rd High School.
So your name is Lin, huh? I've heard a lot about you. Morong Yun gave him a curious look. Huh? What do you mean by that, brother Morong?
Lin furrowed his brow slightly. He detected a peculiar tone in Morong Yun's voice.
Huh? You don't know? Know what? Looks like you really don't know. You're one lucky guy.
Seeing that Lin didn't seem to be feigning ignorance, Morong Yun immediately explained. It turned out that not just anyone could get into the elite training camp. Generally speaking, across the entire Western region, thousands of gifted students were recommended each year, but after a series of screenings, only the top 100 were actually admitted to the elite training camp. And yet Lin, a young man from a humble background in a small town, with no connections whatsoever, had somehow been pre-selected for a spot. If it weren't for the fact that the head of the elite training camp had an extraordinary background, one that struck fear into the hearts of the wealthy and powerful, it wouldn't have been nearly this easy for a young man from a humble background to gain admission. Even so, many high-ranking members of prominent families had already issued numerous orders, all targeting Lin.
The dignity of the elite must not be violated.
I see Lin hadn't expected any of this to be going on.
Well, are you panicking yet? Morong Yun had been watching Lin's facial expressions closely.
Since you were handpicked, you've missed out on a lot.
This round of selection will ultimately come down to individual strength. Our class has produced quite a few powerhouses. As Morong-yoon spoke, he kept observing Lin and suddenly noticed that Lin's expression was extremely calm. He was a bit baffled. Was this kid putting on an act? See that guy sitting in the back? He is from the Tuoba clan, the most prominent family in the Northwest. His name is Stone. He has an S-class ability talent superhuman strength. In less than a month, he has already broken through to the peak of the late first stage, and his raw physical strength rivals that of the early second stage. And there's that one, named Gongsun Shin. He has an S-class ability talent Shadow Realm and is also at the late first stage. The most terrifying one is that girl. She has an S-class ability called Frost and a military background. Some speculate she might have already broken through to the second stage. Oh? Lin's gaze shifted slightly toward the young woman. An S-class ability, Frost? Not bad. He interrupted Morong-yoon, who was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Brother Morong, since you know so much about them, you must not be an ordinary person yourself. Morong-yoon was taken aback. Wow, now you're trying to probe me. Brother Lin, you're joking. Compared to them, I, Morong, am nothing, absolutely nothing. After saying that, Morong-yoon fell silent. He noticed that this Lin was quite the actor. He deliberately mentioned those prodigies' strength and backgrounds specifically to shock the young man in front of him. He hadn't expected the kid to keep his composure so well. Lin's brow suddenly furrowed as his gaze drifted into the distance, a faint, divine glow flickering in his pupils. At that moment, the driver and the plainclothes warrior exchanged a glance and suddenly vanished from the vehicle. Just as I thought. If nothing unexpected happens, I start to doubt whether I'm even the protagonist. Lin mused inwardly. And just as he thought nothing unexpected would happen, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The students on board hadn't noticed yet, but the driver, including the plainclothes warrior, had already vanished. The black stretch bus seemed to have switched to autonomous mode, continuing to drive straight ahead. Suddenly, the girl who had awakened an SS-class ability sensed something was wrong. Her expression was icy, and her glass-like eyes emitted a faint chill that made people hesitate to approach her. She stood up and stared intently ahead. Clearly, she had already sensed that something was wrong. Stone and Gongsun Shin also noticed the problem. They followed closely behind her and appeared right behind the girl. Bianca, what did you sense? Gongsun Shin spoke first, looking at the girl in front of him. As an S-rank spirit walker, he possessed extraordinary intuition. He just had a feeling that something bad was about to happen ahead. Her name was Bianca. She shook her head. She had only sensed that something was off, but she wasn't entirely sure what exactly was waiting for them up ahead. Meanwhile, the others in the car finally caught on. What's going on? What happened? Huh? Where's the driver? Why isn't the driver here? It's not just the driver. The warrior who was supposed to pick us up is gone too. This is absolutely bizarre. The scene suddenly descended into a bit of chaos. Although they were all geniuses selected from across the country, they were still just a group of 15 and 16-year-olds. Faced with an unexpected situation, they immediately began to get restless. Quiet. Bianca said coldly to the group. She sensed a sense of danger. Everyone, get out of the car immediately. Under the pressure of her powerful aura, everyone inside the bus had no choice but to obey her orders. The bus came to a halt, and everyone except Lin got off. Lin's actions didn't go unnoticed. Some who already had a bone to pick with him stepped forward. Kid, what are you still doing in there? Can't you see everyone's gotten off? What, trying to hide in the bus? Ha, this kid's just a lowlife who knows what backwater he crawled out of. He has never seen a scene like this before. He is probably already scared out of his wits. Ha. You're right, you're absolutely right. A few teenagers grew more and more excited as they talked. They had it in for this kid for a long time. What class is he? Does he even deserve to ride in the same car as them? Everyone, shut up. Stone spoke up to stop them, turning his gaze toward Lin, who was still sitting inside the car. He pursed his lips, then spoke up anyway. Classmate, we're all in this together now. Remember, when the nest is destroyed, no egg remains intact. He was reminding the other guy not to throw a tantrum at a time like this and to just go with the flow. But Lin still didn't move, remaining leisurely seated inside the car. This made him feel he'd lost face, so he snorted coldly and ignored him. Gong Sun-shin cast a faint glance at the silent Bianca without even looking at her gaze had never once focused on Lin. Just like her ice and snow ability, she was, by nature, an extremely cold person. Just as everyone was at a loss, a loud noise came from the ground. Accompanied by violent tremors, it felt as if an earthquake had struck. What is going on? Why is the ground shaking so violently all of a sudden? Could it be an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. It's a horde of ferocious beasts. Gong Sun-shin's voice was grave. Moments earlier, he had activated his ability, Yomi, using his shadow to sense that a massive horde of ferocious beasts was charging toward them from ahead. Beasts? Why are there beasts here? Where's our mentor? They were all a bunch of greenhouse flowers, people who'd been pampered since childhood and had never encountered a situation like this before. There are so many. There must be close to 100 beasts. And I sense that 2 of them are exceptionally powerful. They're likely at least second tier or higher. Gong Sun-shin murmured again in a subdued voice. Beside him, Stone's pupils contracted slightly. That many ferocious beasts? He looked at the girl standing at the very front. To be honest, this was his first time witnessing such a scene, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't panicking. Bianca, do you have a plan? Bianca was the strongest among them and also had a military background. They wanted to hear her opinion. Everyone, don't panic. Bianca said coldly, pair up in groups of 2, stick together, and don't get separated. You're all geniuses. Show the strength befitting geniuses. The weak aren't worthy of entering the elite training camp. After saying this, she fell silent. Having grown up in military camps since childhood, she'd seen situations like this many times before. Compared to the others, she remained far more composed. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds hundreds of meters up, several figures appeared. Among them were the bus driver and the plainclothes warrior. I wonder how many ferocious beasts this year's kids will end up killing. A man in a black leather jacket stroked his chin, looking somewhat amused. Hard to say. This group is stronger than the last one. The girl leading them, Bianca, right? She definitely from that place. She took control of the situation with just a few words. The middle-aged man beside him pondered for a moment. Personally, he had high hopes for this group. All right, everyone, be careful later. They're all the precious little darlings of those guys. If anything really goes wrong, that bunch will come after us with everything they've got. The middle-aged man in charge said gravely, his gaze flickering toward Lin, who was sitting inside the bus. Just a moment ago, he faintly sensed a mental energy sweep directed at them, but there was no one else here. Only a 4th-tier martial artist can project. Here they come. Someone shouted, no one knew who. Dust swirled ahead as countless surrounding trees snapped in half. The immense force of the impact even shifted the wind's direction. Over 100 ferocious beasts charged toward them, with the 2 leading beasts radiating powerful auras. A serious expression crossed Bianca's icy face. Leave those 2 second-tier ferocious beasts to me. You guys, watch out for the rest. As she spoke, her early second-tier ability surged through her body, and a chill enveloped the 2 second-tier beasts. The battle was about to begin. Let us go. Stone roared hoarsely. His ability was innate superhuman strength, granting him power comparable to that of a ferocious beast from birth. Without a word, he charged straight ahead, locking horns with a late 1st-tier ferocious beast. Gong Sun-shin also darted into action. His ability leaned more toward the uncanny, allowing him to constantly harass the enemy. The rest of the group also banded together. A massive battle between humans and beasts thus unfolded. The scene was utter chaos. The beasts outnumbered them. Most of the humans were at the early stage 1 level, with fewer than 10 at the mid stage 1 level and only 2 at the late stage 1 level. Soon, the human side found itself at a disadvantage. The beasts fought with increasing ferocity with their thick, tough hides. Some of the attacks were nothing more than a tickle to them. In contrast, many on the human side had already sustained injuries. Damn it, how can these beasts be so tough? I can't even make a dent in them, I'm about to collapse. Some gritted their teeth and kept fighting on. Damn it! I'm going to go all out against these beasts. Some had gone berserk, ignoring their wounds and fighting desperately to trade blows with the beasts. Although they were currently at a disadvantage, not a single one of them retreated. They were all geniuses, the cream of the crop, and going back 3 generations, their bloodlines were steeped in a deep-seated vendetta against these ferocious beasts. Not bad. They got some real fighting spirit. Several middle-aged men hovering in the air nodded. At least for now, these kids seemed to have decent character. None of them had abandoned their teammates to flee. Everyone, be careful, don't let anyone die, the leader among the middle-aged men spoke up again. The young people below were the future seeds of the Dragon Nation. If any of them died here, it would be a loss for the entire nation. Bianca single-handedly held off 2 massive ferocious beasts, continuously unleashing her powerful psychic abilities as the air around her grew unusually cold. Her hands moved ceaselessly to form seals, condensing countless ice blades that pinned the 2 beasts firmly in place. The 2 ferocious beasts fighting her managed to block her attacks with their formidable cultivation and hard exoskeletons. But that was the limit of what they could do. Her current mastery of SS-class psychic abilities was still too low to unleash their full power. Facing 2 ferocious beasts whose cultivation far surpassed her own, she could only hold them off at all costs. Stone, relying on his formidable physique, single-handedly killed a late-stage first-tier ferocious beast. Before he could catch his breath, another ferocious beast set its sights on him. Meanwhile, the psychic power within him was steadily depleting. He couldn't hold out much longer. Gong Sun-shin, relying on agile footwork and unconventional combat tactics, had slain 2 ferocious beasts, but his complexion was growing increasingly pale. The situation on the battlefield was becoming increasingly dire for them. The ferocious beasts were fighting with growing ferocity, yet many on their side were on the verge of exhausting their psychic power. They had to find a way, otherwise, defeat was inevitable. But what solution could there possibly be? He glanced at Bianca. The strongest member of the entire team was tied up in combat and couldn't be counted on. What do we do? How can we break this deadlock? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Even his own supernatural power was running low. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin, who was sitting inside the vehicle. After much deliberation, he uttered words he could hardly believe himself. "My friend, if you can, please step in and break this stalemate." Speaking so loudly, his words naturally reached Lin's ears. He looked at Gong Sun-shin, who was gazing at him, and sensed the determination in his eyes. It was as if he were saying, in this battle between man and beast, they cannot lose. Lin sensed this inexplicable conviction in his gaze. He paused for a second, then stood up. All right. It was as if divine might had descended from the heavens. Lin instantly appeared on the battlefield and, with a single punch, blew a late first-tier ferocious beast to smithereens on the spot. Everyone was stunned, even pausing their attacks. Even the ferocious beasts were left dumbfounded. What had happened? What had they just witnessed? Lin didn't stop attacking. He swiftly moved across the entire battlefield. Everywhere he passed, a ferocious beast was blown to pieces. Looking at the lifeless corpses before them, many students looked skeptical. Was this really the same ferocious beast that had just fought them to a standstill? How could it have been killed so easily? After his initial shock, Gong Sun-shin immediately wore an excited expression. Admittedly, he hadn't expected his opponent's strength to be so terrifying. But in the end, they had won this battle. Because of this, he felt a newfound respect for Lin. Bang! A simple, unadorned strike blew the head off a late first-tier ferocious beast. Blood and gore splattered all over Stone's face, and his swinging arm froze mid-air. His eyes were filled with shock. Is he really that strong? The ferocious beast he'd struggled so hard to defeat for half a day, wasn't he even a match for a single punch from him?
His expression darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, only to relax them a moment later. Under the crushing weight of Lin's overwhelming power, the battle quickly drew to a close. Everyone's gaze turned to that towering figure. Perhaps before this, many of them had harbored some ulterior motives. But once Lin had revealed a fraction of his true strength, they immediately concealed those thoughts with utmost care. This was the absolute awe that true power commanded. Only one area remained on the battlefield, Bianca's position. Bianca and the two ferocious beasts both noticed this dramatic shift. It was unclear what Bianca was thinking beneath her icy expression, but her attacks grew increasingly fierce. The two beasts she was fighting had lost all will to fight. They only wanted to escape. The battle was already lost. If they lingered any longer, they would likely lose their lives here. Need some help? Lin's voice was utterly matter-of-fact. He could tell that, relying solely on Bianca's strength, holding off the two beasts was already pushing her to her limit. Please lend a hand, brother. Gong Sun Qin stepped forward and bowed slightly with both hands. He cared about nothing else. He just wanted to kill every last one of those beasts. Lin glanced at him, then looked back at the girl still fighting. I didn't expect her to be such a stubborn one, he thought to himself. The girl didn't say a word, continuing to lock horns with the two beasts. But gradually, her stamina was draining rapidly, and she was nearly at the end of her strength. Lin waited no longer and swiftly stepped forward. Step back, I'll handle this. He appeared in front of the girl, shielding her behind him, leaving only a slightly resolute silhouette. Bianca was about to say something, but realized that her body was lacerated in many places, exposing her snow-white skin. Her cheeks flushed slightly as her beautiful eyes once again turned toward the figure ahead, and she bit her pearly teeth lightly. Be careful, their hide is pretty tough. With that, she stepped back from the battlefield. Gong Sun Qin in stone, standing among the crowd, stepped forward and asked quietly. Are you okay? I'm fine. With that, their gazes turned in unison toward the young man not far away. In the sunlight, that slightly frail figure looked somewhat jarring. They hadn't expected this unexpected battle to be ended by him alone. High above the clouds. I never expected a fierce dragon to show up this time. I certainly didn't expect it. This kid named Lin is quite the surprise. I was actually planning to use these beasts to give the kids down there a taste of their own medicine, but that's gone down the drain now. Some among them were quite surprised. They hadn't expected that student down there to be so powerful. The middle-aged man leading the group narrowed his eyes as a vision flashed through his mind. Boss, if our Western region finishes last again in this year's Supreme Genius Tournament, it'll be our 5th consecutive year at the bottom. In a dimly lit room, the middle-aged man looked helplessly at the woman in front of him. He hoped to read something in her expression. The mysterious woman, however, sat leisurely in her chair, her right leg crossed over her left, and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've got it under control. She exuded an air of strategic mastery. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality and turned his gaze to the teenager. Boss, is he the one you're counting on? On the field, Lin calmly observed the two ferocious beasts. He felt a twinge of regret. He could only watch helplessly as the corpses of the beasts he'd just slain lay there. Those were all cultivation points. He certainly didn't dare let the divine system reclaim them with so many people watching. You too. Never mind. Just remember not to be reborn into the human world in your next life. Lin shook his head. He didn't strike, but his gaze grew slightly intense. The two ferocious beasts remained on high alert. Their subconscious warned them that this human was dangerous. Suddenly, it seemed as though they could see their own bodies. What's going on? My head feels a little dizzy. Why is the sky spinning? Gradually, the two ferocious beasts' consciousness grew hazy until it vanished entirely. This scene left the others nearby completely bewildered. Someone rubbed their eyes. What had just happened? I didn't even blink. How did the beasts' heads just fall off on their own? Smack! Why do you hit me? I was just checking if it was a hallucination. Then why didn't you hit yourself? I'm afraid of pain.
You! Gong Sun Shin was delighted, while Stone was stunned. Bianca's beautiful eyes fixed on the young man, lost in thought. Damn, what just happened? High above the clouds, one of them let out a string of expletives. His eyes widened. It seemed he'd been frozen in shock for a second. And then nothing happened. The others didn't speak, but they all wore the same expression. The man in charge remained silent. He couldn't very well admit he didn't know either. That would be a bit embarrassing. Alright, since the beast is dead, we should head back down. With that, he vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, he appeared within the student's field of vision. Decided to show yourself now? Damn! Lin stared at the figure who had suddenly appeared, muttering to himself. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Kuang, and I'm the chief supervisor of this elite training camp. At the same time, two more figures appeared on either side of Xiao Kuang. My name is Kuang Dao, and I'm the instructor in charge of your physical training. My name is Xia Qingtian, and I'm in charge of your supernatural ability training. Xiao Kuang stood at the very front. First of all, congratulations on successfully passing the induction ceremony for this elite training camp. Every move you've made has been recorded in our files. Faced with the onslaught of ferocious beasts, not a single one of you backed down. You barely scraped by. Hearing this, students stood tall, waiting for praise from the chief supervisor. But courage alone is not enough. Your skill level is far too low. You're all prodigies from all corners of the world, and some of you even come from very influential backgrounds. I had expected your abilities to truly impress me. But the reality is a complete mess. I ask you, if this were a battlefield, how would you fare? With such flimsy abilities? Or would you cling to a sliver of hope, expecting someone to come to your rescue every single time? Here at the elite training camp, we train only true prodigies. The next 3 months will be an unimaginably terrifying nightmare for ordinary people. One wrong move, and you could even lose your lives here. I'm giving all of you one chance right now. You can choose to stay or leave. If anyone can't handle the pressure, you may leave. I'll let you go. Xiao Zhan's expression was grim. His words cut like sharp knives, piercing deep into the hearts of this group. They were all geniuses, each with a proud and arrogant heart. They refused to back down, but a very few of them flinched slightly when they heard there might be a risk to their lives. However, no one spoke up. To back down now, if their families found out, they'd likely never be able to return home. After waiting a moment, Xiao Zhan scanned the crowd. Seeing that not a single person had backed down, he nodded faintly. Very good. However, as your chief supervisor, I'll give you one more friendly reminder: the elite training camp is no child's play. With that, he soared into the air. Kuang Dao, Xiao Qingtian, I'm leaving them in your hands. Watching Xiao Kuang fly off into the distance, the crowd in the arena revealed a hint of longing. Flying through the air, that was the hallmark of a 6th-tier powerhouse. Their chief supervisor was, in fact, a mighty 6th-tier warrior. Lin was envious too. He longed to experience the sensation of flight. Kids, stop staring. A gruff voice drew everyone's attention to him. True to his name, Kuang Dao had a ferocious face, with a scar neither too deep nor too shallow running across his forehead near his eyebrow. Welcome to the elite training camp. He forced a smile, but the stiff grin, paired with the teeth he inadvertently exposed, was somewhat chilling. Follow me. With that, he strode ahead on his own, and the other instructor turned and walked forward as well. Lin pursed his lips and followed them. The others' gazes turned to the 3 people at the front. Let us go. Bianca didn't give it a second thought and set off with light, nimble steps. Gong Sun Shin and Stone followed close behind. Damn it! It's just training. Who was afraid of who? The rest of the group exchanged glances, then all followed suit. They arrived at a clearing surrounded by dense, leafy trees. Let me give a brief introduction first. Mad Blade gestured with his hand. Everyone listened intently. This elite training camp will last 3 months. During this time, Instructor Xia and I will train you in both physical fitness and supernatural abilities.
The training grounds cover a radius of 1,000 li. There are plenty of ferocious beasts roaming within this area.
In other words, there is a possibility you might encounter them during your training.
On the first day of each week, Instructor Xia and I will outline the day's training content and methods.
For the remaining 6 days, you'll need to train independently.
Additionally, once a month, we'll hold a ranking competition to rank everyone based on their overall strength. The ranking competition will offer abundant training resources. The higher your rank, the more resources you'll receive, and so on. Finally, near the end of the program, there will be a final assessment.
Alright, those are the general rules. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask.
The group exchanged glances, and Gong Sun-shin raised his hand.
This student, please speak. May I ask, instructor, how will our accommodations be arranged during this period? Gong Sun-shin looked around.
All he could see were trees as far as the eye could see, and a troubling thought crossed his mind.
Hearing this question, that eerie smile reappeared on Kwang Dao's face. Student, have you ever heard the saying, the sky is your blanket, the earth is your bed?
As soon as those words left his mouth, cold sweat began to pour down Gong Sun-shin's face.
Lin raised an eyebrow. This was getting interesting. Some of the female students couldn't help but speak up. Instructor, why don't we even have a place to sleep? Isn't that a bit too much? They came from wealthy families. Were they supposed to sleep on the ground?
Even the dogs they kept at home had their own doghouses.
As the masters of the house, were they actually being treated worse than dogs? Is that too much? There's even worse. Kwang Dao cast a casual glance their way and waved his hand dismissively. Any other questions?
Those few female students wanted to speak up, but were silenced by a single glare from Kwang Dao.
May I ask, Mentor Kwang, what is the highest tier of the ferocious beasts in this area? Lin asked. To be honest, he quite liked this setup. It felt like a return to his days in the wilderness forest. Wasn't this just a gift of cultivation points? Oh, there seem to be a few peak 5th tier ferocious beasts in this area. Kwang Dao looked at Lin. It was this kid. He really was confident. Peak 5th tier?
Lin was taken aback as well. He was no match for beasts of that caliber yet. The other students shuddered upon hearing this. Most of them were at the early or mid 1st tier level. If they ran into a 5th tier ferocious beast, they wouldn't even be able to outrun it. Even Bianca and the others wore grave expressions. Such formidable beasts were far beyond their capabilities, and they could only hope they wouldn't encounter any.
Is that all right? If everyone's ready.
Then this prodigy training officially begins. A sense of unknown tension spread through the hearts of all the trainees. Kwang Dao and Xia Qingtian remained silent for a moment, making the atmosphere even more electrifying.
Those whose names I call, step forward. Kwang Dao pulled out a set of manuals.
Those whose names were called stepped forward to receive a pair of wristbands and a set of clothing. They were quite heavy. These are custom-made weighted training suits for each of you.
Starting today, everyone must wear them.
Of course, if you find them too heavy, you can take them off. But the moment you take them off, your journey through this elite training camp will be over.
Hearing this, everyone immediately put them on.
Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. These weighted training suits have an automatic adjustment feature.
If anyone finds them too light, you can adjust the weight using the wristbands. Someone actually gave it a try. It's true.
I just added 10 kilograms, and I can definitely feel it getting heavier. But when that student tried to reduce the weight, he found it wouldn't work.
Ahem, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. It can only be increased, not decreased. Mad Blade smiled, looking completely harmless.
But it was precisely this unhurried attitude that left many of them seething with frustration.
They all just tried it out and now you're telling us this? Lin checked the weight, 100 kilograms.
With his current vitality level exceeding 10,000, this weight wasn't exactly useless. But it was practically useless. He immediately cranked the value up to the maximum, 9,999 kilograms. His entire body sank noticeably, his feet sinking into the ground.
Whoa, That's intense.
A weight of nearly 20,000 Jin in that split second, the pressure had even restricted the flow of blood in his body. The commotion drew the attention of quite a few people.
That guy upped his weight too. No idea how much he added, but it looks like it's got to be a lot.
As if that had set the tone, Bianca, Stone, Gongsun Shin, and the others all cranked up their weight settings. Others didn't want to be outdone, not wanting to fall too far behind, so they increased their own weights as well.
Mad Blade nodded. Alright then, I'm in charge of your physical training this morning. Let us keep it light for the first day of training.
Afterward, the group made their way to a riverbank.
There were many human-shaped wooden dummies lined up along the shore. I've assigned a dummy to each of you based on your individual strength. All you need to do is spar with your designated dummy.
Remember, you're only allowed to use pure physical strength to attack. I expect each of you to reach your physical limit at least 5 times this morning.
Of course, if you feel you can't do it, I can step in and help.
You don't need to worry about needing time to recover your stamina after reaching your limit. After saying this, Mad Blade pulled out several bottles. These bottles contain pills that can rapidly restore your stamina.
After pushing past your limit, come to me to claim a pill.
Take it, sit in meditation right where you are for 3 minutes, and you'll be fully recovered.
Don't even think about slacking off, I'll be keeping track of each and every one of you.
As he spoke, Mad Blade waved a roster in his hand, his somewhat gentle words still lingering in the air.
However,
the looks on the students' faces had shifted from initial panic to sheer terror.
Is he going to train them to death? Didn't he say the first day would be a little easier? And you call this easy? Those wooden posts were clearly thick and sturdy, just imagine how much that punch must hurt.
Even Bianca, who had spent her whole life in the military, couldn't help but frown repeatedly.
Clearly, the first day's training had taken even her by surprise. Alright, let us begin. Everyone immediately walked over to their respective wooden posts. Damn it! It's just hitting a post. Watch this.
A teenager stared at the wooden post in front of him. Already seething with pent-up frustration, he decided to take it out on the post first.
Ha! His full-force punch landed squarely on the post.
Suddenly, a wave of recoil surged up his arm and slammed back at him.
Put!
The teenager stumbled back several steps instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted with pain.
Oh, right, what a scatterbrain I am. I forgot to remind you guys, we've added a new feature to these wooden posts. They can now bounce your attacks back.
Unless your raw power is enough to instantly shatter the post, it'll bounce your force right back at you,
1-to-1. Instructor Quang, is there anything else you've forgotten to mention?
The student who'd been hit by the rebound shot a resentful glance at the instructor.
If his strength allowed it, he'd definitely grind that Mad Blade into the ground. I don't think there's anything else for now. I'll let you know when I think of something else, okay? Mad Blade roared with laughter. You bunch of little brats, just wait till I train you to death.
I didn't expect it to have a rebound effect.
Stone's expression darkened.
His natural talent was superhuman strength. He already had boundless energy to spare. Just pushing his limits 5 times that morning had left him feeling utterly drained.
And now you're telling him he has to take his own damage?
This wasn't training, it was pure and simple torture. He gave it a try, unleashing a punch, and the recoil immediately shot back through his arm.
Damn, that really hurts.
He took a small step back,
his expression growing even more grim.
After thinking for a moment, he steeled himself.
Damn it! I'm going all out.
Immediately afterward, cries of pain began to echo intermittently across the training ground.
Mad Blade looked on with great satisfaction at his handiwork.
Aside from the name Mad Blade, he had another nickname. This nickname had been given to him by students he'd trained in the past.
Devil Blade Quang.
Suddenly, his gaze fell on Lin. He noticed that Lin had been standing in the same spot the whole time, not moving a muscle.
Lin, why haven't you made your move yet?
Curious, he walked over.
From what he observed earlier, this kid didn't seem like the type to shy away from a fight. Lin uttered a sentence that left him speechless. "Master, this training dummy is total junk. I don't want you guys to lose for nothing." Mad Blade froze in his tracks. He hadn't expected this to be the reason. He was actually complaining that the training dummy he'd chosen for him was too weak? After all, it was precisely because of Lin's performance during the previous encounter with the ferocious beast that he deliberately upgraded Lin's training dummy to mid-tier 3 level. Its defense was even comparable to late tier 3. And this kid actually thinks it's too weak? What the hell? Can't you see your other teammates are already screaming their heads off? What did you say? Mad Blade scratched his ear, thinking for a moment he must have misheard. Mentor, this training dummy is too weak in my eyes. Can I request a tougher one? Lin looked at Mad Blade with a calm, self-assured expression. But to Mad Blade, that expression carried a hint of defiance. Come on, Lin, don't worry about losing anything. If you want a tougher one, fine, but first, take down the wooden dummy right in front of you. He laughed bitterly, feeling a bit flustered. He just thought this kid was full of hot air. You're just a 16-year-old kid. I'll admit you're a bit special compared to others, and your strength is a cut above the rest. But you said you're 16. And you've only been awakened for a few days. Yet you already possess at least late 3rd tier strength? Do you really think I believe? Boom! Suddenly, Mad Blade's eyes widened in shock. With just a single, simple punch, Lin sent the wooden dummy in front of him exploding on the spot. The shattered pieces of the wooden dummy even smashed into his own face. A silent slap in the face. The other students who were training also stopped and turned to look at Lin. Holy shit! What kind of badass is this? Some of them looked at their own fists, which had turned red and purple, and the wounds appearing on their bodies, and suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. Bianca's strikes grew even heavier. She no longer cared about the recoil. Blood was still trickling from the corner of Stone's mouth, but he dared not stop attacking, afraid it might affect his resolve. Gong Sun Shin, on the other hand, looked at Lin with a pensive expression. Instructor Quang, could you please bring out a tougher one now? Lin's fist was still suspended in midair. He tilted his head to look at the instructor standing nearby. You're the one who told me to fight this. I can't afford to pay for the damage. Mad Blade conjured another wooden dummy out of nowhere. This is early 4th tier. Before he could finish, Lin stammered. Instructor, do you have anything stronger? This one's still a bit too weak. Mad Blade was a bit dumbfounded. 4th tier and he still thinks it's weak? He couldn't help but speak up. Kid, this is 4th tier. Its pure defense is at least higher than the last one's. Bang! Shattered. Shattered again. Less than 3 seconds after it appeared, this early 4th tier wooden dummy had met its end. Lin tilted his head again. Is there a stronger one? Mad Blade was flustered. The others were speechless. Mad Blade's mouth went dry even now. He still couldn't quite believe his eyes. He pulled out another wooden dummy. Kid, if you can still do that to this mid-4th tier one. Bang! It hurt. It hurt so much. Mad Blade finally came to his senses. This kid wasn't human. Why was he even getting worked up over this? Damn it! All that hard-earned savings, this kid had just wiped out so much of it in an instant. He looked at the scattered limbs littering the ground and silently gathered them up. Even if they were broken, the materials would still be worth a little money. Mentor, do you have anything even more powerful? Lin still tilted his head, quietly gazing at the mentor in front of him. Mad Blade's mouth twitched. He did indeed have one more peak 4th tier training log left. But that was his last remaining asset. If this kid destroyed it with a single punch, he'd have nowhere to turn. High-level training logs like that weren't cheap. Kid, tell me the truth, what's your current strength level? Pure physical strength. Mad Blade grew serious. Probably around the early 5th tier. Lin thought for a moment.
Although he'd grown a bit stronger these past few days, he was still carrying a weight of 9,999 kilograms on his body. With such a massive weight pressing down on him, it certainly suppressed a significant portion of his strength. But even so, his answer still shocked everyone.
Kwang Dao sized him up from head to toe. "You kid, you aren't some old fart pretending to be young and showing off here, are you?
16 years old, level 5 and pure physical strength. Not even the young royals of the beast realm would dare to brag like that." Meanwhile, Bianca, standing nearby, suddenly deflated, her earlier recklessness gone. She must have come to some realization. Stone fell completely silent, a hint of fear creeping onto his face. He thought back to how, not long ago, he'd looked down on the other guy, feeling that the other hadn't given him enough respect. Now he just wanted to slap himself twice across the face.
"Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really expect me to give you face?"
Gong Sun Shin was acting out of character. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, as if he'd found a ray of light.
Lin was startled. Could he have figured out that I'm a time traveler? No way, right? Forget it.
Come with me, I'll spar with you myself. After giving it some serious thought, Mad Blade decided to step in personally. As soon as he said those words, an inexplicable feeling welled up inside him. As if this were his last chance to show this kid who was boss. The feeling was absurd, yet it grew stronger by the moment. He turned his head once more to look at Lin, who was following behind him. Lin, meanwhile, gazed back at him with an innocent expression.
"Damn it! Don't count on me to pay you back."
Xia Qingtian hadn't left. He still needed to keep an eye on these kids. But that didn't stop him from being stunned.
He pulled out his phone.
Boss. It looks like a real powerhouse has arrived in the West this time." His tone, which made no attempt to hide his excitement, was downright terrifying. On the other end of the line, Xiao Kuang was standing in an office at that moment.
Listening to the excited voice in his ear, he asked, "Who? What's going on?"
"Boss. That kid."
"Right, Lin. His name is Lin."
"Boss, you won't believe this. Just a moment ago, that kid shattered the 4th tier wooden stake in Kwang Dao's hand with a single punch."
4th tier? He is completely out of control. And that's not even the most shocking part.
Afterward, that kid said his blood chi alone had reached the 5th tier.
"Boss, do you remember when you broke through to the 5th tier?"
Xia Qingtian grew more and more excited as he spoke. "Damn.
He is only 16. What kind of talent does this kid have?"
"He is just too freakishly talented." Xiao Kuang fell silent. He stared at a file on his desk. The name on it was none other than Lin. In the talents section of the file, a note in red font read, "SSS class superpower spacetime ability." He hung up the phone, and the scene of his conversation with his boss flashed through his mind.
"Boss, where on earth did you find this prodigy?"
He couldn't help but marvel. Now he finally understood why his boss hadn't cared about this year's Prodigy Championship.
With a prodigy of this caliber around, who the hell would worry about anything? Training camp.
Every single student was lying flat on the ground. Even the girls who had always prided themselves on being clean didn't care about getting dirty anymore. After a morning of training, they nearly lost half their lives and were covered in injuries. Some of the students at the back couldn't take it anymore and were ready to call it quits. Seeing this golden opportunity, Xia Qingtian decided that since Mad Blade wasn't around, he'd take over. It had been a while since he'd stretched his legs.
Everyone, including Bianca, lay on their backs like a pile of mud.
Just then, Mad Blade walked over with a blank expression, followed by Lin, who also looked slightly exhausted.
Xia Qingtian nodded at him.
Mad Blade said nothing. No one knew what had just happened.
Although Lin was exhausted, there was a hint of satisfaction deep in his eyes. That was a blast. Everyone, rest where you are for 1 hour. This afternoon, Instructor Xiao will conduct superpower training.
After speaking, Mad Blade leaped into the air and vanished.
6th tier.
This Devil Blade Mad Blade was also a 6th tier powerhouse.
Downtime is always short-lived. Ahem, everyone, stand up.
Xia Qingtian smiled, doing his best to look friendly. Anyone familiar with him would surely feel a chill run down their spine.
Classmates, after this morning's physical exertion, the flow of your bloodlines is now stronger than ever. This will play a significant role in your upcoming ability awakening. His brow radiated gentleness. This is a device specifically designed to test the development level of each of your abilities. Students whose names are called, please come forward for a basic test. He took out a device. It was a device specially developed by Dragon Nation's research department dedicated to studying abilities, capable of detecting the extent to which a person has developed their own abilities. Yun Shan. Awakening level %. Bai Ningyu. Awakening level %. Gong Sun Qin. Awakening level %. Xia Qingtian glanced at the result. Not bad. Stone. Awakening level %. Stone Han Ti expected his ability awakening to be lower than Gong Sun Qin as he clenched his fist. Bianca. Awakening level %. Xia Qingtian gave her a second look. This girl, she truly lived up to her reputation as a military prodigy. Lin. When Lin's name was read aloud, everyone's eyes turned toward him. Xia Qingtian was curious too. A guy with such terrifying physical strength at this age surely couldn't he have a very high awakening level, could he? Otherwise, it just wouldn't he make sense. Awakening level 10%. Sizzle sizzle, sizzle. Awakening level 12%. Finally, the device's reading settled at 12%. Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected this device to actually be any good. It must have detected the two abilities within him. Currently, his space-time ability, Divine Eyes, was at 10% awakening, while his space-time ability, Sacred Law Source, was exactly 12% slightly higher. The technology developed by experts in this world was far more reliable than that of the experts from his previous life. When he came to his senses, Lin realized everyone was staring intently at him. He scratched his head. I guess I am kind of cute. It's one thing for the girls to stare at me, but what are you guys looking at? Aren't you afraid you'll turn gay from staring so hard? Xia Qingtian looked at Lin, who was constantly scratching his head in front of him, and suddenly understood how Kuang Dao had felt earlier. Holy shit! He couldn't help but let out a curse. Lin, awakening level, 12%. Suspecting the machine might be malfunctioning, he placed his own hand on it. Xia Qingtian, awakening level, 33%. No doubt about it, it was real. His ability development was indeed at 33%. Mentor, is your ability development really that high? Lin was astonished to see the other's 33% progress more than 20 points higher than his own. No wonder he was the mentor. To Xia Qingtian, that tone of praise sounded incredibly jarring. How long had he been training? How long had this kid even been training? He was 38 or 39 this year, nearing 40, and had been training for nearly 20 years. He'd risen early and stayed up late, frequently fought on the front lines, and faced life and death situations countless times just to develop his abilities to this level. What had this kid even done? If I'm not mistaken, he is only 16 this year? And he has probably only been awakened for a month? And now you're telling me his abilities are already at 12%? Is the gap between people really that huge? He didn't feel like saying anything. None of the other students were speaking either. They were either numb or had simply stopped taking Lin seriously. You want me to compare myself to Bianca? Damn it! She is a prodigy. You want me, a total rookie, to compete with a prodigy? What? Compare me to Lin? Are you out of your mind? If you're not, why are you spouting such nonsense? Lin is a god among mortals. How dare you address him by his first name? Can you even handle the karmic consequences of that? That's right, in their minds, they've already elevated Lin to godlike status. Instructor Xia, when do we start our superpower training? Bianca spoke coldly right now. She just wanted to become a little stronger. Her appearance was absolutely in a league of its own: fair skin, double eyelids concealing a pair of beautiful, enchanting blue eyes, a cherry red mouth, and cheeks so delicate they seemed ready to burst. She was the very picture of an ice queen. Because of her training uniform, her sultry figure was on full display, curves that were full and rounded, soaring sky high, and nearly perfect. They fit perfectly in one hand, truly a sight to behold. Perhaps because she had lived in the military since childhood, she actually wished she were a man. To lie drunk on the battlefield, to wield power with unbridled vigor. Xia Qingtian shook his head, put away the scanner, and walked to the riverbank. He calmed his mind. Class, your superpower development so far is, well, average. For ordinary warriors, that's acceptable. But for geniuses, it's not enough. What I'm about to tell you next, you must commit firmly to memory. Next, Xia Qingtian shared with everyone his years of experience and methods for effectively developing their superpowers. Everyone's supernatural abilities are innate. How to enhance their level of awakening depends largely on each person's own effort. Help from predecessors can only be considered the icing on the cake. All right. This afternoon, everyone, follow the methods I just taught you and begin your training. Remember, it's crucial to calm your mind, focus your spirit, and seek enlightenment. Everyone sat cross-legged, silently chanting to themselves. Lin also sat down with the group. Divine system, divine system. Ding, host, I'm here. Open my personal panel. Ding, panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Ability, Spacetime ability plus Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability, Sacred Law. Origin, 12% awakening level. Spacetime ability, Divine Eye plus one of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, 10% awakening. Level, Early Stage 3 plus. Vitality, 10,483 plus 0? A toad trying to stick a chicken feather in its eye? Mental power, 1000 points plus. Come on, you'll catch up to that blind guy soon. Cultivation technique, Void Scripture plus beginner. Martial skill, Void Blade plus peak minor achievement. Supportive insight, Grandmaster level combat techniques. Cultivation points, 0 redeemable for 100,000 cultivation points. A morning of sparring had increased his vitality by 483 points. Not bad. Divine system, redeem cultivation points. Ding, redemption successful. Ha! Lin noticed there was no plus sign next to Grandmaster level combat skills. Divine system, has Grandmaster level combat skills reached its cap? Ding, not quite. Above Grandmaster lies Great Grandmaster. Then what? Ding, insufficient cultivation points balance detected. Cannot allocate points for insight. Please reflect on yourself, host. Have you been working hard to earn cultivation points lately? It felt strangely familiar. A wry expression flashed across Lin's face. If I don't have enough, I don't have enough. Who are you trying to mock here? Never mind. I'll save it for now. I promised myself I'd save up to 1 million before spending any. For the rest of the time, Lin immersed himself in cultivation. Perhaps it was the improvement in his mental power that made his mind sharper than before. Gaining insight seemed to come much more easily. After an afternoon of dedicated cultivation, he managed to increase the progress of his 2 extraordinary talents by % each on his own. That was quite an achievement. The sky gradually grew dark. Many of his classmates opened their eyes. The extremely intense training throughout the day had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Bianca opened her beautiful eyes. A faint blue glow flashed briefly. Through her insights from the afternoon, she had made some progress. All right, students, today's training is over. Xia Qingtian looked at everyone with a cheerful smile, as gentle as ever. This put many of them at ease. By comparison, Instructor Xia seemed quite mild-mannered. However, what Xia Qingtian said next instantly shattered their unrealistic fantasies. Students, I hereby announce that the first week of training is over. Ha? Is that it? Isn't there's 7 days in a week? What are we supposed to do for the next 6 days? Xia Qingtian's words left them utterly baffled. Only a small handful seemed to have sensed something. They glanced around, their faces clouded with unease. Students, don't worry, let me finish. What I mean is, the training program ends here. Next up, field training. To put it simply, for the next 6 days, you'll need to use every means at your disposal to survive in these perilous mountains. These mountains are teeming with ferocious beasts. Whether you fight or flee is entirely up to you. Of course, for those who choose to flee, I'll be keeping a record of your actions, and this will be taken into account when evaluating your graduation. Seeing the students' expressions grow increasingly grim, Xia Changtian offered some encouraging news. Our elite training camp has also prepared a wealth of cultivation resources for all of you geniuses. As for where these resources are located and how to obtain them, that's entirely up to you. After a brief pause, he delivered his final words. Each of you has a blue button on your wristband. If you find yourselves in a life or death crisis, press it and we'll be there. Of course, that means your training journey comes to an end here. All right. Classmates, see you next week. With that, Xia Changtian pushed off with his legs and soared toward the sky, vanishing from sight. He, too, was a 6th-tier powerhouse. A slight commotion arose among the crowd. The mentors are all gone. What are we supposed to do? What else can we do? Just keep cultivating right here. I'm staying put for the next week, not going anywhere. Someone's eyes lit up. This might actually be a good idea. They were surrounded by mountains. Wandering off aimlessly would make it easy to run into ferocious beasts. But what about cultivation resources? Someone asked. Without cultivation resources, simply absorbing the extraordinary energy from the heavens and earth would be far too slow. They'd quickly fall behind the others. As geniuses, they couldn't allow that to happen to themselves. Lin closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings briefly. There are quite a few ferocious beasts around here. From what he sensed, there were already quite a few first-tier ferocious beasts within a 100-meter radius alone. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. With his current strength, the cultivation points gained from slaying first-tier beasts had decreased significantly, but every little bit helps. So, let us get started. He walked off in a certain direction, disappearing from everyone's sight. After he left, Bianca pursed her lips, then quickly left the area as well. She still felt a bit reluctant. She wanted to see if that person was truly unbeatable. Shortly after, Gong Sunqin, Stone, and most of the others also left one after another. They had come here to improve their strength, not to hide away and cultivate. What difference would that make from staying at home to practice? Of course, a small group remained behind, still struggling. Their strength was relatively weak, and they didn't want to take any risks. To each their own. As long as they could successfully complete the elite training camp, leave this place, and return to where they came from, they would still be considered geniuses. In the air, a tiny drone flickered, recording the scene here through some means. Inside an office, several people were staring at the screen in front of them. It was a live feed of Lin and the others. Judging by this, the overall quality of this cohort is indeed higher than the last one. One of them, with a scar between his eyebrows, was none other than Mad Blade. After speaking, he looked excitedly at Xiao Kuang, who was seated in the center. Boss, that Lin is just too incredibly gifted. Can we bring such a prodigy over to our side? Their backing was substantial. Recruiting a prodigy like this and nurturing him would surely turn him into a peak-level powerhouse. This would bring enormous benefits to the entire organization. Xiao Kuang shook his head. He had already reported this matter to his boss as soon as it happened. But all he received was a gesture pointing upward, which meant Lin had already been singled out by higher-ups. As for which big shot had taken a liking to him, that was none of his business. Kuang now looked utterly disappointed. He truly held Lin in high regard. Little did he know just how deeply Lin had shaken him during their sparring session. Xia Qingtian chimed in, "This kid really is an unprecedented prodigy. Boss, you have no idea how shocked I was when we detected that his abilities had already been developed to 12%. The two of them traded remarks back and forth. Strictly speaking, they were Lin's mentors, but why did they seem more like his super fans? Alright, Lin has already been spotted by the higher-ups. He is out of our reach." Xiao Kuang could only state the facts.
Hearing this, Kwang Dao and Xia Chun Tian fell silent, sighing at the whims of fate. Look at that kid, it's almost as if he is strolling through his own backyard. They began to comment as they watched the footage of Lin walking through the jungle with utter ease. This combat training really isn't that difficult for him. As long as he doesn't go out of his way to provoke those 5th-tier beasts, he can basically walk all over the place. Who would VE thought such a weirdo would show up? On a relatively dim path, Lin was quite at ease, truly looking as if he were out shopping. If my senses aren't deceiving me, there are ferocious beasts nearby, about 7 of them. Of course, he wasn't really out shopping, he was searching for ferocious beasts. Right up ahead. Not far ahead of him was a cave, with numerous white bones scattered outside, likely the handiwork of those ferocious beasts. Thud, thud, thud. Lin made no effort to muffle his footsteps as he strode up to the cave with complete confidence. Roar! A massive, furious roar erupted from within the cave, followed immediately by the appearance of 3 ferocious beasts. So it's giant apes. To be precise, they were barefoot me-apes. Judging by the aura they emitted, these 3 me-apes were at the mid-1st tier level. If anyone else had run into them, it would have been quite a hassle. Unfortunately for them, they run into Lin. Hey, you 3, go ahead and call out the rest of your pack. You're already surrounded by me. Lin took a step forward, cupped his hands on either side of his mouth, and shouted at the me-apes. 1st-tier ferocious beasts already possessed a certain level of intelligence. They understood what the human was saying. The 3 me-apes let out a long, piercing howl toward the sky. How dare this ant-like human look down on them? One of them charged furiously, leaping into the air and bringing its massive fist crashing down, determined to smash this presumptuous human into mincemeat with a single blow. Why bother? Lin shook his head. Boom! 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 Under Lin's assault, the 3-headed me-apes lay motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Oh no, I used too much force. I hope the ones inside didn't escape. Lin realized his mistake. He had deliberately held back his strength, aiming to take them all out at once. But his worries were clearly unfounded. Another earth-shaking roar echoed from within the cave. The remaining 4 me-apes all appeared. The one leading them, the barefoot me-ape, radiated a 2nd-tier aura. It must be their leader. It sensed that its 3 subordinates were no longer breathing and was furious. Its gaze was fixed intently on the human before it. It was this damned human who dared to kill its men. Here you are, buddy. Lin held out his hand in greeting. Hey, don't worry. I'll send you all to join those 3 very soon. Lin pointed at the 3 me-apes beside him, a smile in his eyes. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! The 2nd-tier me-ape let out a furious roar and led the remaining 3 me-apes in an attack. Bang! Ding! Host has killed 1 2nd-tier ferocious beast and 6 1st-tier ferocious beasts. Earned 500 cultivation points. Do you wish to recover the corpses? Recycle. Ding! Recycling successful. You've earned 500 cultivation points. Lin suddenly felt a bit cheated. If he dragged the corpses of these 7 beasts out to sell, he could gotten a pretty good price. It would definitely be more than what the divine system was offering. Divine system, can I store the corpses of these beasts I've killed in the divine system's storage space? His divine system had a large storage space where items could be kept. If possible, he'd store these ferocious beast corpses for now and sell them for a good price later. Ding! To the host, the divine system's storage space does not currently support storing external items. The host may spend cultivation points to unlock the corresponding permission. It only requires 10,000 cultivation points. Do you wish to unlock it? Damn it! Divine system, have you gone completely broke? Lin couldn't help but curse inwardly. This divine system was clearly trying to rip him off of his cultivation points on purpose. Ding! Host, please use civilized language. This divine system has specialized in divine systems for many years and operates fairly and impartially. Do you wish to enable this feature? No. Lin was furious.
Damn it, as far as he could remember, no divine system in any author's story from his past life had ever been this exploitative. Do they really think I'm some lowly worker? Do workers have no temper? Damn it! He had to kill a few more ferocious beasts to blow off some steam. Lin closed his eyes, and a strand of mental energy radiated out. He sensed ferocious beasts to the east, a whole herd. It's decided it's going to be you lot. Opening his eyes, Lin sprinted rapidly toward the east. The pack of beasts not far away had no idea the catastrophe awaiting their species. They were currently gathered around a tree. Hanging from the tree were several crystal-clear fruits, giving off a tempting fragrance. They were about to ripen. Several beasts stared intently at the fruits, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Boom! A loud noise suddenly rang out from outside. Sorry, I went a little too hard. Lin looked embarrassed as he gazed at the ferocious beast whose head he'd just blown off, offering an apology. He really was a bit sorry he'd intended to strike its heart, but accidentally missed the mark. Seeing this, the entire pack of beasts immediately erupted into a frenzy, charging at Lin in unison. Hey, hey, hey! I already said I'm sorry, you guys have no honor. Lin kept apologizing, but his fists never stopped attacking. Under his overwhelming power, the beasts fell one after another. Before long, Lin had single-handedly wiped out the entire pack. Lin's anger subsided. Ding! Host has detected the elimination of a pack of ferocious beasts. You have earned 1,000 cultivation points. Ding! This storage space's capacity can be permanently increased using cultivation points. Lin was speechless. Are you trying to play VIP games with me here? Divine system, retrieve these ferocious beast corpses into the storage space. Ding! Retrieval complete. In the blink of an eye, all the ferocious beast corpses vanished from where they stood. What a jerk! Lin couldn't help but grumble again. He hadn't expected there to be more to this. 100 cubic meters might not seem small, but the 20 ferocious beasts he'd just dealt with were already taking up nearly half the space. His heart was bleeding. Damn capitalists. That's right. At this moment, the divine system was nothing but a capitalist in Lin's eyes. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. A delicate fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. Following the scent, Lin found himself standing next to a fruit tree. His gaze fell on the fruit hanging from the tree. Is this the scent coming from this fruit? Divine system, what kind of fruit is this? Ding! To the host, this is a second-tier spiritual fruit, the heavenly fragrance cardamom. Consuming it will increase your vitality. Ding! Second-tier spiritual fruit detected. Would you like to collect it? You want everything, don't you? Lin couldn't help but laugh at the divine system's antics. It can increase my vitality? I can't let the divine system get its hands on something this good. Sensing that the fruit was ripe, Lin immediately picked it. Crossing his legs into a seated position, he ate all of them. The spirit fruit was sweet and refreshing. Its delicate flesh instantly melted inside Lin's body, transforming into rich vitality energy that flowed through his bloodstream to every part of his body. Lin silently refined it. Soon, the heavenly fragrance cardamom was fully refined. His vital energy reached 11,000 points. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. This must be what the mentors referred to as resources, right? Lin mused for a moment. It's really quite good. Second-tier spiritual fruits, and so easily? Mad Blade watched the scene on the screen. He had placed this resource himself. It was considered one of the higher tier ones. Unexpectedly, such a peculiar case had emerged. That kid has gotten even stronger. Xia Qingtian exclaimed. Consuming so many fruits should have boosted his vitality by at least several hundred points. For them warriors, their vitality is of utmost importance. To a certain extent, it determines how far they can go in the future. At the current stage, warrior ranks range from the lowest, 1st tier, to the highest, 9th tier. When a warrior breaks through from tier 6 to tier 7, there are two major hurdles. One of them is their own vitality. To successfully break through to Tier 7 Warrior, the practitioner's vitality must reach at least 50,000. But this very requirement has tripped up many warriors who consider themselves geniuses. Because the higher one's vitality gets, the harder it is to increase. Therefore, the value of these Tier 2 spirit fruits is quite substantial. Lin himself had no idea of the value of the heavenly fragrance cardamom he had just eaten. Had he known, he likely wouldn't have eaten it. Instead, he would have chosen to sell it for cultivation points. The beasts in this area are all too weak, they don't grant enough points. Lin was a bit torn, debating whether to go after the big ones or clear out these small fry first. Let us take on the big ones first. Having made up his mind, Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his space-time ability, the Divine Eye, emitted a divine glow in the night. Suddenly, a blurry eyeball appeared high above the entire mountain range, radiating light. Its appearance caused a slight disruption in the surrounding space-time ability. The eyeball emitted a mysterious fluctuation that enveloped the entire mountain range. What is that? On the ground, someone looked up, staring in terror at the giant eye in the sky. What is that? Why is it appearing in the sky? Someone pointed at the sky, backing away frantically. They stumbled and fell, but their legs continued to kick backward with all their might. The mysterious, gigantic eyeball enveloped the entire mountain range. It lingered for only a moment before vanishing, dissolving into nothingness. Ha! What's wrong with you guys? What's with those faces? A latecomer saw his companions lying on the ground like dogs, their legs kicking frantically, their eyes filled with terror. He looked up at the sky. Tonight's moon was quite full. Hey! What's wrong with you? What's going on? The frightened man heard his companion's voice and called out urgently. Quick! Something terrifying is happening. With that, he grabbed the other man's hand, clutching it tightly, then pointed up at the sky. Look! A huge eye has appeared up there as tall as 50 stories. Let us get out of here fast. The man's face was frozen in terror. He kept his head down, too afraid to look up, thinking only of how to escape. The person who had followed behind was completely baffled. He looked up again, but aside from the moon, there was nothing there. Are you crazy? If you're scared, just say so, don't act like that. He shook his head and walked away. He looked down on such a coward. What was that I just now? Is there a little mouse? Xia Qingtian suddenly stood up. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen. That fleeting glimpse of the divine gaze moments ago was definitely not a hallucination. You two, head to the scene immediately and investigate. If you find there really are little mice there. Xiao Kuang issued his orders. The youths on the screen were the future of the Dragon Nation. There was no room for error. Yes, sir. Understood. The two vanished from where they stood in an instant. So that's how it is. Lin was reflecting on the fact that he had just used the awakened ability of his space-time ability, the Divine Eye, for the very first time. Ability, how should he put it? It was absolutely incredible. In that brief moment, he had seen everything in the entire mountain range crystal clear. Where the ferocious beasts were, how many there were, and what their strength levels were. Even where cultivation resources were hidden, all of this was completely laid bare before his eyes. It's like a cheat code. He felt a surge of excitement inside. However, while the Divine Eye was incredibly powerful, it also caused quite a commotion. He noticed the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky. It had even startled him. After thinking it over for a moment, he spoke into the armband on his wrist. Mentors, this is Lin. The giant eye that appeared in the sky just now was accidentally caused by my cultivation. I'm sorry. After speaking, he glanced at a tiny black dot in the sky and waved. With his spiritual perception, he had already detected the surveillance drone in the air long ago. As expected, it was likely meant to monitor students like them. Not far away, Kuang Dao and Xia Qingtian, who had been rushing toward them, immediately halted mid-air. The two exchanged glances. They weren't deaf. They both heard Lin's voice. So, this kid was the one who caused all that commotion? What do we do? Are they going to inspect us again? Xia Qingtian asked gloomily. Inspect? Inspect my ass. I knew this kid wasn't trustworthy. Quang Tao looked utterly exasperated. If he could, he'd fly right over to Lin and give him another thrashing.
Meanwhile, inside the office, Xiao Kuang stared at Lin on the screen, who was waving at him, looking somewhat taken aback.
He immediately smiled. That kid.
I never expected him to be such a troublemaker. He had already realized that the commotion from earlier must have been caused by this kid, who was now waving at them.
Don't worry, everything is fine. After the greeting, Lin, following the memories in his mind, began his treasure hunt. That's right. A treasure hunt.
With his current strength and full knowledge of the situation, it really was just a treasure hunt.
Meanwhile, Bianca was moving alone through the woods, acting completely normal.
Her entire demeanor was solemn, her expression serious, and her two beautiful pale blue eyes constantly scanned the surroundings for any movement. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty mole lunged out from the bushes to her left. It was a late-stage, first-tier green-spotted snake. It had been lurking there for quite some time, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the target that had appeared.
Seizing the moment, it struck with a lethal blow.
As a second-tier warrior, Bianca certainly wouldn't be caught off guard so easily. She accelerated, instantly evading the ambush from her left. After coming to a stop, a powerful aura radiated from her body, accompanied by a chill in the air. Her SS class ability, Ice and Snow, activated. Bianca channeled her ability, her expression cold and impassive facing the ferocious beast that had suddenly attacked her. There wasn't a trace of panic on her face. She raised her slender arm, and powerful psychic energy condensed into countless ice spikes in the air, enveloping the emerald-spotted snake and trapping it tightly, leaving it no room to escape.
Fall!
As she murmured the command, countless ice spikes surged toward the beast trapped within the encirclement. The air was filled with extreme cold, compounded by countless attacks. The emerald-spotted snake didn't last long before it died. Seeing this, Bianca withdrew her ability, stepped forward, inspected the creature, and after confirming it was truly dead, continued on her way. This was merely a minor incident. She had already slain several first-tier beasts. For her, an SS rank psionic with second-tier cultivation, this posed no real challenge. Her target was those mid to late second-tier, or even third-tier beasts. She had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. She had originally believed that, thanks to her natural talent and strength, she stood at the very pinnacle of Dragon Nation's younger generation. That's what the uncles in the military had always told her. But the appearance of that young man shattered that illusion. His utterly overwhelming strength and unparalleled talent left her with absolutely no reason to be proud. Naturally aloof, she wasn't particularly good at talking to people, but that didn't mean she wasn't curious inside. She was very curious about how that young man had managed to achieve such greatness. If possible, she wanted to be friends with him, though she felt she might not be worthy of that right now. So, she had to get strong enough to be worthy of stepping up to him and shaking his hand. Can we be friends? Whenever she thought of this, a faint blush would spread across Bianca's cheeks. She couldn't quite explain why, but despite her usual pride and determination, she didn't mind this feeling. Right now, she was working hard to achieve this goal. A towering tree stood here, its branches and leaves lush and dense. A faint black shadow could be seen on the trunk. This shadow was saying something to the tree trunk, and then, a bizarre scene unfolded. A shadow slid along the surface of the trunk toward a certain spot. Before long, a furious roar echoed through the air. It was the roar of a mid-first-tier ferocious beast, which had been tightly entangled by a black shadow and was unable to move. Upon hearing the sound, the black figure on the tree trunk immediately sprang into action. Bang! One slash. With that single strike, the ferocious beast's head was severed from its lower body. That separation was permanent. The black figure slowly revealed its true form. Gonsun Chin. S-class ability Yomi. As expected, real combat is the best way to improve one's abilities.
He silently sensed that his ability had awakened and improved just a little more. Immediately afterward, he gazed into the distance, as if searching for something. Stone was frustrated. He swore that at first, he really just wanted to show off a little. He never expected that guy to be so powerful. Great. In terms of strength, the other guy could crush him. As for talent, although he didn't know what level of ability the other had awakened, his sixth sense told him he still wasn't a match. That was his gut feeling. As for his family background, well, let us not even go there. If word of this got back to his clan, he'd surely be chewed out by his family. His clan had never interfered in the affairs of the younger generation. Even his father had once said, "How the younger generation competes or whether they compete at all is none of the clan's business. And don't count on your old man to step in for you." In other words, he couldn't count on the family to exert any pressure in this matter. Forget it. I'll just find an opportunity to swallow my pride and apologize. Stone thought it over. That was his only option. Although it meant losing face, it was better than the inner torment he was feeling right now. Just then, a brown bear appeared ahead of him. Its dark fur, paws bigger than his head, and a split at the corner of its mouth exposed 4 sharp fangs. This brown bear had been starving for days. It mistook the human in front of it for food. It bared its teeth, ready to attack. Damn it! Even a beast like us coming to pick on me? Stone realized this ferocious beast was only at the mid-first tier level, yet it dared to provoke him like this. He couldn't take it. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Damn it! Just wait till I beat you to death, you beast. No sooner had he spoken than, before the brown bear could make a move, Stone's biceps bulged with power as his superpower surged through his entire body. S-class superpower, superhuman strength, which could dramatically enhance a person's physical power. He was going to beat that beast to death. The brown bear had no idea what kind of attack was about to be unleashed upon it. Over the course of several days, the geniuses throughout the entire training camp had all made significant progress. Those who boasted of their strength had set out alone from the very beginning to train in the vast mountain range. After battling ferocious beasts and gathering cultivation resources, their strength has significantly improved. Some have even broken through their previous cultivation levels, reaching new heights. As for those with relatively weaker abilities, they paired up in twos. Although their progress isn't as rapid as that of the lone wolves, their safety is assured. Overall, the current Western elite training camp can be roughly divided into 3 tiers. First tier, Bianca, SS class ability, early second stage, full circle cultivation. Second tier, Gongsun Qin, S class ability, late first stage, full circle. Stone, S class ability, late first stage, full circle. Wu Lei, S class ability, late first stage cultivation. The rest are basically at the mid-first stage and are considered the third tier. What? You're asking which tier Lin is in? Sorry, Lin himself isn't included in this tier ranking. Xiao Qingtian looked at the compiled file in his hand, occasionally glancing up at the screen. The 3 tiers displayed there were a preliminary classification he and Quang Dao had created together. No matter where you are, there's always competition. The owner of that roar was none other than one of the few 5th-tier ferocious beasts in these mountains, a true overlord of the region. Lin immediately sensed trouble. With his current strength, he was no match for a late-stage 5th-tier ferocious beast in a head-on confrontation. But the beast was already racing toward him at breakneck speed. He had no choice but to fight. Sure enough, he was no match for it. This was a late-stage 5th-tier Tiger King. Ferocious beasts gain the ability to speak human language upon breaking through to the 4th tier. In the end, Lin had no choice but to activate his spatial ability to escape the area. After leaving, he felt deeply frustrated. Ever since obtaining the divine system, he had never been so thoroughly defeated. So, in the days that followed, he would occasionally sneak into the Tiger King's territory. Sometimes, he'd use plants and herbs to create a smokescreen, erasing his scent, and launch a surprise attack on the beast. The Tiger King was driven to the brink of madness by his antics. Damn human! If you've got the guts, don't run, I'll tear you to pieces. It let out a long, piercing roar to the heavens. As the dominant beast of this land, it had never suffered such an insult. It was furious. That damned human was no match for it at all. But every time the human came, he refused to face it head-on, resorting only to petty tricks before running away. The problem was that it couldn't catch up. Every time it was about to catch him, the damned human would suddenly vanish. Lin wasn't having an easy time of it either. A late 5th-tier ferocious beast was even more powerful than he'd imagined. My attacks can't break through its defenses at all. This beast's hide is really tough. I've got to come up with a plan. Divine system, check in. Ding, check-in successful. 1 insight into the essence of the fist. Would you like to accept it? Ha! Another good reward? Lin was a bit surprised. His check-ins these past few days had all been psionic stones. He didn't expect his luck to strike again today. Divine system, accept. Ding, integrating the insight. Integration successful. Lin closed his eyes tightly. In his mind's eye, a figure appeared from behind an elderly man in a long robe standing in the void, composed and resolute, with a powerful intent radiating from his fists. Punch! Earth-shattering, those fists seemed to shatter the vast void, and a powerful fist intent filled the surroundings. Unstoppable, peerless in the world. I possess a sky-piercing fist intent, capable of shattering every enemy in the world. Immediately afterward, the phantom vanished, and a mysterious aura appeared on Lin's fists. With his eyes closed, he swung his fists, executing the simplest of techniques in all directions. Strike! Punch! So simple, yet unleashing an unbelievable killing intent. With every punch he threw, the air was filled with a powerful intent. It was the intent of the fist. The ferocious fist intent cut through the air, snapping every tree in the vicinity. Whoosh! Lin slowly opened his eyes. He glanced around and looked down at his own hands. Is this what fist intent is? It's powerful. Lin could feel the might of the fist intent bolstered by it. The lethality of his punches had increased by at least 10%. And this was only what he had just grasped. As he continued to invest points. Well, or rather, as his understanding deepened, the boost this fist intent would provide him would become increasingly terrifying. Time to find that guy and warm up a bit. Lin's expression shifted, and he set off in a certain direction with practiced ease. Kitty! Come out! Damn human, you're not getting away today. The Tiger King immediately burst out of its den, its gaze fixed intently on a figure perched on a rock not far away. It was Lin. Hee, Kitty, don't get so mad. We're old friends, after all. Human, what exactly are you trying to do? The Tiger King glared at him, feeling extremely irritated. Although the human before him couldn't defeat him, he couldn't do anything to him either. This constant back and forth of the human coming to bother him was making him increasingly furious. I don't want to do anything, I just missed you. Lin stood where he was, smiling cheerfully at the Tiger King. You damn fool. Do you really think the Tiger King, can't do anything about you? Hearing the other's mockery, the Tiger King flew into a rage and instantly pounced toward him. Roar! It was his signature move, Tiger Roar, through the forest. The powerful sound waves shattered all the surrounding trees, cracked the ground, and sent rocks and sand flying. Such a powerful sonic blast could easily kill anyone if they weren't careful. Lin immediately leaped into the air. He'd learned his lesson the hard way before. Fortunately, his mental strength had been strong enough back then, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Hanging in the air, his gaze sharpened. An invisible spatial barrier coalesced beneath his feet. He shifted his stance continuously while aiming the fist intent he'd just mastered at the Tiger King below. Kitty, this is a gift I've brought you. Take this. Boom! Empowered by the fist intent, the immense force of the punch became even more terrifying. A 4th-tier peak ferocious beast simply couldn't withstand this blow. Hiss! After taking several direct hits, the Tiger King retreated a few steps, clearly in pain. It was inwardly shocked and puzzled. Had this human's strength actually increased? Human, have you grown stronger? It asked. Oh. Lin looked down.
It seemed that, empowered by the essence of the fist, his attacks were now capable of inflicting some damage on the kitten below. Of course, this didn't mean his strength had reached the late 5th tier level. Didn't he see that the late 5th tier kitten in front of him had taken several of his punches head on without so much as a scratch? Not even a tear in its fur. Human, why don't we have a chat? The Tiger King looked up at Lin above him and spoke hesitantly. Continuing this standoff was starting to work against him. Little kitten, what do you want to talk about? Lin withdrew his abilities and landed on the ground. Human, let us make a deal. From now on, you must never disturb this king again.
How about it? Oh? What kind of deal? Tell me more, Lin asked curiously. The Tiger King pulled out a few rings and tossed them onto the ground. Human, in your human world, these are called storage rings. There should be quite a few good things inside. If you agree to stop bothering this king, then consider these a gift from me. How about it?
Lin stared in surprise at the several storage rings on the ground. He narrowed his eyes.
Little kitty, how did you get these?
Hearing how the other had addressed him, the Tiger King grimaced slightly.
Human, I am the Tiger King, not Kitty. Okay, Kitty. You.
The Tiger King was somewhat thrown off guard. As a ferocious beast, he wasn't used to verbal attacks.
Just say whether you agree or not. All it wanted now was for this human to leave its territory, never to be seen again. Ah, little kitty, I'll miss you. Human. My patience has its limits.
The Tiger King fought hard to resist the urge to strike. If possible, it would tear the human before it to pieces.
Lin thought for a moment. Sigh, fine. I, Morong Yun, agree.
With that, he pointed at the Tiger King and gave a little wave of his hand.
The Tiger King watched his gesture and snorted coldly, Human, I hope you keep your word.
With that, it turned and returned to its cave. Only after the other had left did Lin step forward and pick up the storage ring from the ground.
Heh, what does Morong Yun's agreement have to do with me, Lin?
Setting aside cultivation points, judging solely by the beast's demeanor, it certainly wouldn't have let him off the hook if given the chance. It was simply that his current strength didn't allow it, otherwise, Lin would pounced on it long ago.
Kitty, wait for me. It won't be long.
Carrying his spoils, Lin left the area. He examined the storage ring in his hand.
How was this thing supposed to work? He'd never seen anything like this before. Did it work through mental projection?
He probed it with his spiritual energy.
Whoa, it actually worked.
Guided by his spiritual energy, Lin could sense everything inside the storage ring and retrieve its contents with a single thought.
Let us see what's in here. He scanned through the items one by one. Ha! Pretty empty, nothing but clothes.
There were also a few ability stones here.
This one looks like it's at least E rank? Or is it purple? Is this a cultivation technique?
A grade B technique, grappling hands. Lin silently put it away. It didn't seem to be of much use to him. After scanning through everything, he found only a small amount of cultivation resources, nothing else. Lin felt like he'd gotten the short end of the stick. After this incident, Lin felt he really wasn't the so-called chosen one of legend. Just then, a familiar voice came from his wristband.
Classmates, this week's practical training exercise ends at midnight tonight.
Quite a few students had already gathered by the lake where it all began. Some of them huddled together, recounting the stories of the past week. You wouldn't believe it, the other day, I was just walking along when a ferocious beast suddenly charged at me.
Like I'd just take that lying down?
I immediately pulled out my 5-meter-long broadsword, vowing to fight that beast to the death. Several teenagers gathered together, one of them vividly recounting his experience. After all, kids that age love to show off. Suddenly, the air around them grew a bit colder.
Bianca was back.
She sat alone by the lake, cupping her hands to scoop up some water and simply wash away the grime. The scene, which had been somewhat boisterous, quieted down considerably with her arrival. As more and more students returned, the two instructors also appeared. Mad Blade clapped his hands. "Students, the first week of training is officially over." There wasn't much response from the crowd. A week of life and death battles had helped these youngsters grow considerably. Mad Blade nodded to himself. "As a reward, each of you will receive 100 points. I'll explain what these points are for later. Next, I'll take you to the location of the Real Elite Training Camp. As an official institution of Dragon Nation dedicated to training geniuses, it certainly wouldn't be this shabby." These geniuses weren't surprised either, their families must have tipped them off in advance. Lin remained unfazed as well. "Don't ask if you do, just say you don't know." Soon, several helicopters appeared in the sky. The students boarded in an orderly fashion, heading for the Real Elite Training Camp. "We're here. Is this the Elite Training Camp?" Many of them gazed at the scene before them and murmured softly. There wasn't much in the way of opulence, instead, there was a sense of depth and mystery. A stone gate stood there, flanked by a massive boulder engraved with the 5 large characters, "Elite Training Camp." "Welcome to the Elite Training Camp." Mad Blade smiled as he looked at everyone. But given the lessons learned from past experiences, his smile didn't bring much warmth to this group of students. "From today until the end, you'll spend the most important period of your lives here." As he spoke, he led the students on a tour. The Elite Training Camp has several areas. This is the central plaza, where you'll conduct your daily training and sparring. To the east is the Sumeru Illusion Realm, where you can accelerate your cultivation progress. To the north is the Dawn Tower, and to the west is the Mission Hall. And to the south the Treasury, containing countless cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, and martial arts. "Master, may we use all of these?" A student raised his hand. Mad Blade stopped in his tracks, turned to face the student, and smiled slightly. "Of course. As long as you have enough points, you can use any and all resources within the Elite Training Camp." Points? Lin seemed to have a pretty good idea of what that meant. That's right, points. Points are the hard currency of the Elite Training Camp, and they're the key to whether you can rapidly improve your strength in the time ahead. Right now, each of you has 100 points, that's your starting balance. Just then, a young man walked over and bowed to Mad Blade. "Instructor Mad Blade, you're here." "Oh? It's Xiaomu. I'll leave things in your hands from here on out." Mad Blade glanced at the newcomer and nodded. Then he vanished from where he stood. The newcomer's name was Mu Yuan, and he was a veteran here. He looked out at the 100 young men and women before him and quickly smoothed out his appearance. "Hello, fellow students. My name is Mu Yuan. Welcome to Elite Training Camp. Let me take you to your dorms first." After some back and forth, this year's intake was finally settled in. During this time, Mu Yuan had already gotten to know quite a few of them, and gained a general understanding of this year's cohort. "As things stand, those few are the ones worth befriending," Mu Yuan said, his hands tucked into his pants pockets. There were others here besides him. Welcoming new students wasn't exactly a rewarding task, but he volunteered for it in the hope of building connections with some of them. His own background wasn't particularly strong. That Lin, though I hear he is very powerful. It's a shame he comes from a humble background, he shook his head. In his view, raw power was no match for a strong background. No matter how strong you are, can you ever surpass the foundation built up over generations of hard work by others? Of course, he wasn't going to go out of his way to offend him either. Lin was in his dorm room, looking around at the space assigned to him. It wasn't bad, much better than his home back in the Ping'an district. New here, so I need to figure out exactly what's going on around here first. He was about to head out to see if he could find out more about the place. As soon as he opened the door, he found a figure standing right in front of him. "Who are you?" Lin looked at the man who had appeared at his doorstep and thought for a moment. "Are you Stone?" That's me. The visitor was indeed Stone. He felt a bit flustered standing face to face with Lin. He found it hard to breathe.
What do you want? Lin was a bit curious. He'd never had any interaction with this man before.
Lin, I came here today specifically to apologize to you. Stone steeled himself and explained what had happened.
Lin, I didn't mean to show off at your expense back then. Please don't hold it against me.
After speaking, he lowered his head and bowed deeply. Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other guy to come apologize at all. Rubbing his chin, he pretended to think for a moment, then patted the other guy's shoulder with feigned composure. Since you're so sincere, and I'm not the type to hold a grudge, let us just put that incident behind us. Stone felt a shiver run through him at the pat, but upon hearing Lin's words, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The weight that had been pressing on his heart for a week was finally lifted. He looked up at the young man standing before him, who was about his own age, and said with a touch of blunt honesty, "If anything ever happens, I, Stone, will definitely stand up for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he blushed slightly. Given Lin's strength, standing up for him would really just mean him standing up for himself.
"Ah, Brother Tuoba, there is actually something I'd like to ask you right now." "Brother Lin, please go ahead." "Well, regarding this elite training camp." Lin asked Stone for details about the elite training camp.
As a member of the Tuoba clan, the foremost family in the entire Northwest, Stone knew the elite training camp inside and out. He shared everything he knew with Lin. It turned out that, aside from those like them who had just awakened, the elite training camp also housed veterans from previous years. Because the camp was well equipped with cultivation devices, and under the claness arrangement, everyone who came here could stay for up to 3 years. Over time, a hierarchy has gradually formed here, and some have even established their own factions. The higher-ups at the elite training camp turn a blind eye to this. Where there are people, there is conflict.
"Are you saying those veterans will bully us newcomers?"
Lin narrowed his eyes.
"Yes, it's actually a tradition. No matter what background you have on the outside, it means nothing once you're here," Stone explained with a sheepish grin.
Among the veterans here were members of his own Tuoba clan, but given the Tuoba family's traditions, they wouldn't go out of their way to help him.
"How do they bully us? Are they after the points we've earned?"
"Yes, points are extremely important in the elite training camp.
Without them, you won't get very far here."
"So that is how it is."
Lin finally understood. Lin, I have a cousin here too. He is part of the Kamikaze Hall. I've already joined the Kamikaze Hall. Do you want to join us?"
Stone looked at him with some anticipation. Lin was the strongest among the new recruits in their cohort. If he could join the Kamikaze Hall with him, things would be much easier from now on.
"Thanks for the offer, but I'm not considering it for now."
Lin shook his head. He didn't like the feeling of being tied down.
"All right." Stone didn't press the issue. Since the matter was settled, he didn't linger any longer.
After Stone left, Lin closed the door again.
"That is starting to get interesting."
He raised an eyebrow slightly. For the rest of the time, he stayed inside his room training. It just so happened that he recently received quite a few supernatural stones from the divine system. On the third day, Lin stepped out of his room. As he passed through the central square, some noise coming from the direction of the combat arena caught his attention.
"You worthless piece of trash. Will you dare to talk back next time?"
On the stage, a man was standing on top of another man, kicking him repeatedly. The man being kicked was spitting blood, his body covered in numerous wounds. He was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back, forced to lie face down on the ground while his opponent freely hurled insults and trampled him at will. After venting his frustration, the man suddenly grew bored and delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent flying off the ring. "Kid, keep your head down around here at the elite training camp from now on." With that, he turned and walked over to a nearby container used for storing points. He reached in and placed his wristband inside. In an instant, the wristband displayed an additional 200 points.
100 points in the bag.
He smiled as he looked at his newly earned points. Lin noticed that the man who'd been kicked off the ring looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to be from the same intake as him. But he had no intention of coming to the other guy's defense. Deep down, he felt that nothing in this world really mattered to him. Just as he was about to leave, the winner of the earlier match happened to spot him.
"Huh, you look unfamiliar. Younger classmate, are you new here?"
He approached quite friendly, blocking Lin's path.
"Why yes, senior. Is there something you need?" Lin suddenly became a bit nervous.
He took a slight step back with his left leg, a hint of timidity crossing his face. The other guy noticed little gestures and thought to himself, such a wimp.
"But I like it."
Hee, since you're new here, you probably aren't familiar with the place yet.
Here's the deal, Junior. I happen to have some free time right now, so I can show you around. All you have to do is give me 90 points. The man looked at Lin with a cheerful expression, though he was smiling, it seemed a bit stiff. 90? Senior, isn't that a bit much? How much? It's not much after all, you've just arrived, you'll earn points quickly enough.
Plus, by spending these 90 points, you'll not only get a quick grasp of the situation here, but you'll also gain a friend. If anything happens in the future, come find me, and I'll take care of it for you.
What do you say?
As he spoke, he moved closer to Lin. Lin couldn't help but keep backing away. A bead of cold sweat seemed to appear on his forehead.
Well,
senior, I'd rather use these points to improve my own skills.
You see. So you're saying you don't want to call me senior as a friend?
His voice took on a slightly cold tone.
No, that's not what I meant, senior. Then what did you mean? Well, I mean, could you give me some guidance, senior?
Lin's face twitched slightly.
Guidance?
The man froze in his tracks. It took him a moment to process what Lin had said. He studied Lin closely.
Is this kid playing the underdog to catch the tiger? He certainly looks unfamiliar. He must be a newcomer, no doubt.
From what he knew, only two of the newcomers were relatively strong, one named Lin and the other named Bianca.
Junior, what's your name? Senior, my name is Morong Yun. Do you really want me to give you some guidance?
Oh, of course. After giving it some more thought, the senior nodded.
Well, that works out perfectly.
There is a fighting ring right here, but each part
has to wager at least 100 points.
He pointed to the ring nearby.
Alright, I'll do as you say, senior. Lin nodded and followed the other student onto the arena. Both of them deposited 100 points into the point container.
At that moment, Lin let out a sigh of relief. He'd finally taken the bait. Junior Morone, since this is supposed to be guidance, you go first. This senior displayed quite a bit of class. He'd already decided to treat this freshman as a long-term source of income, planning to milk him for points every so often.
Senior, please go first.
Lin stood there impassively, gazing calmly at his opponent, a stark contrast to his attitude just moments ago.
The unnamed senior furrowed his brow.
Something felt off. The other guy seemed like a completely different person.
Junior Morong, what's going on?
Senior, no need for further words.
I look forward to your guidance.
Cold, detached. That tone, that expression, they made the senior's face turn grim. He snorted coldly.
Since that's the case, don't blame him for going all out. Sure enough, newcomers need a lesson to keep them in line.
So, he unleashed his cultivation late second stage.
Kid. What the hell are you playing at?
He stopped pretending and went straight for the attack, bursting forward at lightning speed toward Lin, ready to end the fight with a single punch. Lin shifted his body slightly to the side. At the same time, he lifted his left foot and delivered a light kick aimed at a specific spot.
Ah!
The student didn't have time to dodge and took the blow squarely in the chest. Although Lin hadn't used much force, it was still a very painful blow for him.
Senior, are you okay? Lin stepped forward, feigning concern. The student gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lin. Damn it, you've really pissed me off.
He activated his ability, the Class A ability known as Raging Flame. Huge flames condensed in the palms of both his hands and, under his control, fused into a fiery lotus.
Flame explosion.
With a command, the fiery lotus burst into a blinding light and surged toward Lin.
You're asking for it.
The senior's face turned pale with rage. How dare this damn freshman humiliate him like this?
Boom! A massive explosion rocked the arena, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Isn't that Zhang Hong from the second year? Who was he fighting? Who else could it be? He's definitely picking on a freshman again.
That guy has been giving freshmen a hard time lately. What a disgrace to our second year class.
This freshman's got some skills. He actually forced him to use his psychic power? Some upperclassmen were surprised as they recognized the person on the stage. There were also newcomers present. They looked anxiously in the opposite direction. Over the past few days, they'd been mercilessly bullied by these upperclassmen.
Many who were weak and lacked any significant connections couldn't put up a fight at all. They could only take the beating. Some tried to resist, but the outcome was always the same. The guy who'd just been beaten until he coughed up blood was a prime example. They felt deeply aggrieved, but since they were outmatched, they could only swallow their anger. As the smoke cleared, Lin's figure vanished.
Zhang Hong's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been instantly obliterated in a single move, leaving not even a bone fragment behind? That would be a disaster. Senior, I'm here. Suddenly, Lin's voice rang out from the air.
Zhang Hong looked up and saw Lin standing in midair. His pupils contracted in shock.
He can fly? Could he be a sixth-tier powerhouse?
That thought truly startled him.
Impossible.
He couldn't possibly be a sixth-tier powerhouse. It must be due to his special ability.
Zhang Hong didn't sense any overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent.
He gathered flames in his hands once more and unleashed a barrage of attacks into the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless flames. Under the thick shroud of fire, Lin had nowhere to escape.
Boom! A violent explosion rang out in the sky. Sparks flew in every direction, creating a dazzling spectacle.
Zhang Hong was panting slightly. His special ability was being rapidly depleted. Controlling so much fire was taking a heavy toll on him.
That should settle things.
His eyes were fixed on the sky when suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder.
Senior, what are you looking at?
Zhang Hong turned in shock.
Standing behind him was none other than Morong Yun.
He immediately took a step back. At that very moment, he realized the other had been playing the part of a weakling all along.
Damn you!
Feeling the dwindling reserves of his supernatural power, he immediately formed a hand seal. A wall of fire several times larger than before appeared above his head.
Great fire technique.
A deep voice, laced with Zhang Hong's fury, echoed as the massive fireball engulfed the entire arena, trapping Lin completely inside.
Let us see how you escape this time.
The fireball's power was terrifying, as if it could melt everything in the world. Spectators outside couldn't see what was happening inside. They didn't notice that Lin was standing there, completely unscathed. An invisible barrier surrounded his body, firmly keeping the flames at bay, not allowing them to come even a hair's breadth closer to him.
Whoa, that is so cool.
Lin gazed at the flames all around him, and a scene from The Arsonist flashed through his mind.
The flames slowly dissipated.
Zhang Hong was gasping for breath. The great fire technique had drained him immensely, and his supernatural energy was now completely depleted.
Kid, even if I'm being punished, I'm still going to take you down.
Zhang Hong was already overcome by rage. He felt humiliated. No one had ever dared treat him this way his whole life.
He looked up ahead, and a figure slowly came into view, gradually taking shape. He slowly opened his mouth wide. No, this can't be.
The figure walked slowly toward him, each step seeming to strike at his very core, filling him with dread and anxiety. Senior, your guidance seems rather mediocre. Lin looked at his opponent, standing there quietly with his head bowed, looking down on this senior. Under the blinding light, his shadow stretched out long, so long it filled Zhang Hong's entire mind.
Since you're done giving me advice, senior, now it's my turn.
With that, Lin raised his right foot and kicked straight at the other's chest.
Thud.
Zhang Hong didn't have time to dodge. The violent impact shattered his internal organs, and with that single kick, his entire body was sent flying off the stage, where he passed out. Lin looked down at the unconscious Zhang Heng. He had actually intended to kill him. The power of that fireball moments ago had clearly been aimed at taking his life. But, never mind. I'll give you a chance. With 200 points in the bag, his mood lifted slightly. He just walked out the door and already earned 100 points for free. Life was looking up. Watching his retreating figure, many of the elders in the audience sighed. That kid looks like a newcomer, doesn't he? But he is pretty powerful. I never thought Zhang Han would actually be defeated by this kid. He has got some skill, but he is in for trouble now. Zhang Han always relies on the fact that his older brother is in the 3rd grade. He is always acting all high and mighty, but this time, he didn't expect to run into such a tough opponent. Just wait and see, this kid is about to have some bad luck. 2 people carried the unconscious Zhang Heng away. At the same time, in a luxurious cultivation chamber, a figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by several ability stones. These ability stones continuously emitted energy, supplying the figure in the center with the power needed for cultivation. Clan leader. Something has happened to your younger brother, Zhang Heng. Hearing the voice, the figure slowly opened his eyes. He stabilized his internal energy, then looked impassively at the visitor. Don't you know that interrupting someone during cultivation is enough to turn them into a mortal enemy? As soon as these words were spoken, a terrifying aura of pressure immediately filled the room, emanating from the figure. The messenger instantly fell to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing an apology, his back already soaked with sweat. Forgive me, Guild Master. Forgive me. I'll spare one arm, but this is a one-time exception, the figure said coldly, his flat tone resembling that of an earthly emperor delivering a verdict. Crack! Blood splattered across the floor as an arm rolled to the ground, yet the man dared not show the slightest sign of discontent, remaining kneeling where he was. Only then did the figure lift his head to ask what had happened. After the visitor explained the situation, he grew terrified once more, fearing that this incident might further enrage the man before him and that his own life would be forfeit. Murong Yun? The figure looked at the message, showing not a hint of emotion. Let Tang Chen handle it. My younger brother may be useless, but even when beating a dog, one must respect its master. With that, he closed his eyes again, as if the matter held no interest for him whatsoever. This man was Zhang Heng's older brother. Zhang Xian. Lin headed north. As far as he could recall, there was a tower up north. Before long, a tower soaring into the clouds appeared before his eyes. Dawn Tower. Lin looked up at the towering structure before him, its surroundings crowded with people. I wonder if I'll be able to reach the 30th floor this time. Some clenched their fists tightly. They put in a lot of effort and significantly improved their strength, hoping to break their personal records. This tower isn't that easy. To reach the 30th floor, you'd need at least early stage 3rd tier strength. Lin noticed a leaderboard on one side of the tower. Numerous names were engraved on it. Li Qing 40th floor. Wang Long 40th floor. Zhang Xian 43rd floor. Bei Ao 44th floor. The lowest floor anyone had reached on the list was the 40th. As his gaze moved upward, he saw the top 3. Feng Bing 52nd floor. Ba Tian 53rd floor. GZ 57th floor. Senior, may I ask what this list is? Lin turned to a man standing nearby and asked. Oh? A newcomer? The man heard him and glanced at Lin. Hello, Senior. I'm new here, so I appreciate your guidance. So you're just a noob, huh? The man didn't mince words, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Lin didn't take offense. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. You're actually pretty lucky. The tower in front of you is Dawn Tower. It has a total of 60 floors. Lin nodded, listening intently. The man continued, every 10 floors of this tower correspond to one rank within our warrior order. Floors 1 through 10 correspond to the first rank, and so on. You'll encounter fierce beasts on every floor. If you defeat them, you can move up.
I see, so it's a challenge course. Of course, those who successfully complete the course for the first time will receive a certain number of points as a reward. Oh. That's not bad. Senior, what's that list over there? Oh, you're asking about the Dawn rankings? That doesn't really have much to do with you. The man shook his head as he looked at the list, a hint of awe and a touch of envy flashing in his eyes. Only the true prodigies can even hope to make it onto the Dawn rankings. As you can see, the minimum requirement to make the list is reaching the 40th floor. Do you know what that means? It means a person's strength must be at least at the 4th tier level. 4th tier. That level of strength puts you among the top tier in the entire elite training camp. Plus, once you're on the list, you'll receive a fixed daily points reward. After saying that, the man looked away from the list. His last score was 26 floors today. He was here to see if he could climb 2 more. Hey, are you planning to go up now? The man asked, sounding a bit surprised but also showing a hint of understanding. Speaking from experience, I'd suggest you don't rush into it. Every newcomer gets 1 free chance to climb the tower. You should wait a while and come back to attempt it once your strength has grown stronger. Because once you've used up your free chance, you'll need points to climb again, and each attempt costs a full 50 points. From his words, it was clear that 50 points was no small number. Thanks for the advice, senior, but I'd still like to give it a try. Lin didn't stop walking and stepped into the tower under the man's gaze. Newcomers are just newcomers, the man shook his head. He figured this rookie would make it to at most a dozen or so floors. It had been the same for him when he first arrived. In the end, he'd only made it to the 13th floor, wasting a free attempt for nothing. It wasn't until he'd been here longer that he realized just how precious these points were. Once inside, Lin noticed something was off. Huh? Is this a phantom? He looked down at his own body. It seemed this tower wasn't a real battle at all, but a virtual one. The moment he appeared, a phantom of a 1st tier ferocious beast materialized opposite him. Early 1st tier, its aura is very weak. Even though it was just a phantom, Lin could still sense the beast's strength, which was quite miraculous. He moved his body at a leisurely pace. This tower can actually replicate my abilities 100%? Lin was somewhat shocked. He'd just checked and discovered that, in his current state, he could do absolutely everything. Divine System? Divine System, are you there? No response. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The Divine System was his greatest trump card. If even that were replicated 1-to-1, it would be truly terrifying. In that case, let us give it a try. Boom. 1st floor cleared. Boom. 2nd floor cleared. The beasts in the earlier levels were all too weak, so Lin made his way through them very quickly. Bang. Level 10, cleared. Congratulations. You've cleared level 10 for the first time. Reward, 100 points. Keep it up, future Dawnbringer. A sweet notification sound rang out as Lin cleared level 10. Only this many points for clearing 10 levels? So stingy. Let us keep going. Boom. Level 11, cleared. Boom. Level 12, cleared. Basically, on every level, he'd throw a single punch, and the beasts that appeared would explode on the spot. They simply couldn't withstand the force of his punch. By now, quite a crowd had gathered outside the tower. Ha! Who's climbing the tower? That's so fast. Someone spoke up, and he realized something was off. Look, guys. This guy is so fast. 18. Holy crap, 20. Is he a second man? It must be one of those 3rd-year students. Their strength has generally reached level 30 or higher. The earlier levels are a breeze for them. Holy crap, he has broken through 30. What? He has already passed 30? Now, more and more people were staring at Dawn Tower, watching the constantly flashing number that indicated the challenger's current floor. He is already on the 35th floor. Who is this powerhouse? Could it be one of those few? But even those few aren't this fast. Holy crap. Yes, broken through 40. Someone shouted. In less than 10 minutes, he'd gone from 0 to 40. It was terrifying. At that moment, a stern-faced man gazed intently at Dawn Tower, watching the number that kept rising. Who on earth is it? Those guys couldn't possibly have that kind of strength. Just then, someone passed by him. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the person pointed at the man. You're Bei-Ao? The man cast a casual glance in their direction, silencing the person with a single look. Bei-Ao. A name on the Dawn rankings, with a score of 44 levels. He was undoubtedly among the very best in the elite training camp. He hadn't expected him to be here as well. After a period of training, Bei-Ao felt his strength had risen to a whole new level, and he wanted to test whether he could break the historical record. Little did he expect to run into something like this. Look, it's already at the 48th level. Someone covered their mouth with their hand, staring upward in disbelief. Bei-Ao's pupils contracted as he looked up. 48 floors. No, wait, it's already 49. His face grew grave as he ran through every possible candidate in his mind, yet he still couldn't figure out who was inside. Although the Dawn rankings listed only those who had reached 50 floors or higher, those individuals were no longer here. In other words, this list documented all the prodigies from the past who had reached 40 floors or higher. Currently, no one in the elite training camp had the strength to break through to the 50th floor. Who on earth are you? Bei-Ao stared intently at the Dawn Tower, unable to believe what he was seeing today. Inside the tower, Lin had now reached the 50th floor. On this floor was a early-stage 5th-tier ferocious beast, a human-faced lion. Human, your strength is impressive, but this is as far as you'll go. The beast, with a human face, wore a fierce expression. Standing there arrogantly, its body was covered in thick fur. Among beasts, the 7th tier marks a watershed, those above the 7th tier are emperors, while those below are kings. As an early-stage 5th tier beast, it possessed sufficient strength to serve as a demon general under a demon king. At this very moment, it was fully displaying the majesty befitting a demon general. Its towering stature allowed it to look down upon the human who had appeared before it. What a truly insignificant and treacherous race! This tower really is impressive. Lin gazed at the ferocious beast before him, filled with admiration. This tower had transformed the beast so lifelike that it would be no exaggeration to call it real. Kitty, stop standing so stiffly, your lower half is too small. It's embarrassing. The human-faced lion froze for a moment. It actually looked down a few times before realizing it had been humiliated by the other party. Human, how dare you insult this king? It was furious beyond measure, opening its massive jaws and letting out a terrifying roar. A 5th-tier aura of pressure surged toward Lin. This human had enraged it would ensure he met a fate so gruesome there'd be no place to bury him. Oh my! You're even wiggling as you run. Can't stop shaking? Lin stood his ground, speaking in surprise. His gaze had indeed drifted down to the creature's lower region. This sent the human-faced lion into an even greater frenzy, and it launched a reckless attack against Lin. Generally speaking, ferocious beasts rely primarily on brute strength and sturdy defenses for their attacks. However, this human-faced lion possessed a certain degree of bloodline power. It could channel its bloodline to unleash terrifying assaults. At that moment, it was channeling the power of its bloodline. A crimson aura emerged on its surface, gradually expanding and coalescing into the form of an ancient lion ancestor, distorting the surrounding space. Human, die! It roared furiously, its voice echoing throughout the entire 50th floor, lingering for a long time. The attack, as devastating as a whirlwind, seemed poised to shatter the entire space. This was the true might of a 5th-tier fierce beast. As the guardian of the 50th level, this human-faced lion ranked among the top in the early stages of the 5th tier. To be honest, if this had been a week ago, Lin would have been lucky to even manage a draw against such a beast. But this was not then. As the smoke cleared, a figure emerged. It was Lin. He exhaled softly, and a faint crack flashed across the void before him. He had chosen to take that attack head-on. His SSS rank spacetime ability proved incredibly powerful, instantly forming a spatial barrier that blocked the ferocious assault. Although a slight crack had appeared, at least it had held. "You've got some skill." Lin waved his hand, and the barrier vanished. When it reappeared, he was already standing above the void, his eyes radiating a divine glow. His second innate ability, spacetime ability Divine Eyes. A massive divine eye materialized mysterious and unfathomable, like a strike from a higher dimension. The human-faced lion sensed a suppression at the very level of existence, as if it had encountered a true deity. Fear flooded its mind, and the power of its bloodline, like a mouse facing a cat, vanished without a trace. It curled up into a ball, its entire body kneeling motionless on the ground. Blade of Void. An invisible blade appeared, seeming to pierce through space as it slashed toward the human-faced lion. 50 levels clear. Congratulations! You've cleared the 50th level for the first time. Reward, 1,000 points. Keep it up, Dawnbringer. Just as Lin cleared the 50th level, the crowd outside the tower went wild. Holy shit! He cleared the 50th level. The onlookers were incredibly excited. Holy shit! Damn! Damn, damn, damn. Since arriving at the elite training camp, this was the first time they'd ever seen anyone break through the 50th level. It was nothing short of a miracle. The man who had earlier answered Linus' questions also looked up at the number symbolizing glory. Wow, I can't believe I've run into such a prodigy. If I ever get the chance to exchange a few words with someone like that, this trip will have been well worth it. Bei Ao stared at the number, and the tension on his face eased slightly. He knew that no matter who was inside, he wasn't a match for them right now. I never imagined there was someone like this hiding here. Subconsciously, he assumed this person must be from his own class, but had simply kept a very low profile all this time. The college entrance exams are coming up. Is that why you've revealed yourself now? He muttered to himself. In fact, the reason they were still at the elite training camp was to use its cultivation resources to take their strength to the next level, so they could perform well on the exams. This year's college entrance exams were set to begin in just over 2 months. The number reached 52, meaning the 51st floor he'd made it through. His eyelid twitched. Above the 50th level, the ferocious beasts on each level were incredibly powerful. Lin also felt the pressure. His current level was still in the early 3rd stage, and he was entirely relying on the power of his extraordinary talent. Upon reaching the 52nd level, he discovered that his attacks were no longer having any significant effect on his opponent. The ferocious beast on this level was a giant blue sky python, whose strength was extremely close to the peak of the early 5th stage. Covered in a thick layer of snake scales, it possessed supreme defense even with the boost from his fist intent. Lin's attacks couldn't inflict significant damage. Blade of Void. An invisible blade sliced through its skin, but even the powerful Blade of Void could only barely chip away a single scale. This left Lin at a loss for words. Looks like this is as far as I'm going today. After this tower run, he realized his attack repertoire was too limited, and his use of his innate abilities was somewhat crude. The Azure Sky Giant Python opened its gaping maw, and terrifying azure flames spewed from its mouth, obliterating Lin entirely. This time, Lin had no defense and was wiped out by the attack. Lin opened his eyes, still feeling a lingering sense of dread from that split-second brush with death. Lin, you've successfully cleared the 51st floor. He looked at the points on his wristband. The 10th floor awarded 100 points, the 20th floor 200, the 30th floor 500, the 40th floor 800, and the 50th floor 1,000 plus the 200 he already had. He now had a total of 2,800 points. That was a pretty impressive total. Outside the tower, Linus' final cleared level was officially recorded as level 51. And the Dawn rankings had just updated. The player who had previously held 4th place had been pushed down, and Linus' name now appeared in 4th place. Lin level 51. Master Zhang level 50. Look, the Dawn rankings have changed. Lin, it's Lin. Who is Lin? Does anyone know this big shot? Lin? I've never heard of anyone by that name in our class. Many lowered their heads and thought they were all third-year students here, and as far as they could recall, there didn't seem to be anyone named Lin in their class. Lin? Bao scratched his head as well. If his memory served him correctly, there really wasn't anyone named Lin in their class. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into the abyss. One of the third-year students exclaimed in disbelief, "See, could it be that Lin is a second-year student?" After saying this, he found it hard to believe himself, but no matter how he thought about it, there wasn't a single student named Lin in his class. Second year? The other third-year students also shuddered slightly. They couldn't believe it either. A second-year student had actually reached the 51st level. "No, it's not from our second year." But before long, several voices rang out from the crowd. They were all second-year students. They had just spoken in unison. "There's no one named Lin in our second year." They, too, hoped this prodigy was from their own class. It would bring them great prestige. "Not your second-year class?" The third-year students were dumbfounded. If it wasn't from their third-year class or the second-year class, were they supposed to believe this was one of those new, greenhorn freshmen? He dismissed that far-fetched fantasy. He'd sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than accept this was happening. Come to think of it, it seemed a sow really could climb a tree right now. Just then, a faint voice spoke up. "Among our freshmen, there is indeed someone named Lin." It was Morong Yun. He'd gone out today intending to wander around and had just happened to end up here. At that very moment, he was utterly shocked, and the figure from his memory flashed before his eyes. Lin, third middle school. That was the first time he'd spoken to Lin. The other's flat tone had left quite an impression on him, because back then, in their circle, quite a few people had looked down on Lin due to the insider quota scandal. "What's your name? What did you just say? Speak up." A shrill voice snapped him back to reality. A crowd had gathered around him, mostly upperclassmen from the second and third grades. Their cultivation levels were generally at the second or third tier. With so many people staring at him, Morong Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Currently at the mid-first tier, he feared something terrible might happen. "Kid, we're talking to you." Someone grew impatient and urged him on. "I'm Morong Yun, a freshman." Morong Yun kept his tone very humble. "I didn't ask your name. You just said there's someone named Lin in your class?" A third-year senior waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, senior. There is indeed a freshman named Lin among us." "So you're saying this Lin is him?" Someone snorted in disbelief. "Freshman. They'd all been through this stage themselves, a bunch of rookies who'd only recently awakened. Are you telling them that among these greenhorns, there is someone who has only been training for a little over a month and has already crushed them people who've been training for 2 or 3 years? It's true. Senior, there really is someone named Lin in our class, and he is incredibly powerful." Morong Yun was getting a little flustered. He was now absolutely certain that the Lin who had broken through the 51st level was the same Lin he knew. "You little rookie, do you even know what this means?" someone sneered. "It means someone who has been awakened for less than 2 months has outclassed all of us who've been training hard for 2 or 3 years. Are you saying we're all losers?" Hearing this, Morong Yun flinched in fear. Although he was absolutely certain in his heart and desperately wanted to stand up for Lin, he was afraid of getting beaten up. People kept emerging from the exit of Dawn Tower. Some, clueless as to what was going on, asked their friends for an explanation. Once they found out, they were stunned on the spot. Since the tower could accommodate many challengers at once, no one knew exactly which one was Lin. While they were still looking around, searching for the person in the crowd, Lin had already left the scene. As word of this event spread and gained momentum, it caused quite a stir in the elite training camp, and Lin's name quickly became widely known. After thorough investigation by those with a keen interest, Lin's status as a newcomer was finally confirmed. Reaching the 51st floor meant that his true strength had already reached the 5th tier, making him, by all accounts, the top contender in the elite training camp at present. This came as a crushing blow to those who had previously considered themselves exceptional. At the edge of a cliff, a man in a green robe stood with a grave expression. He looked up at the starry sky, remaining silent. His name was Lei Jinzi. He possessed an S-class ability Thunder Punishment and was at the peak of mid-4th tier, though his true strength had already reached the peak of late 4th tier. In Dawn Tower, he had reached the 49th floor. He had thought he had no rivals here. His gaze had long since shifted away from this place, turning toward the entire Dragon Nation. Unexpectedly, an abyssal dragon had actually arrived. Bianca sat cross-legged in her room. She had also heard about Lin's feat of reaching the 51st floor of Dawn Tower. "You're so outstanding. When will I ever be able to catch up to you? It's really hard to be friends with you." A hint of frustration flashed across her icy face, as if she were annoyed that her own strength wasn't improving fast enough. "Heh, just as I thought. I always said that Lin wasn't one to sit still." Office. Mad Blade was currently sitting in his chair, holding a teacup and savoring it slowly. The fact that Lin had stormed into Dawn Tower right after arriving and made it all the way to the 51st floor came as no surprise to him, because he was well aware of Lin's strength. The 51st floor, those upperclassmen must be under a mountain of pressure. Xia Qingtian sat beside him, a smile in his eyes as well. They've only got themselves to blame for not working hard enough. After training for so long, their strength still can't match that of a freshman. If I were them, I wouldn't have the face to stay here. Quang Dao let out a hint of amusement. Indeed, Lin's arrival had put immense pressure on all the upperclassmen. They had never imagined such a day would come. Countless upperclassmen had already made up their minds and begun secluding themselves for cultivation, vowing not to emerge until they had broken through to the next level. It could be said that because of Lin's actions, the elite training camp had actually sparked a wave of cultivation frenzy. Once this frenzy subsided, many of them had seen a significant increase in their strength. After all, who among those who made it here wasn't a genius? Lin had now arrived at the eastern section. The Sumeru illusion? 10 points per hour? Lin noticed the annotation beside it. Psionic Realm, 10 points per hour, triples cultivation speed. Blood Chi Desert, 10 points per hour, significantly boosts blood chi. Spiritual Realm, 10 points per hour, significantly boosts spiritual power. The Sumeru Illusion Realm is divided into 3 secret realms, corresponding to psionic abilities, blood chi, and spiritual power, truly one of the cornerstones of the elite training camp. In terms of cultivation speed, I'm already at 30 times the normal rate, so this psionic space won't be of much help to me. Lin pondered. The first psionic space held little significance for him. With the divine system, his cultivation speed was already terrifyingly fast. Little did anyone know that there wasn't a single publicly known third-tier cultivator under the age of 16 in the entire Dragon Nation. Let us see how this mental realm works first. Between the Blood Chi Desert and the mental realm, Lin chose to explore the mental realm first. He felt that the stronger his mental power became, the more effortlessly he would be able to control every aspect of himself. 10 points per hour, that's 240 points a day. That's really not cheap. Without the credit from Dawn Tower, he wouldn't even have enough credits to cultivate there for a single day. Lin paid 240 credits and stepped inside. Cultivating spiritual power was different from other forms of cultivation. It placed greater emphasis on refining one's mindset. In the spiritual realm, Lin's situation was somewhat similar to that in Dawn Tower. He wasn't physically present, but rather existed as a phantom. However, calling it a soul might be more accurate. Now this phantom possessed its own consciousness, though it appeared fragile. Like a flower in a greenhouse. It felt like a separate space, and Lin discovered there was no one else there besides himself. His arrival served as a catalyst. The originally tranquil space was suddenly swept by howling winds and thunder and lightning. Endless bitter cold and scorching heat swept over him in just a few moments. Lin felt as though he had experienced all 4 seasons, and the ethereal form began to grow faintly blurred. Is this the spiritual realm? Lin felt a kind of mental ordeal different from physical pain, but rather a sense of emptiness and exhaustion. His mental power had all been gained through attribute points in the divine system. Though there were no side effects, it felt somewhat superficial. So that's how it is. Lin gradually began to sense it. He closed his eyes, feeling the pressure coming from all directions, and released all his defensive power.
This aggregate, containing all of his mental energy, began to solidify in this environment. And just like that, a week passed. When the time limit for the first day was up, Lin extended it because he sensed that this spiritual realm could bring him significant benefits. These 7 days cost him a full 1,480 points, exactly half of his total. But the results were excellent. Lin felt more refreshed and alert than he ever had before. Over these 7 days, this ethereal form had evolved from its initial blurriness to solidity and beyond. The transformation was truly remarkable. It's time to go out. The time was nearly up, and Lin didn't plan to continue his cultivation after keeping his mental energy in a state of constant tension for so long. He needed a rest. After exiting the mental space, Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding, personal panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Ability, Spacetime ability plus Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability, Sacred Law. Origin, Awakening level %. Spacetime ability, Divine Eye plus one of the 10 Divine Eyes of the Multiverse, Awakening level %. Level, Early Stage 3 plus. Vitality, 11,000 plus. See that plus sign? How long has it been since you've paid attention to my business? Spiritual power, 1,179 points average. Cultivation technique, Void Scripture beginner. Martial skill, Void Blade Peak minor achievement. Divine Eye. Supportive insight, Grandmaster level combat techniques. Fist intent beginner. Cultivation points, 97,854 inch. His mental power had increased by 179 points. After 7 days of non-stop, relentless training, Lin knew it wasn't just a numerical increase. He could clearly feel that his control over his body was far stronger than before. Moreover, he sensed that something seemed to be taking shape within his mind. That cloud of mental energy was gathering and constantly contracting, which piqued his curiosity. Back in his dorm room, Lin took a quick shower, then lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. In front of Dawn Tower, a graceful figure appeared. It was Bianca. She lifted her face, her crystal-clear blue eyes gazing at the Dawn rankings, a symbol of glory. Her gaze paused when it reached the 4th place entry. As she looked at that name, her usually impassive expression flickered slightly. "My lady, I am Chen Tian. It is a pleasure to meet you." A man with a somewhat delicate, refined appearance, dressed in a fashionable outfit and sporting a side part, stepped forward with what he considered a gentlemanly gesture. His eyes held a hint of tenderness, and his words exuded refined elegance. "I never expected to find such a stunner here. Let us see how I'm going to win her over." Chen Tian gazed at Bianca's breathtaking beauty. Outwardly, he remained composed, but deep down, he was thoroughly excited. He was already fantasizing about the two of them together late at night, when all was quiet. "I don't know your name yet, my lady. Since we met by chance, might I ask if we could be friends?" Chen Tian flashed a smile and, with practiced ease, extended his right hand, waiting patiently for the beauty before him to respond. Bianca, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him, walking on toward the interior of the tower, completely oblivious to Chen Tian standing behind her with his hands suspended in midair. As if in response, a gentle breeze stirred the hem of his robe, yet failed to ruffle a single strand of her hair. Feeling a bit awkward, he discreetly withdrew his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the graceful figure ahead. "Humph. You little vixen, acting all aloof in front of me. Just you wait." With a cold snort, he decided not to pursue her just yet, choosing instead to return and investigate her identity and background first. If her background turned out to be nothing special, well, she'd have no one to blame but herself. Before long, Bianca stepped out of the tower. The 31st floor. After training relentlessly during this time, she had not only broken through to the mid-second tier in her cultivation but had also gained even greater mastery over her ice and snow ability. Her true strength had already reached the 3rd tier level. Without a word, she turned and left the place. It's not enough. She is still a little too far behind him. She'll have to work a little harder. This is the Northern Desert. In the center of the desert lies a long river stretching from one pole to the other. On the other side, a dark aura pervades the air. The Dark Forest. This is the border between the Dragon Nation and the Beast Alliance. Since the Great Catastrophe, the Dragon Nation, the Beast Alliance, and the Starry Sky faction have jointly signed a treaty. During the term of the agreement, the Beast Alliance is prohibited from invading Dragon Nation territory. But right now, the border region is anything but peaceful. Minister, this is already the third disturbance this month. A border guard approached a middle-aged man, raised his right hand in a military salute, and immediately reported today's intelligence. According to reconnaissance by frontline personnel, the Dark Forest on the other side had experienced several tremors this month. Their detection instruments frequently triggered red alerts, and many border guards wore expressions of grave concern. The middle-aged man was the local border defense minister, Tuobamu. At that moment, Tuobamu stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distance. Countless clouds drifted across the sky in the distance, dark clouds loomed, and flashes of lightning occasionally split the horizon. His expression was calm as he nodded slightly. Pass the order down, all units are to heighten their alert status immediately. Notify the intelligence department and have all reconnaissance teams deploy at once. Report any information immediately. Yes, sir. A storm is brewing. The Imperial Capital. This is the heart of Dragon Nation. What? What on earth are they trying to do? A voice tinged with anger rang out in the assembly hall. This was a Supreme Council meeting of Dragon Nation, where attendees were required to possess at least a 9th rank level of power. The speaker was an elderly woman. She exuded an utterly terrifying aura. Her every movement made it impossible for anyone to look her in the eye. At this moment, she had heard news that filled her with rage. That's right, Chief. Making such demands is as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambition. Do they really think we're pushovers? Another man also slammed his fist on the table in anger and stood up. Apart from these two, the faces of the others were clouded with gloom. They were holding back their fury. At the head of the group sat an elderly man with a benevolent face, but his slightly aged eyes held an unwavering resolve. This message was sent jointly by the Starry Sky faction and the Beast Alliance. He tapped the table lightly with his left hand. They want us to open a special channel for their disciples to participate in the upcoming National College Entrance Exam League. Humph. What are they up to? Chief, if you ask me, since they have the guts to ask, let them come. Not a single one of our Dragon Nation's kids is a coward. This man had a stern expression. He was a high-ranking military official, exuding a menacing aura forged on the battlefield. I don't think this is a good idea. For all these years, the three of us have barely maintained a balance. For these two factions to act this way all of a sudden this year is too much of a coincidence. I fear there may be a conspiracy. Qin Shao, also a peak 9th rank powerhouse, was the current head of the Qin family in the imperial capital. His entire clan owned vast business interests throughout Dragon Nation. Qin Shao, I think you're being a bit too cautious. So what if there are two major factions? Dragon Nation is no longer in the days when we could only passively take blows. Someone spoke up, advocating for a strong-arm approach. I don't see a problem. The National College Entrance Exam League is being held on our territory. Even if something happens, we have the capability to handle it. Why not take this opportunity to gauge the true depth of their strength? Everyone voiced their opinions. The majority were in favor, a small minority opposed, and a very few remained silent. The elder leading the meeting listened quietly. Once everyone had spoken their piece, he raised his hand. All those in favor of allowing representatives from both factions to participate in this national joint exam, raise your hands. Most of those present raised their hands. The minority yielded to the majority. Then send a reply later, stating that Dragon Nation accepts. Second item. I intend to reactivate the sequence plan. The room suddenly fell silent. The sequence plan. Most of those present had lived through the darkest of times, when the Dragon Nation was struggling to survive. Faced with an unprecedented upheaval, someone had proposed this plan back then. The ultimate goal of this plan was to cultivate a peerless warrior of the highest caliber.
During that era of blood and tears, the Dragon Nation was the only one left standing on Blue Star.
They had to ride the tide of the times.
To survive amidst this the Dragon Nation needed an invincible warrior to lead them into battle. Thus, the Sequence Project was born.
The last iteration of the project took place 400 years ago, with a total of 10 participants. They were the very best of their generation, possessing talent far surpassing their peers, as well as unwavering conviction and perseverance. They accomplished countless feats that seemed unimaginable to ordinary people. They were symbols of miracles.
However, this path was exceptionally arduous.
In that era, the Dragon Nation had no one to protect them. They could only rely on themselves.
Fortunately, in the end, one person succeeded.
That person transcended their own limits in the face of adversity, achieved an incredible breakthrough, reached beyond the 9th rank, and was revered as the Martial Emperor. Beyond the 9th rank lies the realm of the Emperor. Ultimately, under the leadership of that Martial Emperor, the Dragon Nation was given a chance to catch its breath.
Now, is the Sequence Project about to be launched again?
Many are still reminiscing about those bygone days, memories long buried as many of their brothers perished on the battlefields of that era.
Chief, why so suddenly? Someone asked.
The Sequence Project has far-reaching implications and requires the consumption of vast resources.
The chief shook his head. I have an ominous premonition that something terrible will happen one day in the future. He was deeply pensive.
Sitting in this position, his daily thoughts were focused on how to ensure the Dragon Nation's survival. Starry Sky faction, this civilization that had come from outer space, was something they knew very little about.
He had absolutely no idea what kind of true strength they possessed.
This was a clash of civilizations. It was a matter of either their destruction or ours. Although the Dragon Nation was now much stronger than it had been in the past, he remained concerned. This was because they lacked an invincible warrior, especially since the Martial Emperor who had once led the Dragon Nation was no longer with them. His final, extreme breakthrough had depleted far too much of his life essence. The Dragon Nation now lacked peak martial power. Once the peace treaty was torn up, it would be too late to think about these things. Alright, the Sequence program still has 10 spots available this time.
We need everyone to work together on this.
The old man looked around. Anyone may nominate a candidate, but this matter is classified as top secret.
Does anyone have anything else to add? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Elite Training Camp. The grand competition is coming up soon.
Yeah, I haven't slacked off a bit this past month.
I'm definitely going to do well in this competition. Me too. I've been holed up in my room training every day, all for this competition. My goal is to make the top 10.
With just 1 month to go, the Elite Training Camp was about to hold its first monthly competition for the new recruits. All the new recruits were raring to go, each hoping to achieve a good result in the competition.
What about Lin?
At this moment, Lin was no longer at the Elite Training Camp. Instead, he had accepted a mission and headed to a place called Fuzhou District.
I think the mission description said this was the spot, right?
Lin double-checked carefully.
The other day in the mission hall, he spotted a mission with a very high reward. The location was Fuzhou District.
A relatively remote area that, in the rankings, was even behind his hometown of Pingyang District.
The mysterious disappearance of the population?
Because the terrain here is very flat and it isn't a source of scarce resources, many heavy plants were built here due to the sparse population. Walking down the streets, heavy industry was visible everywhere, and dark clouds hung over this area year-round.
Lin followed the instructions on the mission and arrived at an office building. Hello, I'm a student from the Western Elite Training Camp, here to check in. Lin presented his ID.
A woman sitting at the front desk adjusted her glasses, took the ID, examined it carefully, and returned it to Lin.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
Please wait a moment, she replied in a very formal tone. After speaking, she picked up the phone beside her with great proficiency. Boss, a Mr. Lin from the Western Elite Training Camp has arrived.
Yes. After hanging up the phone, she stood up. Mr. Lin, could you please come this way? Lin nodded. Young Master Lin, you truly are a prodigy. I am Wu Hao, the owner of this place.
In the rather spacious office, a man with a sleazy appearance smiled broadly and held out his hand.
Young Master Lin, please have a seat.
Lin, known for his directness, immediately stated the purpose of his visit.
That's right, I did apply for this assignment.
At this point, Wu Hao's face clouded with worry. He was in his early 40s and had never awakened any supernatural abilities. After taking over the family business, he opened a factory of moderate size in the area and was living quite comfortably by local standards. But not long ago, he received a message from the manager of one of his branch factories reporting that several workers had suddenly vanished from the construction site. For an ordinary person like him, this was no small matter, so he went out of his way to spend a fortune hiring 2 local experts to investigate the situation. After a thorough investigation, they found nothing amiss, yet the people had undeniably vanished. He thought the matter would end there, but then several more people disappeared one after another. This terrified the remaining workers, who immediately quit on the spot. He also reported the situation to the local authorities, but to no avail.
Living, breathing people suddenly vanishing?
Lin furrowed his brow as he looked at Wu Hao standing before him.
HM?
A fleeting glint flashed deep in his eyes before vanishing.
Where exactly is this factory located? I need to conduct an on-site inspection. Young Master Lin, you've traveled a long way.
Why not rest for a day first, and we'll head there tomorrow?
Wu Hao didn't respond directly but remained very polite. No need. This is urgent. Let us set out now.
Lin shook his head. Wu Hao had no choice but to acquiesce. Before long, the two arrived at a chemical plant. Since no workers had been on duty for many days, it looked somewhat desolate.
Young Master Lin, this is the place.
Lin scrutinized the factory, a faint silvery glow flickering in his eyes as the corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
Young Master Lin, the workers disappeared on the 2nd floor. Why don't we go up and take a look? Wu Hao stepped forward and pointed to a specific area. All right. 2nd floor.
Materials were scattered haphazardly all over the floor, and there were several chemical tanks. The machines nearby had all stopped running. Lin strolled to the center of the room and suddenly spoke up.
Mr. Wu Hao, I recall you saying you haven't awakened any esper abilities yourself?
Wu Hao paused for a moment, then nodded.
That's right, young Master Lin. I haven't awakened any esper abilities. Don't laugh at me, but I used to envy you espers quite a bit.
After saying this, he gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Some things in life were simply unfair. Lin spoke again. In that case, why have you been constantly using some method to transmit information through psychic abilities ever since you arrived here? As soon as the words left his mouth, a brief silence fell over the area. He had never felt the wind's roar so loud before.
Clap, clap, clap.
No wonder you're a genius from the elite training camp. You really are different from everyone else.
Wu Hao clapped incessantly.
He seemed like a completely different person now. The polite expression on his face had vanished, replaced by a look of amusement. I bet the flesh of a genius like you must taste even better than that of an ordinary person.
A blatant provocation.
Thud. In an instant, terror flashed across Wu Hao's face. His eyes bulged wildly, his face turned crimson with strain, and his entire body was held aloft by Lin's single hand, his neck gripped in a death grip.
You? I ask. You answer.
Lin applied a slight pressure with his left hand, his expression utterly impassive. A look of agony spread across Wu Hao's face. He struggled desperately to break free, but he simply couldn't muster the strength.
Who are you? What do you want? Don't even think you'll get anything out of me.
Although Wu Hao was being choked to death in midair by Lin, he didn't seem the least bit afraid of dying.
Snap. Lin snapped his neck clean off. Wu Hao was dead.
He tossed the body aside and stood there, paying it no further attention. To care so little even for the death of your own comrade. I'm actually quite curious about what you people are after. The voice echoed between the floors. Swish, swish, swish.
Suddenly, several figures appeared before Lin.
They were clad in black robes, covering themselves completely.
Finally decided to show yourselves?
From the very beginning, Lin had sensed these people lurking in the shadows. As for the deceased Wu Hao, through the eyes of his space-time ability, Lin had discovered a certain black supernatural power flowing within his body. This completely contradicted his claim that he was an ordinary person. As he activated his divine eyes, Lin saw that the black-clad figures before him all had the same black supernatural energy coursing through their bodies as Wu Hao had.
Who are you?
The black-clad figures across from him remained silent, but the air was thick with a terrifying black supernatural energy.
What on earth is this?
Lin was accidentally brushed by this energy. He furrowed his brow slightly as the eerie black energy seeped into his body through his pores. The black energy split into 4 streams within him, flowing through his bloodstream toward every part of his body. One strand reached a certain area and discovered a mysterious orb of light. Incredibly excited, the black energy surged forward. The mysterious orb exerted an immense gravitational pull on it. Just as it attached itself to the surface of the light cluster, the mysterious cluster suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. A wave of supreme energy, a law as if from a creator god, instantly dissolved that strand of black energy. At the same time, this radiance completely transformed Lin's entire body.
All the black energy instantly vanished into nothingness under the force of this wave. Outside,
Lin stood where he was, quietly sensing the changes within his body.
At first, he was extremely troubled. What on earth was this damned black ability? But immediately afterward, he became excited. You had the nerve to touch it. The source of the space-time ability. The supreme source transcending this realm. And because of this stimulus, the level of Lin's ability awakening rose once again. Just then, another figure appeared. As soon as he arrived, the men in black all bowed their heads and stood behind him. I didn't expect this. It actually attracted a genius. He looked at Lin, who was still standing in place, with a hint of excitement. I also didn't expect you to be so cautious. The man instantly took a step back, a look of confusion spreading across his face. How is this possible? You've clearly been struck by my source of destiny. How can you still retain your own consciousness? So you call this pitch black stuff the source of destiny? Lin looked at the figure. Who are you? Truly a genius from the elite training camp. He could only attribute this to some incredible ability Lin possessed. I am a white-robed priest from the Order of Destiny. You may call me Priest Meng. The man in white spoke with sincere earnestness as he mentioned the cult of destiny. The cult of destiny? That's right. Young man, are you willing to join the cult of destiny and work with us to achieve great things? The white-robed priest grew excited, gesturing wildly as he told Lin about their grand vision. Not interested. That's a shame. But since you found me, I'll just have to make you one of my chosen of destiny. The white-robed priest shook his head with a hint of regret. As he spoke, the white-robed priest muttered incantations under his breath, and numerous figures clad in black appeared on the field. Lin looked at the crowd. Every figure in black emitted the same energy fluctuation. Come on. Enjoy the grand feast bestowed upon you by destiny. The white-robed priest raised both hands toward the sky. At his command, all the figures in black launched an attack on Lin. These figures were generally at the first or second tier of power, posing absolutely no threat to Lin. Boom! 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 One after another, the black-clad figures fell, revealing their bodies devoid of even a trace of flesh, nothing but skeletal frames. A flicker of emotion stirred within Lin. After the last black-clad figure fell, only Lin and the white-robed priest remained in the arena. Oh! Just as I expected from the chosen one I've set my sights on. The white-robed priest gazed at Lin, his eyes showing not the slightest concern for the fallen black-clad figures. I'll give you one more chance, join our Order of Destiny. This is the Lord's final act of mercy toward you. He looked down on Lin from above. At that moment, he was destiny itself. Boom! The white-robed priest was blasted away. What the hell are you playing at? Lin hated nothing more than people showing off in front of him. The powerful attack sent the white-robed priest flying,
causing walls along his path to collapse one after another. Thick smoke billowed, shrouding the entire floor in a haze so dense it was impossible to see clearly. Lin stood where he was, his eyes constantly radiating a divine light. The surroundings had no effect on him whatsoever. Cough, cough. In the distance, the white-robed priest who had been blasted away rose from a pile of rubble. His earlier refined demeanor had vanished. He was now disheveled and filthy, his white robe in tatters. The Church of Divine Destiny had a very strict hierarchical system, divided into gold-robed, purple-robed, white-robed, and yellow-robed members. As a white-robed priest, he already held a certain level of power and status. "You damned slave! How dare you defy your superiors? I shall, in the name of God, grant you the path to eternal life." He was furious. That someone he regarded as a lowly slave would dare to attack him had completely shattered his pride. With that, he channeled his supernatural power to the fullest, and a colossal surge of black energy immediately filled the area. This eerie energy, known as the source of divine destiny, actually caused the surrounding stone walls to melt away. Fearing this mysterious source of divine destiny, Lin dared not take it lightly. He activated the supernatural power within his body, forming a spatial barrier to shield himself securely. At the same time, his gaze pierced through layer upon layer of mist, locking onto the white-robed priest. Freeze! Caught off guard, the white-robed priest was frozen in place, a look of shock spreading across his face. What kind of ability is this? Why can't I move? The white-robed priest frantically channeled his cultivation, trying to force his way through this shackle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin formed a seal with one hand. Countless shards appeared in the void, slowly coalescing into a blade. Go! The void blade pierced through space, slashing straight toward the white-robed priestess' neck. At the very last moment, the white-robed priest broke free from Lin's spatial freeze, forcibly shifting his neck out of the way and dodging the fatal blow. Yet a deep, bloody gash remained on his neck, and blood flowed uncontrollably. He quickly staunched the wound, pressing one hand to his neck, while his gaze remained fixed on Lin, who was shrouded by the source of destiny. The surrounding walls were nearly melted away, and the spatial barrier Lin had conjured was beginning to blur. What a hassle! Lin hadn't expected this eerie black mist to be capable of dissolving even space itself. This couldn't go on. He channeled his powers, teleported, and vanished from where he stood. Ha! The white-robed priest immediately grew alert to his senses. The kid had actually vanished. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around, shielding his chest with both arms. Boom! Another incredibly powerful punch. Lin appeared behind the white-robed priest, his right fist clenched, and slammed it straight into him. The white-robed priest was sent flying once again by the blow. Freeze! His spatial ability activated. Before the white-robed priest could even react, his entire body was immobilized once more. Lin vanished from where he stood and instantly appeared right in front of the white-robed priest. He looked down at the white-robed priest lying motionless on the ground, a look of madness still etched on his face. Thud! 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 Punch after punch landed with a resounding thud. His surging vitality shattered the white-robed priestess' limbs. The excruciating pain coursing through his body made the white-robed priestess' expression grow even more deranged, and he cursed incessantly. You lowly ant, how dare you treat me this way? Ah! I am the chosen one. I am the savior selected by the Lord. The world needs me to save it. You ignorant and lowly servant, I am your master. He screamed frantically as the source of divine destiny swirling around him slowly dissipated. The entire arena lay in shambles. Lin swung his fist once more. The punch crushed the white-robed priestess' mouth flat, leaving him unable to speak. He picked at his ear. Damn! What a piece of trash, nothing but hot air. The white-robed priestess' mouth was smashed to pieces, teeth flying everywhere, and his jaw dislocated by the punch, yet he continued to resist, silently pleading. You have to admit, he could really take a beating. He'd taken several punches from Lin and was still full of energy. This guy. What should I do with him? Lin wondered whether he should just finish him off.
Elite Training Camp.
The first monthly competition had begun. In the central square. It was packed with people. Many second and third year students had come to watch this year's freshmen. Some were curious, others were just there for the spectacle. But they all shared one thought: they were there to see just who this Lin really was.
Look, there's Bao. A powerhouse on the Dawn rankings.
I heard his ranking went up a bit last time. He's now at the 46th tier.
Someone exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Bao to show up. Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian is here too.
He is Zhang Heng's older brother, and his strength is definitely among the top in the third year.
Not far away, a figure appeared.
His expression was calm yet intimidating, and those around him dared not approach.
Li Qing is here too. You hardly ever see him around.
Many looked at the prodigies appearing all around them. They called themselves prodigies as well, but compared to these individuals, they seemed rather lackluster.
Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd.
Many were stunned, and some even covered their mouths in disbelief.
He is Lei Zhenzi.
The person who had caused such an uproar the moment he appeared was Lei Zhenzi from the third year.
As soon as he appeared, the gazes of Bao, Zhang Xian, and the others turned toward him and deepened their eyes. There was even a hint of apprehension. I didn't expect even he to show up. Just then, a figure appeared in the air. Silence. Quan Dao appeared above the central square. I will preside over this year's freshman monthly tournament. This competition uses a points system. Winners receive 1 point, losers receive 0 points. There will be 3 rounds in total, after which 4 contestants will be selected to compete for the top 3 spots. I declare, the competition begins.
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Mad Blade activated a protective mechanism on all the combat platforms in the arena. All the new students rushed onto the stage upon hearing their names called.
They had trained relentlessly for a month, all for this very day to shine brightly. Bianca versus Wang Biao.
On one of the platforms, Bianca stood on the left, while her opponent looked utterly dejected.
How could this happen?
I have to face her in the very first match.
Wang Biao was deeply frustrated.
He had trained relentlessly for a month and was confident he could at least secure a mid to high ranking. He never expected his luck to be this bad facing Bianca in the very first match.
The match begins.
Wang Biao immediately assumed a defensive stance. His innate ability was a grade B Earth-type power. He could absorb the Earth's natural energy to boost his defenses. Bianca raised her hand ever so slightly, and an icy chill instantly filled the arena, causing the temperature to plummet to 0 degrees. The spectators standing beside the ring immediately yawned and huddled closer to each other. It was freezing.
Ice seal.
As soon as the words left her mouth, the entire ring rapidly froze solid, turning Wang Biao into a human ice sculpture.
Trapped in ice, Wang Biao's face turned purple.
He tried to open his mouth to concede defeat, but he simply couldn't speak while frozen solid.
As his breathing grew weaker and weaker, Bianca waved her hand, and the ice on the arena melted.
Wang Biao instantly collapsed to the ground, stammering, "I concede."
Whoa! What a terrifying ability! Just now, the temperature in the entire space dropped to a terrifying level. I almost caught a cold. Oh my god! Not only is she incredibly powerful, but haven't you noticed how stunningly beautiful she is?
Many upperclassmen in the audience spoke up excitedly. Bianca's appearance had truly captivated them. Her delicate features, pale blue eyes, and flowing long hair cascading down, not to mention that icy, intimidating expression, all added to her allure.
This girl is no ordinary person.
Lei Zhenzi looked in Bianca's direction, feeling a slight tremor run through him. That ability she just displayed was incredibly powerful. He sensed it was even stronger than his own.
Could it be an SS class ability? Gong Sun Qin versus Li Ming. On another stage, Gong Sun Qin stood motionless, making no move.
His opponent, Li Ming, however, was already drenched in cold sweat. Facing his opponent head-on, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, he felt his body slip out of his control. He walked to the edge of the ring and then leaped off. When his feet hit the ground, he froze, and so did the spectators watching the match.
Gong Sun Qin wins. Gong Sun Shin, standing in the center of the ring, calmly walked off, as if this had been exactly what he expected. This guy's no pushover either. Some sharp-eyed upperclassmen sensed something was off and turned their gaze toward the departing Gong Sun Shin. Lin versus Chen Ming. Here it comes. Many eyes lit up. The main reason these upperclassmen had come was to see just who this Lin really was. On the ring, Chen Ming wore a bitter expression. He was already planning to throw the match. Damn! Did I just get lucky as hell? He never expected to face such a powerhouse in his very first match. But he noticed that quite some time had passed, and Lin still hadn't stepped onto the stage. Everyone else was looking around as well. Huh? Where's Lin? Why isn't he coming up? Didn't he show up? Doesn't he know today is the freshman's grand competition? Could it be he is too scared to come? Opinions were flying, and some haters seized the opportunity to smear Lin, claiming there was foul play with his ranking on the Dawn rankings, that he cheated his way up, and asking why else he wouldn't dare show up. Bianca stood off to the side, lost in thought. High above in the sky, Mad Blade had also noticed the commotion here, and he felt a sense of helplessness. That little brat, I told him the grand competition was coming up, but he insisted on going off to do some stupid quest. Back when Lin was about to head out on a quest, he had even gone out of his way to visit Lin in person to tell him. Unfortunately, Lin hadn't taken it very seriously. Mentor Quang, don't worry, I'll be there for the competition. You little brat, you're pulling my leg. Just wait till you get back, I'll show you what's what. Quang Dao snorted coldly, then announced. Lin is absent. Chen Mingsheng wins this match. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected such a twist. He thought defeat was inevitable, but now Lin wasn't even there? Lei Jinzi and the others were puzzled. They'd given up their seclusion to come watch precisely to get to the bottom of things. This Lin, he really is quite the character. Hello, I'm Wang Tianming, captain of the 3rd Squad at the Fuzhou District Security Bureau. Was that you who reported this just now? A plainclothes armed police officer addressed Lin. Hello, sir, that was me. Lin reflexively raised his hand and saluted. After returning the salute, Wang Tianming gestured for Lin to give a detailed account of what had happened, while the other security personnel conducted a search of the entire chemical plant. Young Lin, are you saying this man claimed to be a white-robed priest of the Heaven Will sect? Wang Tianming suddenly interrupted Lin, staring at him in shock. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Lin thought for a moment, then nodded. The two made their way to the scene of the recent struggle. The white-robed priest was still lying where he'd fallen, his breath faint and barely detectable. Every bone in his body was shattered, and his mouth was twisted out of shape. The only parts of his face that were still intact were probably his eyes and nose. It was a truly gruesome sight. Wang Tianming stepped forward to verify the identity and finally confirmed that the man lying on the ground was indeed a white-robed priest of the Heaven Will sect, and that he was also listed on their official wanted list. Young Lin, I'm very sorry, but this is a matter of great importance. I need to report this to my superiors. Wang Tianming was visibly shaken. Go ahead, Chief Wang. Lin had no objections to this. All right. Wang Tianming walked over to the side and pulled out his cell phone. Director, here's the situation. A steady voice came from the other end of the line. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Wang Tianming walked over to Lin. Young brother Lin, I've already contacted Director Li from our security division. He'll be here shortly. Lin shrugged. After all, he'd already handed the suspect over to them, so he wasn't particularly concerned about how they handled him. The two of them arrived at the top floor of the chemical plant. As soon as they got there, Lin felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Bloodstains were everywhere, and the air was thick with the putrid stench of decomposing bodies, making him feel extremely queasy. Captain Wang, look over here. A security guard was trembling and visibly agitated. Wang Tianming and Lin stepped forward. It was a dark chamber filled with various instruments and countless test tubes. What is this? Lin's voice also took on a tremor,
as if he had witnessed a scene that shattered his entire worldview. Inside the equipment were nothing but infants and toddlers, both boys and girls. Their bodies were shriveled and emaciated, lifeless. Some were even missing arms or hands, a sight too horrifying to look at directly. The test tubes contained blood-soaked organs, along with the severed heads of young children. As Lin stared at these harrowing scenes, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread welling up inside him. There was even a pool of blood in the room. The pool was filled with crimson blood, reeking of the stench of blood. Lin fought back the urge to vomit. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body began to tremble slightly. He had never seen such a scene before as far as he could recall, this one the world he knew. In contrast, Wang Tianming was much more composed, though he was still furious. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Striding forward with steady steps, he tapped Lin on the shoulder. "What are your thoughts?" Lin didn't know how to respond. He clenched his fists tightly. Why was he so furious? These children had nothing to do with him logically. He shouldn't be this angry. Yet, deep down, he still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, so much so that he even wanted to kill the mastermind behind this. That figure seemed to sense Lin's thoughts. Lin's body trembled slightly as he slowly turned to face the stranger. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Daoran, chief of the Fuzhou District Police Department. Lin, on behalf of these children from Fuzhou District, I thank you for stepping in." After saying this, Li Daoran actually bowed to Lin, which touched Lin's heart once again. He hurriedly stepped forward with both hands outstretched to help the other man up. "Chiefly, there is no need for that. It was just a coincidence. I was actually here on a mission." Li Daoran already understood the full story. As he looked at the young man before him, his heart was far from at peace. "Lin, do you know anything about the Heaven-S Will sect?" Originally, Lin hadn't wanted to pay any attention to this so-called Heaven-S Will sect as long as they didn't come looking for trouble. It had nothing to do with him. "No, I don't. They're a bunch of self-important fools who call themselves saviors, stupid, despicable, filthy, and pathetic." As Li Daoran spoke these words, an intense glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. They use saving the world as their slogan to mislead people everywhere, yet behind the scenes, they commit the most vicious and filthy acts. "Don't the Dragon Nation authorities do anything about this group?" Lin asked, puzzled. As far as he knew, the Dragon Nation authorities had the power to deal with these vermin. Li Daoran shook his head. "There are shadows of other factions behind the Heaven-S Will cult. It won't be easy to root them out completely." At this point, Li Daoran dropped the subject and even offered a faint smile. "Thanks to you for your help with this incident. I've already reported it to the district office and applied for a generous reward for you. It should be approved around tomorrow. Lin, if you don't mind, you're welcome to stay the night at our security office." Li Daoran was extending a gesture of goodwill. After all, this young boy had single-handedly captured a white-robed priest of the Heaven-S Will sect. It was nothing short of terrifying. Would that be a bother?" Lin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He'd never been to a police station in his entire life. "Not at all, Wang Tianming. Present. Hurry up and arrange accommodations for Lin. Make sure he is well taken care of." "Understood, sir." Wang Tianming, smiling broadly, set about making the arrangements. He was eager to have more interaction with such a prodigy. "Lin, let us head out," Li Daoran said, looking at Lin. "What about this place?" "We'll have a special team handle this. We'll make sure all the bodies are properly buried." Lin looked at the harrowing scene, said nothing, and followed them out. Police headquarters. "Lin, I hear you're a student at the elite training camp?" Li Daoran sat in his chair with a smile, looking at the boy before him who seemed almost too young. "Yes, Director Li." "Don't call me Director Li, that is too formal. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Li." Brother Li. Ha, that sounds much more friendly." Li Daoran laughed happily. Lin was also infected by that smile, and the slight nervousness he'd been feeling vanished completely. The two chatted and laughed, getting to know each other quite well. "Young Brother Lin, your skills have truly opened Brother Li's eyes.
Speaking of skills, Li Daoran was actually quite shocked. "Brother Li, you flatter me," Lin replied modestly. "Not at all. Do you have any idea just how powerful that white-robed cleric you captured was? In the Heaven-Eswell sect, even the lowest-ranking white-robed cleric requires at least 4th-tier warrior level strength. And we'd actually been keeping an eye on this particular white-robed cleric for quite some time. Not only were his movements unpredictable, but his own strength had reached the peak of the 4th tier. He'd been giving us a real headache for ages. We really owe it all to your intervention this time." Li Daoran marveled. From their earlier conversation, he'd learned that this Lin was only 16 years old? What a terrifying young man. Hee, just luck. Just luck. Lin simply replied. Just then, there was a knock on the door of his office. "Come in." An interrogator handed him a report information they'd extracted from the white-robed priest under brutal torture. "What?" Li Daoran stared at the information on the paper, his pupils contracting sharply, and a hint of panic even flashed across his face. "What's going on?" Lin was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. "Those beasts from the Heaven-Eswell cult. They want to perform a blood sacrifice on our entire Fuzhou district." The room was eerily quiet. Li Daoran could no longer keep his composure. According to the white-robed priestess testimony, they only knew that the Heaven-Eswell cult was preparing a blood sacrifice. They knew nothing else. Li Daoran quickly dialed the red dedicated line on the desk. "Hello, Daoran, what's wrong?" a voice came from the other end of the line. "Something's happened." Li Daoran struggled to control his emotions as he explained the entire situation to the person on the other end. There was a moment of silence. "Li Daoran, I'm ordering you right now to dispatch all available police personnel to comb through the entire Fuzhou district. Remember, do not cause any unrest." "Yes, sir." Li Daoran replied solemnly, then immediately summoned Wang Tianming to issue the orders. "Everyone, get moving immediately. Conduct a thorough, covert search of the entire Fuzhou district for me." "Understood." Wang Tianming sensed the gravity of the situation and acted with remarkable efficiency. Lin stood to the side, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. Li Daoran noticed Lin's behavior and turned to him. "Young brother Lin, this is an emergency, so I won't be able to host you any longer. Return to your elite training camp immediately. As for your reward, I'll have someone deliver it to you later." The Heaven-Eswell sect's operation this time was far too dangerous. He didn't want Lin to stay here. If something were to happen to such a prodigy, he would feel deeply guilty. "Brotherly, there's no point in saying things like that right now." Lin shook his head. He wasn't the cowardly type, especially since the scenes from the chemical plant kept flashing through his mind. "Young brother Lin, Li Daoran tried to persuade him further. In truth, he hoped Lin would stay. This young man was incredibly powerful, and with the situation so urgent, Fuzhou district was desperately short of strong fighters. "Brotherly, no need to say more. I definitely want to leave." Lin's face was unusually resolute. The youth was very low-key, but deep down, he was still just a teenager. Who says the young aren't reckless? When the time comes, they can even pierce the heavens. "Alright. Then I won't beat around the bush either." In a deeply eerie space, white bones were piled high everywhere. "Wah! Mommy, I want mommy." A black-robed soldier tossed the wailing child in his arms into a pool of blood. In less than a second, the child's cries ceased abruptly, and its body dissolved, merging with the pool of blood. Behind him stood a long line. Each figure in a black robe held a child of roughly the same age, repeating the same action. The cries continued unceasingly. "My lord, we've lost contact with TOS in white robes to the north of the city. He may have been exposed." The man in white robes bowed. Seated before him was a figure. This figure was clad in a purple robe and exuded a faint yet palpable aura of power, a formidable presence. "Useless fool." The man in the purple robe remained expressionless. He snapped his fingers in calculation, then furrowed his brow. "This one do. We can't delay any longer.
Notify everyone the operation begins at dawn in 3 days.
Yes, my lord. The man in white withdrew, leaving the purple-robed warrior behind. He was Bai Mao, the purple bishop of the Heaven will sect. Success is near. Lord Heaven, your most devoted follower, Bai Mao, is about to see you.
His eyes shone with an unusual light, one of reverence and longing.
Chemical plant.
After bidding farewell to Li Daoran, Lin returned to this place once more. This was where he first encountered members of the Church of Divine Destiny and where he first glimpsed the dark side of this world. The bloodshed and horror made it feel like a lifetime ago. Approaching the dark chamber steeped in blood and sin, where the stench of decay still lingered in the air, Lin slowly stepped inside. He activated his space-time ability, the Divine Gaze, and the entire space instantly transformed. In his field of vision, everything was reduced to particles. Everything in time is composed of different substances. In the presence of the Divine Gaze space-time ability, all illusions cease to exist. Lin carefully scanned the area.
Sure enough, he sensed something was amiss. There is something underground.
He slammed a fist into the ground. The powerful impact tore a huge hole in what had been level ground.
Lin continued to swing his fist, striking downward relentlessly.
After penetrating nearly 100 meters downward, Lin felt resistance as he threw another punch.
What is this?
He halted his attack. Within his field of vision, a protective barrier seemed to have appeared, blocking his fist.
Space-time ability, Divine Gaze.
He opened his eyes once more, and a divine glow swept over the area below. Suddenly, a vast pattern resembling a formation appeared in his vision.
What is this? Divine System, Divine System. Ding. Host, I'm here. What is this? Ding.
Host, what you're seeing is a formation node, one of the components of a formation. When activated, this formation can encompass everything within its range, and channeling its power allows for a blood sacrifice. It's called the Dragon Binding, Sky-Devouring Grand Formation.
What?
Hearing this, Lin's pupils contracted.
So that is how it was.
He recalled what Li Daoran had said about the blood sacrifice. It turned out to be carried out through the formation.
Divine System, can this formation be broken? Ding.
This formation has not yet been fully formed. It can be broken.
Great. Divine System, quickly tell me how to break this formation. Ding.
Detection, host has encountered the Dragon Binding, Sky-Devouring Grand Formation.
The Divine System can provide 1 Grandmaster level insight into formation arts for just 100,000 cultivation points. Do you accept?
Lin froze in his tracks.
This damn Divine System, was it trying to take advantage of his misfortune? Ding.
This Divine System is professional and reliable, with fair pricing and no deception.
With this Grandmaster level insight into formation arts, the host can easily resolve the current dilemma.
Lin checked his cultivation points. He barely had around 100,000. This made him even more frustrated.
Divine System, are you sure you're not doing this on purpose? Ding.
This Divine System is dedicated to protecting the host and resolving all their troubles.
Then give me 100 million cultivation points. Ding. This Divine System is a Divine System, not a turtle in a wishing well. Please do not joke around, host. Ding.
Does the host accept? After pondering for a long time, Lin had no choice but to accept this unequal deal, which felt to him like taking advantage of his misfortune.
Ding.
Grandmaster level array art insights are now fusing.
Ding. Fusion successful.
Congratulations, host, you have become even stronger. Lin sat cross-legged where he was, his nerves flooded with vast insights into array arts, his entire being immersed in the profound mysteries of this vast realm. Before long, Lin opened his eyes. He stood up, gazing upward toward the sky, his left hand held behind his back. His upright figure faintly exuded the aura of a master.
The way of arrays is supremely profound.
These were the lifetime insights of a Grandmaster-level array master. A young boy, raised amidst rice fields and pastoral landscapes, happened to witness the breath of dawn at sunrise.
He gained insight into the heavens and earth, entered the way through arrays, regarded the heavens and earth as the primordial forces, and walked the path of the nobleman's vigor and attainment, thus achieving great mastery in the way of arrays. Marvelous, truly beyond words. These profound insights into the way of formations had been etched deep into Lin's heart. It would take some time to fully digest them. However, a mere dragon-binding, sky-devouring grand formation. I wonder which lousy amateur set this up. It's utterly crude. At that moment, Lin gazed at the foundation of the locking the dragon, devouring the heavens grand formation before him, a hint of disdain and even a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Did such crude workmanship even deserve to be called a formation? Lin quickly identified several vulnerabilities and immediately took action to dismantle them. The heavens will sect? Let me teach you what a true locking the dragon, devouring the heavens grand formation really is. A smile suddenly played on the corner of Lin's mouth, and he slowly formed hand seals, merging with the array. Reporting to the captain, no abnormalities detected in the east. Captain, no abnormalities detected in the west either. No abnormalities reported in the south. Listening to the reports coming in from all directions, Wang Tianming's expression grew even more grave. The absence of any abnormalities was the biggest problem. He didn't believe for a moment that the white-robed priest was just messing with them. There could only be one explanation: the enemy was hiding their tracks extremely well. Search again. Don't overlook a single corner. Wang Tianming rubbed his forehead. For the past 2 days, everyone in the security bureau had been working around the clock, combing through the entire Fuzhou district inside and out. Countless times they practically dug 3 feet into the ground. But there were still no substantial leads. Wang Tianming suddenly felt as though he missed something. He thought carefully, what detail had he overlooked? How's it going? Any breakthroughs? Li Daoran appeared behind him. Over the past 2 days, he'd also been monitoring developments across the region, afraid of missing anything. Wang Tianming shook his head, his expression somber. These people are hiding too well. Our men can't track them down at all. Not even a single incident has occurred. This is far too unusual. As a highly experienced operative, he knew the situation had become extremely dangerous. This meant the enemy was likely about to strike. It was the calm before the storm. Where's our young brother Lin right now? Wang Tianming asked. He knew Lin had stayed behind as well. A hint of unease flickered in the depths of Li Daoran's eyes as he looked at Wang Tianming. No matter what happens to Lin, this is Fuzhou district, it's our home. We must give it our all. Li Daoran was already considering evacuating the civilians. He had no certainty about the outcome. Brother Li, Brother Wang. It was Lin. Young brother Lin, you're here. Upon seeing that it was Lin, a faint smile appeared on Li Daoran's face. This young man was the future of Dragon Nation. Once he came of age, he would surely shine like a blazing sun. Wang Tianming also greeted him. What's the matter? You two look rather gloomy. Lin sensed the inner restlessness of the 2 men before him. After a moment's thought, he shared his discovery with them. What? You say you discovered a formation in the north? Li Daoran stared at Lin in shock. Yes, Brother Li. Quick, take us there right away. A look of urgency flashed across Li Daoran's face. Exactly, Brother Lin. Wang Tianming was equally impatient. Don't get so worked up, guys. I've already taken care of that formation. Lin calmed them down a bit, then explained what he had done. Li Daoran's face once again betrayed his disbelief. Young brother Lin, are you saying you broke that formation? And that you used some kind of formation corner to take control of the main formation? After saying that, he felt as if he were dreaming. Formations. He'd heard of them and had even seen others cast them, but who were those people? They were all individuals who had devoted countless years to this art. They possessed extraordinary natural talent, and it was only through relentless, lifelong effort that they had achieved even a modicum of success. But? Yes, that's right, Brother Li. Lin nodded, completely unaware of just how astonishing his words sounded. Young brother Lin, this is a matter of great importance. I must go to the scene to assess the situation. Li Daoran was very serious. Although he held Lin in high regard and knew him to be a powerful young prodigy, this matter concerned the entire Fuzhou district, and he had to ensure there were absolutely no mistakes. Then, brotherly, let us go check out the scene. Lin didn't give it a second thought. Li Daoran glanced at Wang Tianming, who understood immediately. He promptly assembled several teams, and they set off together for the chemical plant. Northern Chemical Plant. It really does look like a formation. Li Daoran stood inside a deep pit, gazing down at the protective membrane beneath his feet. Countless intricate patterns shimmered across it, though he couldn't decipher them. It certainly resembled the formations he had in mind. Without further hesitation, he pulled out his cell phone and contacted his superior. Hello, Li Daoran. Have you made a discovery? Before Li Daoran could speak, the other end had already asked. Clearly, the person on the other end of the line was taking this matter extremely seriously. Here's the situation. After a moment's pause, two words came through the phone. Wait for me. Li Daoran put his phone away. He now looked at Lin as if he were some kind of monster. Young Lin, how did you discover this formation? If his perception was correct, this formation was hidden beneath the ground at a depth of nearly 100 meters. How was that even possible? Brotherly, at the time I just sensed something was off beneath my feet, so I tried checking it out. Lin was a bit evasive. He couldn't very well say he'd actually seen it, could he? The divine gaze spacetime ability was his second innate talent unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want to reveal it. Li Daoran didn't press the matter further. Everyone had their own secrets, and since this young man was a prodigy of the Dragon Nation, it was only natural for him to have some. But this was just too extraordinary. A 16-year-old boy with at least peak 4th tier strength, a genius in formation arts. Did he start cultivating while still in his mother's womb? Comparing himself to the boy, Li Daoran felt utterly worthless. Apart from his early 5th tier strength, he had absolutely nothing else to boast about. After all, I was considered a genius in the eyes of ordinary people back in the day. Of course, Li Daoran only sighed inwardly at this thought. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, without so much as a ripple of energy, startling Lin. Ha! Lin found one of the figures somewhat familiar. He felt like he'd seen them before. The visitors were a man and a woman. The man strode steadily toward Lin with a smile on his face. You must be Lin, right? You truly live up to your reputation as the young prodigy of my Dragon Nation. The sudden praise left Lin at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Daoran smiled and explained to Lin, this is Qi Xian, the district chief of our Fuzhou district. Hello, District Chief Qi. I'm Lin. Lin realized another big shot. The group listened to Lin's explanation as if he were speaking a foreign language. As he spoke, Lin grew more and more engrossed, even delving into the mysteries of formation arts, expounding on the way of heaven and earth, the way of the Supreme Ultimate, and the way of formations, all of which embody the essence of heaven, earth, and the Supreme Ultimate. Ahem Lin, we've got the gist of it now, Shi Tian said, interrupting Lin with a touch of embarrassment. He could now empathize with how Li Daoran must have felt earlier. Having lived most of his life, he couldn't understand what a junior was saying. If word got out, it would be an absolute disgrace. Lin Yanran's smile grew even broader. Her eyes grew brighter as she looked at Lin, a hint of curiosity flickering in her gaze. She was truly curious to know how this young lad had managed to do it. Now that classmate Lin has cracked the formation here, the rest will be much easier. Shi Tian pondered for a moment. No matter how hidden our enemies are, we'll always be one step ahead. Let us grant them their wish and pull off a counter-espionage ploy. Divine system, check in. Ding. Check-in successful. 100% progress, 1 spacetime ability sacred law source experience card, duration, 3 minutes. Ha! Lin sensed a card appearing in the space around him. Divine system, what's this card for? Ding. Host, after using this card, you will fully master the sacred source of the spacetime ability within 3 minutes. You'll be able to comprehend the mysteries of the spacetime ability, grasp its rules, and be invincible in this realm. Lin only heard the last sentence. Invincible in this realm. What a gem! His eyes lit up. This card was arguably the ultimate lifesaver. It was rare for the divine system to be so generous. Suddenly, Lin sensed unusual activity emanating from the formation to the north. Looks like they couldn't hold back any longer. Are they about to make their move? Lin immediately contacted Li Daoran. Upon receiving the message, Li Daoran immediately mobilized his forces. In recent days, everyone in the Security Bureau had been on high alert. They'd been waiting for this very moment. District Chief Chi, they VE struck. Good. No sooner had a cold voice echoed through the space. The man in the white robe nodded, unsurprised. The man in the purple robe, Bai Mao, opened a secret compartment and entered an even more secluded space. This space, Chi Tian's expression was also grim. He and Lin Yanran stood suspended in midair. The moment they arrived, he had sensed that something was amiss here. Just then, a figure appeared directly across from him. Old friend, it's been a long time. Bai Mao, clad in a purple robe, looked in Chi Tian's direction and waved in greeting. The two acted as if they were old acquaintances reunited after a long separation. So it's you, Bai Mao. Chi Tian glared at him menacingly. They clashed several times before, and he never come out on top. Bai Mao, you people of the Heaven will sector truly depraved. How could you commit such a bloody act? Old friend, I'm doing this for the bright future of humanity. Sacrificing this useless trash to secure a glorious future for us, isn't that for the best? Chi Tian stared intently at his opponent, while Lin Yanran, standing beside him, stepped forward with her left foot. Her expression was calm, but deep within her gaze lay a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. I don't care what your motives are, today is the day you die. A declaration of unparalleled dominance, spoken with extreme arrogance. Bai Mao, clad in his purple robe, did not refute her, but instead formed a hand seal with both hands. In an instant, a veil of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Fuzhou district. The veil was streaked with blood, and blood energy surged ceaselessly from the four cardinal directions: east, south, west, and center. Li Daoran could no longer hold back. He burst forth, his supernatural powers surging wildly as he unleashed an incredibly powerful attack against the sky-obscuring veil of light. Immediately afterward, his expression grew even more grim. The light barrier had absorbed his attack without so much as a ripple. At the same time, the sky-obscuring barrier continued to condense, and a terrifying aura of oppression spread out. A vast amount of blood-red mist appeared in the air, dispersing in all directions. Wang Tianming reached out to touch it and discovered that the blood mist had actually affected his mind, filling him with extreme rage. His eyes were bloodshot, and all he wanted to do was kill. Terrified, he stumbled back several steps, forcing himself to suppress the chaos raging within his body. Ha 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 ha. Don't waste your energy. Join me in welcoming the dawn of a new era and the revered Lord God. Bai Mao stood in midair, laughing uproariously as he looked up at the sky. Aren't you celebrating a little too soon? At that moment, Lin, who had been standing on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Bai Mao followed the sound of the voice and looked down at Lin on the ground. He composed himself for a moment, then chuckled. That good-for-nothing loser, you were the one who defeated him, weren't you? Without waiting for Lin's reply, he continued, speaking as if to himself. Little one, I do have a bit of admiration for you. Follow me, and let us welcome the Lord's descent together. I'll put in a good word for you before the Lord, so you'll gain his favor. Having said that, he reached out and tossed an olive branch toward Lin. The flesh of such a genius must surely be even more delicious. Now that the Lord had just descended, he would need such a fine delicacy. Just then, Wang Tianming received a message from his subordinates. The riots that have broken out in various locations have been completely quelled by our men. A few of the men in white managed to escape. Li Daoran nodded. He looked at Chi Tian and nodded again. Finally, we can make our move. A look of excitement flashed across Chi Tian's face. He hadn't been chatting idly with the other man all this time. He'd been biding his time.
Lin Yanran, let us strike together. Today is the day he dies.
Lin Yanran nodded.
Both she and Shi Tian were at the peak of the 6th tier, while Bai Mao, though equally powerful, was alone. The three immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Attacks and martial techniques collided relentlessly in the air, sparks flying in all directions, and powerful energy waves caused the surrounding buildings to collapse.
District Chief, I'm here to help you.
Li Daoran harnessed his innate ability to briefly suspend himself in midair. Seizing the perfect moment, he unleashed a devastating attack on Bai Mao.
Caught off guard, Bai Mao took a heavy hit. Shi Tian and Lin Yanran seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks, pinning Bai Mao down relentlessly.
My lord, we're here.
Not far away, 4 white-robed clerics rushed toward the battlefield. Kill them all.
Die. The final punch pierced right through his body, and the man in white finally collapsed to the ground, utterly humiliated. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had absolutely no chance to fight back. He could only passively take the blows, unable to break free from that terrifying immobilization. After killing this man, Lin noticed that the blood mist in the surrounding space was growing thicker and thicker. Bai Mao, who was in the midst of battle, sensed the formation's failure and could no longer control himself.
Damn you, kid. I'll kill you. I'll make you all go down with me.
Ignoring Shi Tian's threats, he unleashed a full power strike at Lin Yanran. She was hit with a dull thud and stumbled backward slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Mao immediately descended to the ground below. The 3 white-robed priests, still in the midst of battle, also retreated one after another, taking their positions behind him. Bai Mao's gaze was fixed intently on Lin. Looks could kill, he would have torn her to pieces countless times over. At the same time, Shi Tian and Lin Yanran arrived on the scene, shielding Lin behind them.
Bai Mao, stop struggling. Today is the day you die.
Shi Tian pinned Bai Mao in his sights, determined to cut him down right there.
Ah, Shi Tian, do you think victory is already yours?
A flash of ruthlessness crossed Bai Mao's eyes. Hearing those words, Shi Tian suddenly felt a pang of unease.
Why waste words on him?
Lin Yanran channeled her supernatural power, preparing to strike again.
You've all forced my hand.
Suddenly, Bai Mao clapped his hands together. The 3 white-robed priests standing behind him all exploded, their bodies disintegrating as he absorbed all their energy into his own body.
Blood God technique. No.
Seeing this, Shi Tian immediately launched an attack. He felt an intense sense of foreboding. Lin Yanran also channeled her supernatural power, and 2 incredibly powerful streams of energy appeared in the sky, crashing violently toward Bai Mao.
After absorbing all the energy from the 3 white-robed priests, Bai Mao's cultivation level was now skyrocketing.
He had already broken through to the 7th rank.
Not enough. Blood God technique, charge.
He roared once more, draining his own primordial essence, reaching mid-7th rank, then the peak of late 7th rank. He stopped just as he reached the peak of late 7th rank. With a light wave of his hand, he effortlessly blocked the 2 attacks that embodied the full might of Shi Tian and Lin Yanran. Witnessing this, Shi Tian and Lin Yanran retreated in unison, while Li Daoran and the others quickly gathered together.
Damn it! We're screwed. Shi Tian, a pang of resentment. He was just 1 step away. I told you, you're all going to die today.
Bai Mao felt the immense energy surging through his body. He relished this moment of power immensely, but it did nothing to change his resolve to slaughter everyone standing before him. Kid, you're the one who ruined my plans, so I'll kill you first. Bai Mao turned his gaze toward Lin, who was standing at the very back, then pointed a finger. A 7th-tier warrior already possessed terrifying power. Their every move was beyond what others could even imagine. Empowered by the Blood God technique, Bai Mao had now reached the peak of the 7th rank. It was no exaggeration to say that a single full power strike from him could wipe out the entire Fuzhou district. Lin sensed an intense threat to his life as that attack hurtled toward him, and a fierce desire to survive surged wildly within him.
No! This strike will kill me. This strike truly could kill him.
Just as he was about to use the experience card from the Divine System S space, a figure appeared before him.
It was Li Daoran.
Li Daoran's sudden appearance shielded Lin behind him. The terrifying attack pierced right through his body, sending blood flying everywhere and staining Lin's entire face red.
Lin Xiao, quick run! Oh? So eager to die? No need to rush one at a time.
Bai Mao frowned. His strike had been blocked.
But it didn't matter.
He raised his right hand once more and launched another attack at Lin.
In front of everyone present, he was determined to kill this kid. Li Daoran. Director Li.
This sudden turn of events happened so fast that no one had time to react. Qi Tian's heart gave a violent jolt, while Wang Tianming rushed to Li Daoran's side, embracing the lifeless body and weeping uncontrollably.
You damned bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Qi Tian's whole body trembled uncontrollably.
Determined to take his opponent down with him, he began to channel his powerful supernatural energy.
Want to go down together? My dear District Chief Qi, get down on the ground.
Bai Mao slammed his left hand toward Qi Tian's position. A massive palm print appeared in the sky, pinning Qi Tian firmly to the ground, leaving him unable to move.
This was the power of the 7th tier. Lin hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Li Daoran's death when her body tensed up once more. Danger! Danger! Boom!
Lin noticed another figure appear right in front of her.
It was Lin Yanran.
She was much stronger than Li Daoran and Han Ti died instantly, but the powerful attack had shattered her internal organs. Her upper clothing was torn, revealing alluring, snow-white skin. She could barely stand and her frail body began to fall backward.
Thud! Lin caught her immediately.
Feeling the softness in his arms, he looked at Lin Yanran, who was coughing up blood non-stop.
Her once stunning features were now utterly haggard.
Her disheveled hair was covered in blood, obscuring her face.
Run!
Lin Yanran's body trembled slightly. Her injuries were too severe. A peak 7th tier cultivator was simply beyond her ability to contend with.
Suddenly,
Lin's gaze shifted, erupting with an incredibly dazzling divine light. With one arm wrapped around Lin Yanran's waist and the other resting on her chest.
Director Lin, I'm sorry.
At that moment, Lin had no mind to savor the soft, lingering sensation in the palm of his hand.
Rewind.
Lin Yanran had thought the young man was trying to take advantage of her, and a faint blush had spread across her cheeks. But immediately afterward, a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. In her perception, a revolutionary transformation was taking place within her body. All her injuries vanished completely, as if they had never existed. At the same time, Lin's gaze fell upon Li Daoran, who was no longer breathing, and she spoke once more.
Time rewind.
Wang Tianming felt the body of Li Daoran he was holding suddenly become weightless, as if the space-time ability had ceased at that very moment. Though he was clearly holding the other man's corpse, it felt as though an endless, expansive space-time ability separated them. Li Daoran's body was changing. The chest that had been pierced was reversing in an incredible manner.
Cough, cough.
Suddenly, Li Daoran opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Tianming, who was holding him, and Wang Tianming, in turn, gazed at him with a dazed expression.
Could you please stop touching me?
An extremely delicate, fragile voice emerged from Lin Yanran's lips. She was still in Lin's arms. The softness of her chest was being covered by one of Lin's hands. What made her even more bashful was that the hand kept contracting. Lin nonchalantly withdrew his hand, turned away, and pretended he hadn't heard a thing. But inside, he was thinking.
So big. So perky. So soft. 1 minute left.
Lin had just decisively used that experience card. The moment he activated it, Lin felt as though he were an all-powerful god. He could control the supreme laws of this world. Just now, he had used time reversal to restore Lin Yanran and Li Daoran to their states before they were injured. This was a feat beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even heaven and earth had yielded in that moment. He was the supreme god who wielded the space-time ability.
Bai Mao's expression wavered.
He stared at the young man before him with a mix of shock and suspicion, sensing that something was amiss. But his formidable strength at the peak of the 7th tier gave him ample confidence.
Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead.
With one hand, he held back Chi Tian, who was putting up a fierce resistance, while his other hand reached out to grab Lin. His peak 7th tier power was truly formidable. With a single grab, cracks appeared throughout the entire space. It was as if he had pierced through the void. His powerful attack instantly closed in on Lin. Watch out! Lin Yanran stood behind Lin, her gaze fixed on the young man in front of her, filled with concern. Don't worry. I'm fine. Lin didn't turn around, but a voice brimming with confidence came from his mouth. In this surreal scene, the sunlight cast his shadow long and slender. The young man's silhouette shone with extraordinary brilliance at that moment. Freeze! As if by a supreme deity whose words command the law of the universe, the space froze solid, and no one could move. A look of utter terror spread across Bai Mao's face. He wanted to speak. He watched as Lin walked toward him step by step, and he wanted to beg for mercy. Lin walked up to him. Unfreeze! A simple, unadorned word, yet it filled Bai Mao with even greater terror, for he realized his body was gradually vanishing. From his feet, to his waist, and then to his head. He simply vanished into thin air, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Ding! The experience card's time is up. It was timed perfectly. The surrounding space returned to normal once more. Lin plopped down onto the ground. Although it had been exhilarating just now, that brief moment had left him utterly exhausted. At that very moment, everyone's gaze turned to him. Some looked shocked, some puzzled, some joyful, and some shy. Finally, Chi Tian was the first to get to his feet. He brushed the mud off his clothes and, feigning composure, walked over to Lin's side. Lin, are you okay? District Chief Chi, I'm fine. Seeing District Chief Chi's hesitant expression, Lin knew exactly what the other man wanted to ask. District Chief Chi, just now, just as Lin was trying to figure out how to explain himself, Chi Tian spoke up first. Lin, you're overthinking it. I simply wanted to thank you on behalf of all our comrades in Fuzhou District. With that, Chi Tian bowed deeply to Lin. Li Daoran, Wang Tianming, and the others all followed suit, bowing in respect. If it hadn't been for Lin today, the entire Fuzhou District would have been doomed. Hey! District Chief Chi, Brother Li, Brother Wang, and everyone else, come on, stop it. Lin immediately stood up and stepped back a bit. He felt he couldn't bear such a grand gesture. Chi Tian looked up and, seeing this scene, felt a pang of emotion. This young man is truly a dragon among men. Lin! A magnetic voice rang out. Lin Yanran stood not far away, watching young man as she spoke softly, a hint of something unusual in her voice. Oh no! Upon recognizing the voice's owner, Lin began to regret his earlier actions. He looked at Lin Yanran with some embarrassment. Director Lin, your body is very soft. Smack! Lin immediately slapped himself across the face. No, ugh. I mean, are you okay? Chi Tian froze for a moment, standing there and coughing slightly. The blow from Bai Mao had dealt him quite a bit of damage. Lin Yanran's mood, which she had finally managed to calm, was once again thrown into turmoil by that sudden remark. A gentle breeze blew just right, ruffling a few strands of her hair and barely concealing a hint of blush. She snapped angrily, "Come here." Lin walked over reluctantly. He was beginning to miss his own run-down little room. Lin Yanran turned and walked to a secluded spot, where she stopped. Lin stood quietly in place like a student who made a mistake, a look of grievance hidden on his face as he waited to be scolded. Seeing him like this made Lin Yanran so furious she could barely contain herself. Her chest heaved up and down uncontrollably. Why does it seem like I'm the bad guy here? Who's really the one getting the short end of the stick? Lin, you've really surprised me. It's been 3 days, and I have to look at you with new eyes. Director Lin, you flatter me. I simply haven't dared to slack off. Seeing Lin's meek and docile demeanor now, Lin Yanran felt a bit like laughing. All right, stop pretending. I called you here because I have a favor to ask. Director Lin, please speak freely. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best. Lin continued to project the image of a humble, respectful, and down-to-earth person.
I hear you came here on a mission. Now that it's complete, when do you plan to return?
Lin Yanran had already adjusted her demeanor with her peak 6th tier strength. She was, in the eyes of ordinary, a figure of immense stature, someone they could only look up to from afar.
I plan to return tomorrow.
Lin answered truthfully. He had indeed planned to return tomorrow, but this mission had taken longer than he expected. After a moment of silence, Lin Yanran suddenly turned to face Lin, her beautiful eyes fixed on his face, making him feel a bit embarrassed.
I have a task for you. If you can complete it, I'll reward you with 5,000 points. 5,000.
Lin was somewhat taken aback. This reward wasn't just substantial, it was enormous. After all, the mission he'd just taken on was worth only 500 points, and even then, an unexpected incident had nearly cost him his life.
5,000 points.
Director Lin, I'd like to know what this mission entails. If it were extremely dangerous, then Lin might just.
Don't worry, this mission will be a piece of cake for you.
Lin Yanran thought of something, and her big, sparkling eyes curved into a slight smile. In 2 days, the elite training camps in the 4 regions East, South, West, and North will host the Champions Tournament.
I need you to win the title.
If you succeed, in addition to the rewards from the camp, I'll personally reward you with 5,000 points.
I have only one request. Young people should have the arrogance of youth. I want you to reach the pinnacle with an absolutely crushing victory. What do you say? Can you do it? Lin listened quietly. Is that it?
When he first heard the reward was 5,000 points, he was startled. He thought it was going to be some incredibly dangerous mission.
Turns out it's just asking him to enter a competition and take first place, right? That's it? He asked again, still a bit unsure, as if to say, is that all?
Lin Yanran didn't know why, but she just felt that Lin was asking for a punch right now. Her brows furrowed slightly. Lin was very observant. Without giving the other person a chance to speak, he immediately raised both hands.
I accept this mission.
Rest assured, Director.
I guarantee I'll complete the mission.
Lin Yanran had the words on the tip of her tongue but forced herself to swallow them back, shooting Lin a fierce glare with her delicate eyebrows.
Then, silence fell between them once more.
In this atmosphere, Lin felt as if each day were an eternity. He couldn't leave, yet he couldn't stay either. His mind had already begun to wander.
Suddenly, Lin Yanran blurted out of the blue. Do I seem scary?
No, Director Lin is incredibly capable and kind to everyone.
Lin immediately responded, while inwardly berating himself fiercely.
He hastily assured her that he would definitely complete this mission, then left the room. Lin sprinted all the way to Li Daoran's office at the police department before finally coming to a stop.
Phew! As expected of a peak 6th tier expert, that silent sense of pressure is intense. Lin sighed softly. Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding, personal panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human.
Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability. Spacetime ability. Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability. Sacred Law. Origin, awakening level %. Spacetime ability, Divine Eye. One of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, awakening level %. Level, peak early 3rd tier.
Vitality, 11,047. Is this a joke?
Mental power, 1,183 points. Come on, you'll catch up to that blind guy soon.
Cultivation technique, Void Scripture beginner. Martial skill, Void Blade peak minor achievement. Divine Eye. Supportive insights, Grandmaster level combat techniques. Grandmaster level formation master. Fist intent beginner. Cultivation points, 54 inch.
Seeing that he had only a pitiful double-digit number of cultivation points, Lin's mood suddenly soured. In my past life, I worked for capitalists. In this life, I work for the divine system.
Am I destined to be a wage slave forever?
Lin looked up at the sky, unsure if he was complaining to the heavens.
The battlefield, Lin Yanran and Shi Tian had already left.
Both had expended a great deal of energy in this battle. While Lin Yanran didn't say anything, Shi Tian had taken a direct palm strike from a 7th tier warrior. Pinned firmly to the ground, he was severely injured.
Li Daoran methodically organized the overall operations, while Wang Tianming carried them out one by one. The Fuzhou crisis was now behind them. In the office. Ah, Brother Lin, we really owe you a huge debt of gratitude this time. Li Daoran's face was beaming with a smile. He was so glad Lin had volunteered to stay back then. Brother Li, don't say that. As espers, it's our duty to protect the lights in every home. Lin looked sincerely at Li Daoran, whom he had known for only a few days. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity, let alone in a life or death situation. Li Daoran had recklessly taken a blow for him, even going so far as to die once himself. This debt of gratitude would be remembered forever. So, Brother Lin, do you have any plans for now? Li Daoran found himself growing fonder of the young man before him with every passing moment. Brotherly, I might need to stay here for another day or two. The Celestial Genius Championship would begin in 2 days. Lin Yanran would be taking Lin with her then, so he wouldn't be returning to the elite training camp. Great, Brother Lin. Consider this place your homestay as long as you like. Li Daoran clapped his hands and immediately summoned some staff to come in, making all the necessary arrangements for Lin. Brother Lin, if you need anything, just let me know. Thank you very much, Brother Li. Divine System, check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 100 ability stones. More ability stones. Looking at the crystals piled up like a small hill in his storage space, Lin sighed helplessly. Ha! Can I take these ability stones out, sell them for gold coins, and then exchange them for cultivation points? It seemed like these ability stones were actually quite valuable. Lin suddenly felt as if he'd discovered a path to greatness. Ding! Detected the host attempting to exploit a system glitch. This divine system only supports the host in achieving results through personal effort. Ding! Host, please do not entertain such futile thoughts. There are no shortcuts on the path to becoming a powerful cultivator, only by fighting monsters and working hard to earn cultivation points. Lin felt a bit embarrassed after being called out by the divine system. He only mentioned it in passing, he wasn't actually planning to do it. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, system. I'm a model young man, I'd never do anything underhanded like that. Deep down, however, he was mentally tearing the divine system to shreds. What a blatant capitalist. In the novels he'd read in his past life, divine systems were always eager to shower the protagonists with gifts, so why had things taken such a turn with him? Could it be that he really was a chosen wage slave? Ding! The divine system has detected the hostess' disappointment and will now enter autonomous upgrading. This upgrade cycle will last 72 hours. Please wait patiently. Beep upgrading. Ha? What is going on? Lin was a bit dazed as he listened to the message echoing in his mind. What is happening here? The divine system is upgrading? Did I upset it? Is the divine system really that thin-skinned? I didn't even say anything. Divine system? Divine system? Well, looks like the divine system really was triggered by me and now it's pulling this stunt. 72 hours, that's 3 days. I wonder what new features it LL have after the upgrade. To be honest, Lin was actually looking forward to it. The more powerful the divine system, the better for him, no downsides at all. As for now? Time to train. He suddenly found himself missing the elite training camp. The central square of the elite training camp. Mad Blade suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, feeling a bit puzzled. Did I catch a cold? No way. I'm a 6th tier. He suddenly soared into the air, his voice booming like thunder. Silence, everyone. The crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. In 2 days, a genius championship will be held. The participants are just like you, geniuses from all regions. They're all first-year students at the elite training camp. I have only one requirement for you in this competition: show the world the true spirit of the Western elite training camp. Anyone who brings shame upon us during the competition. It was a blatant threat, but all the students flinched. They'd already experienced instructor Quang Dao's methods firsthand, and the memory was etched deeply in their minds. Everyone silently resolved that even if they had to be carried off the stage, they would never back down a single step. Of course, for those who rank highly, we prepared extremely generous rewards. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 will receive 800 points. Those in the top 50 will receive 1,200 points. The top 10 will receive 2,000 points. Whoa! Someone in the crowd immediately let out a scream. 800 points just for making the top 100? Some of them had been at the elite training camp for nearly a month and still hadn't earned that many points. Instructor Quang, what about first place? Someone asked excitedly. The moment he asked, he regretted it, realizing everyone around him was staring at him. He hung his head in shame. After all, in the monthly competition just a few days ago, he'd ranked second to last. He'd simply been taken aback by the reward and felt an inexplicable rush of excitement. First place? First place gets 3,000 points, plus an S-rank martial art. Holy crap! In an instant, a deafening roar filled the air. An S-rank martial art. That was a martial art only 4th-tier warriors were qualified to practice. Although most people here came from families powerful enough to get them an S-rank martial art, no one would turn down such a prize. Holy crap, I'm still using a B-rank martial art and first place actually comes with an S-rank martial art as a reward? Damn it! I just wish I'd worked harder. Is it too late to start training now? It's not too late. Hurry up and work on your butt, you might still have a chance. Work on my butt? Dude, is there some kind of trick to that? We'll see if we can hook up with the referee when the time comes. Get lost. Seeing the atmosphere liven up, Mad Blade nodded. He looked at the few contestants in the arena. There are a few decent young ones in this competition. Bianca, Gong Sun Qin, and the others he had his eye on were all quite strong. And that kid. Mad Blade had already received word that Lin would be brought directly to the venue by the master. He was still a bit puzzled as to when that kid had started hanging out with his own master. Meanwhile, everyone on the field was getting pumped up, determined to secure a top ranking in this Celestial Genius Championship. Bianca glanced around. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but it vanished almost immediately. Lately, her strength had improved significantly. She had already reached the peak of the mid-stage of the 2nd tier and was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. That pace was absolutely insane. You're going to this tournament too, right? Bianca thought to herself, wondering how she should greet him if they ran into each other at the tournament. A few days ago, when this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly realized that she and he hadn't even exchanged a single word, which made her feel a little hurt. Because of this, she'd even locked herself in her room and rehearsed the scenario of their first conversation countless times. I should be qualified to be your friend by now, right? Bianca tilted her little head to the side, feeling a bit worried that her skills might be too weak to make her worthy of being friends with him. I'll post another chapter later. 2 days later. Everyone, get in the car and let us go. At the same time. In the 3 regions south, east, and north there were groups of people just like this, all brimming with fighting spirit and youthful vigor. Everyone was bursting with passion. They all shared the same goal. The Celestial Pride Championship. Lin, it's time. Lin Yanran stood high above the police department, looking down at Lin below. Director Lin. Lin looked up and shrugged his shoulders. He certainly couldn't fly. And so? Under the watchful eyes of Li Daoran and the others, Lin Yanran grabbed Lin by the arm with one hand and flew off into the distance. Brother Lin, give it your all. Li Daoran called out words of encouragement from afar, gazing into the distance. Brother Lin is a true hidden dragon this time, he is sure to soar to the heavens. Held aloft by Lin Yanran's single hand, Lin glanced down and immediately let out a cry of alarm. Ah! I'm afraid of heights. It's too high, I'm scared. Before Lin Yanran could say a word, he twisted his body to the side, burying his face against her chest and wrapping both arms tightly around her slender waist. He buried his face deep between her curves, trembling from time to time, clearly showing just how terrified he was. Lin Yanran was wearing a figure-hugging outfit today, and most of her curves were clearly on display for all to see. She never expected the first person to climb her to be Lin. Lin Yanran's face flushed crimson at Lin's actions. "Lin! Let go of me!" Her face flushed, she tried to pull Lin off her. Strangely enough, a mighty 6th-tier powerhouse couldn't even pull away a 3rd-tier warrior, especially one who was currently completely powerless. After a brief struggle, Lin Yanran gave up. She tried to convince herself that Lin really was afraid of heights. Whether he was afraid of heights or not, Lin felt like he couldn't breathe properly right now. There was no other reason, he just felt suffocated. He could only keep shaking his head from side to side, using the movement to take in fresh air. This made Lin Yanran's face turn even redder. Was this guy taking advantage of the situation? Just as they were about to reach the top, Lin Yanran gave a sharp tug, and Lin was once again hoisted into the air by her single hand. Held aloft, Lin once again put his Oscar-worthy acting skills to work, his face taking on a pitiful, heart-tugging expression. Lin Yanran felt the warmth radiating from her chest. She was both furious and exasperated. Angry that this guy was actually so bold. And furious that he was playing the victim again. She looked at Lin, who looked thoroughly aggrieved at that moment, and snapped viciously, "Stop pretending. Just wait until this competition is over, then you'll see what I'll do to you." She raised her hand, fingers pressed together, and waved her fist in front of Lin's face, a clear threat. Lin said nothing. Circumstances dictated his actions at a time like this. He couldn't be stubborn when it was time to back down, he had to do so decisively. Lin Yanran turned halfway around to adjust her blouse. For the rest of the short walk, Lin stopped complaining about his fear of heights and let himself be carried in silence. This little guy. By now, Lin Yanran knew full well that Lin wasn't afraid of heights at all. The moment she thought about how close he'd been pressed against her chest just a moment ago, Lin Yanran wished she could find a hole to crawl into. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, so she kicked Lin hard. That kick really hurt Lin. He yelped and kept apologizing. Only then did Lin Yanran's anger subside a little. "We're here." Lin Yanran slowly touched down and looked out at the vast open space before her. "You go in on your own. I've got things to do." With that, she leaped right inside, leaving Lin to exclaim repeatedly how cool she looked. "I wonder when I'll break through to the 6th rank. Flying feels so great." The venue was enormous. The spectator stands alone could accommodate over 10,000 people, though ordinary people weren't usually allowed to attend this kind of competition. Lin quickly found the main group. "It's been a long time, Mentor Kwang." Mad Blade looked at him and nodded. Lin stepped forward and spotted quite a few familiar faces. Bianca, Gongsun Chin, Stone. Oh, and the Murong Yun brothers. Quite a few people took the initiative to greet Lin. Although they didn't usually interact much, they were all from the same class, and being away from home always brought a sense of inexplicable familiarity. "Lin, classmate Lin, hello. My name is Bianca." A cold, icy voice reached Lin's ears, and he turned to look at a young girl standing at the very front. Today, the girl was wearing a deep blue ethereal dress. Her flowing long hair fell naturally over her shoulders. Her exceptionally delicate features, paired with her elegant, subtle makeup, captivated anyone who laid eyes on her. Lin was taken aback. He hadn't expected this aloof girl to take the initiative to greet him. He still vividly remembered the cold, distant attitude she'd shown him on their first meeting. Meanwhile, Bianca, seeing that Lin hadn't responded, felt deeply disappointed. Just as she thought she really wasn't worthy of being friends with him after all. How frustrating. "Hi, I'm Lin." The sudden reply snapped her out of her daydream. Looking at the hand extended toward her, Bianca, looking a bit dazed and adorable, reached out her own small hand to take it. So warm. So soft. That was what both of them were thinking. This scene left everyone else speechless. Many began whispering among themselves. "Holy crap! What am I seeing? The aloof goddess Bianca actually made the first move on Lin? Damn, Lin is so cool.
That's my bro Xiao for you. He totally swept little Bianca off her feet. Usually, Bianca kept a cold face toward everyone, forget about any physical contact. People didn't even get a chance to talk to her. Out of the 100 people in their batch, there were really only a handful who ever exchanged even a word or two with her.
Is this the charm of my bro Xiao? He is simply unbeatable.
There were also quite a few who were secretly heartbroken. They never expected their goddess to be snatched up by another man just like that. The worst part was that they couldn't beat this guy. So far, no one on the Dawn rankings in the elite training camp had surpassed Lin as 51st level.
Mad Blade. Are you leading the team this year? A man's voice came from a short distance away. Oh. It's you, Lu Fei.
Hearing the voice, Mad Blade turned his gaze toward the newcomer. It was an old acquaintance, a man named Lu Fei, who served as an instructor at the Southern Elite Training Camp and was also a 6th-tier powerhouse.
Mad Blade, looks like your Western region is going to come in last again this year.
Lu Fei chuckled softly, his gaze briefly sweeping over Lin's group. Lu Fei, this year as Southern cohort doesn't look all that impressive to me either. They're a far cry from the last one. Your teaching skills as an instructor have really gone downhill. Mad Blade wasn't about to let him off the hook. Although they were on the same side, there was still a rivalry between them. The tension between the two was palpable.
Are you the strongest among all these people?
Behind Lu Fei stood a group of young men and women. A teenager at the very front stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Lin. Since Lin was also standing at the front, he naturally assumed Lin was the strongest among them.
You look pretty ordinary.
The teenager scrutinized him closely, then shook his head.
Who are you?
Before Lin could speak, Bianca, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up first.
Oh.
The boy's gaze swept over to Bianca, and his eyes lit up.
So you're the strongest one after all. The boy sensed a powerful energy emanating from Bianca.
Very good. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll be gracious enough to tell you. The boy struck a pose he thought was incredibly cool. I'm Jiang Ming, a man destined to stand at the pinnacle.
What a clown!
Lin muttered under his breath. Jiang Ming immediately turned his gaze toward him. He hated it when people interrupted him at a moment like this. You worthless trash with no skills, shut up! Hiding behind a girl like that, you're a coward. Then, he walked straight back to his own group, completely ignoring Lin. Seeing Lin being humiliated, a fierce expression instantly flashed across Bianca's face.
She wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate Lin in front of her.
Besides, that guy named Jiang Ming was nothing but trash in her eyes. He wasn't even as good as she was, yet he dared to call Lin trash?
Hey, don't get so worked up. Lin quickly grabbed one of Bianca's arms. He was a bit flustered. How could this seemingly cold and aloof beauty be so impulsive? But he humiliated you.
There was even a hint of hurt in Bianca's eyes. After trying so hard for so long, she'd finally managed to speak to him today, only for some guy to suddenly show up and call him trash and a coward. Right now, she just wanted to freeze that foul-mouthed guy into an ice sculpture and let him freeze to death.
It's fine. Just some empty talk, nothing to get worked up about. Lin waved his hand dismissively. What could he do? For now, it seemed he really was a bit of a loser, huh? I'll definitely get you revenge during the match later. Bianca shook her fist fiercely, and this sight actually made Lin want to laugh.
He hadn't realized that this Ice Queen actually had such a cute side.
There's quite a crowd. The entire venue was packed.
The Celestial Genius Championship was held every year, so large crowds came to watch annually.
Brother Lin, Brother Lin, it's me, Yun. Lin heard someone calling his name and looked over curiously. So it's Brother Morong, huh?
Lin was quite friendly toward him after all, one inevitably encounters others while traveling.
Brother Lin still remembers me. Hearing Lin call him by name, Morong Yun was overjoyed, a sight that made many others envious. Of course I remember. Is there something you need, Brother Morong? Nothing much. It's just about this tournament. I pulled some strings to find out a bit more. Morong Yun moved a little closer and pulled out a small booklet. What's this? Lin took the booklet and flipped through it, discovering it contained information on many people. Did you compile all this yourself? Lin suddenly realized that Morong Yun was truly a talented individual. Brother Lin, I put a lot of effort and money into getting this information. I hope it's of some help to you. Morong Yun was very smooth after handing the booklet to Lin. He left without any hesitation. This made Lin look at him with newfound respect. As expected, these scions of prominent families are no ordinary bunch. This was quite different from his impression of second-generation heirs. He thought that being a wastrel was exclusive to them, but now that seemed a bit one-sided. All students participating in this champions tournament are requested to proceed to the competitors area. The announcement echoed throughout the hall. The competition was about to begin. Seated in his seat, Lin listened to the broadcast. At that moment, several elderly men sat solemnly on the podium, flanked by a master of ceremonies. Welcome, everyone, to this champions tournament. I am the host of this event. We are honored to have several distinguished guests with us for this event. Allow me to introduce them. Seated in the center is Zhang Guoqing, Director of Academic Affairs at Longwu Academy. A white-bearded elder stood up, his face radiating kindness. Every gesture exuded dignity. This was a truly prominent figure. Applause erupted from the audience, while numerous media outlets broadcast the event live. This annual, large-scale Tianzhou competition attracts widespread attention throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Dragon Martial Arts University is the #1 institution of higher learning in the Dragon Nation. Someone exclaimed. This is Kai Rongwang, Director of Academic Affairs at Dawn University. He was also an elderly man, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Qin Li, Director of Academic Affairs at Daybreak University. Clap, clap, clap. Director of Academic Affairs at Batian University Zhang Gu. Some in the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. I never expected all 4 of Dragon Nation's top universities to be here this time. These 4 universities are currently the most powerful institutions of higher learning in Dragon Nation, and every year they produce a large number of prodigies with extraordinary talent and strength for the entire nation. This is the Director of Academic Affairs at Junwu University Li Long. Military and Martial Arts University. Though it stands alongside the other 4 institutions as a top-tier university, Military and Martial Arts University is unique due to its educational methods, which result in an extremely high student mortality rate each year. Consequently, while its overall academic strength is somewhat weaker compared to the other 4 institutions, no one dares to underestimate it. Because every student who successfully graduates from Military and Martial Arts University is a true powerhouse. And the head of the elite training camp, Geely. In comparison, Geely was much younger and held a relatively lower position, but he was nonetheless one of Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, responsible for the entire elite training camp. Lin looked them over one by one. These were all big shots. Even from such a distance, Lin could sense the aura of power emanating from them. At least 7th tier. He marveled to himself. This championship of celestial talents is divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, Test of the Heart. Stage 2, Test of the Spirit. Stage 3, Test of Strength. Test of the Heart, Test of the Spirit, Test of Strength. After the commentator's explanation, Lin finally understood. Testing the heart examines a person's inner resolve, testing the spirit re-evaluates their innate talent, and testing the strength assesses each person's true combat prowess. All contestants, please prepare. The first stage, testing the heart, is about to begin. Testing the heart, testing the heart. How is one supposed to do that? Lin and all the other contestants had already stood up. Suddenly, a flash of white light, the entire arena, so bright that no one could keep their eyes open. What is going on? What happened? Did someone launch a surprise attack? Before long, everyone fell silent, standing motionless in their spots. Lin slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if he just had a dream. In the dream, it seemed he awakened an incredibly powerful talent. Lin, what are you standing there for? The enemy is attacking again.
Before Lin could even react, a soldier beside him grabbed his arm and dragged him outside.
What's going on?
Suddenly, countless images flashed through his mind. He, Lin, was an ordinary soldier of the Dragon Nation.
He had awakened a Class C ability during high school.
His parents were ordinary people who had worked hard for most of their lives just to barely afford his tuition at a local third-rate university. After graduating from college, Lin answered the nation's call and joined the military. Due to his limited talent and modest family background, he had barely reached late second-tier strength by the time he graduated. After years of frontline combat and countless narrow escapes from death, he had broken through to the peak of late second tier and was currently the deputy captain of this assault squad. The person who had just pulled him away was the squad's captain.
So was it all just a dream? Lin slapped his forehead to snap himself back to reality.
The intense roar of battle had already reached him. The enemy had launched another surprise attack.
Damn it, there are way too many enemies this time. Captain, Deputy Captain, maybe we should retreat for now.
A member of the assault squad kept firing long-range attacks toward the front, but this time, the enemy was truly overwhelming. They were thick as flies, a dark, swarming mass. If viewed from a bird's eye perspective, the battlefield would appear to have turned into a stark contrast of black and white.
No way. Our mission is to defend this line to the death. Behind us are countless ordinary people. If we retreat, what will become of them?
The assault squad's captain's expression hardened. He immediately glared menacingly at the squad member who had suggested retreating. If anyone mentions retreating again, don't blame me for taking drastic measures.
The soldier's eyes darted away, too afraid to speak.
Lin gazed at the endless horde of enemies. The overwhelming sense of pressure and fear sweeping toward him left him somewhat terrified. He channeled all his supernatural power and unleashed his most powerful attack toward the distance.
Boom!
A single loud explosion echoed, and the enemy ranks were scattered. The assault squad leader's expression was extremely grave. Many teams had already charged forward to block the enemy with their own bodies.
He immediately issued an order. Everyone, advance immediately. Follow me into battle. Deputy Squad Leader Lin, you stay behind. The banner of our assault squad must not fall.
If we all die, please carry on the legacy of our assault squad. With that, the captain charged forward at once. He had already resolved to die, his superpowers surging through his entire body as he prepared to detonate at any moment. Before setting off, the other squad members saluted Lin one by one. Many handed him wills they had prepared in advance, hoping he would deliver them to their families.
Moments later, Lin was the only one left in the entire squad.
His hands were stuffed with sealed envelopes. He clenched his jaw so tightly that blood flowed unceasingly from the corner of his mouth. He had bitten through his lip, afraid he might break down and cry. His eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, he didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to charge into battle alongside these brothers in arms who had shared life and death with him, and fight the enemy. Even if it meant dying, he would have no regrets.
I'm too weak. I'm still too weak.
Lin began to berate himself for his lack of natural talent, for his lack of strength, and for being utterly useless.
If I had power that surpassed everything, I would definitely kill every single enemy. I definitely would.
He slowly dropped to his knees, pounding the ground repeatedly with his fists. He didn't dare look up, afraid to witness his teammates dying right before his eyes.
If only I were strong enough. If only I were strong enough.
Those words kept lingering on the tip of Lin's tongue.
If you were strong enough, what would you do?
At that moment, this question suddenly echoed in his mind, as if someone were asking him. Lin didn't seem to notice this strange phenomenon, but in that instant, his once burning heart grew slightly cold. His agitation subsided as if it were about to fall silent, or perhaps as a form of self-protection. If I were strong enough, I would slaughter every enemy who dared to attack me.
What if an entire race sought to oppress you? Then I would wipe out that race.
The voice asking the question seemed to falter. At that moment, Lin had become unusually cold. He cared about nothing. It was all as fleeting as a mirage. Finally, just as the voice was about to fade away, Lin spoke again.
I will kill every enemy who dares to attack us. This time, his indifference carried a faint trace of warmth, very faint, yet undeniably real. Lin opened his eyes again. He noticed that many people around him were still furrowing their brows tightly, some wore lecherous grins, while others screamed in fear. An illusion? Lin sensed that for that split second, he had seemed to enter some kind of space, but he couldn't recall a single thing about what he'd experienced inside. If my space-time ability, the divine gaze, hadn't been sealed, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. The space-time ability, the divine gaze, can see through all illusions. Gradually, many people opened their eyes, their faces showing a hint of confusion. Once everyone had opened their eyes, a voice rang out from the sky once more. The first round, question of the heart, is over. The contestants whose names were just read may leave. Your participation in this competition ends here. Kai Su, Matron Rong. Some of those whose names were called didn't quite understand why. They'd been eliminated. I haven't even competed yet. Some refused to accept it. Kai Su roared at the sky in anger, how dare you? I haven't even shown my true strength yet, I'm an A-class Esper. His outburst stirred up the others as well. They were outraged after all that preparation, only to be eliminated in the very first round? They couldn't bear the shame. Suddenly, an elderly man walked over, his face expressionless. You want to know why you were eliminated, don't you? That's right, I refuse to accept this. Kai Su was defiant. He was a prodigy, how could he possibly be eliminated just like that? Without another word, the old man produced a projection and displayed it in the air. The image showed Kai Su himself, currently seated among a group of young, blossoming girls, groping them and embracing them left and right. The scene was quite scandalous, reeking of debauchery. This is a true reflection of what was deep within your heart just now. Indulging in lust, losing your composure, and coveting beauty, you are unworthy of being called a celestial pride. The old man paid no heed to Kai Su's flushed face as he harshly denounced his despicable behavior. The barrage of insults left Kai Su wishing he could sink into a crack in the ground. Is there anyone else who disagrees? The old man gazed sternly at the others. Every contestant caught in his gaze bowed their head. They knew their own shortcomings. The old man gave a cold snort and vanished. The first round, examination of the heart, had eliminated nearly 100 people, a full fifth of the participants. The second round, examination of the spirit. 10 towering devices appeared in the center of the arena. These were the latest awakening detectors, newly developed by the Dragon Nation Supernatural Abilities Research Institute, machines specifically designed to detect supernatural abilities in the human body. The remaining contestants lined up in order and underwent the second round of talent assessment. Suddenly, the second device burst into a dazzling glow. Jiang Ming. SS-class supernatural ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. At that moment, Jiang Ming was enveloped by a powerful electric current. As he channeled his superpowers to the fullest, wings of lightning suddenly sliced through the previously clear sky. Bathed in thunder, Jiang Ming looked incredibly powerful and extraordinary at that moment. He was the very embodiment of lightning. Off the field, Jiang Ming's team mentor, Lu Fei, burst into hearty laughter. Pointing in Jiang Ming's direction, he kept exclaiming, "This is the prodigy of our southern region." There were also quite a few media broadcasters on site, all turning their cameras toward Jiang Ming. Many local channels were broadcasting the event, and numerous streamers on similar live streaming platforms were providing simultaneous coverage. Holy crap, this kid is so badass! An SS-class superpower, Purple Sky Divine Thunder? That is seriously awesome. The comments section was flooded with praise for how incredible he was. Immediately afterward, another device erupted with an equally blinding light. Ji Xiangnan. SS-class ability Emperor. This was a handsome young man, extraordinary by nature. No matter where he went, a crowd would naturally follow him, as if he were a born ruler. He exuded an imperial aura, extremely majestic. This was the prodigy from the east. His mentor, a woman, nodded with satisfaction from the sidelines. Holy crap, what an overwhelming aura of a king! Someone exclaimed in shock, their expression filled with envy. Suddenly, the contestant being tested at device number 4 began sneezing uncontrollably. It was freezing. The light flashed once more. Bianca. SS class ability ice and snow. It was a terrifying sight. She stood quietly in the distance, as if separated from everyone else by an entire world. She was ice and snow, she was the ultimate cold. Smile spread across Kwang Dao Zhengrong's face. It was his turn. This she is a goddess. Some netizens were beside themselves with excitement. Gazing at Bianca, who stood amidst a world of ice and snow, with her stunning beauty and striking figure, she was nothing short of the nation's new generation goddess. Similarly, intense lights were flickering in other areas, though they were relatively weaker. Those were the marks of S-class abilities. Lin looked at the contestant undergoing testing in front of him. Next up was his turn. That contestant was identified as having an A-class ability, and he showed no reaction. After all, he'd already been tested long ago. Lin was ready to take the stage. Just a moment ago, he'd been a little worried. The divine system had said it would temporarily seal off his power, but talent is talent, it shouldn't just disappear. In a setting like this, if he didn't show off a little, it would be completely pointless. Instantly, he took a step forward and waited quietly for the machine to scan him. Suddenly, the entire space became slightly unstable, and time seemed to slow down at that very moment. A dazzling burst of light erupted from where Lin stood, and two incredibly intense, multicolored beams illuminated the entire space. What is this? The bigwigs on the podium all jumped to their feet, utterly stunned. It was multicolored light. And a double multicolored display at that. They exchanged glances, feeling as if the heavens and earth were spinning. It was simply too incredible to believe. This is a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy with dual SSS level abilities. Zhang Guoqing, seated in the center, was deeply shaken. Even when the 3S level abilities had just awakened moments ago, they hadn't been overly excited, as a few such cases appeared every year. But it had been a long time since they'd seen an SSS level ability, let alone dual SSS level abilities. Unprecedented. Shi Li from Dawn University also spoke up. He had never seen such a prodigy before. Outside the arena, Kwang Dao was completely dumbfounded. As Lin's mentor, he knew Lin had awakened an SSS level talent, but he never imagined this kid had awakened too? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. At that moment, all the media cameras were focused on Lin. Holy crap. This guy is blindingly brilliant. What is going on? Can someone in the know explain what just happened? Sure enough, a kind soul took the time to explain exactly what this extraordinary phenomenon meant. After the explanation, the comments section exploded. What? Dual SSS level abilities? You better check what you're saying. Holy shit. Is this for real? Dual SSS level abilities, aren't you supposed to only awaken one talent? I'm just C rank, I'm such a loser. Haven't you guys noticed how handsome this guy is? Really, dual SSS rank? He is a fucking unbeatable powerhouse. Does a powerhouse even need an accessory? He is so good looking and charming. Numerous live streams went wild, and some people had already started digging up Lin's personal information on major websites. Lin had no idea that, from this moment on, he was completely exposed to the public eye. This nationwide livestream had propelled him straight to an unimaginable pinnacle. Bianca was currently in the lounge, gazing at the dazzling young man. She felt no jealousy, on the contrary, she was somewhat pleased. You should have been this dazzling all along. Ji Shangnan was also gazing at that figure, golden light flickering in his eyes. He was absolutely confident in his dominance over the world. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He never expected the guy he'd looked down on to possess such terrifying talent. Did I really misjudge him? He began to doubt himself. With talent this terrifying, his strength should logically be incredibly powerful. Ping'an District. 3rd Middle School. At that moment, all the students were watching the live broadcast. Did you see that? Did you see that? That S. Lin, my man.
A chubby kid was gesticulating wildly and shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice reaching everyone's ears. He was incredibly excited. The person on the screen was his best buddy. He never imagined his best buddy could be this amazing. It seems the time has come. My aging father really does need to step down. Principal's office. Principal Chu of 3rd Middle School was also stunned. It took him quite a while to snap out of it. Ha 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 ha. He laughed until his face turned crimson. This Lin had truly given him an enormous surprise. 2 SSS level abilities, what did that even mean? He didn't know. But he did know that 3rd Middle School's future would see the rise of a peerless powerhouse. Stage 2, Spirit Inquiry complete. All the contestants returned to the rest area. The judges and guests on the podium engaged in careful deliberation, and several of them nodded in unison. Then, a ranking list materialized in midair. The massive list included every contestant present. After final verification, the results for the first 2 stages are in. Everyone, please check your rankings. Lin looked up at the list. First place, Lin. Perfect score in Stage 1. Perfect score in Stage 2. Second place, Ji Shangnan. Perfect score in Stage 1. 95 points in Stage 2. Third place, Bianca. Perfect score in Stage 1. 94 points in Stage 2. Many contestants found their rankings. Ji Shangnan looked at his ranking on the list. His expression was calm, but those who knew him well could tell that, at that moment, he was anything but at peace inside. He was a natural-born ruler. He would not allow anyone to step on his head. I didn't even make it into the top 3? Jiang Ming's eyes widened. Where exactly had he gone wrong? How could he have ended up in 4th place? In 10 minutes, we'll begin the 3rd stage, Strength. This heart-probing competition is divided into 10 groups. Each group will determine 5 qualifiers based on the number of victories, selecting a total of 50 prodigies to compete in the final points-based competition. Lin was assigned to Group 5. He glanced at Bianca and saw she was in Group 1. Bianca was also watching him. The two exchanged a look. Lin smiled and raised his fist in encouragement. Bianca raised her little hand in return, trying her best to respond. Stage 3, Test of Strength now begins. The atmosphere instantly became electric as fierce clashes erupted simultaneously across all 10 rings. The broadcasters off stage threw themselves into their work with gusto, while the competitors on stage gave it their all. With the bigwigs in attendance, they were determined to show their very best. Ring 5, Lin vs Ning Tian. Hearing the announcement from Ring 5, many people in the surrounding area turned their gaze there all for the sake of that young man. Ning Tian felt a pang of bitterness. He hadn't expected his luck to be so terrible, facing someone he absolutely must not provoke in his very first match. That's right, Lin had already been labeled by them, these ordinary prodigies, as one of the people best left alone. Lin walked to one side of the ring, looked at his opponent, and gave a slight bow. Let the match begin. Ning Tian immediately assumed a fighting stance. Although the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, he still had to give it a try. Go! Ning Tian activated his ability. He had awakened an A-rank ability called Gale. Once activated, his speed instantly shot up a notch. He moved as swiftly as the wind, darting across the arena at high speed. He kept shifting his position, searching for his opponent's weaknesses. Lin stood his ground. With his Grandmaster-level combat skills, he instantly saw through his opponent's intentions. He took a step forward with his left foot, exposing a vulnerability. That's the spot. Seeing his chance, Ning Tian accelerated even further, instantly appearing behind Lin. He gathered his power and launched a powerful strike aimed at Lin's lower abdomen. You fell for it. Lin took a step back with his right foot, leaned slightly to the side, and sidestepped the attack. At the same time, he swung his fist. Boom! Ning Tian was sent flying, crashing out of the ring. The match is over. Lin wins. Just as expected. There wasn't much cheering. It was as if Lin's victory was a foregone conclusion. However, keen observers noticed that Lin hadn't used any supernatural abilities during this match at all.
Ning Tian, sitting on the sidelines, wore a bitter expression. Sigh.
After stepping down from the ring, Lin scanned the other battlefields.
At that moment, a teenager stood on ring 3, exuding a powerful aura. Ji Xiangnan.
Lin narrowed his eyes. He recognized this person. The handbook Morong Yun had given him contained a single sentence describing him.
A natural-born ruler, SS-class superpower emperor. Emperor, what a domineering name.
Ji Xiangnan hadn't made a single move. He simply stood on the ring, exuding a faint yet unmistakable imperial aura. This aura was sacred and majestic, overwhelming his opponent to the point where he dared not even move, and in the end, he had no choice but to concede defeat.
Ji Xiangnan wins.
After the referee announced the verdict, Ji Xiangnan left the ring and returned to his seat as if no one else were there.
Numerous cameras captured the moment, and his imperial demeanor garnered a massive following online.
The competition was in full swing. Lin found that the opponents he faced were all fairly mediocre, mostly first-tier competitors. This allowed him to secure 10 consecutive victories, instantly locking in the first qualifying spot on Ring 5. Bianca has achieved 10 consecutive victories and successfully advanced. A commotion erupted at Ring 1, where the Ice Beauty wielded her frost magic with divine skill, instantly freezing her opponent into a work of art the moment he stepped onto the ring. She nonchalantly walked off the ring. In her eyes, these opponents were simply too weak.
As evening fell,
the top 50 qualifiers for the third stage.
Today's points-based matches will be one-on-one. The winner gains 1 point, the loser loses 1.
The top 10 contestants based on final points will be named the top 10 of this competition.
I hereby declare the competition officially open. All contestants began drawing lots in an orderly fashion. Lin looked at his opponent and raised an eyebrow slightly.
His opponent's name was Sorotu, an S-class ability user with the Dark Knight ability, at the peak of the early second stage.
His opponent, Sorotu, was also frowning. He was even more speechless. How on earth had he ended up drawing Lin? Damn it, why is my luck so bad?
He was furious with his strength. He should at least be among the top tier of these 50 contestants.
Lin and Sorotu, please come up on stage.
Click, click.
The cameras below immediately sprang into action, clearly capturing both contestants in their lenses.
Tisk, TSK. I really feel sorry for this guy named Sorotu.
Can we say a big spending player just ran into a cheater? Is there any chance Lin might lose in the end? Lin lose? Dude, do you even know how valuable dual SSS level abilities are? Here, you'll find people who look down on dual SSS level abilities.
Lin himself didn't realize that, without him even noticing, he already gained quite a few fans who were quietly rooting for him.
The match begins.
Lin remains standing in place. Sorotu, on the other hand, wore a look of grave concern. He watched his opponent's previous battles and understood that his opponent's fighting style was to strike from a defensive position. After a careful scan, Sorotu grew even more uneasy. He discovered that, to his senses, Lin was standing there just like an ordinary person. It seemed like nothing but openings.
This can't go on any longer. He felt immense pressure every moment, an invisible psychological pressure. Dark Knight descends.
He clasped his hands together, and a powerful supernatural energy enveloped the entire arena, plunging it into darkness.
Lin, starting now, this is my home turf. You may be strong, but there is no way you'll defeat me easily. In the cover of night, boom!
On the stage, the black mist gradually dissipated. Sorotu's abilities were completely depleted. He could no longer sustain the descent of the Dark Knight. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed intently on them, eager to see exactly what had happened. Sorotu propped himself up on his hands, leaning against his legs, panting heavily, his gaze fixed intently ahead. As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly came into view. Lin stood there unscathed, not even a speck of dust clung to him.
Sorotu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank.
He smiled a somewhat bitter smile. Then he bowed his head, as if struck by a devastating blow, and leaped off the ring of his own accord.
The referee took a look and waved his hand decisively. Lin wins. Below the stage, Lin made his way to a secluded spot and coughed up a mouthful of blood that move just now had been incredibly powerful. 1 hour left. In just one more hour, his full power would be unlocked. I've never seen such a shitty divine system. If the divine system could take physical form, Lin would definitely drag it out and beat the crap out of it. The matches on the arena were still underway. Today's competition was much more intense than yesterday's, and there were even quite a few dark horses emerging. While waiting for his opponent, Lin went to watch Bianca's match. He noticed that there were many professional camera crews on site, providing comprehensive coverage from every angle. Bianca's match was incredibly entertaining. Her opponent in this match was no pushover, a man named Zhang Liang, possessing an S-class ability called Infinite Storm and boasting mid-second stage strength. Among the current competitors, a genius of this caliber was undoubtedly in the top tier. His talent allowed him to unleash extreme disasters within a small area, much like a sandstorm in the desert, with devastating destructive power. In the eyes of many competitors, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. But at that moment, he felt quite cramped, as there was barely any room left for him to stand on the entire arena. Is an SS-class ability really that terrifying? He thought, unwilling to accept it. Right from the start of the match, he had attacked with full force, leaving his opponent no room to maneuver. He created several small storms on the ring. Ordinary second-tier warrior would have been knocked off long ago. Unexpectedly, his opponent showed not the slightest fear, stepping right into the center of the storm, and then, a scene unfolded that left him utterly astonished. A streak of frost crystallized from beneath Bianca's feet, spreading outward. All the storms he had created were frozen into polar blizzards. Standing right in the center, Bianca resembled the Ice Queen herself, sacred and untouchable. Her powerful aura swept over him, forcing him to keep retreating. At that moment, Bianca seemed to have received the blessing of the ice goddess. She was the child of ice and snow, with the frost of heaven and earth at her command, obeying her every command. Some staff members on the sidelines, standing too close to the action, had thick layers of ice forming on their glasses, and they were shivering from the cold. The Ice Queen! She is the true Ice Queen! People kept cheering and shouting in support. The slender, icy-clad girl already had a massive fan base, and coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she would only draw even more people to her like moths to a flame. It's time to end this. Bianca's pale blue eyes flashed slightly, and an even more powerful energy surged from within her body. Ice and snow world. A dazzling light erupted across the arena. Zhang Liang realized something was wrong and hurriedly activated his abilities to block it. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. A deluge of ice instantly shattered his defenses, freezing him and his shield into a work of art. With that, the referee declared Bianca the winner. Fans both in the arena and watching on major live-stream platforms erupted in wild cheers. As she stepped off the stage, Bianca spotted Lin standing nearby. Seeing the thumbs up he gave her, a hint of secret delight flitted through her heart. She returned the gesture with a smile. That set off a frenzy. Holy shit! Dude, the goddess just smiled at me. She's definitely into me. I'm about to hit the big time. Get lost, she clearly smiling at me. We even had hot pot together last night. Don't you dare point fingers at my girl. She even told me a bedtime story last night. The comments section exploded. That single smile had instantly captured the hearts of every otaku in the room. It was also the first time Bianca had smiled since the competition began, which came as a surprise to many of her followers. Even Li Long, standing on the podium, noticed it. As a military officer, Bianca would have to address him as uncle according to their generational hierarchy. If I'm not mistaken, this girl is usually quite introverted, Li Long said, as if he discovered a new continent. Lin stepped forward and said softly, "You look even better when you smile." The crowd went wild again. Lin's words were heard by many nearby, and everyone turned to look at him. Who was this big shot who dared to speak to the Ice Queen like that? Oh, it's Lin. Well, then it's all good. Ahem, everyone turned their heads away in unison. But the cameras didn't turn away. Instead, they recorded the entire scene. Netizens went wild again. What? The peerless prodigy Lin actually has a close relationship with the nation's goddess, Bianca? Shocking. A double SSS tier talent teenager having a secret rendezvous I never expected the other person to be.
On the podium, Li Long stroked his beard, his eyes occasionally glancing at the two, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding.
You've really grown up.
Lin had no idea that his simple remark would land him back in the gossip headlines.
It was just a sincere observation. Bianca really did have a beautiful smile.
A hint of shyness flashed across Bianca's face, but having grown up in the military, she didn't act overly coy.
On a nearby stage, an aura of imperial majesty permeated the air. A young man stood there. He simply remained in place, yet people dared not look him in the eye. Ji Xiangnan, S-class ability emperor. This was his match. He simply stood there, yet the faint yet overwhelming aura emanating from him crushed his opponent under its weight, leaving him too intimidated to even strike back. It felt as though one were facing a supreme sovereign. His opponent's talent wasn't particularly high in A-class ability, Reversed Shadow. This ability could minimize his presence to the bare minimum, causing others to inadvertently overlook him, making it ideal for an assassin's playstyle. Now, fate had played a cruel joke on him, pitting an assassin against a supreme emperor in the prime of his life. He activated his ability, but the emperor's overwhelming aura left him with nowhere to hide. I concede. He reluctantly admitted defeat. Losing to the emperor was no disgrace.
The camera turned once more to this young emperor, his haughty demeanor, composed figure, and chiseled features. He gave the impression that he was truly a natural-born emperor, destined to look down upon all living beings. Who is the true king of the celestial prodigies? In the end, only three names emerged from the fray:
Lin, Ji Xiangnan, and Bianca.
Bianca had even been dubbed the national goddess by the gossip mongers. She topped the goddess rankings. Lin's luck held. The opponents he faced in the next few matches weren't particularly strong. He secured victory without much effort.
This round of the points competition is now over. The announcement echoed throughout the entire competition venue. Then, a ranking list appeared once again on the sky screen. This was the comprehensive ranking based on all results up to that point. Lin, in first place. Ji Xiangnan, second place. Bianca, third place.
Jiang Ming, fourth place.
Stone, 10th place. Gonsun Qin, 17th place.
Li Dan, 50th place.
The results for the top 50 had been announced.
Some competitors looked at their scores with satisfaction, while others wore expressions of resentment, and still others fixed their gaze intently on others. A staircase appeared on the competition floor, consisting of 50 steps from top to bottom, with a seat on each step.
A commanding voice rang out once more.
Now, we proceed to the final stage of this Celestial Genius Championship.
The cycle of the Celestial Geniuses. Everyone has one chance to challenge another contestant.
You may only challenge those ranked higher than you, until no one remains to be challenged. At this, a glimmer of hope returned to the faces of those who had been feeling disappointed they still had a chance. Others, however, wore grave expressions. Many were actually quite evenly matched, and a single mistake could decide the outcome of the competition.
Now, all Celestial Champions, please take your seats. From lowest to highest rank, each contestant took the stage in turn. Cameras throughout the venue were snapping away frantically. This was a thrilling spectacle.
In a sense, the 50 Celestial Champions before them defined the pinnacle of martial arts in this generation of Dragon Nation. Every contestant who stepped onto their Celestial Genius throne felt an endless sense of glory wash over them. At that moment, they truly became the Celestial Geniuses in the eyes of the masses.
Bianca stood on her tiptoes to sit on her third throne.
Below her were the other 47 geniuses, but her gaze never once swept over them. She merely cast a casual glance toward the supreme throne high above her head. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming, sitting directly below her, was feeling quite frustrated. The top few contestants had all scored perfect marks, so he didn't believe his own strength was any less than theirs. Let the three of you strut around for a little while longer. Soon enough, I'll show you who the true peerless prodigy really is.
He clenched his fists. Just a little longer to endure.
Ji Xiangnan sat in his seat, still radiating the aura of an earthly emperor. His piercing gaze swept over the magnificent landscape before him. The land beneath his feet was his domain. Only this time, there was someone else above him, a presence that made him feel utterly out of place. Lin. Lin had ascended to the top spot. Dressed in white today, his handsome features were second to none. From start to finish, he had faced everything with calm composure, leaving a deep impression on all the spectators. This was a young prodigy of unfathomable depth. Lin felt an indescribable sensation in his heart at that moment. It was his first time being the center of everyone's attention. It was kind of cool. Alright, I hereby declare the cycle of celestial geniuses in this Celestial Genius Championship officially open. At that very moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in Lin's mind. Ding! Divine System is installing. Ding! Divine System upgrade successful. Divine System is at your service. Ding! This version of the Divine System rewards the host with a grand update gift pack. Do you accept? Lin was thrilled. He shouted inwardly. Divine System, my dear Divine System, you finally appeared. Immediately afterward, he felt the invisible barrier within his body vanish. Only then did he truly feel confident enough to sit on the first throne. Just moments ago, he'd been incredibly uneasy. Ding! Host, please don't bark like a dog. The reason this divine system remained silent was due to the hostess' subconscious behavior. Lin felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed been quite annoyed at the time. Ding! Do you accept the update gift pack? Accept. Ding! The host is rewarded with one low-tier cultivation enhancement card. Awesome! Lin saw a crystal-clear card appear in his consciousness space. Divine System, what does low-tier refer to? Ding! In response to the host, the low-tier 4. So that means it's just right for him right now. His cultivation level hadn't changed much during this time. He was still in the early stages of Tier 3. He'd save it for now and use it when he reached the peak of mid-Tier 3. Just as Lin was still exploring the features of the new divine system, the tournament outside had already begun. Li Dan, ranked last, launched an attack against the 49th ranked contestant. The two were very evenly matched, both at the peak of the late first tier and both the Ji Xiangnan. He fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. He had no desire to experience that irresistible imperial aura. Bianca. Looking at the only woman among the top 3, he pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. His ability was inferior to hers, and he was somewhat at a disadvantage against her. That left only Jiang Ming, who ranked above him. He slowly turned his gaze toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took note of his reaction. Zhang Ming's gaze swept from top to bottom. It seemed he had ruled out the top 3. Then he'll likely pass on me too, since I'm even stronger than them. He thought to himself. I choose to challenge Jiang Ming. Here it comes. All eyes in the arena were fixed on them. A showdown between the top 5 would surely be spectacular. All the cameras were already in position. The commentator was passionately hyping up the match. Jiang Ming's expression gradually darkened. He remained silent. Both opponents made their way to the competition arena. Are you looking down on me? The words burst out of Jiang Ming's mouth unexpectedly as he glared at Zhang Ming with a somber gaze. Zhang Ming didn't catch on what did that mean. But his feigned confusion only made Jiang Ming even more certain that his opponent was looking down on him. He clenched his fists tightly. The match begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, Zhang Ming launched the first attack. He activated his ability, Vigilance, and his speed instantly increased several-fold. Unsurprisingly, a powerful strike hit Jiang Ming, who was standing still. After the attack landed, Zhang Ming immediately retreated, preparing to look for his next opening. Jiang Ming, having been struck, took a few steps back, his rage now reaching a peak. Thunder! A cry from a bygone era echoed through the air, and countless bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. Jiang Ming was now surrounded by a torrent of lightning, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. The thunderclaps continued to intensify, the lightning in the sky grew ever more violent, and a terrifying aura of pressure spread out.
Zhang Ming's expression was extremely grave. He gazed at his opponent's figure. The battlefield was now covered by countless fine threads of lightning, and he had already activated his defenses. These bolts of lightning were constantly stinging his body, making him feel extremely uneasy.
Thunder!
Zhang Ming roared once more. As the cry rang out, a purple sky divine thunder, dozens of meters in diameter, coalesced above his head. It was utterly terrifying.
Jiang Ming pointed his finger at Zhang Ming. Amid the crowd's gasps of shock, that earth-shattering divine thunder, carrying the destructive wrath of the heavens, struck toward Zhang Ming.
Everyone stood speechless, not daring to blink, afraid of missing the climactic moment.
Zhang Ming, who had already pushed his defenses to the absolute limit, was now completely exposed to this divine thunderbolt. Sensing the terrifying attack, he had pushed his vigilance technique to its absolute limit. His own defenses had also reached an all-time peak.
Take this. Hold on. Boom.
The divine thunder roared to the heavens.
Amid the massive explosion, a figure was blasted away and landed far off on the ground.
It was Zhang Ming. His face was now completely blackened, his entire body covered in scars from the lightning strikes, and his once thick head of black hair had vanished. He looked utterly pitiful, coughing up blood incessantly. He had still been unable to withstand that earth-shattering divine thunder, a regrettable defeat.
Jiang Ming withdrew his ability.
He exhaled softly, and as he watched Zhang Ming coughing up blood outside the ring, his anger began to subside somewhat.
Jiang Ming wins.
After resting for a moment, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with defiance.
Finally, it's my turn.
His gaze swept across the crowd, not missing a single person. I'll start with you. I'm going to trample every single one of you under my feet. Only I, Jiang Ming, am the true king of the celestial prodigies.
I challenge Bianca. The main event was about to begin.
Countless spectators outside the arena had already begun cheering wildly. The celestial prodigy cycle was about to reach its climax.
Bianca, who had been called out by name, showed little reaction.
She stood up coldly. She'd been itching to beat this guy up for a long time. How dare he call Lin trash and a coward? A chilling coldness lurked beneath her calm gaze.
Both parties arrived at the competition arena. The match begins. In an instant,
both unleashed their powerful supernatural abilities, one wielding ancient divine thunder, the other embodying extreme ice and frigid cold.
The arena was split into two polar opposites, and an extremely fierce clash erupted between them.
This was a clash. Divine thunder and extreme ice both unleashed their most powerful techniques.
Bianca's hands moved ceaselessly, conjuring countless ice spikes.
In this world of ice and snow, she was the god who ruled over all.
Jiang Ming refused to be outdone.
The purple Xiao divine thunder represented destruction and possessed the most devastating offensive power. His body was shrouded in countless thunderbolts, each one extraordinarily powerful. This was a match between two SS-class prodigies, far more intense than any of the previous contests. The other contestants all wore expressions of grave concern.
With an onslaught like this, I wouldn't even last a single move if I stepped into the ring, one prodigy remarked bitterly.
Though they were all prodigies, they were simply not on the same level. Bianca's expression grew even colder as she continued to unleash her supernatural power. The temperature on the stage dropped lower and lower, and her icy world gradually gained the upper hand.
On the other side, Jiang Ming kept channeling the divine thunder to attack.
He never expected this young girl to be so terrifying. The cultivation levels of both combatants were now fully exposed, peak late second stage. Thunder! Jiang Ming was the first to lose his patience. If this drain continued, his supernatural power would soon be depleted. He was prepared to end the battle with a single move. Earth-shattering divine thunder coalesced once more in the sky above, waves of destruction filling the surrounding space, while an ancient call echoed from the heavens. Bianca's expression also grew slightly tense. She had already witnessed this move earlier, and it was incredibly powerful. She formed hand seals, and countless ice flowers appeared in the arena, continuously coalescing under
her control. A bud radiating extreme cold took shape in the air. Ultimate Ice 0° Snow Lotus. A terrifying bud unfolded before everyone's eyes, harboring an unimaginably terrifying amount of energy. Li Long, standing on the podium, let out a faint smile. He hadn't expected this little girl to have actually mastered this move. Go! Purple Xiao Divine Thunder, strike! The two terrifying attacks collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that formed a storm in the air, constantly tearing at each other. The two figures at the center of the storm were channeling their supernatural powers with all their might. Both their faces had turned deathly pale. This attack was far too draining. Their second-tier cultivation levels wouldn't be able to sustain it for much longer. Bianca clenched her teeth tightly. Her eyes flashed with determination as she formed another hand seal, and a corner of that ice lotus actually began to bloom. Oh no! Jiang Ming sensed an unstoppable onslaught and immediately put up his defense. Boom! Everyone was watching in awe. This match was truly intense. All the live streams were going wild. This wasn't the kind of commotion a second-tier warrior should be capable of. Many warriors in the audience felt a pang of bitterness. They simply couldn't do that. Some fourth-tier warriors wore solemn expressions, for such an attack had already reached the level of a fourth-tier warrior. Who won? Someone asked. On the stage, as the smoke slowly cleared, two figures gradually came into view. Bianca was gasping for breath. At the very last moment, she had forced herself to unleash a skill she hadn't yet mastered. Now her breathing was ragged, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Across from her, Jiang Ming revealed his true form. He held his hands up to shield his chest, but a thick layer of ice had already formed on them. Put! He couldn't hold it in any longer and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, under everyone's gaze, his body collapsed backward. In this match, he had lost. Bianca wins. The referee announced the result. Bianca had gotten her wish. She taught this guy she despised a lesson. After resting for a while, Bianca recovered from her injuries with the tournament organizer's assistance. I challenged Ji Shangnan. Everyone cheered once more. Just moments ago, Bianca's online support had already surpassed Ji Shangnan's, placing her in second place. Ji Shangnan stood up and walked straight toward the ring. You're pretty good. On the stage, Ji Shangnan spoke for the first time, an unprecedented move. It was the first thing he said since the match began. He looked at the stunning young woman before him with a hint of admiration. Cut the crap. Bianca had no desire to exchange pleasantries with him. She unleashed her full power, and an icy world instantly engulfed the entire ring. She had once again transformed into the Ice Queen. Ji Shangnan watched her silhouette and nodded. Impressive presence. You have the bearing of a queen. This remark set the audience's imaginations racing. Ji Shangnan was known to everyone as the emperor, and now he was telling a woman she possessed the bearing of an empress. What could that possibly mean? Holy shit! A massive scandal just broke. The emperor, the empress. Holy shit! What? Has my bro Xiao found a formidable rival? Bianca's expression grew increasingly icy. She launched attack after attack, and the arena was now completely engulfed by her ice world, leaving only a circle several meters in diameter around Ji Shangnan. But even so, she still couldn't break through. Without further hesitation. Ultimate Ice 0° Snow Lotus. A strikingly beautiful flower bud appeared overhead. She didn't want to drag this out any longer. At that very moment, Ji Shangnan finally raised his hand, radiating boundless imperial aura. Bianca, this ends here. That Ji Shangnan guy is no ordinary person. Zhang Guoqing from Longwu University murmured. He knew some inside information. The power behind Ji Shangnan was immense, and besides, As for Lin, I truly never expected this generation to produce such an unparalleled prodigy. They already knew all of Lin's personal details, a freshman at Ping'an District No. 3 High School. His parents had passed away early, and his family was poor. This was truly unbelievable. On the court, the two champions locked eyes. Lin exuded composure. Ji Shangnan radiated calm. The referee took a deep breath, wondering what kind of sparks would fly between these two prodigies. The match begins. Once the match started, neither side launched an immediate attack.
Ji Xiangnan gazed at the only person who had ever outclassed him, scrutinizing him closely.
Though proud, he was not arrogant. He was a true prodigy, and no one knew he also possessed master-level combat awareness. At this moment, he was fully focused on finding his opponent's weakness, preparing for a single, decisive strike. As for Lin, who had already attained Grandmaster-level awareness, he clearly sensed his opponent's intent and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He really is a prodigy. He had reached the Grandmaster level because he had a cheat code. But his opponent had reached the Master level entirely on his own, just one tier below him. What a prodigy! Watching the two figures in the center of the arena who remained motionless for so long, many spectators grew impatient. What are these two doing? Just fight already! What's the rush? It's like the eunuch getting anxious while the emperor remains calm. How could you ants possibly fathom the thoughts of such top-tier prodigies? But quite a few powerful observers sensed something was amiss, and some began to explain. These two prodigies are searching for each other's weaknesses. This is an extremely sophisticated combat awareness, something ordinary people can't possess without extensive training. The crowd seemed to half understand, but in any case, they were just impressed by how amazing it was. After observing for quite some time, Ji Xiangnan finally noticed something and said, "I never expected that you, too, possess master-level combat awareness." He smiled faintly. No wonder this was the man who had forced him to settle for second place. Lin smiled in return, offering no rebuttal. "In that case, let us settle this with our fists." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelmingly domineering aura radiated out. Ji Xiangnan's imperial awakening had been triggered. Endless majesty enveloped him, and a faint, ethereal phantom of a yellow robe appeared around his body, making him look even more sacred and dignified. Is this the true form of an emperor? Off to the side, some spectators were already overwhelmed by this overwhelming pressure. Their legs trembled slightly as they struggled to resist the urge to kneel and pay homage to the Supreme Emperor in the distance. It's truly terrifying. Lin silently assessed the situation. He sensed that his opponent's abilities were incredibly powerful, seemingly surpassing even the SS rank. This opponent was not to be underestimated. He extended a finger and gently tapped the air, conjuring an invisible spatial barrier in front of him that directly blocked his opponent's imperial chi. Spatial ability. Ji Xiangnan sensed that impenetrable barrier. Then I'll just shatter it. His imperial Dao Qi surged forth as Ji Xiangnan swung his fists, launching a ferocious attack forward, empowered by the imperial Dao Qi. Each strike was powerful enough to obliterate a fourth-tier early-stage warrior. This was his true strength. At this moment, he was fighting at full strength. On the battlefield, every one of Ji Xiangnan's attacks carried the essence of the imperial Dao, with imperial Dao dragon forms coiling around his arms. Freeze! Lin tapped once more time. Ji Xiangnan sensed it. The phantom on his body actually possessed the ability to block time, directly deflecting Lin's time freeze technique. This caused Ji Xiangnan to halt his attack. He looked at Lin, that seemingly calm figure, with a somewhat solemn expression. A space-time ability, is it? The phantom of the yellow robe on his body was the imperial robe. It did indeed possess the ability to block everything, but the energy cost was enormous. I never expected you to be this powerful, he spoke again, this time with a hint of resignation in his voice. I didn't want to do this, but to win, I had no choice. Under Lin's puzzled gaze, Ji Xiangnan took a step forward. Boom! His body erupted with an even more terrifying surge of cultivation energy. He'd broken through. Ji Xiangnan had actually broken through to the mid-third stage under these circumstances. A 17-year-old at the mid-third stage. He was an unquestionably prodigious genius. The audience erupted in excitement, and the 5 academic deans on the podium all stood up, stunned by the scene. How terrifying! How utterly terrifying! Zhang Guoqing kept exclaiming. Such prodigies already far surpassed their peers in raw power. Now that Ji Xiangnan had broken through to the mid-third tier, his raw strength had reached the peak of the late fourth tier.
17 years old and at the peak of the late 4th tier. Why were the prodigies of this generation all so terrifying? Off the field, Bianca remained expressionless. She had absolute confidence in Lin. Although Ji Shangnan was strong and had just broken through his cultivation, she simply possessed an inexplicable sense of confidence. After successfully breaking through, Ji Shangnan regained his composure. He truly did not want to use his cultivation to overwhelm his opponent. He sensed that his opponent was also at the early 3rd stage and possessed 2 SSS-level abilities. Relying solely on his previous strength, he truly couldn't defeat him, but as an emperor simply cannot lose. "I'm sorry, Lin. I admit you're strong, you're the strongest person I've ever faced." Ji Shangnan spoke with great solemnity, showing ample respect for such a prodigy who was just as extraordinary as himself. But this is where it ends. At that moment, Lin finally realized, so that was it, that was what that fleeting look of helplessness had meant. His expression remained calm, as if lost in thought. "Even though you can't beat me right now, you're taking this act a bit too far. It's actually starting to get on my nerves." Lin looked at Ji Shangnan with intense seriousness. Then, without further hesitation, he took a step forward as well, under Ji Shangnan's astonished gaze. At the same time, he secretly activated that cultivation card. Boom! The same scene, the same setting. Lin's body now radiated an immense surge of energy. He had broken through, while reaching the peak of the mid-3rd stage in one go. A smile spread across his face. "Oops, sorry about that. Looks like I broke through a bit too far, I'm just a tiny bit higher than you." The entire audience was stunned. The 5 academic deans on the podium stared at Lin in equal shock. One of them slapped his thigh hard. "Since when has breaking through become this easy?" The person next to him exploded in anger. "If you're gonna slap a thigh, slap your own. Why are you slapping mine? Holy shit! Lin is a badass." The entire arena erupted in cheers. This was the peerless prodigy they supported, and they couldn't help but roar their encouragement. Ji Shangnan finally lost his composure. A grave expression crossed his face. This match had completely exceeded his expectations. Feeling Lin's aura, which was even stronger than his own, his heart sank a little. Fierce combat erupted once more in the arena. Ji Shangnan had already pushed the Imperial Dao Qi to its absolute limit. Every punch he threw was powerful enough to kill a mid-4th tier powerhouse. In contrast, Lin remained standing in place, his fingers tapping away incessantly. With each tap, he precisely deflected his opponent's attacks. "Lin! Give it your all!" Ji Shangnan roared furiously. He sensed that his opponent wasn't facing him with his full strength. "As you wish." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin vanished from where he stood, instantly reappearing behind Ji Shangnan. "Freeze!" The Imperial robe flickered slightly, blocking the immobilization spell, and Ji Shangnan immediately spun around, ready to strike with a punch. Lin vanished once more, reappearing at his side. His divine eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible spatial barrier trapped Ji Shangnan. Boom! A punch erupted, and the powerful impact sent Ji Shangnan flying backward. Lin teleported again, appearing directly below him. Ji Shangnan struggled to turn around and unleashed the Imperial Fist. Whoosh! Lin vanished once more, reappearing above him. Boom! Another punch sent Ji Shangnan, still flying through the air, crashing down, leaving a massive crater in the competition ring. Everyone was stunned. Ji Shangnan had been mercilessly crushed by Lin, unable to mount even the slightest counterattack. A 4th-tier peak warrior wore a grave expression. An offensive of this caliber was already a threat to them. Was this youth named Lin truly that terrifying? Cough, cough, cough. Before long, Ji Shangnan struggled to his feet. The imperial robe on his body had begun to fade. This robe had another function: it could help him withstand ordinary attacks. But even so, Lin had still beaten him into this state. The imperial aura was slowly weakening, no longer as domineering and boundless as it had been at the start. He coughed incessantly, but the physical pain he felt was nothing compared to the rage burning within him. He never imagined that one day, he would be pushed to such a desperate state by someone of his own generation. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, and boundless supernatural power slowly gathered within him. Imperial Dragon Fist. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't yet fully mastered this technique, forcing it could very well damage his very essence, but at this moment, he simply couldn't afford to care. Above the ring, strands of imperial energy coalesced and transformed, giving rise to a colossal golden dragon straight out of myth and legend. Its entire body shone golden, and its overwhelming aura subdued everyone watching. Ji Shangnan kept channeling his supernatural power. The golden dragon grew increasingly solid, eventually coiling itself around his fists. Is this your final strike? Lin sensed this immense energy. This already reached the 5th tier level of lethality. This Ji Shangnan was truly formidable. Bring it on! Lin spoke solemnly, summoning all his strength to face him. Hearing this, Ji Shangnan's desire to win reached its peak. Imperial Dragon Fist. The attack seemed capable of tearing the void apart. The golden dragon roared mercilessly, shaking the space around them to the point of shattering. Blade of Void. Lin swung his hand relentlessly. The void before him split open, and under his control, countless invisible blades slashed toward the golden dragon. A violent collision erupted between the two. This time, space was truly shattered, and even the debris on the ground was sucked away by the gravitational pull from the depths of the void. The referee off the field's expression changed. He immediately waved his hand to stabilize the space, preventing the shockwaves from spreading. Time ticked by second. Everyone's hearts fluttered with anticipation as they waited for the final outcome. On the podium, the 5 well-traveled dignitaries had lost count of how many times they'd been stunned. Lin this young man, Zheng Guoqing didn't know what to say. In their perception, they already knew the final result, which was precisely why they were even more shocked. Who won? Everyone waited as the mist in the arena gradually dissipated. The crowd could vaguely make out 2 figures standing very close together, one standing, the other half kneeling. Who is it, exactly? The figures gradually came into focus. At that moment, in the center of the arena, Lin pointed a single finger at Ji Shangnan, who was kneeling before him. Directly above Ji Shangnan's head, an invisible blade hovered in the air. Lin said with utter calm, "You lost. You lost." Lin sensed something was wrong and kept calling out his name. Ji Shangnan. Ji Shangnan's hollow, lifeless eyes stared blankly at Lin, and his deathly pale face moved many in the audience to pity. How could the once glorious emperor of the mortal realm have fallen so low? Ji Shangnan. Lin's spiritual sense detected the other's current state, and his tone suddenly grew flat. I thought you were an opponent worthy of respect, but I never expected you to be as fragile as a sheet of paper. Lin chuckled, his words brimming with sarcasm. Someone like you isn't worthy of being called a celestial prodigy. I actually regret my earlier actions. What a waste. Lin shook his head again, then turned away, no longer paying attention to his opponent. The blade hovering above Ji Shangnan's head vanished as well. Ji Shangnan's inner turmoil raged. He had heard every single word Lin said. Unworthy of being a celestial prodigy? Me. Ji Shangnan. I'm unworthy of being a prodigy? Have I let him down? Countless emotions erupted. Ji Shangnan's heart roared, his deeply buried belief in invincibility screamed, and his unyielding will burned fiercely. Stop right there. Lin seemed not to hear him, continuing to walk at a leisurely pace. I told you to stop. Ji Shangnan's battered body rose to its feet, like a broken shell in the wind. It looked as though the slightest breeze could knock him down. Lin halted in his tracks but did not turn around. I am Ji Shangnan. I am the emperor of the mortal realm. I have not yet been defeated. With that, the imperial dragon Qi, which had already grown faint, erupted instantly. Ji Shangnan once again held his head high and stood tall. The sovereign whom all had once worshipped seemed to have returned. A dazzling golden sword beam shone in the sky, and this beam actually possessed an aura even more powerful than that of the golden giant dragon before. Imperial Dragon Sword. Is this a second awakening?
Zhang Guoqing could barely stay on his feet as he stared at the scene in disbelief. With a solemn yet resolute voice, Ji Shangnan had actually achieved a second awakening under these circumstances. Second awakening. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for an esper, one that cannot be sought but only encountered by chance. It does not directly enhance an esper's cultivation or strength, but it is a path that reaches the heavens, one that only those with unwavering conviction in their own path, immense willpower, and extraordinary fortune can even hope to touch. Every true second awakening esper is a favorite of heaven and earth. They possess unbeatable faith, and their thoughts flow with clarity. No, it's not a true second awakening yet. Zhang Guoqing spoke again. But he has already touched the edge. He is just waiting for the right moment. This was truly astonishing. This match was completely overturning their understanding of the world. Ji Shangnan had now entered a wondrous state. He felt incredibly at ease. All the shackles of the past seemed to have vanished, leaving him more relaxed than ever before. Ji Shangnan gazed intently at Lin, who had his back turned to him. If it weren't for Lin, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to reach this state. Lin, this is my strongest move right now. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I, Ji Shangnan, acknowledge you. Lin finally turned around, somewhat speechless. Wait, I just taunted you a little, and you actually broke through? Is there any justice left in the world? Are there any laws left? What the hell is this second awakening? That old man on the podium was shouting so loud he heard every word clearly. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lin, too, displayed the bearing of a prodigy. Fine. Let us settle this in one move. He could sense that his opponent wasn't in good shape. He was merely propping himself up with that mysterious, otherworldly state. Imperial Dragon Sword. Space-time ability, Annihilation. Lin unleashed a move he had never used before, space-time ability Annihilation. The transcendent source of the space-time ability's sacred law trembled, causing the entire arena to shake. Countless fissures appeared, and this realm seemed to have lost all sense of time and space. It became a realm abandoned by the great Tao, rejected by everything, yet rejecting everything in return. That mighty Imperial Dragon Sword was relentlessly eroded by this fractured space-time ability. And ultimately, it was annihilated along with this abandoned space-time ability. Put. Ji Shangnan coughed up another mouthful of blood, but this time he forced himself to stay on his feet, refusing to let himself fall. His disheveled hair swayed constantly as he gave a bitter smile. He had lost after all. I've lost. After saying that, he raised his head, etching Lin's figure deeply into his memory. Finally, with the help of the staff, he left the arena. And with that, the Celestial Genius Championship has come to a close. The true king of the Celestial Geniuses has been crowned. He is Lin. 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 The stands had gone completely wild. Everyone was screaming frantically. The figure standing in the center of the arena, he was the king in everyone's eyes. Mad Blade's mouth was stretched into a wide grin. The scar on his face was strikingly prominent at that moment, sending a chill down one's spine. The deans of the 5 major high schools exchanged glances, then all stood up, breaking into enthusiastic applause for this king of the elite. Bianca stood below the stage, flashing a captivating smile. Stone had his arm around Gongsun China's shoulder, waving his arms non-stop. 3rd middle school. Jack had completely lost his mind. He told everyone he met that he was Lin's own grandson, and that Lin was his own great-uncle. The laughter in the principal's office hadn't stopped for the past 2 days. It was almost enough to blow the roof off. In the Fuzhou region, Li Daoran and the rest of the security bureau were also watching this live broadcast, feeling genuine pride for the young man on the screen. Lin stood at the center of the arena. Feeling the crowd's cheers, the electrifying atmosphere, and the countless cameras trained on him, he suddenly felt as if it were all a bit unreal. Divine system. Ding. I'm here, host. Am I hallucinating? Ding. Host, you possess the space-time ability Divine Gaze. Don't you know whether this is a hallucination or not? It's real. Lin felt the congratulations pouring in from all directions. He gently clenched his fists. Everything felt so real. Everyone here is real.
No one knows the secret deep within his heart. He had always considered himself a passerby, so he didn't care about anything in this world. He didn't pay it any mind and even harbored a hint of indifference deep within.
He was a transmigrator.
That's why he felt a latent sense of rejection toward many people. But over the past period, he had met so many people.
Li Daoran, Lin Yanran, Jack, Wang Tianming, Stone, Sun Xian.
Some have helped him, some have moved him, and some have even sacrificed their lives for him. It all felt so real.
This made him waver a bit. Wasn't he supposed to be an outsider?
He saw the mad mentor giving him a thumbs up. He saw Stone and the others applauding him. His gaze caught a smile on Bianca's usually icy face. He even noticed, from a certain spot, a young woman who made him feel somewhat awkward staring at him. Feeling the fervor around him once more, his cold heart finally began to undergo a subtle shift. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he ascended once more to that supreme throne.
And then, I am Lin. The name Lin was etched into the minds of many young people.
This nationwide broadcast introduced him to everyone. Some personal details about him were also leaked by those with ulterior motives, and upon seeing them, everyone praised him even more. Everyone assumed this young man must be a hidden prodigy from some wealthy, prestigious family. But the reality was that he came from an ordinary family and his parents had both died in an accident. Some even sighed, if you're going to raise a son, raise him like Lin.
At that moment, their own children began to retort, "Old man, do you want to be 6 feet under before your time?"
The process was unexpected, but the outcome was inevitable. Children like this all enjoyed a fulfilling childhood. The significance of this competition went far beyond that. Because of Ji Shangnan, many influential figures in the imperial capital were paying close attention to this year's tournament, and Lin, this young boy, had firmly entered their field of vision. Minister Jiang of the Meteorological Bureau sat in his office, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I warned you a long time ago, don't say I didn't give you a heads up."
The room was empty. It was unclear who he was speaking to.
In a modest room, an elderly man was busily flipping through files when suddenly someone knocked on the door and entered to deliver a message. After reading it, the old man nodded and continued flipping through the files in his hands. No one knew what he was thinking, nor did anyone dare to speculate too much. Because he was the chief of Dragon Nation in this era. The reactions from all sides were intense, especially from the deans of the 5 great universities. After the competition results were announced, the deans of the 5 universities approached Lin simultaneously, each of them looking somewhat flushed. Clearly, they had been engaged in a heated debate during that time. Zheng Guoqing spoke first. "Lin, this is your reward for winning first place in this Celestial Genius Championship." He pulled out a storage ring from his hand. Inside is an S-rank martial art manual and 10 awakening stones. Additionally, we've already transferred a 10 million prize to your personal account. What a generous reward! An S-rank martial art manual alone is a rare find on the market. What are awakening stones used for? They must be something valuable. And 10 million, that's cold, hard cash. Lin felt a surge of delight. The other 4, however, wore grim expressions, clearly not expecting this old man to act so unscrupulously. They agreed to speak in unison. Then, looking at the 5 dignitaries before him, he asked in confusion, "Excuse me, sirs, is there anything else?" Lin, it's like this," Kai Rongwang from Dawn University spoke up decisively.
Come to think of it, we really are meant to be.
Lin, do you know the history of the Dawn Tower at your elite training camp?
I'm afraid I don't, sir.
I'm from Dawn University. We both share the word Dawn in our names.
That Dawn Tower was actually built by our university. He beamed with pride.
Seeing this, the others all silently cursed the old geezer under their breath, typical of him to show off. Lin looked shocked but was still a bit confused.
"Sir, my name is Kai Rongwon. No need to call me sir, just call me Instructor Kai."
"Old man Kai, you're going too far."
The others couldn't hold back anymore. Calling him instructor right off the bat? What, are you trying to lure him away like that? Are you ignoring us?
Then the 5 of them chimed in one after another. Lin also understood the intentions of these high-ranking officials. Their goal was to have him give their institutions more consideration when applying to college. Gentlemen, mentors, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I've received your kind intentions, and I'll definitely give it serious consideration. Lin really hadn't thought that far ahead. He'd been in his first year of high school for less than half a year. The mentors expressed their understanding. Their early approach had been intended merely to make a good impression. Just then, Li Long from the Military Science University suddenly said, "Kid, you're pretty good. I've got my eye on you." After saying that, he even winked at Lin, leaving Lin thoroughly puzzled and even a little alarmed. The other contestants also received their well-deserved rewards, bringing the competition to a successful close. After bidding farewell to the mentors, Lin prepared to return to the elite training camp with mentor Kwang's unit, but halfway there, he was suddenly blocked by a woman. It was none other than Lin Yanran. She had been quietly watching from a distance throughout the competition, and clearly, Lin's performance had left her very satisfied. Ready to head back? Lin didn't dare look up. Yes. Come with me first. Mentor. Okay. And just like that, Lin was led away by Lin Yanran once again. Meanwhile, Mad Blade had already led the other students away in an orderly fashion. He'd received word and had no intention of waiting for that kid, Lin. Bianca asked him, still a bit puzzled. Master Kwang, isn't Lin coming back with us? Kwang Dao smiled faintly. No need. That kid's getting treated way better than we are. Ha! At that moment, Lin was once again being held aloft by Lin Yanran, just as he had been when he first arrived. He had actually hoped to feel the angel's embrace once more. But this time he didn't succeed. Lin Yanran stopped him. She even asked, out of the blue. You seem to get along pretty well with Bianca, don't you? This left the lifelong virgin who'd lived 2 lifetimes at a loss for words. He could only answer honestly. It's okay. That girl just seems aloof on the outside, but deep down she is actually quite innocent. Oh, you seem to know her pretty well. Director Lin, where are we headed? You're in luck, kid. I'm taking you to meet someone. At that point, neither of them spoke for the rest of the journey. Lin felt an inexplicable chill, though he wasn't sure if it was due to their high speed or the cold wind whipping against him. Before long, the two arrived in front of a house. Lin Yanran pointed at the house and motioned for Lin to go inside. Lin stood there, taking a moment to look around, which infuriated Lin Yanran. What's the matter? Worried I'm going to harm you? Her face remained calm, but the tone of her voice made Lin feel a little uneasy. Without further hesitation, Lin walked inside. Men are all no good. Lin Yanran stood outside, complaining to thin air, a sight that was somewhat endearing. Inside the house. After stepping inside, Lin found the place quite ordinary, just an ordinary person with a wood-burning stove, a bed, a broom, and an old man. Ha! An old man? Lin looked at the old man warming himself by the stove with a mix of surprise and doubt. In his perception, the room had been empty, yet his eyes clearly saw an old man sitting there. You're here? Have a seat. Without turning around, the old man pointed to a wooden bench beside him, gesturing for Lin to sit down. Lin slowly walked over and sat down. The room fell silent once more. An old man and a young man sat quietly in front of the stove. Everything looked so ordinary. It wasn't until the fire had burned out that the old man slowly withdrew his hands and turned to look at Lin. What a pair of eyes! They were clouded yet filled with clarity, dim yet extraordinarily brilliant. I'm afraid I kept you waiting quite a while. You've wasted quite a bit of time keeping this old man company. Not at all. I've benefited greatly. Lin shook his head, speaking with great sincerity. Oh? The old man's interest was piqued, and he asked. Ever since I stepped into this space, I've realized that everything here is ordinary. But you, sir, if I may be so bold, you are a truly great figure. That someone as extraordinary as you can still remain so humble and return to simplicity. This teaches me to always stay true to my heart and not be troubled by external matters. Lin explained at length he was truly speaking from the heart. Ha ha, you truly live up to your reputation as the king of heavenly geniuses. The old man laughed upon hearing this. He was genuinely surprised.
So, would you like to know who I am?
The old man pointed at himself.
Lin fell silent for a moment. Since you've honored me with your attention, I'll take the liberty of asking, which distinguished figure are you? My name is Lin Yaotian. Never heard of him. But it sounds like he must be pretty impressive.
Then, a scroll reappeared in his hand, which he handed to Lin. Inside are the insights I've gathered over most of my life regarding space-time ability.
It seems we're meant to meet. Take this back and use it as a reference.
Lin was somewhat shaken.
Lifting his head, his expression filled with astonishment, he asked in confusion, Senior Lin, what have I done to deserve this?
Hee, we share the same,
and I find you quite likable. That's all there is to it.
With that, Lin Yaotian gave a light wave with his left hand. Lin felt as if he'd been hurled through the air by an invisible giant hand. When he looked again, he found himself outside the hut. He tried to step forward, only to discover that the hut that had been right before his eyes had vanished. Lin Yanran, who was still standing nearby, stepped forward and waved her hand.
Don't look for it, you won't find it. Let us go. Lin couldn't help but ask, Director Lin, who exactly is that Elder Lin?
He looked at the notebook in his hand, his mind still replaying the scene from moments ago. The phrase "you and I share the same origin" had taken him by surprise.
Could it be that the Elder's extraordinary ability was also of the space-time ability type? Him, ha! A hint of pride flashed across Lin Yanran's face. Him, well, how should I put it? He is a really, really powerful old man.
Come on, sis, that's basically saying nothing. I know he is powerful. Lin was speechless. That wasn't what he asked.
What? What do you mean? What else with that look on your face?
Lin Yanran raised her fist, her tone turning slightly cold.
Nothing, I wouldn't dare. Lin immediately surrendered. Wait. I can't beat you right now, so I'll hold back for now.
But later on, I'll definitely make you understand why the flowers are so red.
Lin silently made up his mind. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the side of Lin Yanran's face. It was so perky it must feel great to the touch. Alright, since you already know his name, you can find out by asking around. In the end, Lin Yanran didn't reveal Lin Yaotian's true identity. One more thing, the mission reward we agreed on back then? I've already had someone transfer it to your wristband. Lin's face lit up. That was 5,000 points. He could stay in the secret realm for a long time with that. And this, the district chief of Fuzhou entrusted me to give this to you as a reward, to thank you for your full support last time. Lin Yanran pulled out another storage ring. Great, what a stroke of good luck.
Lin had already received so many great things today. At that very moment, he could barely contain the smile spreading across his face. He immediately took the ring in his hand and hid it away, which made Lin Yanran feel a bit annoyed. Why are you stashing it away so quickly?
What, are you afraid I'll steal your stuff? That's not fair. That's really not fair.
Lin had simply acted on instinct. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind. As for Lin Yanran, Lin respected her from the bottom of his heart.
This stunningly attractive older woman he'd just met, her looks and figure were secondary.
Most importantly, she braved danger to shield him and let him escape, which had deeply moved him.
I'm being wronged. I've never thought of you that way.
In my eyes, someone of Director Lin's stature is someone I would never dare to suspect without cause. Lin spread his hands wide, signaling just how wronged he felt.
Oh? Someone of my stature? Then tell me, what exactly is someone of my stature like?
Lin Yanran immediately perked up with interest.
Lin was suddenly at a loss. What has gotten into this woman today? Why does she seem so out of the ordinary? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll assume you're keeping me at arm's length. Lin Yanran pressed on.
Lin steeled himself.
Damn it. Worst case scenario, I'll just time travel again. Instantly, his expression softened. Then I'll take the liberty of expressing the image of Director Lin that I hold in my heart. I hope you won't hold it against me, Director Lin. When I first met you, you were dignified and graceful, with the bearing of a true lady. When I saw you again, I was struck by your divine beauty, a woman who holds her own against any man, with a heart as vast as a valley. Looking back now, you are a celestial being among mortals, a rare gem in this world. Lin spoke without batting an eye or blushing. It was Lin Yanran, on the other hand, whose face gradually flushed a soft pink. She turned her gaze slightly away and muttered under her breath, "Humph. Such a smooth talker." But the tone of her voice betrayed her delight. "All right. I'll let you off today. Let us go." Whoosh! Lin was once again carried off into the distance by her. This time, Lin got his wish and found himself in the angeless embrace, his face buried deep in her soft, comforting warmth. Lin Yanran smelled wonderful. Her natural feminine scent was mingled with a faint, delicate fragrance that left Lin utterly intoxicated. With his cheek pressed right against her cleavage, he took deep breaths of the mist-shrouded air amidst the surrounding mountains, feeling utterly content. Lin Yanran tried her best to calm her racing heart, keeping her chest from heaving too wildly, but her cheeks were already flushed with blush. A woman's tenderness perhaps reserved for just one man. "We're here." High above the Western elite training camp, Lin Yanran stood suspended in midair. Lin, still in her arms, reluctantly released his grip. He actually didn't feel any rush to return just yet. "Don't push your luck. Get down here right now." Lin Yanran suddenly grabbed Lin by the collar, kicked him squarely in the butt, and sent him plummeting straight down from the sky. A million expletives flashed through Lin's mind, reaffirming his earlier resolve. Once he became powerful enough, he would make Lin Yanran pay. Just as he was about to crash into the ground, the supernatural ability within Lin rapidly activated, and an invisible spatial force field caught him, allowing him to land safely. He quickly composed himself, raised his head, and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Director Lin, for seeing me this far. I'll be taking my leave now." With that, Lin strode away without looking back, afraid the other might pull another stunt. Standing in midair, Lin Yanran watched his retreating figure with her beautiful eyes. She sniffed lightly with her delicate nose, taking in the lingering scent on her body, lost in thought. Lin stepped through the gates of the elite training camp. "I'm back. Lin is back." The news quickly spread throughout the entire elite training camp. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of this king of prodigies, to witness him in person and pay their respects. Many of them hadn't been there to watch the event firsthand, but they heard plenty of rumors, not to mention the various videos circulating wildly online. Lin, a freshman who had already made a deep impression on them, had become even more enigmatic, topping the rankings in the Prodigy Championship. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to imagine such a feat. At best, the strongest competitors from the last two classes had barely cracked the top 10. Lin didn't show up for the monthly competition. "I thought he was scared, but it turns out I was the real clown." Quite a few people regretted not going to the venue. A showdown between such peerless prodigies wasn't something you got to see every day. Those who had attended, however, felt a sense of inexplicable pride. They spoke in glowing terms, describing the scene as incredibly grand. This might well become an important experience in their future life stories. "I'm a fellow disciple from the same class as Lin." That year, senior brother Lin displayed incredible prowess on stage. Some of the older students, however, remained silent. On a cliff peak, Leizhenzi gazed silently at the horizon. He never imagined he'd encounter such prodigies who could dominate an entire era. He had once participated in the Prodigy Championship himself. In that tournament, even after giving it his all, he'd only managed to reach 10th place. Only he himself knew just how insanely talented the competitors ahead of him were. Especially the top-ranked contender, his strength was overwhelmingly powerful. The Prodigy Championship held considerable prestige. Essentially, aside from the imperial capital, it had brought together every prodigy from across the entire Dragon Nation. To come out on top among so many geniuses, such a figure was simply beyond comparison to someone like Leizhenzi. Lin. The moment Lin returned, Mentor Quang summoned him. "I plan to focus on my cultivation. I've recently discovered many areas where I'm lacking, Lin said earnestly.
Through this grand competition, he uncovered a very serious problem: his control over his innate abilities was still too weak. During the competition, many contestants, though not as strong as him, had taught him a valuable lesson in the effective use of their innate abilities.
Especially Ji Xiangnan.
This prodigy of extraordinary talent, Lin felt that if not for the boost from his divine system, he wouldn't even have stood a chance against such a prodigy. Now, if he wanted to reach the true pinnacle, he had to improve himself in every aspect.
Neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good.
Xiao Kuang nodded with great satisfaction. As an unparalleled genius without precedent, it was truly rare for him to maintain such a level-headed and unhurried demeanor. If you encounter any problems during your cultivation, feel free to come find us at any time.
I understand, Master. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now.
Go ahead. Lin bid farewell to each of the three mentors in turn and left.
What a rare genius, Xia Qingtian remarked with admiration.
It had to be said that Lin was the student who had given him the least trouble and made him the proudest of all those he had ever taught.
After Lin left, he quickly ran back to his room. He had gained quite a lot from this trip. Just the points alone are a lot, of full 11,400 points. Director Lin and the training camp had each rewarded him with 5,000 points combined with the 1,004 he already had left. It was more than enough to sustain his cultivation in the secret realm for a long time. And then there are the martial arts techniques. Lin took out 2 martial arts manuals, both S-rank techniques of immense value. The S-rank martial art, Fist that Shatters the Heavens. Those who master it to perfection shake the heavens and earth with their very bodies and shatter the heavens with their fists. The description of this martial art was extremely brief, but even these few words made Lin subconsciously sense its boundless power, a power stemming from the depths of the human body. It taps into the body's latent potential, using one's fists to shatter everything. How fierce! Another one. S-rank martial art, Soul Needle.
This is a martial art focused on mental power, and S-rank mental martial art is far more valuable than other martial arts of the same rank. This manual was specially prepared for Lin by the training camp. Originally, only 4th-tier warriors could practice it, as it involves projecting mental energy, a feat only achievable at that tier. However, they had all witnessed Lin's progress firsthand. His cultivation speed was nothing short of terrifying.
This is a real gem too.
Lin had never devoted much attention to his mental power. He had reached his current level solely by allocating points through the divine system. Moreover, ever since that last incident, something had been brewing in the depths of his mind. This martial art manual would certainly help him address his weakness in mental attacks.
Don't bother looking at the remaining money, I'll convert it all into cultivation points right away. Divine system. Ding, host, I'm here. Open personal panel.
Ding, personal panel opened.
Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability, Spacetime ability, Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability, Sacred Law. Origin, % Awakening. Spacetime ability, Divine Eye, one of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, % Awakening. Level, Peak Mid-Tier 3.
Vitality, 1 2 3 4 5. Way too weak, man.
Gotta train more.
Mental power, 1,199 points. Come on, I'll catch up to that blind guy soon.
Cultivation technique, Void Scripture beginner. Martial skill, Void Blade Peak minor achievement. Divine Eye. Supportive insights, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Fist intent beginner.
Cultivation points, 0 inch.
Ding.
Detected that the host can redeem 400,000 cultivation points.
Do you wish to redeem them? Redeem. Ding. Redemption successful. Divine system, what exactly is this endless space you mentioned? Ding. That is the cosmic Tao realm. Ah, right, that's it. What is it? Ding. The cosmic Tao realm is a mysterious space newly added following this divine system upgrade.
Within this space, the host can consume cultivation points to select any genius from the boundless spacetime ability of the cosmos to spar with.
Time flows at a rate of 1:100 within the cosmic Tao realm. So, basically, I can pay to have any genius train with me? Ding! You're so smart, host. It's been a few days, and you've really come into your own.
Lin fell silent.
He had no idea why his divine system was so cheeky. Still, this cosmic Tao realm really was a great feature. He could spar with any genius? Divine system, any genius at all? Ding!
This divine system has specialized in divine systems for many years. We never cheat anyone, young or old. As long as you, host, can afford the price, even the cosmic Tao itself, this divine system can bring it to you. As soon as these words were spoken, a faint, terrifying tremor rippled through the boundless space-time ability deep within the starry sky, and countless nebulae suffered an unwarranted catastrophe.
Divine system, bring me a guy named G to spar with me. Ding!
The divine system has received the hostess request.
The designated genius is Yi from the end of the Dharma era.
100,000 cultivation points consumed.
Ding! The boundless Tao of spacetime ability has been activated. The host may exit at any time.
At that moment, Lin found himself in a mysterious space. Possessing the spacetime ability talent, he immediately sensed that the flow of time in this space was highly unusual.
What profound laws of time? A figure appeared before Lin. Yi.
Lin looked at the young man and instantly recognized him as the legendary Yi Tiandi, whose name resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Truly worthy of the future heavenly emperor, such an aura that one dares not look directly at him. Summoned by the divine system, Yi's strength was on par with Lin's, but his physical form was exceptionally powerful, and the oppressive aura he exuded put immense pressure on Lin.
Come on. Future heavenly emperor, let me, Lin, see just how strong you really are. Bang! Boom!
The two engaged in a earth-shattering battle. Right there, one the future celestial, the other the unparalleled prodigy king of this realm. They fought furiously within this hidden space.
Lin was forced into retreat, step by step. He was simply too strong.
No matter how he looked at it, Lin felt he was being utterly crushed.
Divine system, what era is this Yi from? How can he be so terrifying? Ding!
The comprehensive strength of every summoned entity is set to exceed the hostess level by 1 to 2 tiers, regardless of era. The host simply needs to keep pushing past their limits. In this space, there is no risk of death. The host can go all out.
Divine system, you. Lin felt an urge to curse. What does that mean? Are you just trying to make him die a few more times?
At that moment, Yi charged again, his fist swinging relentlessly through the air. This was the Samsara fist. With a single punch, he blew Lin to smithereens. Before long, Lin reappeared. His eyes widened. The sensation of death just now had felt incredibly real, instilling a hint of fear in his heart.
Yi was like a tireless machine, relentlessly attacking Lin.
Lin was forced to defend himself, and in a moment of carelessness, he was brutally killed again. When he respawned once more, his mental state was starting to crack. How was he supposed to keep this up?
Ding!
Host, only by surpassing your limits can you create miracles.
Surpass my limits? Lin kept defending.
Every attack that landed dealt significant damage, and every time he was obliterated, his heart grew colder. No, perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was fearlessness.
Damn it!
What a bullshit heavenly emperor!
Come and die. With a furious roar, Lin completely abandoned his defenses.
Ignoring the fear of death, he cast aside all defensive measures. At that very moment, he wanted nothing more than to give it his all and settle the score with the creature before him. Crack! It was as if an invisible shackle inside his body had snapped. Lin's physical form underwent a transformation. His mind became clear and unyielding.
Samsara fist. Put. Night fell. In the cosmic Tao realm at that moment, Lin was gasping for breath. He didn't know how long he'd been fighting, nor how many times he'd died.
All he knew was that after enduring countless deaths, countless beatings, and countless rebirths, he was now invincible. His body was undergoing miraculous transformations every moment. His will had grown immensely stronger, and a powerful confidence shone deep within his pupils. At this very moment, he was still exchanging blows with Yi, but he no longer possessed the vulnerability he had at the beginning. They were like two evenly matched opponents. If they could, they might have kept fighting like this until the end of time. Divine system, that's enough. Lin put an end to the sparring session, as his opponent no longer posed a threat to him at this stage. Ding! The cosmic realm is closing. In an instant, Lin returned to reality. He glanced at the pitch-black sky outside. Divine system, based on time, how long have I been in the realm? Ding! This training session lasted 88 days. The host died a total of 1,754 times and broke through his limits twice. Lin nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. 88 days he'd been killed 1,754 times in total. He actually admired himself for not going crazy. However, the results of such reckless training were quite impressive. Lin could feel the changes within himself. It was no exaggeration to say that although his current strength was still at the peak of the mid-third tier, he could easily defeat his yesterday self with a single move. He realized that in the past, whether it was his psychic abilities or his physical prowess, he had been using them far too clumsily. It had been a complete waste. I can't take it anymore. I need to get some proper rest. After being on edge for so long, he was now utterly exhausted. He needed a good night's sleep. Without a second thought, he collapsed straight onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. He slept for 2 whole days. That afternoon, a drowsy Lin was roused by a knock on the door. He stretched. What a blissful sleep that had been. Who is it? It's me, Bianca. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Lin? A woman's voice came from outside the door, soft, gentle, and sweet, which instantly stirred something in Lin, who had just woken up. He was wide awake in an instant. He quickly suppressed that thought, composed himself, and then got up to open the door. It's you? Is there something you need? Bianca was dressed quite simply today, looking fresh and charming in a light blue dress. Well, Lin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Bianca mustered her courage. Oh, what is it? I'd like you to give me some guidance. After saying this, Bianca looked at Lin's face, afraid he might turn her down. Oh, is that all? Sure, no problem. It was no big deal as long as it wasn't about borrowing money. Everything was negotiable, Lin thought nonchalantly. You said yes? Bianca said, a mix of surprise and delight in her voice. Yeah, it's no big deal. We're friends, aren't we? Lin nodded. Perfect. He could spend a little time training with her before heading to the secret realm. Then come over to my place. With that, Bianca's face flushed slightly. She turned and jogged off, glancing back every now and then to urge Lin to hurry up. The two of them arrived at a training room. This training room is pretty nice. Where do you get it? Lin looked around. The space was large and secluded. It was really nice. I requested this from my mentor after winning first place in the monthly competition. If you'd been there, first place would definitely been yours. After saying this, Bianca looked at Lin with absolute certainty. She felt there was a huge gap between herself and Lin, and she'd come up with this plan to bridge that gap. By now, she had already changed into a new outfit, one specifically for training. It was very form-fitting, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. Lin, please give me a really tough workout later. Bianca stood quietly in her tight outfit. The dim lighting highlighted her graceful figure, and her sudden remark left Lin completely flustered. Okay, I'll definitely give you a really tough workout. Damn it, what kind of lewd language is that? Bianca didn't give it a second thought. A faint blue glow began to emanate from her entire body. Her ice and snow ability activated, instantly transforming the entire training room into a frozen wasteland. Lin didn't dwell on it either and began giving her serious instruction. No good, your movements are too slow. You're not controlling your power properly. What are you doing? Where is your head? Why are you leaving such a huge opening for me?
Are you big-breasted and brainless? Is that how you're supposed to use your ability? Lin kept pointing out her mistakes.
Having been trained in the cosmic Tao realm, he now handled Bianca's attacks with ease and composure. Since they were training, physical contact was inevitable. Lin often accidentally brushed against her private areas, and his strikes weren't exactly gentle.
This left Bianca flustered, her face alternating between red and white.
Before long, she was drenched in sweat, while Lin, on the other hand, looked completely at ease. This level of intensity was a breeze for him. He'd probably already forgotten what it felt like after 88 days and 1,754 times. Several more hours passed. By now, Bianca's entire body was soaked in sweat, and one could faintly make out some indecent areas. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. Lin, I can't take it anymore." Hearing this, Lin stopped what he was doing. He walked over gently and asked, "Are you okay?"
"I'm fine, Lin. You're really amazing."
"I didn't stand a chance. I really can't go on."
Lin scratched his head. Why did that sound so strange? "Well, get some rest. That's it for today. I'm heading out."
"Oh, right, don't bother looking for me for a while. I'm planning to go train in the secret realm for a bit."
Bianca lay on the ground, feeling quite satisfied. She nodded, "Thank you, Lin." "No problem. We're friends, after all." Bianca felt truly happy inside. We're friends."
After leaving the training room, Lin headed toward the secret realm. This time, he chose the Blood Chi Desert. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he paid a month's worth of credits. Whoa, this really is a desert of blood chi. Inside the illusory realm, as Lin sensed the desert composed entirely of blood chi, an intense sense of hunger welled up from deep within his body.
He'd gone without it for far too long.
After pushing his body to its absolute limit so many times within the cosmic Tao realm, Lin's physical form now desperately needed a massive infusion of blood chi energy. Only with a sufficiently strong body could he unleash his supernatural abilities without restraint. The space-time ability demanded far too much of his physical constitution.
Well then, let my feast of gluttony begin.
Lin's entire body resembled a glutton with a gaping maw, as boundless blood and chi energy surged madly into his body. It's worth noting that after this upgrade to the divine system, the check-in feature was changed to a cumulative system specifically to address the issue of hosts being unable to check in promptly while immersed in cultivation. On this point, Lin grudgingly acknowledged that the divine system had, for once, done the right thing.
A month passed quickly.
During this month, many events unfolded at the elite training camp, and the second monthly competition had concluded. Many had made remarkable progress. Currently, even the lowest-ranked cultivator in the entire elite training camp had reached the peak of the late first stage. Bianca had broken through to the peak of the early third stage, and second-tier prodigies like Stone had all reached the peak of the late second stage.
Once again, Lin did not participate.
This disappointed many who had been hoping to see him in action. During this time, there was also a minor incident. A second-year student named Zhang Heng sought out his older brother, Zhang Xian, claiming that he had been tricked by a guy named Morong Yun, accidentally ambushed and seriously injured by him, and wanted his brother to seek justice on his behalf. In response, the upperclassman named Zhang Xian fell silent for a long time. "Zhang Heng, my foolish little brother, don't even think about seeking revenge for this. And listen, if I ever find out you're using my name to swindle people again, I'll deal with you myself." This gave Zhang Heng quite a scare. He was terrified of his older brother and quickly replied, "I won't dare do it again." After leaving, he made inquiries from various sources and learned that the person he fought wasn't Morong Yun at all, but someone named Lin.
Lin, he knew him. Wasn't he the king of heavenly prodigies? Damn it all.
You're a peerless heavenly prodigy. Why the hell are you messing with a loser like me? That was the end of that matter.
On this day,
commotion arose in the Blood Chi Desert. Lin, who had been sitting in lotus position there, had stopped absorbing energy several days prior. His entire body glowed yellow, his blood energy surging like a dragon, and the Blood Chi Desert had visibly shrunk. After absorbing blood energy so recklessly for so long, Lin's body had reached a state of extreme saturation. He was essentially a living, moving blood sac.
Lin had been endlessly absorbing, refining, absorbing again, and refining once more.
His blood energy had reached a terrifying 20,000, a level that even a typical late-stage 5th-rank cultivator might only achieve.
Phew!
Lin opened his eyes, bringing this lengthy cultivation session to a close. Looking at his own body, he nodded with satisfaction. This cultivation session had brought about a massive improvement. He felt his entire body brimming with boundless power. He was now itching to have another go at that Yi Haizi. He was confident that, in his current state, he could utterly crush him just like he'd been crushed back then.
Let us head out first. It was time to leave. This journey through the elite training camp was drawing to a close.
Classmates, our 3-month training journey is about to end.
We've witnessed the growth of each and every one of you during this time.
At that moment, in the central plaza, Xiao Kuang stood right in the center, surrounded by first-year students. The instructor on stage was delivering a rousing speech, while the students below applauded enthusiastically. Over these 3 months, everyone had grown tremendously and their journey had only just begun.
We're about to hold the final competition.
This contest will determine each of your final grades, which will be recorded in your personal files and follow you for the rest of your lives. Give it your all and use your best performance to demonstrate the significance of these past 3 months of hard work.
Everyone, head to Dawn Tower now.
The final rankings will be determined based on the level each participant reaches in the challenge.
Dawn Tower.
It was quite lively in front of Dawn Tower today, with many upperclassmen also in attendance.
Do you think the top student in this class will make it to how many levels?
Hard to say.
Setting Lin aside, I think that girl named Bianca is the strongest.
I'd guess level 32.
I'd say level 33. Bianca is stronger than you think. Aren't you overestimating her?
The beasts in the tower aren't weak. Those at the same level are much stronger than us.
We'll see.
So, how many levels do you think Lin can reach?
55?
Above Dawn Tower at that moment, numbers flashed intermittently.
Gong Sun Qin, 30 levels.
A young boy stepped out. He shook his head slightly. He'd already given it his all.
He'd barely made it past the 30th floor. He wouldn't stand a chance any higher. Not bad.
Watch this. A rather burly young boy called out.
It was Stone. Before long, a line of text flashed on the tower. Stone, 32nd floor.
Many began to whisper among themselves.
Reaching the 32nd floor was a sign of considerable strength. Some second-year students weren't even as good as this first-year boy. Stone moved with steady confidence, cutting through the air as he went.
Clearly, he was quite satisfied with this result.
Gong Sun Qin glanced to the side.
This guy was just showing off.
Are all the students in this class this terrifying? Most of the upperclassmen were in disbelief. Many of them didn't even possess this level of strength. It was one thing to have a Lin emerge, but now another one? And a girl, at that?
Inside the 40th floor chamber,
Bianca's expression grew slightly stern.
Before her stood a 4th-tier beast, a creature whose power far surpassed that of a 3rd-tier beast and was not to be underestimated.
Ice and snow world.
Extreme cold immediately engulfed the space. The 4th-tier fierce beast let out a furious roar, shattering the ice around it and preventing Bianca from getting any closer.
As expected, it's not that simple. Still, it's not quite enough. Extreme ice 0-degree snow lotus.
A strikingly beautiful flower bud appeared in the air, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. The moment it appeared, the 4th-tier fierce beast across from her began to grow restless.
It sensed a deadly threat emanating from this flower. It was terrified. Go!
Carrying extreme cold, the snow lotus bloomed near the ferocious beast. The terrifying energy instantly froze it solid, and then it shattered.
Level 40 cleared. She did it. She cleared level 40.
Those who had been keeping track of the tower's progress shouted out immediately.
It was absolutely astonishing. Not long after, level 41 cleared. Level 42. Cleared. Finally, Bianca got stuck at level 43. The ferocious beasts on this level had reached the absolute peak of their early 4th tier strength. She simply couldn't defeat them just yet. High above, Xiao Kuang and the others nodded in unison. This young woman with military connections was, without a doubt, incredibly powerful. Bianca's performance instantly sent the crowd into a mini frenzy, and many who hadn't attempted the challenge yet couldn't hold back any longer. They all wanted to know just how far they could go. When the results were finally announced, the older students breathed a slight sigh of relief. I told you so, this class can't possibly be that strong across the board. Looking at the scores, which generally hovered around the 20th and 21st floors, that was more like it. Whereas Lin. Has Lin arrived yet? He's not going to skip this, is he? Someone asked. They hadn't seen Lin's score yet, it was already the last day, surely he wouldn't stay away. Bianca was also looking around when, suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far away, Lin was walking toward them. He also heard that the final test was underway here with 3,000 W at stake. He couldn't miss this. It's Lin! Someone spotted him and immediately cleared a path. Others stepped forward to greet him, hoping to make a good impression. Lin's expression was calm. He walked slowly toward the tower, gazed at it, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, stepped inside. Quick! Lin has started his tower run, hurry and tell the others to come over. The senior student began calling out to friends who hadn't arrived yet. They'd been waiting a long time for this moment. Many wanted to see with their own eyes just how far Lin could actually go. High in the sky, Madblade stood in mid-air, stroking his chin as he pondered, I wonder how many floors that kid Lin will make it to in the end. He reached the 51st floor on his very first try, after all. Xia Qingtian paused to consider, I'd guess he might tie the record? 57? Kuang Dao looked somewhat taken aback. 57 floors that would require late 5th tier strength. Are you really that confident in that kid? I think Lin is just as good as that GZ. Xiao Kuang remained silent, narrowing his eyes slightly as he watched quietly. Lin's speed was incredibly fast. So fast. Has he already passed the 10th floor? You're mistaken, he has already passed the 15th floor. You're the one who is mistaken, he is already at the 20th. Holy shit. No one dared to blink, afraid that in the blink of an eye, the world would change. Lin had fought his way from the 1st to the 50th level in less than 5 minutes. Damn! If I remember correctly, the fastest time on record to reach the 50th level was over 8 minutes, right? Holy shit! I'd call Lin the fastest man in history. 50th level. Lin looked at the human-faced lion that appeared before him and said hello. Hey, nice to see you again. This took the ferocious beast across from him by surprise. It's you, kid. Once it recognized him, the human-faced lion bared its claws and fangs. It remembered this kid. What a pain. It shook its head, unwilling to attack. It knew it couldn't win anyway. This made Lin feel a bit reluctant to attack, but for the sake of his score, he had no choice but to kill it again. Boom! Level 50 cleared. Lin was curious to see just how many levels he could reach at his current strength. Outside. Look, he cleared level 50. Last time, Lin stopped at level 51. I wonder if he'll make it past it this time. No kidding, of course he can. It's been so long since then. I bet he'll make it to at least the 53rd floor. Maybe even the 54th. Is he really that good? He is the king of prodigies. You're just a little punk. Shut up if you don't know what you're talking about. 52nd floor cleared. 53rd floor cleared. 54th floor cleared. Holy shit. I was too conservative. My bad. 55th floor, cleared. Everyone was glued to the subtitles, their hearts racing in sync with the constantly changing text. 56th floor, cleared. Could it be? Is Lin about to break the record? This was unbelievable. The current record holder on the Dawn rankings had reached the 57th floor. Could that record be broken today? High above, Kwang Dao narrowed his eyes as he looked down, while Xia Qingtian wore an expression of unsurprised anticipation. Only Xiao Kuang remained silent, still watching from the sidelines. Inside the 57th floor, Lin no longer looked as relaxed as before. At this level, every ferocious beast possessed at least late 5th tier strength. They could not be underestimated. It's been a long time since anyone made it this far. It seems the Dragon Nation has produced another prodigy? A phantom appeared. It was a Qingtian ox python. Its massive form seemed poised to burst the very fabric of space, and the overwhelming pressure of late-stage 5th rank power radiated from it as it glared intently at the human standing before it. A prodigy of the Dragon Nation. You deserve to die. With that, it swung its colossal body, crashing down toward Lin. All human prodigies deserve to die. Facing the colossal body hurtling toward him, Lin remained motionless. Boom! The violent collision caused the very space to tremble. The Azure Skyox python looked at the youth before it, its expression one of utter disbelief. Lin had simply extended a single hand forward, and that was all it took to block the sky-obscuring attack. Is that all you've got? Lin's eyes were utterly impassive. He raised his head to look at the massive body before him, then exerted force with both hands, lifting the entire torso and swinging it round and round before slamming it heavily into the distance. The Azure Skyox python was left reeling from the impact. Before it could even recover, Lin reappeared above its head. A mere ferocious beast, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Fist that shatters the heavens. A fist strike powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Erupted space seemed on the verge of being torn apart as this terrifying attack struck the Azure Skyox python's head with pinpoint accuracy. It couldn't withstand this punch. Its massive body was pierced right through from head to tail. Even in death, it never imagined this teenager could be so terrifying. 57th level cleared. The record has been tied. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was bound to be a day they'd all remember. Good kid, he actually made it through. Mad Blade laughed. Xia Qingtian nodded with great satisfaction. Not long after, level 58 cleared. Holy shit! He broke the record. Holy shit! Immediately after, level 59 cleared. They couldn't take it anymore. They simply couldn't. Everyone present gasped in shock, their eyes wide as they stared in disbelief at the text scrolling across the screen above. Lin, is he actually going to clear the entire tower? Dawn Tower only has 60 floors total. Could someone actually clear the entire tower today? Was this history in the making? A miracle? Since the very beginning, Mad Blade's mouth hadn't closed once. It just kept getting wider and wider. Within 60 floors. Lin stared at the figure that appeared before him, utterly stunned. He called out uncertainly. Director Lin? HM? Do you know me? The ethereal figure asked, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing the voice, Lin was absolutely certain that this was Director Lin Yanran. At that moment, the ethereal figure floated toward him, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin. Are you a student here? Lin scratched his head. Director Lin, what on earth is going on here? I suppose so. If I weren't a student, I wouldn't be able to get in. The ethereal figure nodded to herself. The fact that you've made it this far shows you're very strong. It seems my eye for talent is as sharp as ever. The ethereal figure revealed her true face. It was Lin Yanran. Lin noticed that the Director Lin standing before him seemed a little different from the one he'd interacted with before. She seemed even more innocent. Director Lin, may I ask if the final challenge is to defeat you? Hearing this, Lin Yanran chuckled softly. You're quite ambitious. Do you know how strong I am? Lin was at a loss for words. Aren't you just at the peak of the 6th rank? He'd asked just to confirm if that was the case. If it was, he'd surrender, because he didn't stand a chance. I suppose you've encountered me in the outside world. You must think I'm quite powerful right now. Lin Yanran was very confident. She had complete faith in herself. But you don't need to worry. This phantom form of mine is only at the early 6th tier level. Back then, I was just curious, so I left my mark here. Early 6th tier? Lin suddenly had an idea. He stole a glance at that curvaceous figure. Perhaps today he'd have a chance to collect some early interest? I really didn't expect anyone to make it this far. You've surprised me. Lin Yanran kept scrutinizing Lin in front of her. What's your name? This student's name is Lin. Lin? I'll remember you. What you said earlier was both right and wrong. You don't need to defeat me to pass this stage. As long as you can hold out for 10 minutes, you'll pass. After all, the gap between the 6th and 5th tiers is enormous. There's one very obvious sign that a warrior has reached the 6th tier, the ability to fly through the air. For the average person, the gap between the 6th and 5th tiers is truly like heaven and earth. Winning by leaping over a tier is incredibly difficult. Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, 6th tier was already very powerful, even she couldn't guarantee a 100% chance of victory. Then, let us begin. Lin Yanran stood proudly in midair, making no move to attack. Pardon me. A strange gleam flashed in Lin's eyes. Give it your all. Let me see just how strong the prodigies of this era really are. Freeze. Space froze. Lin Yanran, suspended in midair, stiffened for a moment before immediately regaining her composure. She was taken aback. Spatial ability? Lin said nothing. He looked up at Lin Yanran in the sky and began running upward. With every step he took, an invisible step appeared. Stop. The power of time. Caught off guard, Lin Yanran was once again caught off guard and frozen for an instant. But as a 6th tier expert, she quickly broke free. This time, she was even more unsettled. Time? That's impossible. Are you a dual attribute esper with space-time abilities? Watching Lin rush toward her, Lin Yanran grew wary, and the ability within her began to activate. As the head of the elite training camp, Lin Yanran possessed considerable talent. She had awakened an S-class ability Bloodstorm. As she channeled her ability, her eyes fixed on the young man, and a thought crossed her mind. No wonder this boy recognized me. It must be because of this. A massive blood-red storm appeared in the air, its powerful currents disrupting the entire space, causing Lin to come to a halt. The divine eyes of the space-time ability burst forth with dazzling light. Void Rift. Immediately afterward, Lin Yanran stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The bloodstorm she had conjured seemed to be sliced by a blade, shattering into pieces. As space itself split apart, it continued to shrink, until it vanished completely. Such power. You. Before the dazzling light had even faded, a divine voice rang out once more. Lawless and boundless, formless and lifeless, beginning with the one, ending in the void. Void. The power of the void scripture. This was the first time Lin had displayed the void scripture. For a moment, it seemed as though a figure had appeared with his back to all living beings, towering above them all. He embodied the supreme. The entire void began to collapse, and the power of the cosmic laws surged forth. Lin Yanran's expression grew exceptionally grave. The power of space was extraordinary. She blocked it with all her might, continuously channeling her abilities to form a protective barrier around herself. It's not enough. Time. At that moment, Lin resembled a creator god manipulating time with one hand and space with the other, his divine eyes fusing the space-time ability. Under his control, time in this place took on a bizarre quality. Hurry! Through Lin Yanran's eyes, she saw Lin's speed suddenly increase as he charged toward her. She hurriedly retreated. She couldn't let this kid succeed. Slow down. Something's wrong. How did this kid get so fast all of a sudden? Lin Yanran's reaction suddenly grew sluggish. Something's wrong. She immediately realized it wasn't that he had sped up, it was that she had slowed down. It's time. He was actually manipulating time to slow her down. Seeing him about to close in, Lin Yanran forcibly unleashed all her supernatural powers.
Although her space-time ability was extremely high level, she was still slightly outmatched in raw power. She forcibly broke through this innate suppression and let out a slight sigh of relief.
"Director Lin, watch out behind you."
Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her.
Unnoticed, Lin had already closed in on her.
Space freeze. This time, Lin channeled all her supernatural power, trapping Lin Yanran firmly in place, unable to move. Then, under Lin Yanran's incredulous gaze, he slapped the curve of her back.
Smack!
The sound was crisp and sharp. The slap left Lin Yanran completely dazed. She froze in place, even forgetting she was in the middle of a fight.
After landing the slap, Lin immediately turned and ran off.
He didn't look back and had no intention of continuing the fight after all. As long as he held out for 10 minutes, he'd clear the level, and his objective was already achieved.
A
voice filled with extreme fury rang out from the sky. Lin Yanran had finally snapped out of it. She simply couldn't believe she'd actually been bullied by some greenhorn.
Lin!
Furious, she charged after Lin, who was scrambling to escape in all directions. Her eyes blazed with rage, her face contorted with fury, and the edges of her earlobes partially hidden by her hair were faintly red. Feeling the burning sensation on her back, she still couldn't fathom how that teenager dared to do such a thing. And so, a man and a woman chased and evaded each other in the highest chamber of Dawn Tower. Although Lin Yanran was a 6th-tier cultivator capable of flying through the air, Lin possessed the ability to teleport. For a time, the two were evenly matched, and the distance between them remained constant. This drove Lin Yanran crazy, and she launched a frenzied verbal attack from behind.
Lin!
You have the guts to do this, but not the guts to take responsibility?
If you're a man, stop. Let us face off head-on. Lin, are you a rabbit? You sure can run.
Lin, a true prodigy, should have the spirit of an invincible warrior.
Stop right now and fight me head-on. Lin!
Just like that, 10 minutes flew by. As time passed, a voice suddenly rang out from above them. Congratulations, Lin, on clearing the 60th level for the first time. You've earned 2,000 points. With the appearance of this voice, Lin Yanran was forced to stop her pursuit after all. She was merely an imprint left behind here and had to abide by the rules of this place. Lin also came to a halt. He was utterly exhausted from the long chase, and his supernatural powers were being drained at a frantic pace. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. If he were caught, he'd surely be skinned alive. Lin Yanran's eyes blazed with fire as she quietly gazed at the young man before her. Suddenly, she gave a soft chuckle.
Lin, is it? I'll remember you.
With that, the phantom vanished, disappearing completely from this level. Watching this, Lin felt an indescribable sense of unease, as if he'd gotten himself into trouble. At that moment, the entire space was empty except for him. I suppose that wraps things up nicely. He walked toward the exit of the tower.
Look, Lin's coming out.
The crowd watched Lin emerge, not daring to make a sound, for the aura emanating from the young man before them was overwhelmingly powerful.
They instinctively parted to make way for him.
Meanwhile, the Dawn rankings nearby also shifted. GZ, who had previously held the top spot, vanished, and Lin's name suddenly appeared in first place.
Lin, 60th level of the Dawn rankings. His entire body glowed, illuminating the entire central square.
Everyone was bathed in this radiant light as they gazed at the young man.
Lin! Lin!
Someone suddenly shouted, and immediately afterward, everyone raised their hands and chanted in unison.
Lin! Lin! This day was destined to leave a deep impression on all of them. For on this ordinary day, they witnessed an extraordinary person going about his ordinary day. Yet in everyone's eyes, this ordinary day was anything but ordinary.
High above the void, Xiao Kuang watched the figure walking amidst the dazzling light, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The champion of this final competition had been crowned.
He was Lin. It's been a long time since I've been home.
In a car, Lin sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside.
3 months had slipped by unnoticed since he'd left.
The elite training camp had officially come to an end. Mentor Xiao Kuang had specially arranged a private car to take him home, and now, sitting in the car, Lin was actually feeling a bit homesick. Ping'an District. 3rd Middle School. The school was bustling today, with crowds of students gathered at the entrance. Some had even climbed onto the wall. That was because just yesterday, an announcement had been broadcast over the school intercom: Lin was back. All the students were beside themselves with excitement. Lin. He was 3rd Middle School's prodigy, the king of prodigies who had dominated the entire prodigy championship. He was back. This was major news. The entire school, from top to bottom and inside and out, was in a state of extraordinary excitement. All the students had been waiting at the school gate since early morning for the appearance of that godlike teenager. Many beautiful girls had even started carefully dressing up last night to show off their best selves. At that moment, in the principal's office, besides Principal Chu of 3rd Middle School, there were several other figures present. They were Principal Li of 1st Middle School, Principal Wu of 2nd Middle School, and District Chief Ma of Ping'an District. They were chatting and laughing. "Old Chu, you've really hit the jackpot to come across a once-in-a-lifetime genius like Lin." Principal Wu was green with envy. He, too, longed to have a student like that. It was as if his ancestors had been smoking. No, maybe more than just smoking. He struck gold. Principal Chu Hen stopped smiling for days. He even developed crow's feet from all the grinning. Principal Li, standing nearby, joined in the banter. Originally, in Ping'an District, their first high school had always ranked highest in both teacher and student resources as well as annual college acceptance rates. But this year, Old Man Chu had discovered a dual SSS level genius. It was only a matter, but at that moment, no one dared to stand up to him. An incredibly wide path immediately opened up, and all the students instinctively stepped aside to stand on either side. And so, amid the crowd's adoration, Lin was escorted by Jack into the school grounds. The two chatted for quite a while, and Lin finally learned why Jack had lost so much weight. It turned out that in the special training program, their instructor really didn't treat them like human beings. Over those 3 months, he lost nearly 70 kg. "Lin, come over to my place for dinner sometime. My old man has been nagging me about it all day." Lin smiled and didn't refuse, saying he'd definitely come to meet his uncle when he had time. Then, the principal called him over. "Look who's here." As soon as he walked in, he heard the principal's unmistakably excited tone. "Hello, District Chief Ma." "Hello, Principal." "Hello, both leaders." Lin greeted them one by one. Truly the pride of Ping'an District, a young hero indeed. District Chief Ma's laughter rang out like a rainbow. Principal Chu, standing nearby, waved him over and introduced, "Lin, these are Principals Li and Wu from 1st High School and 2nd High School." The two principals also praised him as a young prodigy, and rightly so. "Oh, right. Lin, this is the agreement we made earlier. You've exceeded expectations, so here's the reward I promised you." Principal Chu took out a card and handed it to Lin. Lin was delighted. 30 million had been credited to his account. At the same time, Principal Chu looked at District Chief Ma and the other two principals, blinking repeatedly. District Chief Ma spoke first. "Lin, you are the pride of our Ping'an District, and you've brought such honor to our district. On behalf of Ping'an District, I'm presenting you with 30 million as a cultivation fund. I hope this will give you a helping hand." They also pulled out a card each. Principals Li and Wu exchanged a glance, shook their heads, and looked at Old Man Chu. What a show-off! The two stepped forward and each handed Lin 10 million as a welcome gift. After speaking, Principal Chu gazed quietly at him, and Lin sensed a major shift in the tide of events. This was too much of a coincidence. Something like this. One of the white-robed figures let out a strange chuckle. His smile was eerie, and his dark, piercing eyes glowed red, striking fear into anyone who looked at him. "I choose, the fucking heavens will sect." Lin stared coldly at the 10 men in white robes before him. "But you're still trash." The scene erupted in an instant. Lin and the 10 white-robed figures launched their attacks simultaneously. These were no less than 10 beings at the peak of the late 5th tier, each one powerful enough to reign supreme over an entire district. At that moment,
The 10 experts charged at a single teenager in unison, unleashing their powerful martial techniques with reckless abandon.
Facing 10 peak late-stage 5th-tier experts at once, Lin felt a slight strain. His eyes flashed as his space-time ability erupted, forcibly splitting the battlefield into 10 separate sections. This was an advanced application of spatial abilities, a technique recorded in Lin Yaotian's handbook. Forcing the battlefield into so many separate sections caused the ability within Lin's body to plummet rapidly. He had no time to hesitate, every single second was critical. He launched a full-force attack on one of the segments. He would take them down one by one. The other white-robed figures, of course, weren't going to sit idly by. They attacked the spatial barrier with everything they had. Countless powerful abilities slammed into the barrier, and Lin felt immense pressure. He had to take out one of them first. Fist that shatters the heavens. A powerful skill surged skyward. This punch seemed as if it would pierce the heavens. The white-robed figure fought back with all his might. He had to block it. If he could just block it, there was still hope. Time freeze. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, Lin unleashed another burst of power. This was the power of time. Under the dual assault, the white-robed figure was obliterated. Phew! With no time to rest, Lin immediately pulled back and charged at the other enemies. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Having drained his supernatural powers for so long, Lin's body was nearing its limit. On the battlefield now, only 3 white-robed figures remained. Covered in wounds, they forced their way through the spatial barrier at the very last moment. Damn kid! I'll make you wish you were dead. The remaining 3 white-robed figures launched a full-scale assault. Fighting alone all this time, Lin's strength was now down to less than 1/10 of what it had been. Today was the day he would die. Staring at the 3 remaining scumbags, Lin's face turned slightly pale. His supernatural energy was now completely depleted. Although the power of the space-time ability was formidable, the strain it placed on his body was immense, especially the drain on his energy reserves. He forced himself to steady his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and a divine light shone within them once more. Spatial annihilation. Boom! This illusory space began to collapse, and countless spatial rifts appeared. The 3 white-robed figures immediately halted their attacks, staring grimly at the world crumbling all around them. What a terrifying display of supernatural power! This kid must die today, otherwise, he'll surely become a threat in the future. They were filled with extreme dread. 10 white-robed figures, of full 10 beings at the peak of the late 5th tier. Had 7 of them slain by this kid. If he were given more time to grow, who could possibly contain him? Suddenly, Lin's figure vanished. The white-robed figure on the far left immediately cried out, "Watch out!" At that moment, the white-robed figure in the center sensed a terrifying attack coming from behind him and immediately spun around to defend himself. Attack with everything you've got. But as soon as he turned, he realized it was just an illusion. He immediately spun back around and shouted frantically, "Watch out! He is targeting you!" With that, he dropped his defenses and prepared to charge forward to provide cover. But his companion roared furiously once more, "Defend! Defend now! He is targeting you!" What? Suddenly, Lin, who had vanished, reappeared, with several sharp blades materializing above him. Die! The void blades slashed silently toward the white-robed figure. In an instant, the man's limbs were severed. Seeing this, Lin immediately slammed a fist into the man's head. Boom! 2 left. Panting heavily, Lin glared at the remaining 2 men in white robes. He was determined to kill every last one of these scumbags today. The 2 men in white robes had huddled together. They were already thinking of retreating. This teenager was simply too terrifying. They were terrified. As white-robed priests of the Heaven-eswell sect, they held lofty status and possessed immense power. Outside, countless people knelt before them, begging for their protection. They still had a long life ahead of them. They couldn't just die here. Damn it! Quick, activate this illusion. This kid is way too unorthodox. We're getting out of here. One of the white-robed figures looked panicked. He didn't want to fight anymore.
His companion didn't want to fight either and was trying to figure out how to break the illusion. Crap, something's wrong with the illusion, I can't break it. What? How could this be happening? They panicked even more. If they couldn't break the illusion, it meant they'd likely die right here. Hurry up and open it. Find a way to open it for me, one of them roared in anguish. Lin flashed an enigmatic smile and launched another attack. Blood was streaming from his divine eyes, a sign of overuse. Time freeze. Powerful temporal laws pinned the two men in white robes firmly in place. Panicked beyond measure, they struggled with all their might. They didn't want to die. When you're reborn in your next life, make sure to be reincarnated as pigs. You're only fit to be food for the ordinary people you've been talking about. Lin stood upon the void, like a god descending from the heavens, looking down upon the two men in white robes. The surrounding void kept shattering as countless invisible blades converged. Blades of nothingness. A silent annihilation. This was the final judgment of the spacetime ability. The last two men in white robes were instantly sliced into countless bloody fragments, meeting their end right there. With that, all 10 late-stage 5th-tier practitioners had been wiped out. Lin staggered slightly, his legs felt weak, the corners of his mouth turned pale, and his entire body was drained of strength. This battle had completely Lin! Lin's consciousness slowly faded away in this mental realm, and he opened his eyes in a daze. Principal? Where am I? He looked around and saw that he was lying on a bed. He shook his head, feeling a sense of unease he couldn't quite put his finger on. His body felt weak, but his mind was unusually clear. Lin, how are you feeling? Does anything hurt? Principal Chu approached with concern and asked as he looked at Lin. I'm fine, Principal. Where am I? This is your new home. District Chief Ma exhaled softly. It was our oversight that led to you, Lin, falling into an ambush. Your old residence has been sealed off. This is a new home purchased for you with government funds. District Chief Ma felt deeply guilty. If they were to lose such a promising young prodigy because of this incident, he would never be able to live comfortably for the rest of his life. A new home, huh? Lin looked around. His physical strength was already beginning to slowly return. He hadn't actually sustained any serious injuries this time. He simply expended too much energy and couldn't hold on any longer. Gurgle. A protesting sound suddenly echoed through the air. Lin felt a bit awkward as an intense pang of hunger welled up inside him. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma finally let out a sigh of relief. At least this meant Lin was out of serious danger. After dinner. Lin, do you know who attacked you this time? Principal Chu looked at Lin, his expression serious. He never imagined anyone would openly ambush his student. Hearing this, District Chief Ma's expression darkened. During the days Lin had been unconscious, he demobilized every security officer in the district, but so far, they'd come up empty-handed. It was the Heaven Will sect. Lin recounted the scene as it had unfolded. Whoa! When the two heard that no fewer than 10 late-stage, peak-level 5th-rank cultivators had ambushed him, their hearts sank. And when Lin said they'd all been killed, the two exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Lin, are you saying you single-handedly killed all 10 peak late 5th tier? This had been specially prepared for him. It contained the contact information for both him and District Chief Ma. Thank you, Principal. Lin caught the phone, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. There were still people in this world who cared about him. No matter what their motives were, that was enough. Afterward, Lin began checking it out on his own. Divine System. Ding, host, I'm here. Open the personal panel. Ding, personal panel opened. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability. Spacetime ability plus super SSS rank. Spacetime ability. Sacred Law. Origin, awakening level %. Spacetime ability, Divine Eye plus one of the 10 Divine Eyes of the Multiverse, awakening level %. Level, mid-tier 3 peak plus. Vitality, 20 for 38 plus. Whoa, showing off your muscles, are you?
Psychic power, 1-400 plus. I'm giving you a thumbs up not because you've gotten stronger, but because Big Bro feels sorry for you. Cultivation technique, Void Scripture plus beginner. Martial arts, Void Blade plus peak elementary. Divine Eye plus elementary. Fist that shatters the heavens plus elementary. Soul Needle plus elementary. Supportive insights, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Fist intent beginner. Cultivation points, 200,000 inch. Ding. Detected that the host has 800,000 cultivation points available for redemption. Would you like to redeem them? Redeem. Ding. Redemption successful. Lin looked at his status panel. After this battle, he realized his cultivation level was falling behind, or rather, his internal supernatural energy reserves were running low. Divine System, aside from improving my cultivation level, is there any other way to increase my supernatural energy reserves? Ding. Host S request detected. Searching. Ding. Based on the hostess needs, this divine system has custom created a limitless cultivation technique, the Hunyuan Wuji Dao Jing. Oh. That sounds pretty awesome. Quick, tell me what this technique does. Ding. Those who cultivate this scripture will attain boundless Hunyuan. Their bodies can contain the infinite heavens and earth, and they will be invincible throughout the cosmos. Speak plain language. Ding. Once the host cultivates this, they will never again have to worry about running out of supernatural energy. Those who achieve a minor breakthrough will have 50 times the supernatural energy of an ordinary person. Those who achieve great mastery will have 100 times that. Those who reach full perfection will find the heavens vast and the earth boundless. Their powers will be inexhaustible and limitless, embodying the true essence of boundless potential. How much does it cost? Ding. This is the infinite extreme cultivation technique, the divine system S masterpiece, crafted with blood, sweat, and tears, tailored specifically for the host. Cut the crap, just tell me the price. Ding. Just $9.99, $9.99.00. Lin was indeed tempted. This cultivation technique was practically invincible. However, this divine system was simply outrageous. 100,000. Ding. 900,000. No haggling. 150,000. 850,000. Not a penny less. 20. 80. Host, this is the path to invincibility. After a heated haggling session, Lin finally secured the Hunyuan Wuji Dao Jing for 60W cultivation points. Instantly, the patterns of this cultivation technique appeared in his mind. They were incredibly profound. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Divine system. Ding, host, please speak. This cultivation technique is too hard. What should I do? Ding. Host, you can upgrade the technique using cultivation points. It's that simple. Are you out of your mind? Lin noticed the plus sign that had appeared next to the treatise on the Supreme Ultimate Tao in his cultivation technique panel and tapped it lightly. Ding. Cultivation points deducted. Congratulations, host, you've reached the minor achievement realm. Dominating your cohort is no longer a dream. When he saw that his cultivation points had dwindled to a pitiful 1, it suddenly clicked for Lin. Damn it! It's just a job. I've got nothing to lose anyway. He really had nothing to lose. He poured nearly 100 million into it, and in return, he gained a reserve of supernatural abilities 50 times greater than his peers. At this moment, even in the entire history of the Dragon Nation, Lin could confidently declare, I'm unbeatable at the 3rd tier. Divine system, check in. Ding. This is a cumulative check-in. Reward, one-time permission to activate the Cosmic Tao Realm. Lin's mood improved slightly. Was this a bit of a comeback? There was only 1 week left until the college entrance exams. He'd spend this week going all out to boost his strength. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered that he was also a Grandmaster of Formations. If he combined this with his time ability,
Could he create something similar to the cosmic Tao realm? That way, he'd have more time to level up. No time to waste.
His hands began forming seals non-stop, and one after another, mystical formation symbols appeared in the air. His space-time ability divine eyes flashed continuously as a powerful force of the law of time permeated the area.
Lin's expression was solemn as he worked intently on his experiment.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fusion of talismanic arts and time. A powerful fluctuation radiated outward, and the flow of the space-time ability here seemed to slow down.
It worked.
Lin sensed the results himself and was overjoyed he hadn't expected to succeed on his very first try.
About a 1-to-3 ratio.
He assessed the situation. This was already his current limit. Once he gained deeper insight in the future, it should become even more incredible.
Then let us begin training.
Lin pulled out a large quantity of superpower stones and awakening stones. He had learned from others that awakening stones could accelerate the development of an Esper's talents. These were truly valuable items.
Time flew by.
The entire Dragon Nation suddenly became extremely excited. The college entrance exams were here. This was a moment that would determine the fate of every young warrior. If they could gain admission to a top-tier university, their future as warriors would be full of promise, with the chance to become influential figures standing above the masses. All the graduating seniors had been quietly working hard for this moment for a long time, hoping to change the course of their lives. The imperial capital of Dragon Nation. A meeting was once again convened in the Supreme Hall. I've received intelligence that this time, those two factions may be carrying limit-breaking class weapons.
What? Limit-breaking class weapons? What are they trying to do? Are they preparing to start a major war?
Numerous ninth-tier cultivators spoke up in unison, their anger palpable.
Limit-breaking class weapons possessed immense destructive power.
Currently, there were only a handful of such treasures in all of Dragon Nation, and they were all part of the nation's foundational reserves. If a limit-breaking class weapon were to cause destruction within Dragon Nation's borders, the entire nation might pay an extremely heavy price. This was a situation they absolutely could not tolerate. It seems the people they've selected this time hold unimaginable status within their organizations. One of the bigwigs pointed out the crux of the matter. Only this reason could explain it. Otherwise, a simple contest wouldn't warrant mobilizing their entire reserves. If that's the case, then choosing the Outer Realm battlefield might actually be a viable option.
The Outer Realm battlefield is a special space.
Hundreds of years ago, a meteorite fell from the sky, ushering in the age of the Esper. Later, interstellar forces invaded, clashing with the entire blue star. Countless people perished on this battlefield. Over time, under the workings of the great Taoist laws, this isolated realm was formed.
If that's the case, I wonder how many will die in this competition.
Someone couldn't help but sigh. These were all the future seeds of Dragon Nation, and the thought was hard to bear.
True warriors have always endured countless hardships.
The military leaders didn't find it particularly cruel. Every day in their ranks, some died on the battlefield while others survived. Only through relentless combat could those who ultimately survived become true warriors, and only they could uphold the Dragon Nation's legacy. Regarding this matter, make sure the Ministry of Education is notified in advance.
The chief brought the topic to a close.
How are you progressing with the candidate selection for the Sequence Project?
The Sequence Project. What? The location for this year's college entrance exam is actually the Outer Realm battlefield? Does anyone even know what the Outer Realm battlefield is?
As the Ministry of Education released this important announcement, a frenzy erupted online. The news that the National College Entrance Exam would be held on the Outer Realm battlefield felt unfamiliar to many martial arts students who had never left their hometowns in their entire lives.
Someone dug it up. The overseas battlefield.
A place that devours people whole. It's where countless ancestors gave their lives. The battlefield may well be littered with the remains of many people as forebears.
It's a place fraught with danger, yet brimming with opportunities. It's actually a place like that. Some high school seniors wore grave expressions. They weren't fools. This sounded like an extremely dangerous territory.
Some took to the internet to ask why such a place had been chosen. They were there to take the college entrance exam, not to die. The idea of taking the exam in such an extremely dangerous territory struck fear into the hearts of many ordinary people. So, the Ministry of Education released another announcement that shocked countless people. For this year's college entrance exam, the Starry Sky faction and the Beast Alliance will participate simultaneously. This will be an unprecedented exam. Elites of Dragon Nation, this exam is no longer just a competition among yourselves, it is a clash between Dragon Nation and hostile forces. Dragon Nation possesses a belief that fears nothing, a legacy that fears neither life nor death, and a grand vision where a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. As the elites of Dragon Nation, you are the future of Dragon Nation. All the students erupted with excitement upon seeing this, as the primordial power hidden deep within their bodies surged forth boundlessly. Once it was the land of cherry blossoms. Now it's just a bunch of beasts and foreign scum. Damn it! I've got to take this exam, I'm gonna wipe out those sons of bitches. I'll carve my name into the family registry. I've got to carve. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. Over time, he gradually withstood his opponent's onslaught, no longer as vulnerable as he had been at the start. He shifted from defense to offense. Through this prolonged sparring, he had gained a deeper understanding of the spacetime ability. His vitality had even reached a staggering 30,000 points. He hadn't even broken through to the 4th stage yet. After cultivating for a while and reaching the peak of the late 3rd stage, Lin had halted his cultivation progress. He shifted his focus to other areas. The awakening levels of his 2 major supernatural talents had increased by nearly 5%, consuming all 10 awakening stones. The spiritual energy within his mind had also undergone a complete transformation, evolving into psychic power stronger, more refined, and more profound than ever before. He had reached the minor achievements stage in the Void Scripture and Emperor-level cultivation technique, and this breakthrough had greatly enhanced his combat prowess. This transformation was all-encompassing. For a moment, he even believed he was truly invincible in this realm. Little did he expect to encounter this man. He instantly doused the slight arrogance that had begun to swell within him. Is this the might of the Heavenly Emperor, the one said to be invincible? But after such prolonged training, Lin had also grown stronger, his resolve had hardened, his expression had grown more composed, and every aspect of his being was changing moment by moment. That was the embryonic form of an invincible conviction. After all, the man he was fighting was 1 or even 2 tiers above him. The shackles hidden deep within his body were broken once more. An extremely faint sound rang out, snap. Lin suddenly became even stronger, every movement exuded immense pressure. Fighting alone against countless youths, he managed to hold his own for a short time. A ceaseless barrage of supernatural techniques poured forth, and the power of the spacetime ability raged mercilessly throughout the arena. Even after completely draining the last shred of physical energy from his body, he still hadn't been killed. Divine system, that's enough. Ding! The cosmic Tao realm has now closed. Stepping out of the room, he breathed in the fresh air outside. Lin smiled for the first time in a long while, a smile born of the confidence that comes with immense power. This cultivation session, lasting nearly 3 weeks, had brought about tremendous changes in him. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Oh. It's Lin. On the other end of the line was Principal Chu, who was currently sitting in his office, briefing Lin on the recent college entrance exam scandal that had been causing quite a stir. Lin, this year's college entrance exam is a bit too dangerous. Why don't I help you get out of it? In 2 years, with your talent and brilliance, everything will be a piece of cake. With so many uncertainties surrounding this year's college entrance exams, Principal Chu was somewhat concerned. I see. Lin said little. As for the danger the principal mentioned, he paid it no mind. At this very moment, he felt invincible within his heart, fearing no enemy. It's no problem, Principal. Where is this battlefield beyond the realm? How do I get there? Very well, come to my office. 3rd Middle School. Principal's office. Principal Chu looked at Lin standing before him with a mix of surprise and suspicion. You little rascal, it's only been a few days, and you've gotten even stronger?
Could he actually be sensing a faint threat emanating from Lin? He even wondered if his own senses were playing tricks on him. After all, he was a 6th-tier warrior. The higher one ascends in the warrior ranks, the greater the gap between each tier, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. The 6th tier was far beyond what the 5th tier could match, even at its peak. Lin, however, was right at home. He'd been in this office many times before and deftly found a spot to sit down. Have you really made up your mind? Principal, I'm certain. As a warrior, we defy the heavens, and what we're fighting for is time. Lin was absolutely confident. Very well. Someone will come to pick you up this afternoon. Currently, there are no Martial King level experts in all of Ping'an District, so the arrival of a 7th-tier Martial King made them feel somewhat nervous. I've come to ensure the safety of the college entrance exam candidates in Ping'an District. Lin Yanran nodded. As the head of the entire Northwest Elite Training Camp and now a Martial King, she naturally carried herself with the dignity befitting such a powerful figure. We are truly grateful for your assistance, Your Excellency. District Chief Ma spoke with exceptional respect. Having a Martial King personally oversee the transportation meant the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were taking this matter far more seriously than he had ever imagined. Soon, all students participating in this year's college entrance exams boarded the aircraft. In the small Ping'an district alone, there were as many as several thousand students. As Lin passed through the doorway, he distinctly sensed that he was being scrutinized. His powerful mental energy instantly detected the source. Startled, he immediately withdrew his mental energy, for it was none other than Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran's face remained expressionless. Her eyes were fixed on the distance, yet her mental energy was constantly scanning the area below. Upon sensing the presence of an unfamiliar mental energy, she was slightly taken aback. Was there another 7th-rank Martial King here? Psychic power is the form that a warrior's spiritual energy takes after it has been refined. Generally, only those who have reached the Martial King tier can access it. That unfamiliar psychic power came and went in a flash. Lin Yanran couldn't locate its source at all, which made her grow somewhat wary. This college entrance exam held immense significance, which was precisely why the imperial capital had assigned her to come and escort the students. After another fruitless scan, Lin Yanran made no further delay and set off toward the battlefield beyond the realm. Inside the cabin, all the students gazed down at the people below, watching them see them off. Some caught a fleeting glimpse of their parents cheering them on, others saw numerous banners raised to encourage them. There were also some students whose families wore worried expressions, fearing their children might never return. Everyone's heart was filled with unease. Along the way, Lin Yanran remained constantly vigilant, fearing that the owner of that unfamiliar mental energy might reappear to cause trouble. And so, they finally arrived safely at their final destination: the Outer Realm battlefield. At that moment, the outskirts of the Outer Realm battlefield were filled with numerous flying vessels, packed with martial arts students from all regions who had passed the college entrance exams. As far as the eye could see. Is this the Outer Realm battlefield? Lin looked out the cabin window. It was an extremely desolate landscape, its bleakness visible to the naked eye. The ground was in shambles, and the white bones scattered everywhere exuded an endless sense of eerie terror. Suddenly, a massive formation appeared in the sky. At its head stood an elderly man, suspended in mid-air. The moment he appeared, the surrounding space grew faintly unstable. His aura was simply too overwhelming. At that moment, all the pod doors swung open. From every craft, a Martial King soared out at a glance. There were over 100 of them. These were Martial Kings, 7th-tier powerhouses. Beings rarely seen in everyday life had gathered in such vast numbers on this battlefield beyond the realms. All these Martial King-level experts stood in the void, bowing their heads in unison toward the elderly man. We welcome Lord Lin, the Martial Saint. Martial Saint. This elderly man who had suddenly appeared was actually a 9th-tier Martial Saint. This was a true powerhouse standing at the very pinnacle. The elderly man nodded slightly. At that moment, the space-time ability grew somewhat still. As if his arrival had cast a faint sense of oppression over the heavens and earth. Lin found the old man very familiar. Suddenly, it was as if a memory had surfaced. Whoa! He remembered wasn't he this old man none other than Senior Lin Yaotian, the one who had once gifted him the space-time ability manual?
He had been constantly contemplating the mysteries within that manual, and it had indeed greatly enhanced his cultivation. He never expected the other party to be a martial saint. This left him utterly stunned that was a martial saint, after all. As far as he knew, there were apparently fewer than 10 martial saints in the entire Dragon Nation. Before he could recover from the shock, the sky trembled once more. Not far away, a rift in the void appeared, and an enormous fleet emerged from within. This fleet exuded a sense of the great Tao as simple, forming a stark contrast to the Dragon Nation's high-tech aesthetic. Lin Yaotian cast a calm glance at the fleet and gave a light wave of his hand. An invisible spatial barrier enveloped all the Dragon Nation personnel. This was the power of a martial saint. Lin Yaotian, I never expected you to still be alive. A supremely arrogant voice boomed from within the fleet, and immediately afterward, a figure materialized. This man sported a single horn on his head, his entire body shrouded in black mist, and the aura of might radiating from him shook the heavens and earth. The Starry Sky Faction. Bueller of the Demon Clan. Lin Yaotian's ashen gray eyes glanced at him indifferently. I never expected that you, who were no bigger than an ant back then, would have grown into a martial saint. Has the Demon Clan run out of people? Bueller's expression darkened. Lin Yaotian, do you want to die? What did you say? Speak up, I didn't hear you. Lin Yaotian stared at him calmly, his expression utterly impassive, yet his hands were already aimed directly at him, and the very space around them began to stir faintly. You. Bueller's expression hardened. He had only recently ascended to martial saint, his foundation was still too weak. Lin Yaotian, that old fossil, had been a martial saint for years, he was no match for him. You call that a martial saint? Go back to drinking your mother's milk. Lin Yaotian picked his ear, showing his opponent not the slightest bit of. Bueller and Tula, standing nearby, watched the scene with a hint of amusement. They chose to ignore the word trash, while the people they had brought were all there to watch the spectacle. Lin stood among the countless examinees. He looked up at the old man suspended in midair. The Dragon Nation is not a place where outsiders are allowed to make a racket. He took a step forward, and with each step, a dazzling, divine radiance appeared beneath his feet. The light was so blinding that everyone's gaze turned toward him. The old man was watching him as well. We answer to you, martial saint. A warrior of the Dragon Nation fears nothing. If they were brought by trash, then they are trash as well. Since ancient times, we of the Dragon Nation have had only one attitude toward trash. And that is to trample them all underfoot. With each step came a declaration. Lin's earth-shaking words echoed in everyone's ears. The old man looked at him and nodded. At the same time, another spot in the crowd was also radiating a dazzling golden light. A handsome young man stood atop a golden auspicious cloud, taking a step that seemed to reach the heavens. It was Ji Shangnan. At that moment, he was filled with the supreme imperial dragon aura, resembling a sovereign of the mortal realm, exuding extraordinary presence. He bowed to Lin Yaotian, then turned his gaze toward Lin's direction and spoke with conviction. Brother Lin speaks the truth. We warriors, born beneath the heavens and earth, must defy the heavens and fear no enemy. The mighty Dragon Nation will not allow others to slumber at our expense. Since you dare to come, prepare to be buried in a foreign land. One comes, one dies, two come, both die. The two were in perfect harmony, their gazes simultaneously sweeping toward the opposing factions. You want to play, don't you? We'll play along. Bring them on, we'll kill every last one. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted into chaos. Immediately, some of the examined began to echo their cries. Gradually, every student present raised their heads to the sky, roaring and screaming at the top of their lungs. One comes, one dies, two come, both die. One comes, one dies, two come, both die. The roar shook heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of martial arts examinees were now united as one. Their unprecedented cohesion caused even the space-time ability to tremble. One martial saint. Two prodigious youths. And countless martial arts examinees at that moment, they seemed to become one with the heavens.
This display caused Bueller and Tula on the opposite side to grow extremely grim.
This was not the scene they had hoped to see. The two of them fixed their gaze intently on Lin and Ji Shangnan. It was those two kids. They both turned to look at the young ones in their own ranks. From the massive fleet, a teenager stepped forward. His expression was cold and aloof, his features sharply defined, and he had a pair of deep gray eyes that made people afraid to meet his gaze. He took a step forward, and behind him, a strange phenomenon unfolded as demonic energy surged skyward. He stepped to the very front, his expression utterly indifferent, exuding a haughty air as if looking down on all living beings.
Humans, what a vile race! That single sentence instantly ignited the fury of every Dragon Nation warrior present.
Where the hell did you come from, you little bastard?
Damn it, fuck. Even trash like this gets to eat a hot meal. When it came to verbal sparring, the Dragon Nation warriors refused to back down from any enemy. Not only are you lowly, but you're also weak.
You wretched natives, come and greet your master.
Grovel at my feet to prove your loyalty, and as your master, I'll consider treating you well.
He rambled on, as if all this were predestined and irreversible. They were a powerful race from the infinite cosmos, possessing immense heritage. They were a superior race, and lowly beings like humans were fit only to be their slaves. Lin simply couldn't stand listening to this anymore.
Who are you, you little punk? Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to your elders? Don't interrupt, you little punk.
With a mouth growing out of your asshole, every word that comes out reeks of shit. You're nothing but trash.
Killing you would be too dirty for me.
As soon as those words were spoken, all the martial arts examinees burst into laughter. The youth immediately turned his gaze toward Lin, a flash of white light flickering in his deep gray eyes.
Humph.
A cold snort was enough to send the youth spitting blood. He stumbled backward, his face contorted with terror.
Lin Yaotian. Are you trying to provoke a showdown? Bueller pointed at Lin Yaotian in fury.
Lin Yaotian paid him no mind, instead nodding toward Lin and Ji Shangnan. The two then blended into the main force. The pre-battle declaration was over. Now it was time to leave these damned bastards here forever.
The youth's face turned pale, his gaze filled with venom as he stared intently at the old man floating in the void. Damn old man.
Just you wait.
And that kid, once we're inside, I'll make you wish you were dead.
He held a high status among the demon clan. His father was a martial saint-level powerhouse, and he'd been the center of attention since birth. How dare these lowly natives insult him and even injure him?
Bueller felt deeply aggrieved as well. He wanted to stand his ground, but facing Lin Yaotian, he truly lacked the confidence. Tula, standing nearby, chose to remain silent, his deep pupils concealing his thoughts. All examinees, listen up. There is only one rule for this National College entrance exam.
In the Beyond Realm battlefield, there are soul spirits of varying ranks from the lowest, rank 1, to the highest, rank 7. Killing a soul spirit earns you the corresponding points, and the final rankings will be determined by your total points. At this point, Lin Yaotian paused, his gaze shifting to Bueller and Tula standing nearby.
Furthermore,
if you kill any member of the Demon Clan or the Beast Alliance, you'll receive an additional 1,000 points.
The stronger the opponent, the higher the points.
These words left everyone exchanging bewildered glances.
Martial Saint, isn't this a bit too blunt?
Bueller and Tula's faces darkened to the point of menacing gloom in their fury. They broke into a bitter laugh.
Ha, Lin Yaotian, aren't you afraid of knocking your teeth out?
Lin Yaotian paid them no mind, treating them as if they were air, which only enraged them further.
Suddenly, ripples appeared at the entrance to the Outer Realm battlefield. The time has come.
Lin Yaotian swept his arm wide, forcibly conjuring a spatial pathway leading straight into the heart of the Outer Realm battlefield.
Go!
Children, this is your battlefield.
All the martial arts candidates surged forward.
Lin, stepping upon the boundless spacetime ability, charged in under Lin Yaotian's gaze. Once all the candidates had entered, Lin Yaotian withdrew his divine power.
Bueller and Tula exchanged a glance.
Simultaneously exerting their power, a surge of formidable law energy tore open a deep rift. just wide enough to accommodate both of their groups.
Go in. Remember the mission you came here for. The two major factions hadn't brought a large contingent this time, roughly 400 or 500 members. Both groups vanished from the scene.
The space returned to calm once more. Inside the extraterrestrial battlefield,
Lin walked alone through a desolate, dilapidated area.
He scanned his surroundings. There wasn't a single patch of level ground. Everywhere was riddled with potholes, interspersed with chunks of heavy metal. Lin stepped forward, just as he was about to pick up a piece of heavy metal, when suddenly a specter appeared and launched a direct attack at him.
The attack was imbued with a strange law: corrosion.
This attack contained the power of the corrosion law. Lin narrowed his eyes. An invisible barrier instantly blocked the attack, simultaneously trapping the spirit in place, rendering it unable to move.
He stepped forward and examined it closely. Is this the soul spirit Senior Lin spoke of?
It had no physical form. It resembled a mass of energy. Judging by its fluctuations, it should be a first-tier soul spirit. After finishing his inspection, Lin's expression grew serious for a moment, and he instantly annihilated the soul spirit.
A string of numbers suddenly appeared on his personal token.
Killed a first-tier early-stage soul spirit, earned 10 points.
Only 10 points for killing a first-tier soul spirit? That's so little?
Lin furrowed his brow. If he remembered correctly, killing a ferocious beast or one of those so-called demonic beings was worth at least 1,000 points.
Damn it!
At that moment, the soul spirit suspended in midair did not dissipate after being killed. Instead, it transformed into a ball of energy floating in the air.
Lin stepped forward.
His space-time ability divine eyes flickered slightly, but he detected nothing amiss. It was an extremely pure form of energy. He gently touched it with his hand, and the energy flowed along his finger, being absorbed into his body.
Before long, Lin's eyes lit up.
This energy could actually enhance his psychic power. Although the increase was very slight, this was only tier 1 after all. After the energy completely vanished, a faint apparition appeared in the space, the figure of an ancestor from the Dragon Nation. This ancestor had been born in the early days of the Cataclysm. He had fought alongside countless warriors here in bloody battles against the invading foreign forces, ultimately falling on the battlefield. This spirit was born from his unwavering will and conviction even after death, and it was also his final, universal gift to his descendants. Now, he had no regrets. Having fulfilled his final mission and passed on that sliver of power to future generations, he could rest in peace with a smile on his face. In the very last instant before it vanished, Lin caught a fleeting glimpse of the ancestor smiling at him,
as if to say once more, "The future of the Dragon Nation rests on your shoulders."
At that moment, Lin's eyes welled up with tears. What kind of conviction was this? Even under such harsh conditions, these ancestors still held their descendants in their hearts.
Is this what true legacy is?
Lin was deeply moved. In that moment, he truly felt like a flesh-and-blood Dragon Nation warrior. A blazing fire ignited within him. From then on, his path forward would no longer be one of aimless strength. A grand vision took shape in his heart.
I am Lin. I am a Dragon Nation warrior.
From this moment on, the Dragon Nation shall rise. The battlefield beyond the borders was vast. So vast that Lin walked for a long time without seeing a single soul, except for the occasional soul spirit that suddenly appeared. During this time, he had already slain quite a few soul spirits, earning 1,300 points. Inside the token, he could even see his current ranking. Lin, 13,470 first place, points, 1,300. First place was held by a guy named Shinli, a name he'd never heard of, but he was incredibly formidable. He'd already racked up over 30,000 points.
Suddenly, his identity token buzzed. Someone was nearby.
Lin extended his psychic senses. Whenever another martial arts exam candidate was nearby, the token would alert him.
Sure enough,
Lin sensed two people sprinting at top speed in a certain direction. Their faces were ashen, and they even looked a bit frightened. It was as if some great terror was hot on their heels.
Lin immediately gave chase. Don't worry about me, just run.
A teenager pleaded with a wretched expression on his face. One of his arms was missing, and blood was still flowing freely. The person carrying him looked utterly frantic. He was sprinting with all his might. Sweat had soaked through his clothes, and his face was deathly pale. He had been running for far too long. His body was now trembling, a sign that he was nearing his limit. Ignoring his companion's desperate pleas, he continued to cling tightly to him as they raced forward. Suddenly, his token vibrated slightly. His expression lit up with joy. "Hang in there a little longer, we still have a chance. Our people are nearby. You have to hold on." He ran toward the direction where the token was vibrating, a faint glimmer of hope appearing deep within his eyes, which had been filled with the will to die. Before long, he and his companion came upon Lin. "Classmate. We are." But his body suddenly froze, for to his senses, the cultivation fluctuations of the youth before him were at the peak of the late third stage. The sliver of hope that had just flared up was shattered once again. He didn't have time to explain. He immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Classmate, this place is dangerous, run." Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, causing him to stop once more. "It's over." A muscular teenager appeared before him, his features grotesquely distorted, and his entire being radiating an extremely wild aura. "A member of the Beast Alliance. Run. You are running. Why did you stop? Ha, is this the partner you were looking for? You're really weak." With a look of contempt, he spat, then licked his lips. Human flesh tasted quite good. He'd already devoured many so-called geniuses, and the flavor lingered on his palate. Seeing that escape was hopeless, the student, still clutching his companion, decided not to waste any more energy. He slowly walked up to Lin and entrusted his companion to him. "My friend, I'll do my best to hold them off with my life. All I ask is that you take my companion and get as far away from here as possible. Our main force is in the northeast." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Lin. Then, the residual supernatural energy within him began to rage. He intended to self-destruct to buy Lin and the others time to escape. "You want to blow yourself up? I can't let you have your way. If you do that, where am I supposed to find more provisions like you? You don't even know about your female companion, do you? Such tender, delicate flesh. I devoured her bite by bite. That feeling was truly exquisite." The beast-transformed youth was incredibly arrogant. He burst into loud laughter from start to finish. He'd been toying with them. He simply loved watching the look of fear on humans' faces when faced with death, as well as their pathetic struggles. These three humans, one at early 4th tier, one at peak late 3rd tier, and one complete trash, posed absolutely no threat to him. "You beast, you deserve to die." The student's face had turned crimson, the veins on his body bulging. A glint of moisture flashed in the corners of his eyes. The supernatural power within him was in a state of extreme turmoil. He was about to self-destruct. Even if he couldn't take the enemy down with him, he'd at least tear off a layer of the other's skin. Just as he was about to act, Lin suddenly walked up beside him and gently patted his shoulder. The rampaging supernatural power within him suddenly calmed down. He looked puzzled. "Run. Why aren't you running?" He began to regret it. He never expected to run into such a fool. It was all over now. They were all going to die right here. Ha 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 ha. The scene made the beast-blooded boy burst into laughter. "I thought you'd found some powerful ally. Is that all?" Lin handed the critically injured boy back to his classmate and said with a smile, "Don't worry yet, just wait a moment." After speaking, he turned to face the boy who was still laughing. He smiled too, his divine eyes flashing as his spatial ability activated instantly. The beast boy suddenly realized with horror that he couldn't move. His eyes were filled with fear. Facing Lin, who was walking toward him step by step, he wanted to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin had already forcibly immobilized him in place. "Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Laugh already. I said, laugh, you bastard. Are you deaf?" Lin's voice lingered in the air for a long time. His face was utterly cold, yet he exuded an incredibly powerful aura.
The entire space seemed to freeze solid. He walked up to the beast, his gaze icy as he stared at it. Is the human world not funny enough? Then go to hell and laugh in front of King Yama. With that, he slammed a fist into its forehead, blowing its head right off. Ding! Host has detected the slaying of a late-stage 4th-tier beast. Reward, 5,000 cultivation points. Recover the corpse? Recover. Ding! Recovery successful. Reward, 5,000 cultivation points. At the same time, his status token updated, his points jumped from 1,300 to 1,500 in an instant, reaching 2,800. The classmate froze. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The beast boy who had driven him to the brink of despair had been killed just like that. Meanwhile, his companion in his arms flashed a pale smile. Brotherly. We're saved. Only then did he snap back to reality. His nerves, which had been on edge the entire time, finally relaxed, and he slumped to the ground, suddenly drained of all strength. Up until that moment, he'd been holding on solely through sheer willpower. Lin stepped forward and asked calmly, "Are you okay?" Thank you so much for stepping in." He immediately stood up, ready to bow in gratitude. "Don't mention it. Get some rest first. You have nothing to fear as long as I'm here." After saying this, Lin took some healing pills from his spatial pocket and handed them to the man. They were items he'd obtained from previous check-ins. "Thank you so much." The student hurriedly accepted the healing pills and passed them to his companion. After asking a few questions, Lin learned what had happened. The young man's name was Li Chang. Their group had originally consisted of 4 people they'd met by chance recently, but a few days ago, they'd suddenly run into that beast-like boy. After a fierce battle, they'd been defeated. The other 2 had been by that beast. As Lin listened, his gaze gradually grew cold. Those beasts, he hoped he'd never cross paths with them. "Let me escort you part of the way." Lin looked at the 2 and decided to see them on their way. "Thank you so much." Li Chang didn't hesitate. The Outer Realm battlefield was already rife with danger, and they were in poor condition right now. Having such a skilled expert escort them would make the journey much safer. "No problem, we're all comrades." Guided by Li Chang, Lin quickly led them to what he called the main group. A large number of martial arts exam candidates had gathered here with some thoughtful planning. They'd even formed a protective perimeter. A student walked toward them. He looked at Lin and extended his right hand. "Thank you for your help, classmate. I'm Yuan Ming, and I'm temporarily in charge of day-to-day management here." After some explanation, it turned out they were all martial arts exam candidates from ordinary families. Faced with threats from both inside and outside in this harsh environment, they had banded together under the leadership of a dedicated individual to support one another, creating a relatively safe haven. Lin nodded. This was something he hadn't expected. Upon learning of Lin's strength, Yuan Ming strongly urged him to stay. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, we don't have any complicated rules here. You're free to go out and hunt soul spirits whenever you like, and if you ever find yourself in danger, we'll be there to help." Lin declined the invitation, though his reason was simple: he was used to going it alone. Yuan Ming didn't press the matter. "Brother Lin, would you mind leaving me your contact information?" Finally, after exchanging contact information, Lin left. He needed to make the most of his time to improve his ranking. He glanced at the screen. Chenli, 37,500 points, ranked first. Wow! Then he looked at his own score. Lin, 2,800 points, ranked 9,854th. His gaze drifted toward the vast, desolate land in the distance. He'd have to pick up the pace from here on out. Turmoil was erupting all across the Outer Realm battlefield. All Dragon Nation martial arts examinees not only had to face powerful soul spirits but also had to be on guard against attacks from the Demon Clan and mutated beast. This battle between dragons and tigers was unfolding every single moment. To the northwest, a fierce battle was raging. 4 or 5 martial arts examinees were being surrounded and attacked by a group of mutated beast youths. Ice and Snow World. A powerful ice and snow ability radiated from a young woman's body. She glowed with a faint blue light, instantly freezing the beastkin youths attacking her in their tracks. Bang! Under the attacks of the other martial arts candidates, these beastkin youths were slain right there. Phew, thanks so much. If you hadn't been here today, we'd have been in serious trouble. A young man looked at the woman with the cool, composed expression, his demeanor quite refined. This woman was none other than Bianca. At that moment, she said little, her beautiful deep blue eyes gazing toward the horizon, lost in thought. Boom! A terrifying battle was raging here. A handsome young man was radiating an overwhelmingly domineering imperial dragon chi. His eyes shone with a golden glow as his fists struck out relentlessly. Streams of imperial dragon chi roared, surging forward alongside the young man's attacks. Ji Xiangnan. He had originally been searching for a soul spirit when he encountered a young man from the demon clan. Here the two were on the verge of a clash. This demon clan youth was truly terrifying. The demon clan possessed naturally formidable physiques. They cultivated demonic energy, and at the same cultivation level, martial arts candidates from the Dragon Nation were simply no match for them. This demon clan youth had pitch-black pupils, 2 horns on his head, and a crimson face that struck fear into anyone who saw him. I never expected there to be a master of your caliber among humans. His entire body was brimming with demonic energy, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the late 4th rank. Ji Xiangnan's face was cold as imperial dragon chi erupted, and powerful supernatural energy filled the area. Imperial Dragon Sword. A peerless sword, entirely golden, appeared, hovering in the air above him. His imperial dragon chi exerted a powerful suppressing force against the demonic energy. This overwhelming pressure caused the demonic youth's expression to grow extremely grave. He had originally thought he'd encountered a pushover, but never expected to face such a powerful opponent. He roared furiously as boundless demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive demonic arm. For demon arms! Boom! 2 terrifying energy waves collided with tremendous force. Thick smoke billowed, and countless bones in the vicinity were reduced to dust by the impact. Ji Xiangnan clapped his hands together, and his supernatural power erupted once more. Countless streams of imperial dragon chi surged forward, as if intent on tearing this space apart. The demonic youth was on the verge of collapse. He kept retreating, spitting out thick, black blood. Crack! The imperial dragon sword pierced through the 4-armed demon with unmatched might, and the powerful attack struck the defenseless demonic youth directly. The son of the demon will not spare you. This was his final roar before death. Boom! The powerful attack shattered his body. The demonic youth was dead. Ji Xiangnan withdrew his supernatural power, his demeanor as domineering as ever. Son of the demon. He cast a casual glance at the shattered corpse, his expression unflinching, then walked away toward the distance. The Emperor of the Mortal Realm. Battles raged everywhere. This youth, who seemed to have emerged from hell, had been fighting non-stop ever since arriving on the Outer Realm battlefield. His strikes were ruthlessly decisive. Countless souls had fallen by his hand. Among them were many strange beasts and members of the demon clan who had crossed his path, all cut down by his blade. He was Qin Li, currently ranked 1st. He has pulled ahead of the 2nd-place contender by nearly 10,000 points. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with several soul spirits deep within a massive crater. One sword style. A terrifying sword strike sliced through the sky, instantly obliterating a 4th-tier soul spirit. A phantom-like figure appeared. He nodded with a smile, as if bidding a final farewell, then vanished from this realm. Whenever he reached this point, Qin Li's attacks would grow even more ruthless. Ha! A massive horizontal slash cut through the air, instantly cutting all the remaining soul spirits in half. Several figures appeared. They all nodded toward Qin Li before slowly fading away. Qin Li remained silent for a moment. After absorbing these energy forms, he set off once more into the distance. Suddenly, a youth shrouded in demonic energy appeared before him. How much strength do you have left now? He had been following for a long time. Knowing that the human before him was extremely powerful, he had been lying in wait, biding his time. His question was met with a blade intent that obscured the sky. Shenli, wielding the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, delivered a single, sweeping strike across the heavens, then, without even glancing back, continued walking toward the distance. The demonic youth behind him tried to raise his arm, only to discover he could no longer muster any strength. A bloody gash ran from head to toe across his entire body, and he was sliced clean in two. Thud! The corpse lay there on the ground, Shenli's receding silhouette cast against its form. The youth swung his blade, cleaving through heaven and earth. A real man never looks back. I've broken through. Lin felt the fluctuations emanating from within his body. Just moments ago, his supernatural energy had surged to the point of overflowing. He acted decisively, quickly setting up a simple diversionary formation on the spot to facilitate his breakthrough. Now, he had officially broken through to the early stage of the 4th rank. And because he had suppressed his power so severely, he had reached the peak of the early 4th rank in one go. With this, no one at the early 6th tier should be my match. An overwhelming sense of power. After successfully breaking through, Lin checked his status. His ranking had risen once again. Lin, 13,500 points, ranked 138th. During this time, he had been frantically hunting for soul spirits and, along the way, had slain the strange beasts that had ambushed him. He had now climbed to a position in the top 100. He looked at Shenli, who was ranked first. Shenli, 40,010 points, ranked first. Where did this powerhouse come from? Lin felt he'd been killing at a fast enough pace, but he never expected the number 1 ranked player to be a full 20,000 points ahead of him. Ha! There's a fluctuation up ahead. Lin suddenly sensed massive fluctuations of soul energy ahead of him. Ha! This looks like a hidden formation? Lin probed carefully. It was actually a natural formation. Moreover, if his senses were correct, there was an enormous number of souls trapped inside it. Let us do this. With his Grandmaster level mastery of formations, Lin quickly identified a weakness in this natural formation. Immediately afterward, he vanished from where he stood in an instant. I never expected there to be such a hidden mechanism here. Lin looked around at his surroundings, which were completely different from the outside world, and his expression grew slightly grave. Something might be amiss here. Souls. So many souls. Suddenly, countless souls appeared before Lin's eyes, ranging from 1st to 5th tier, in an incredibly vast number. That energy fluctuation. A 6th tier soul spirit. At the very front of the soul spirits stood a powerful, armored one whose energy fluctuations had already reached the mid-6th tier level. Hearing the voice, all the soul spirits turned their gaze toward Lin in unison. Their eyes were filled with a dazed expression, yet they did not immediately launch an attack. They acted like a well-trained military unit. The armored soul at the forefront slowly floated into the air. Unlike the others, there was a faint glimmer of clarity in his gaze. His speech was somewhat slurred. Military Dragon 108. Military Dragon 108? Lin fell silent. It sounded like a unit designation, and a vague suspicion began to take root in his mind. This was the unit number of a squad from the former Dragon Nation. Kill! The armored soul suddenly let out a piercing roar. As soon as the command was given, countless souls surged forward. They truly were a well-trained squad, moving in unison, some attacking from a distance, others in close combat. Lin was instantly surrounded by a swarm of soul spirits, and a barrage of powerful attacks engulfed him. But for him now, these attacks could no longer harm him at all. They couldn't even breach his defenses. The armored soul spirit continued to issue commands from the air for some unknown reason, sending out countless orders out of thin air as the soul spirits charged forward fearlessly. Since their attacks were useless, they would use their battered bodies to burn their last embers. These soul spirits actually intended to charge forward in self-destruct. Lin finally made his move. Space-time ability, Annihilation. Powerful forces of the laws of the universe spread out, instantly shattering this space into pieces. Countless spatial rifts appeared, tearing apart the soul spirits' afterimages. Boom! This space, along with countless soul spirits, was annihilated. Then, countless figures coalesced in the sky above. They saluted the armored spirit while simultaneously nodding at Lin with a smile. It was time for them to leave. As space restored itself, the countless spirits that had once filled the area vanished, leaving behind only the purest energy forms. These energy forms surged madly toward Lin's body, merging with him. This was their final mission. Lin felt his mental power surging, all thanks to the bloodline legacy left by his ancestors. Clang! Clang! The armor rang out with a crisp clang. Seeing that all his subordinates had fallen, the sixth-tier soul spirit decided to take the field himself. Lin bowed slightly to him. This bow was a farewell to the ancestors who had once fought valiantly against the enemy. Then, the two engaged in retribution? Ha, that's all nonsense meant to scare ghosts. The reason I colluded with them is all because of you. Shaoli glared viciously at Bianca's face. Every single day on this journey, I've treated you with the utmost respect and gone out of my way to please you, but what about you? You've never once looked at me properly, not even once. What? In your eyes, am I, Shaoli, not even worth the white bones on the ground? A hint of wickedness had already crept onto Shaoli's face. As he gazed at Bianca's stunningly beautiful features, a sinister smirk spread across his lips, his eyes constantly roaming over her body. I've never known what retribution is, but in a moment, I'll let you experience what the joys of family life really mean. Shaoli's expression suddenly changed. He looked toward the people behind him with great humility. My lord, she has already been seriously injured. You promised me. He rubbed his hands together, glancing extremely cautiously at the figures standing before him. A young demon at the front suddenly flashed a front tooth and beckoned with his hand. Shaoli immediately scurried forward. My lord, what further instructions do you have? Put. His eyes widened in terror. Looking down, he saw that his chest had been pierced through, and blood was gushing out as if it were free. My lord, why? His gaze was unfocused. Why? They clearly agreed on this. He'd done everything asked of him, even going so far as to betray his own comrades. Why had this been his reward? Killing you would be too much of a hassle for me. The demonic youth shook his hand. What a despicable race you take, betraying your comrades for granted. Among the demon clan, they revered only the strong and strictly adhered to the laws of the forest. Yet they held such traitorous cowards in the utmost contempt. Bianca stared at the lifeless body of Shaoli, biting her lip as she tried to channel her supernatural powers one last time for a final desperate attempt. Boom! The demon clan youth darted forward, his immense power sending Bianca flying. Thud! Thud! The blow was too heavy. Her internal organs had sustained extremely severe injuries. She forced herself to stay upright, bracing herself with both hands. Tisk, tsk, tsk. As expected of someone, Lord Son of the Demon specifically requested by name, you've certainly got some skills. The demonic youth couldn't help but praise her. If it weren't for that useless companion of yours, it wouldn't have been easy to take you down. Enough with the nonsense. Let us hurry up and not keep the demon prince waiting too long. The other demonic youth stepped forward and began raining heavy blows down on Bianca. In her severely injured state, Bianca was no match for them and passed out. Put. That woman's got some guts. The youth wiped the corner of his mouth. A momentary lapse of attention had left him on the receiving end of a hard punch that knocked out several of his teeth. Several youths bound Bianca and headed off into the distance. Across this vast battlefield beyond the borders, similar incidents were unfolding in many other places. Northeast corner. A large number of martial arts examinees had gathered here. Most came from poor families, and their combat prowess ranked in the lower middle tier among all the participants. There sure are a lot of them. Not far away, a youth radiating demonic energy gazed ahead with a smirk. Behind him stood dozens of companions. Members of the Beast Alliance had also appeared. Well, can you handle them? A youth from the Beast Alliance stepped forward. As he watched the scene, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With the treasures bestowed by the Lord of the Demons, dealing with this trash is a piece of cake. Upon hearing the name Lord of the Demons, the youth from the Beast Alliance felt a pang of apprehension, but thinking of his own lord, he suppressed that look of fear. Then pick your moment and strike. Enough talk, watch this.
Just then, a candidate who had been resting suddenly sensed something was amiss.
Ha! Why does the sky look a little reddish?
He was puzzled. Under the influence of special rules, this battlefield beyond the realm had always been a murky gray, so why had it suddenly turned red?
More and more people noticed this phenomenon.
They stopped in their tracks, gathered together, and gazed up at the sky, which was growing increasingly red. Yuan Ming and several other local officials looked grave. They exchanged glances, having already sensed that something was amiss.
Trouble. It looks like someone's got their sights set on us.
Yuan Ming's expression darkened. He had no idea where the enemy was. The blood-red hue in the sky grew ever more intense, and immediately afterward, a wall of light engulfed them all. All the examinees present realized it at once. They were under attack.
Damn it! We're under attack.
God damn it, it's gotta be those beasts and the demonic tribe, those bastards.
Don't be afraid, everyone.
There are so many of us, let us charge together and wipe them out.
Ha! What's that smell? Trouble. It's soul-numbing incense. Everyone, cover your noses quickly, don't breathe it in.
Chaos erupted on the scene. Many, caught off guard, inhaled large amounts of the soul-confusing incense, becoming disoriented and listless before collapsing to the ground.
You cowards! Come face us head-on if you've got the guts.
Yuan Ming and his companions roared furiously toward the area. They felt a sense of helplessness. They didn't even know who their enemies were or where they were. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Several hours passed, and most of the people here had collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Yuan Ming and his companions were also on the verge of collapse. At the very last moment, he thought of one person.
There was no other choice. Sima Dang would have to be their last resort. Moments later, everyone present had fallen into a coma.
A crowd of over 1,000 people had gathered, yet they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the enemy. How pitiful, how tragic.
Natives are just natives.
Dozens of figures appeared, looking down on the people lying on the ground with mocking expressions.
If it weren't for the Lord's orders, they wouldn't have spared a single life. Far away from this place, Lin was battling a beast. Freeze!
The young beast's eyes were filled with terror. It never expected the human it had encountered to be so terrifying. It wanted to beg for mercy. But Lin didn't give it a chance to speak.
Boom! Ding!
Host has defeated a late-stage, peak-level 4th-tier beast.
Reward, 5,000 cultivation points. Do you wish to recover the corpse? Recover. Ding! Recovery successful. Reward, 5,000 cultivation points.
Lin checked his ranking.
He had now risen to 2nd place. Lin, 43,500 points, ranked 2nd.
It had to be said that the soul spirits within that secret realm had earned him an enormous number of points, propelling him straight to 2nd place, now less than 3,000 points behind Qinli in 1st place. Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration from his token.
It seems to be a message from Yuan Ming. What could he want? Lin sensed the source.
His eyes immediately grew sharp as he pinpointed the location and vanished from the spot. Lin activated his spatial ability and teleported toward the place he remembered.
I hope I'm still in time.
As he teleported, he extended his psychic senses to scan the area. His powerful psychic energy enveloped 100 li in all directions.
Ha! I'm still in time.
Lin sensed movement ahead. Dozens of figures were carrying something and immediately accelerated to full speed.
If you ask me, we might as well just kill all this trash. I have no idea why the Lord told me to haul it all over here.
A young demon was pulling several arms with his hands and flinging them forcefully. All these people were bound up, looking like livestock awaiting slaughter.
Stop wasting time. Hurry up, don't make the Lord wait too long. Boom!
Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. The massive thud of the landing sounded jarringly out of place at that moment.
Who's there?
Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the figure approaching them.
I am your ancestor.
Without another word, Lin went all out.
Great void teleportation technique.
He forcibly dragged the dozens of enemies in front of him into a parallel. He felt a bit frustrated. A full 200,000 cultivation points had been wasted just like that. Lin didn't yet know that, after the recent battle, his ranking had surpassed Qin Li's, propelling him into first place. Then, his gaze fell upon the martial arts examinees bound by chains ahead of him, and he suddenly felt a surge of anger.
Damn it, dying so painlessly was far too easy for them. A long time passed.
The unconscious martial arts examinees finally came to.
Yuan Ming stepped forward, visibly moved. Thank you so much, Brother Lin, for coming to our aid. Lin cut him off. What exactly happened? Why are you all in this state?
Logically speaking, so many people shouldn't have been reduced to this by just a few dozen enemies. At this point, Yuan Ming felt a bit embarrassed. They'd been far too complacent this time. Brother Lin, no thanks are needed for such a great favor.
If there's ever anything you need from me in the future, just ask. Yuan Ming realized that this Lin was definitely no ordinary person.
Just then, every one of them received a message on their tokens. After examining it, Lin's expression became extremely calm, and a divine gleam flashed in his eyes.
The son of the demon?
All the martial arts candidates still operating on the battlefield beyond the domain received a message.
I am the son of the demon. Then, a video clip played.
The footage showed countless figures bound to a massive chain, all of them candidates from this year's class. Every candidate who saw this clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. In the vision, one martial arts examinee after another was chained like beasts and dragged along by youths from the Demon Clan or the Beast Alliance. The scene was too gruesome to behold. The figure of the son of the demon appeared once more. He stood like a monarch, with 4 horns on his head, his body radiating a towering aura of demonic energy, and his face brimming with absolute confidence.
Humans, if you wish to save your comrades, come here.
The scene cut off there.
Countless people froze in place. What should they do? Suddenly, everyone's identity token began to tremble inexplicably.
They hurriedly examined them.
My name is Ji Shangnan. Those who dare to invade the Dragon Nation, no matter how far away, shall be annihilated.
His resounding words were filled with boundless killing intent.
Some recognized her. It's Ji Shangnan,
the third-ranked peerless powerhouse.
As if on cue, the top-ranked human powerhouses all voiced their stance. They were in for this battle. With so many powerhouses mobilizing, the rest of the group's confidence soared. Damn it! Let us take him down. I've been struggling to earn points. Killing one is no loss, killing 2 is a huge win. That's right, these beasts have gone too far. I saw one of our brothers get captured by them. We've got to go. Brothers, charge! With so many of us, are we really going to be afraid of those damn beasts?
And so, martial arts candidates from every corner of the Beyond the Realm battlefield converged toward a single direction. Every one of their faces was filled with a murderous aura. This was their war and they were determined to win.
Brother Lin.
Yuan Ming gazed at Lin's face.
He and the other leaders had just decided to go together. They had to win this battle. Lin said nothing, merely nodding before vanishing in a flash.
Watching Lin disappear, Yuan Ming's expression grew grave, then he turned around.
Brothers! Grab your weapons. Those who dare to invade the Dragon Nation, no matter how far away they are, shall be annihilated.
Elsewhere. A young man held a azure dragon crescent blade, its tip dragging along the ground and leaving deep gouges as he walked step by step toward a certain direction. Yet his cold face concealed boundless murderous intent.
Is everyone ready? Reporting to Lord Son of the Demon, everything is fully prepared.
A young Demon Clan member stood respectfully, his words brimming with awe.
Very good. Son of the Demon, are you certain your plan will work? At that moment, another youth, equally radiating demonic energy, approached.
With twin horns on his head, his innate power fell far short of the Son of the Demoness, yet he did not show the same deference as the others.
Kunai, you need only follow my orders.
The son of the demon glanced at him indifferently, his expression cold and aloof, clearly not taking the youth before him seriously. You. The youth called Kunai's expression turned slightly cold. He was about to rebuke him, but was intimidated by a single, dismissive glance from the son of the demon. Kunai came from a powerful background. His father was a martial saint of the demon clan. However, the son of the demon had been deemed by their clan leader as a being destined to become a martial saint. He and his opponent were simply not on the same level. Humph. With no other choice, he could only flick his sleeves and walk away. The son of the demon shot him a glance. Trash. Son of the demon, that Qinli is a tough opponent. A muscular youth appeared on the scene, radiating an incredibly powerful aura. Qilin's son, are you afraid? The son of the demon flashed a faint smile as he looked at the youth, waiting for his reply. I fear nothing. The Qilin's son shook his head. He wasn't afraid. He possessed an unshakable belief in his own invincibility and feared no enemy. Then what are you worried about? The son of the demon gazed into the distance. His ambitions were vast, and his clan had placed considerable expectations on him this time. In that case, I won't say any more. The son of the Qilin departed. With every step he took, the surrounding space seemed to tremble slightly. The son of the Qilin. The leader of the alliance of mythical beasts, this time unmatched in power. The son of the demon gazed into the distance, his eyes, brimming with demonic energy, flickering slightly. Here they come. Not far away. More and more figures appeared, each radiating an extremely powerful aura of malevolence. Everyone waited where they stood. Before long, a golden light flashed, and countless imperial dragon auras roared in the air. Ji Shangnan had arrived. All eyes turned to him. He was an incredibly powerful being. Energy fluctuations surrounding him alone were enough to make many people afraid to look directly at him. Oh? Another notable figure? The son of the demon stared at Ji Shangnan, looking somewhat surprised. With every step Ji Shangnan took, the dragon energy surrounding him grew denser and more concentrated. When he reached the very front, the dragon energy surged skyward, and an ancient colossal dragon coiled overhead, as if poised to bring about the end of the world. His presence is truly formidable. The son of the demon sensed that aura, one that filled him with a certain loathing, and his deep pupils flickered. The son of the Qilin also arrived at his side, equally surprised. Son of the demon, this guy is no ordinary figure. Both of them were peerless prodigies, and naturally sensed the faint sense of oppression emanating from Ji Shangnan. This was a being on par with them. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out from the ground. The sound was somewhat faint amid the clamor, but it still caused everyone to turn their heads. It's Qinli. Some of the Dragon Nation's warriors recognized the youth. They were both surprised and delighted. Qinli was a legendary figure of their generation. Ever since his emergence, he had dominated every ranking without a single defeat. Compared to Ji Shangnan and the others, Qinli held an even higher status in their hearts. Looks like everyone is here. Seeing this, the son of the demon finally spoke. As he spoke, all the warriors of the Dragon Nation turned their gaze toward him, and some couldn't help but hurl insults. So you're the son of the demon, are you? If you know what's good for you, let our people go right now. Seeing that all their own leaders had now appeared, the Dragon Nation warriors' confidence soared, and they began to shout defiantly. Qinli and Ji Shangnan stood at the very front. They exchanged a glance, a single look that said it all. He. The son of the demon flashed a wicked grin and gave a light wave of his hand. Suddenly, several agonized screams rang out from behind him. A young demon had instantly slaughtered dozens of Dragon Nation warriors. The eerie sounds lingered in the air for a long time. This scene enraged all the Dragon Nation warriors. They couldn't help but want to charge forward immediately. Just as the son of the demon was about to raise his hand, Qinli suddenly swung his blade. The strike was imbued with an incredibly powerful sword intent, forcibly suppressing everyone. Then, gazing at the son of the demon, he demanded, enunciating each word clearly, "Make way." Holding the azure dragon crescent blade, he stood at the forefront of the group, pointing his finger at the crowd across from him.
His overwhelming aura caused many members of the Demon Clan and the Beast Alliance to grow tense. Hee, Qinli, you haven't changed a bit, said the son of the demon, looking at the formidable Qinli. This wasn't the first time the two had clashed. It's simple. If you sever one of your own arms, I'll immediately release the people behind me. How about it? After speaking, the son of the demon simply stared at Qinli, waiting for his answer. Before Qinli could respond, Ji Shangnan, standing nearby, slowly stepped forward. His golden pupils radiated a piercing gaze as he calmly looked at his opponent. I thought you were someone special, but I never expected you to be such a brainless fool. These words left the son of the demon momentarily silent. Before long, the son of the demon's gaze settled on him. Your name is Ji Shangnan, right? I sense a familiar aura about you. Who is GZ to you? At these words, Ji Shangnan's aura visibly fluctuated. His expression grew sharp, and he fixed the son of the demon with a piercing stare, as if flames were about to burst from his eyes. It seems I guessed right, you really are related after all. The son of the demon paid him no further attention and asked again, Qinli, have you made up your mind? You talk too much. His reply was a blade intent that obscured the sky. Qinli leapt forward and swung his blade. An unparalleled, overwhelming blade intent raged through the air. Just as Ji Shangnan had said, there was no way he would agree to such a mindless demand. Well, that's a shame. The son of the demon wasn't surprised, for he had already achieved his objective. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, causing countless people to lose their footing, and mysterious, inscrutable patterns began to appear throughout the space. At that moment, a smile flashed across the son of the demon's face. Foolish humans, you are fit only to become food in my belly. The earth shook violently. The sudden upheaval plunged all the martial arts examinees into chaos. Don't panic, we mustn't lose our composure. Many emitted powerful auras. They were all top-ranked candidates, and at this moment, they were all working to stabilize the situation. Qinli stared at the patterns above his head. Those patterns were deeply profound. He couldn't make head or tail of them. One sword style. He swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that surged toward the sky. To his surprise, a faint crack briefly appeared, but it soon returned to its original state. At the same time, the martial arts examinees chained behind the son of the demon turned deathly pale, as if struck by an incredibly powerful attack. Some even coughed up blood in great gushes. This scene made Qinli hesitate to act rashly. He glared coldly at the son of the demon. What did you do? The son of the demon smiled indifferently. Qinli, you don't really think I captured these people just to threaten you, do you? He raised his horns. The patterns within this space-time ability had grown increasingly dense, and the smile on his face became ever more defiant. Now that it's come to this, Qinli, I'll give you one last chance. Sever your own arm, and I'll spare you. Why waste words on them? Ji Shangnan stood upon a golden auspicious cloud. The colossal golden dragon circling overhead lunged directly at his opponent, and he struck without hesitation. I am your opponent. A young man blocked his attack. It was Kalinzi. His entire body radiated boundless power. He actually intercepted this assault with his bare hands. The two instantly unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks. Imperial Dragon Chi roared as an Imperial Dragon cannon materialized on Ji Shangnan's body. His opponent this time was exceptionally powerful, putting immense pressure on him. Qilinzi possessed terrifying bloodline power. Every attack he launched was of such immense scale that the very space around them began to warp. The sheer force of their battle was so overwhelming that bystanders dared not approach. Son of the demon, you will die today. Qinli, sword in hand, swung viciously at the son of the demon. Heaven-splitting slash. This strike was truly capable of cleaving the heavens itself. An immense blade aura appeared in the air, striking straight at the heart of the matter and surging toward the son of the demon. Humph. With a cold snort, an immeasurable Dharma body materialized behind the son of the demon. Terrifying demonic energy coalesced behind him. Immeasurable demon subduing Dharma. This colossal Dharma body, tens of zhang tall,
cast a shadow that obscured the sky as it clashed head-on with the blade energy, unleashing unimaginable ripples. The battle was about to erupt. All the martial arts examinees launched their attack, a full 10,000 people, creating an incredibly grand spectacle. Meanwhile, the alliance of the Demon Clan and the Beast Tribes numbered only a few hundred. Logically, they should have been no match for the humans. However, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they wore mocking smiles. Suddenly, the heavens shook and the earth split, as lightning flashed and thunder roared. The patterns that had solidified in the air began to vibrate incessantly. Countless attacks erupted, and the four fundamental forces wind, fire, thunder, and lightning formed an infinitely terrifying assault that raged unchecked through the crowd. Countless Dragon Nation warriors were struck off guard. The most severely affected were critically injured on the spot, losing their ability to. As for Ji Shangnan, he had already fallen on the defensive. Is that all you've got? What happened to all that bravado from earlier? Kalinzi fought with sweeping, powerful strikes, radiating fifth-tier fluctuations. The overwhelming pressure of his attacks forced Ji Shangnan to defend relentlessly. His Imperial Dragon Robe had already begun to lose its luster. His opponent's attacks were simply too overwhelming. Over the past period, he had trained relentlessly, frantically boosting his cultivation, and only managed to break through to the fourth tier after pouring countless resources into it. Among his peers, he was already unrivaled. In fact, his true strength was even on par with those in the late fifth tier. However, the opponent he faced this time was also an incredibly powerful prodigy. It was the Qilin son, imbued with ancestral blood. This battle was incredibly frustrating for him. He was constantly on the defensive and simply couldn't team out any attacks. His innate abilities were being constantly drained, and the Imperial Dragon Chi surging around him rose and fell, showing signs of restlessness. Seeing this, the son of the demon standing nearby flashed a satisfied smile. While continuing his attacks, he launched a verbal assault. Qinli, it looks like your teammate is about to lose. Once the Qilin son finishes him off, you'll be next. This time, you humans are bound to lose. Ha 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 ha. He wasn't fighting with all his might. He only needed to hold Qinli off for a while. In this game of strategy, victory was assured. 3 battlefields. With 2 fronts at an absolute disadvantage, the balance of this battle had truly tipped in favor of the Demon Clan. Golden light flashed in Ji Xiangnan's pupils, and his expression grew increasingly frenzied. Ignoring the Qilin Sun's fierce assault, an incredibly dense Imperial Dragon Chi coalesced into a terrifying Imperial Dragon Sword, launching an attack toward a specific point in the sky. Kalinzi looked on with some disappointment. Was his opponent's pride wounded? Had he already begun to give up on himself? Seeing this, the son of the demon laughed even louder. Victory was already beckoning to him. Crack! That terrifying Imperial Dragon Sword struck the pattern in the air head-on and pierced right through it. This scene left the son of the demon momentarily stunned. Something's wrong. How could this happen? With the attack he just unleashed, it was simply impossible to break through his formation. The Qilin son was also startled by this sudden turn of events. He knew full well just how terrifying this formation was. The rift in the sky grew wider and wider. Just as everyone's gaze turned toward the horizon, an unfamiliar voice rang out across the scene. Blade of Void. Countless sharp, invisible blades appeared, shattering the iron chains. Immediately afterward, an incredibly powerful spatial fluctuation rippled out. The captured Dragon Nation warrior suddenly vanished from where he stood. What? This scene caused the son of the demon to let out an incredulous cry. How could this be possible? At the same time, the patterns in the sky, as the fissure grew larger, finally shattered completely before everyone's eyes. A figure appeared high in the sky, standing upon a divine radiance and holding a woman in his arms. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the captives reappeared simultaneously, now safely within the Dragon Nation's territory. Who are you? The son of the demon temporarily withdrew from the battlefield, his gaze fixed intently on the figure, utterly baffled. The figure paid no heed but looked at the girl in his arms. Are you okay? The girl's beautiful pale blue eyes locked onto him. I'm fine. I'm sorry I held you back. The girl was none other than Bianca.
She felt deeply guilty as a friend. She felt she had let her friend down. That figure was Lin. He gently set Bianca down. He had actually been here from the very beginning. As a Grandmaster level formation master, he immediately sensed something amiss in this place, so he coordinated his efforts with Ji Xiangnan. Who exactly are you? The son of the demon grew even more agitated upon witnessing this scene. The son of the demon's expression kept shifting. He never could have imagined the situation would escalate to this extent. Son of the demon. A sky-obscuring blade intent snapped him back to reality. Qinli, wielding a greatsword, charged toward him. The two erupted into battle once more. Ji Xiangnan clashed with Kuno. Imperial Dragon Qi erupted ceaselessly. The overwhelming aura forced Kuno to retreat repeatedly, his expression growing even more grim. How could this human be so strong? He couldn't believe he couldn't even defeat a single human. Powerful demonic energy surged across the heavens and earth, and a massive figure appeared behind him. It was his Dharma form. Kill. Imperial Dragon Fist. What met him was a fist strike powerful enough to shatter the heavens. Bolstered by the golden dragon, the Imperial Dragon Fist became incredibly ferocious. It actually pierced right through Kuno's demonic Dharma body. This inflicted immense pain upon him, and the intense backlash caused him to cough up blood incessantly. Damn it! Son of the demon, save me! At that moment, Kuno was gravely wounded. A look of terror crossed his face as he hurriedly cried out to the son of the demon for help. What a useless piece of trash! The son of the demon swept his gaze across the battlefield. Kilinzi had been overwhelmed by that suddenly appearing kid. The tide of battle had turned. Kid! I'll remember you! He glared viciously at Lin, etching his face deeply into his memory. A jade token suddenly appeared in his hand. He squeezed it hard. A portal suddenly opened in the air, and he fled the scene alone. Son of the demon, save me! Kuno watched the fleeing son of the demon and screamed hoarsely. He couldn't die here. His father was a martial saint, and he had a bright future ahead of him. But by now, the son of the demon had already stepped through the portal and couldn't hear his cries at all. Imperial Dragon Sword. A massive, powerful golden sword appeared and stabbed directly toward Kuno's chest. Ryup! The Imperial Dragon Sword pierced right through his body, and the powerful Imperial Dragon Qi ran rampant inside him, wreaking havoc. How can I die right here? His voice grew fainter and fainter. Kuno slowly to the ground, his breath gone. The son of a martial saint had met his end. Elsewhere, Kilinzi had already revealed his true form, a half-breed Qilin. Covered head to toe in blue scales, he roared furiously, launching attack after attack. But every single strike was blocked by Lin. Freeze! A powerful spacetime ability once again pinned his opponent in place. Lin teleported forward and unleashed another punch. Fist that shatters the heavens. This single punch shattered countless scales on the Qilin's son's body. Blood streamed from his wounds. Not a single part of his massive frame remained unscathed. His sense of invincibility was brutally shattered, and now he looked like a disgraced, defeated dog. Lin was simply too strong. Even a Qilin as powerful as one imbued with ancestral blood had been defeated by him in a physical assault, its invincible resolve brutally shattered. Endless fist intent continued to pour forth unceasingly. The Qilin Z was weeping blood. It could barely hold on any longer. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing the earth itself to tremble. On the brink of death, it barely managed to open its eyes, gazing at the human who inspired such deep, visceral fear. Who are you, exactly? Boom! Another punch. This blow struck the Qilin child's skull directly, shattering its head completely. The Qilin child was dead. Kilinzi's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, like a small hill. This scene truly shocked everyone present. Ji Xiangnan's expression was somewhat complex. He hadn't been concerned when Kilinzi had been overwhelming him. Because he knew that given just a little more time, he would surely surpass his opponent. But Lin, you've gotten even stronger. His golden eyes gazed at the godlike youth, radiating a divine glow,
and for a moment, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. But in the blink of an eye, an indomitable will surged within him. He was Ji Shangnan, the emperor of the mortal realm. It was just as well that someone stood before him. He'd been worried that being too invincible would leave him without a worthy opponent. Lin. One day, I will surpass you. Li also gazed at that dazzling figure. The coldness in his eyes softened slightly, and a fierce fighting spirit surged from within him. He wanted to give it his all in a battle against this youth. All the martial arts examinees stood frozen in place. That youth is so powerful. I remember him. He was the one who stepped forward first, fearing nothing. Who is he? He asked Lin. From within the crowd, Yuan Ming shouted Lin's name loudly. Lin? The one ranked number 1? The peerless prodigy who even surpassed Li? Why have I never heard of this guy before? I remember now. Lin. He asked Lin, the king of prodigies. Isn't Li the king of prodigies? Are you out of your mind? Lin is this year's king of prodigies. Holy shit, he is only 16, just a freshman in high school. Holy shit. More and more people gasped in shock as the name Lin became increasingly legendary. Rumors even began circulating that Lin was not yet 10 years old. Ding. Host has detected the slaying of an early stage, 5th tier hybrid Qilin. Reward, 20,000 cultivation points. Do you wish to recover the corpse? No. Ding. Lin shifted slightly. The divine system would have to work itself to death to recover the corpse of such a powerful bloodline beast. With a light wave of his hand, he stored the massive corpse into his spatial pocket. Run. The remaining members of the Demon Clan and Beast Alliance were now overcome with fear. With their leader either dead or on the run, they had suffered a complete and utter defeat. Oh no, these beasts are trying to escape. Everyone, attack. Finally, someone snapped out of it. These damned creatures absolutely must not be allowed to get away. Lin moved at lightning speed. With a single blink, he appeared beside a young beastman, unleashing a powerful fist strike. Get out of the way. Clang. Holy shit. This scene terrified many of the martial arts exam candidates. Was he really that fierce? Immediately afterward, everyone snapped to attention. Brothers, charge. Killing just one is worth 1,000 points. In that moment, the once mighty beasts were reduced to stray dogs, with hundreds of them being relentlessly pursued and attacked by over 10,000 people. Lin moved as if no one were there. He single-handedly slaughtered all the beastkin youths, sparing not even their corpses. This cemented a new label in the minds of many martial arts examinees. Beast Hunter, Lin. He doesn't kill the Demon Clan. He specializes in hunting beastkin. But only Lin himself knew the reason behind it. At that moment, the voice of the divine system echoed incessantly in his mind. The beast-blooded youths who had entered this time were generally at the 4th tier level or higher. He'd hit the jackpot. After a fierce battle, all the Demon Clan members and beast-blooded youths were slaughtered to the last. In this life and death battle, the Dragon Nation had emerged victorious. At that moment, the gaze of every Dragon Nation martial arts examinee turned to the 3 figures at the very front. Lin, Li, and Ji Shangnan. Had it not been for the appearance of these 3, they would have surely lost this battle. Li, gripping his long sword, walked forward slowly and stopped about a meter away from Lin, his gaze fixed directly on Lin's face. Lin, in turn, looked back at him with equal composure. The two stood there silently staring at each other, a faint, unusual fluctuation rippling through the air. Are these two about to fight? Who knows? One South first place, the other as second. Whoever wins this one is the ultimate victor. I think Li has a better chance. He is just too insane. Lin is incredibly fierce too. Didn't you see how he killed that Qilin's son? That was a being on par with the son of the demon. Quite a few people were actually hoping to see these two peerless prodigies battle for supremacy. It really got their blood pumping. Lin. Li's voice was hoarse, but his eyes shone with a profound intensity. My name is Li. After speaking, Li looked at Lin once more,
sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the other S-body. You're strong. If the opportunity arises, I hope we can fight each other. Lin furrowed his brow slightly. This guy? Didn't anyone tell him he is supposed to be a little friendlier on a first meeting? Jumping right into a fight, are you some kind of martial arts fanatic? But his gaze was unusually calm, his eyes brimming with confident strength which pleased Qinli greatly. At the same time, he glanced at Ji Shangnan. You're not bad either. When you catch up to me, we'll have a fight. Ji Shangnan was taken aback for a moment, then an incredibly dense imperial aura erupted from within him. Faced with such a declaration of war, he, Ji Shangnan, would accept it. Very well. With that, Qinli, gripping his azure dragon crescent blade, walked off into the distance. Not a single person dared to block his path. This was a true, peerless swordsman. Ji Shangnan likewise strode forward slowly, his dragon energy surging. Lin, you're stronger than me right now. But one day, I'll reclaim the glory that belongs to me. His golden pupils radiated overwhelming confidence. Ji Shangnan believed that one day he would surpass the youth standing before him. This was the absolute confidence of a mortal emperor. Lin was at a loss for words. One had just left, and now another was here? Couldn't they at least be a little friendlier? Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. He stood with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes gazing toward the horizon, as a dazzling divine radiance shone upon the earth. I'll give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me in the distance. His tone was calm, yet it concealed an overwhelmingly domineering power. Ji Xiangnan's eyes narrowed slightly. As the emperor of the mortal realm, he seemed to feel a tremor deep within his soul at that moment. It was a sense of fearlessness, grandeur, and invincibility. It was as if the youth before him truly was an unbeatable force in the mortal world. No one could ever. Grandmaster level formation master. Fist intent beginner. Cultivation points, 710,001 inch. I'm attending a friend's birthday party tonight, so just one update. My sincere apologies. I'll make up for it with 5 updates tomorrow. Killing beasts is still the fastest way to make money. Lin looked at the whopping 710,001 cultivation points and, for a moment, didn't know what to do with them. Divine system, allocate points to my innate abilities. Ding! Points successfully allocated. 700,000 cultivation points deducted. Deep down, Lin sensed that his manipulation of time and space had become even more effortless. The awakening levels of his 2 major innate abilities had already surpassed 20%. The Super SSS tier Spacetime ability, Sacred Law Source, had reached %. The Spacetime ability, Divine Eye, had also broken through to %. A full 10% increase. The Spacetime ability, Sacred Law Source, hidden deep within his body, underwent a subtle change. Mysterious ripples appeared on its surface, as if it were incubating some powerful force. I just can't stop spending. Lin suddenly felt like he was raising a bunch of high-maintenance giants. He simply couldn't afford to keep them. He gazed at the space before him, his eyes flickering slightly. In an instant, he forcibly tore open a spatial rift. In the past, achieving something like this would have consumed at least 1/5 of his inner abilities. After all, since cultivating the Han Yuan Wuji Dao Jing, Lin's abilities were 50 times greater than those of an ordinary person. But this time, he checked his energy levels. Sure enough, the pure energy consumption is much lower than before, about 5 times less. It wasn't just space. Lin's manipulation of time was also far more effortless than ever before. I should be able to create a time flow 5 times faster now. Divine system, check in. Ding, check in successful. Reward, 1 Grandmaster level insight into alchemy. Do you accept? Ha! That's a good one. But. Lin scratched his head. Was the divine system trying to turn itself into an all-rounder? First array arts, now alchemy. Wow. Accept. Ding, Grandmaster level alchemy insight is being transmitted. That familiar sensation washed over him once more. Lin's consciousness was transported to a strange space, where a young boy came into view. Mom, are you okay? I'm so scared. Wha?
A disheveled young boy knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he kept calling out to a young woman. That was his own mother, but now her face was pale, and her entire body radiated a deep, deathly aura she didn't have long to live. Don't cry. Mother-s fine, cough cough cough. The young woman forced herself to stay upright despite her frail, battered body, her face radiating tenderness. She gently stroked the boy before her. He was her only remaining tie to this world. Mother, I've found a way to cure you. Hold on, Mother. I met a kind uncle on the back mountain. He said there's a legendary master on the other side of the mountain who can definitely save you. The boy clutched his mother's hand tightly. It felt slightly cold, so he kept breathing on it and held it close to his chest. Cough, cough. You must be a good boy from now on. Remember to eat every day. Cough, when you grow up, find a good family to marry into, and remember to treat her well. Do you hear me? The young mother's gaze had already grown somewhat unfocused, and her voice grew fainter and fainter. She looked at her child with deep reluctance. My son, mother won't be able to watch you grow up. Mother really can't bear to let you go. The boy kept blowing warm breath on her, but even the fiercest warmth could no longer overcome the icy coldness of her hands. Mother! Lin watched this scene in silence. As a passerby, witnessing the boy's final farewell to his mother, he felt deeply moved. The boy's name was Jun Ruabai. Though still very young, he tried to borrow some small change from his neighbors to bury his mother. But not a single person was willing to lend him any. With no other choice, he took the only shovel left in his home and dug for a full day and night, finally burying his mother in a desolate wilderness. It rained heavily that day, and Jun Ruabai knelt before his mother's grave, weeping for a long time. Mother! Rest assured your son will grow up to be a good person. And so, under Lin's watchful gaze, this young man named Jun Ruabai left the mountains behind and struggled tirelessly to rise in that bustling world. He joined a sect, where he was spotted by a powerful master and taken on as a medicine boy. The boy was exceptionally gifted. He could memorize every medical text after reading it just once. He won the master's deep favor and was taken in as his personal disciple. The scene flashed by in an instant. Lin didn't know how much time had passed, only that Jun Ruabai had grown up. He had fully inherited his master's legacy, becoming a pill master renowned far and wide. His pill refining skills were unparalleled, even surpassing those of his own master. Many martial arts experts traveled from afar, spending vast sums just to obtain a single pill. Time passed ever more quickly, and Jun Ruabai's mastery of the art of pill refining grew ever deeper. One day, a great alchemical tribulation struck. Jun Ruabai set up his furnace at a vital energy source to refine elixirs. Countless precious herbs were transformed under his hands, and the fragrant aroma wafting through the air could extend the lifespan of even ordinary mortals with a single whiff. This refining process lasted an entire month. A hint of pallor had crept onto Jun Ruabai's face. The prolonged concentration required for alchemy had taken a heavy toll on his mind and spirit. At that moment, flames blazed from the alchemical furnace as countless medicinal essences coalesced under his control. A peerless elixir was about to emerge. Lightning flashed in the sky. It was the alchemical tribulation. Through this alchemical process, Jun Ruabai had displayed the supreme splendor of this realm. Even the alchemical tribulation, which existed only in legend, had descended upon the world. Countless martial arts masters gathered around, all eager to witness this miraculous moment. This is the moment! Jun Ruabai suddenly roared, continuously forming hand seals as he channeled a ceaseless flow of powerful magical energy. The thunder tribulation in the sky had taken shape, carrying world-destroying might as it charged toward Jun Ruabai. It sought to annihilate this peerless elixir that should never have come into being. Jun Ruabai had long since made thorough preparations. After a fierce struggle, the thunder tribulation was shattered. And with that, the elixir was complete. A pill radiating an endless medicinal fragrance hovered in the air, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Jun Ruabai gazed at the pill with great excitement. At this moment, the wish that had been buried deep within his heart for countless years had finally been fulfilled. He named this elixir the 9 Transformation Calamity Shattering Elixir. Its effects were truly terrifying. Whoever consumed it could defy all diseases in the world, and even with just a single breath remaining, could be fully restored to health on the spot. It could even bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh and bones. This was a truly peerless divine elixir. The gazes of all the powerful figures were fixed intently on this precious elixir. To them, it was a second chance at life. Jun Ruabai gazed at the pill, his eyes fixed on the void. Scenes from his childhood suddenly flashed before him, and the image of his mother lying in a hospital bed emerged. Tears glistened in his eyes. Mother, Bayer has grown up. Bayer has finally created a peerless divine pill. It can cure everything in the world. Mother, Bayer misses you so much. At that moment, Jun Ruabai's mastery of the art of alchemy was unparalleled throughout history, reaching the very pinnacle of this realm. The vision ended there. Lin fell silent. This was the life of a peerless alchemist endowed with extraordinary natural talent and brimming with brilliance. It could be nothing less. Have you attained enlightenment? Vaguely, a shadowy figure appeared, radiating a powerful aura of the art of alchemy. It was none other than Jun Ruabai. Lin nodded slightly and bowed respectfully. He had attained enlightenment. Throughout this journey, he had been a completely intangible presence, yet he had experienced the life of a peerless alchemist. He had truly attained enlightenment. That's good, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, the ethereal figure gradually vanished into nothingness. Lin's consciousness also faded from this realm. When he opened his eyes again, he sensed a hint of age about him, the weight of time's passage. At the same time, countless insights into the art of alchemy flooded his mind, along with innumerable alchemical formulas, and even that 9-transformation calamity-breaking pill. This was the greatest gift Jun Ruabai had left him. Lin rose to his feet and bowed slightly toward the endless starry sky, a bow that came from the depths of his heart. At that moment, 16-year-old Lin gained yet another title that countless people dared not even dream of. A Grandmaster-level alchemist. Lin. A signal came from the token. This year's National College entrance exam is about to conclude. At this moment, beyond the battlefields, beyond the realm, the forces of all three factions had all appeared. Lin Yaotian gazed into the distance with an impassive expression, lost in thought. Guler watched Lin Yaotian's figure as if a thought had struck him. He suddenly spoke with a sneer. Lin Yaotian, don't you think it would be thrilling if every single martial arts examinee from your class at Dragon Nation were to fail the exam? As he spoke, he watched Lin Yaotian's reaction closely, fearing that the other might suddenly strike him in violation of martial ethics. Tula's feet shifted slightly to the side. Even among martial saints, there were ranks of superiority. Clearly, Lin Yaotian was undoubtedly the absolute pinnacle among the martial saints, and Tula felt he couldn't hold a candle to him. Lin Yaotian looked at Guler with indifference. I hope you'll still be able to maintain that attitude a little while from now. As someone who also possessed a space-time ability, Lin Yaotian had developed his to an extremely terrifying degree. Whenever he wished, he could fully comprehend everything happening within the Beyond Realm battlefield. At the same time, he cast a glance at Tula, a strange expression flickering in his eyes, one that made Tula feel a twinge of unease. Damn it! That old guy isn't planning to take me on, is he? Suddenly, a disturbance rippled through the transdimensional battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Yaotian waved his hand once more. His powerful ability instantly forged a celestial path that stretched straight into the heart of the transdimensional battlefield. At that moment, all the martial arts exam candidates who had received the signal stepped onto this celestial pathway. As one candidate after another appeared, each wore a different expression of joy. Some were thrilled, likely satisfied with their rankings, while others looked slightly downcast, presumably because their results fell short of expectations. Yet as more and more candidates emerged, Guler's expression kept shifting. It sensed something was amiss. How could this be? What on earth is that son of the demon doing in there? After the last candidate appeared, Lin Yaotian carefully sensed the situation and withdrew his power. He looked at the inexperienced youths before him. For many of them, this exam had been brutal. They shouldn't have been exposed to such cruel battlefields so early on. He could sense that quite a few of the youths had vanished, left behind forever in that space within the outer realm battlefield. He said nothing, but simply waved his hand once more. All the martial arts examinees were teleported back to the spacecrafts they had arrived in, and nearly 100 Martial King-level experts sprang into action. Their mission was not yet complete. They still needed to ensure these future seeds of the Dragon Nation were returned safely. Bueller and Tula exchanged a glance and unleashed their power in unison. A massive tear was ripped open by their powerful energy. They were waiting for their people. Lin Yaotian stood in the distance, having not left. His indifferent eyes fixed on the two, and a hint of danger flashed across his gaze. Bueller and Tula waited for quite some time, but not a single figure appeared. They had already sensed that something was amiss. Martial saints possessed power that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth. They forcibly interfered with the spatial rules of this area, intent on getting to the bottom of it. Suddenly, Lin Yaotian struck. His powerful spacetime ability carved out a parallel dimension, forcibly dragging the two alien martial saints into it. Lin Yaotian, how dare you? Lin Yaotian, have you lost your mind? Two cries of shock rang out instantly. They couldn't believe Lin Yaotian actually dared to act. The three martial saint-level powerhouses unleashed a earth-shattering battle within the alternate spacetime ability. The aftershocks of this clash were powerful enough to destroy an entire district, such as the terror of martial saint-level powerhouses. Martial saints have already fully mastered the power of the rules. Their every move can cause immense destruction to everything in the world. Unless under exceptional circumstances, martial saints generally do not get personally involved in combat, because once they engage in war, the consequences would be catastrophic. The battle didn't last long. Lin Yaotian vanished from the scene shortly after. However, not long afterward, the Starry Sky faction and the Beast Alliance jointly imposed sanctions on Dragon Nation's leadership. The two martial saints who had led their forces on this mission returned severely injured and would require prolonged recuperation in the gate of certain death. In other words, they were crippled. How could these two major factions bear such a blow? They demanded an explanation from Dragon Nation. In response, Dragon Nation's leadership took an extremely hardline stance. Fight, or get out. The atmosphere between the three factions grew tense, and many high-ranking officials suddenly sensed a storm brewing. Ultimately, the Starry Sky faction and the Beast Alliance took no further action, leaving only one message. Dragon Nation, your days are numbered. This incident acted like a trigger, instantly shattering what had previously been a relatively peaceful relationship. Distress calls poured in from many border regions, where countless skirmishes broke out. Major battles erupted on numerous battlefields, and the Dragon Nation was suddenly engulfed in constant warfare. Lin had already arrived in a flying craft above the Peace District. Looking down at the familiar scenery below, he actually felt a bit homesick. District Chief Ma and the three school principals of the Pingan District had been waiting for quite some time, escorting every student to safety. Many parents were also waiting anxiously in the crowd. Most of them breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their children return safely. However, a very small number of parents searched for a long time without spotting their children, their hearts filled with dread. They feared that their worst fears had come true, that they would have to bury their own children. The Ministry of Education issued a public statement and simultaneously released partial video footage of this year's National College Entrance Exam online. This was the masterpiece of Lord Lin Wusheng. In the footage, the scenes of Lin and his comrades displaying extraordinary prowess and completely annihilating the alien race were etched into everyone's eyes. This sent the entire nation into a frenzy, and the internet is now flooded with praise for Lin. Holy shit! Is Lin really that badass? Awesome! That's how you take them out, a bunch of damn beasts. If I were the right age, I'd definitely go in there and kill a couple myself. Isn't Lin a freshman? Holy shit! Yeah, I remember him, Lin, the king of prodigies. I can't believe he's taking the college entrance exam too. And he's this badass. Holy shit! Lin is truly a one-of-a-kind legend. The footage of Lin single-handedly slaying the Qilin cub was utterly breathtaking. The visual contrast between the young boyish figure and the massive Qilin cub was simply stunning. Qi Li and Ji Shangnan's domineering presence also left a lasting impression on many. The unparalleled swordsman and the Emperor of the Mortal Realm gained a massive following online. News of Bianca's kidnapping by the Son of Darkness reached the ears of high-ranking military officials.
Deep within a certain battlefield, an extremely powerful peak-level warrior was enraged. His fury shook the heavens and split the earth. On that battlefield, the warriors of the Dragon Nation launched an incredibly fierce assault, completely stunning their opponents. Seriously, are you guys out of your minds? What's more? The masterminds behind this battlefield, their respective martial saint-level powerhouses, were showing signs of preparing to enter the fray themselves. It was utterly terrifying. Lin was pulled into Principal Chu's office. "Lin, are you really that good?" Principal Chu broke from his usual demeanor and gave Lin a hearty pat on the shoulder. He'd seen the videos online, and watching his own student display such extraordinary prowess brought immense pride to him as the school's principal. "So, do you think you can crack the top 10 on this college entrance exam?" Principal Chu truly felt as if his ancestors' graves were smoking with pride. A school in a small town in Ping'an district had actually produced a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy? To secure a spot in the top 10 on the national college entrance exam, a stage teeming with geniuses. In the past, they wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. I'm not really sure." Lin looked at the principal standing before him and muttered to himself, "Principal, where's your usual composure? Why are you acting like a little kid now?" It's fine, don't worry. Knowing you as I do, and given your abilities, even if you don't make the top 10 this time, a spot in the top 50 is absolutely guaranteed. Top 50 nationwide. Lin, you're really something else. Once the results come out, you'll be able to pick any university in the country." Principal Chu grew more and more excited as he spoke. It couldn't be helped. In the past, the best third high school had ever managed was to produce one or two students who could get into second-tier universities. And even that was considered quite an achievement. He was already fantasizing about how envious those other two old-timers would be when the results came out and Lin's name appeared at the very top. "Principal, does the school offer any rewards for students who do particularly well on the exams?" Lin suddenly asked, looking at Principal Chu with anticipation. He was so poor right now. "Yes. Of course there are." Principal Chu waved his hand grandly at this moment. He had to project the dignity befitting the head of a school. "If you rank in the top 50, the school will reward you with 3,000 W. How does that sound?" Lin's eyes lit up slightly. "Principal, what if I make it into the top 10? 5,000 W. What about first place nationwide?" Principal Chu paused for a moment. He looked at Lin. First place? He really hadn't thought about that. He didn't even dare to imagine it. Then, looking intently into Lin's eyes, he said, enunciating each word carefully. "If you become the top student in the nation, our school will reward you with 100 million. A full 100 million. When he heard 100 million, the light in Lin's eyes grew even brighter. "Awesome. The principal is so generous to me." He quickly raised his hand and high-fived him. A gentleman's word is his bond. This actually took Principal Chu by surprise. He looked at Lin intently once more. Was he serious? The higher-ups at Dragon Nation moved quickly. Soon, the Education Bureau issued an announcement. The rankings for this year's National College Entrance Exam candidates would be released tomorrow. Although the candidates themselves already knew their rankings, no one else did. Time crept by slowly amid this tense anticipation. Early the next morning, scorching sunlight bathed the land. Countless people were eagerly waiting online, anticipating the upcoming release of the college entrance exam results. Some parents who already knew their children's scores were also waiting for this moment. They'd already figured out how to show off in front of the other parents. The Ministry of Education's official website was updating. At that moment, everyone rushed in at once, nearly crashing the website's servers. "Let me see who's number 1. Holy shit! It's Lin. Am I seeing things? It's already insane enough for a freshman to take the Gaokao, and now you're telling me he is the top scorer in the country? Holy crap! It really is Lin. Li is only second? It's crazy. Everyone's gone wild. Lin's name has once again taken the entire Dragon Nation by storm. Parents on every street and in every alley are talking about Lynn. Son, when you grow up, you have to become someone like Lynn.
Some parents spoke earnestly to their little ones, hoping their children would achieve great things. Holy shit! Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit!
Principal's office, 3rd Middle School. Principal Chu stared at the announcement issued by the Ministry of Education.
For a moment, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him.
That name at the very top looked so familiar. Lynn. Holy crap!
He logged out of the official website, logged back in, and repeated the process over and over again.
Finally, he let out an excited shout and began jumping up and down in his office like a child. Ha 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 ha!
My school has produced the national top scorer.
His laughter rang out like a thunderclap.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and District Chief Ma's voice came from outside.
Old Chu, congratulations! District Chief Ma was beaming.
The fact that 3rd Middle School had produced the national top scorer had seemed utterly unbelievable to him when he first heard the news. But he had immediately set out to come here. This was, after all, the national top scorer from their very own Pingan district. At that moment, Lin was soaking in the bathtub at his new home. He hadn't taken a shower in days.
The phone suddenly rang. Lin. Big brother Lin. My dearest brother.
How the hell did you pull this off? An extremely familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Lin, clearly annoyed, switched the phone to speaker and tossed it aside.
You fatso, just spit it out. He. Lin, we're like brothers.
As your best friend, I had to be the first to celebrate you becoming the national top scorer.
Jack. One of Lin's few friends.
Jack sounded incredibly excited on the phone. His friend, his best buddy, the top scorer in the nation. He could brag about this for the rest of his life.
That's it? He, just let me know when you're free to come over for a meal. My old man said he has spent a fortune preparing an incredibly lavish dinner. No problem. When is your dad free? Brother Shao, you're like my own brother. I'm going to check with my old man right now. I'll let you know as soon as we set a time.
After hanging up, Lin was just about to close his eyes and rest when the phone rang again.
This time, it was Principal Chu. Hello? Lin. Where are you?
His voice was almost deafening. Lin quickly moved his ear away from the phone.
Principal, I'm at home right now.
I'll head over to your place shortly.
You don't need to come.
District Chief Ma and I are coming straight over.
Beep, beep, beep.
Oh man, Lin stared at his phone. The call already ended. There was no way he could continue his bath now. Before long, 2 figures appeared at the door.
Lin. Open the door. That was fast.
Lin hurried over to open the door. Principal Chu and District Chief Ma looked like they'd just come off a whirlwind journey. They raced over at breakneck speed, their hair tousled by the wind.
Ha 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 ha. Lin, you kid, really I don't even know what to say, ha ha ha.
Principal Chu felt like he'd used up a lifetime's worth of laughter recently. He was either laughing or on his way to laughing.
The more he looked at Lin, the more he liked him. Did you already know your scores, you little rascal? You're the national top scorer.
Principal Chu could hardly believe that his school had actually produced the national top scorer.
He was practically floating on air. District Chief Ma also stepped forward.
He looked at Lin, intending to offer a few words of congratulations, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As the head of a district, he was no stranger to the big stage.
But even he never dared to dream that a national top scorer would appear within the boundaries of his jurisdiction.
There were over 100 districts in the entire Dragon Nation, and their Pingan district ranked near the bottom, scarce in resources and lacking any advantage compared to the stronger districts.
The entire district didn't even have a single Marshal King-level expert. Could you believe that a national top scorer could come from such a remote backwater? Lin, I won. Beat around the bush.
Congratulations on becoming the national champion.
District Chief Ma pulled a card from his pocket. He decided on this after discussing it with Principal Chu on the way. Since he knew Lin liked money, he might as well just give him some. Lin's eyes lit up immediately. He hurriedly accepted the card with both hands and looked at the amount, a full 100 million. Thank you, District Chief Ma. You're so generous. At the same time, he glanced at his principal. The look in his eyes spoke volumes. Hey, kid, do you really think I'm going to run away now? Principal Chu waved his hand grandly and pulled out another card to hand to Lin. Another 100 million. A whopping 200 million credited to his account. Awesome. The two of them chatted with Lin at length, mainly about his future college choices. Principal Chu advised Lin not to rush into a decision and to play his cards right. The prestige of being the national top scorer is enough to make even the top universities fight tooth and nail to secure him, even if it costs them a fortune. Lin said he understood he hadn't yet decided which university to choose. Therefore, Principal Chu took the time to give him an overview, introducing the 5 most prestigious universities in Dragon Nation so he'd have a better idea of his options. Someone should be coming to see you in the next couple of days. Get some rest, and feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. With that, Principal Chu and District Chief Ma left the premises, both in high spirits. Ding! 200 W cultivation points available for redemption. Would you like to redeem them? Lin's face darkened. Divine System, are you really that impatient? Redeem. Seeing his cultivation points reach 201 W1, Lin felt a surge of excitement. He'd never had this much to spare before. He needed to think carefully about how to improve himself. Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding. Personal panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SSS rank. Supernatural ability, Spacetime ability plus Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability, Sacred Law. Origin, Awakening level %. Spacetime ability, Divine Eye plus one of the 10 Divine Eyes of the Multiverse, Awakening level %. Level, Early 4th tier Peak plus. Vitality, 31 for 38 plus. Wow, it's been a while. You've turned into a muscle-bound hunk with 8-pack abs. Psychic power, 1, 999 plus. Great. Just a little more and you'll be at the God tier level. Cultivation techniques, Void Scripture plus Early Mastery. Supreme Ultimate Tao Scripture Early Mastery. Martial Arts, Void Blade plus Peak of Minor Achievement. Divine Eye plus Minor Achievement. Fist that Shatters the Heavens plus Minor Achievement. Soul Needle plus Minor Achievement. Supportive Insights, Grandmaster level Combat Skills. Grandmaster level Formation Master. Grandmaster level Alchemy Master. Fist Intent plus Beginner. Cultivation points, 2,010,001 inch. Lin noticed there was no plus sign next to the Supreme Tao Sutra of the Primordial Void he was cultivating, and he was taken aback. Divine System, how many cultivation points would it take to advance the Supreme Tao Sutra of the Primordial Void? Ding! Reaching grand accomplishment in the Supreme Tao Sutra of the Primordial Void requires 10 million cultivation points. Whoa! 10 million? That's 1 billion. Lin's momentary excitement was immediately dashed. That was far too expensive. The newbie zone is about to end. Lin is about to step onto the grand stage of the starry sky. Oh, right. Lin suddenly remembered that he still had many corpses of exotic beasts deliberately stored in his spatial pocket. He needed to dispose of them. He thought of a certain place. The Pinyin District branch of the Martial Arts Association. Countless warriors still came and went here every day. They were the lowest tier espers, with strength generally ranging from tier 1 to tier 2. Lin looked at the familiar scene with a touch of nostalgia as he stepped forward. Welcome. A staff member in the lobby looked at Lin's face. It seemed vaguely familiar. As if a thought had struck him, he hurriedly contacted his superior. Esteemed warrior, please wait a moment. Lin nodded. As he looked around, memories of the past began to resurface in his mind. May I ask if you are Lord Lin? A familiar voice called out. Lin looked over. It was him. The man's expression was equally filled with surprise.
He was the one who had always served Lin back then. He never expected to meet this distinguished guest again today. He hurried forward to greet him.
May I ask what brings Lord Lin here today?
I'd like to dispose of some beast carcasses.
Then please follow me, Lord Lin.
In a vast chamber, Lin began tossing the carcasses from his personal storage space one by one. There were so many that even the staff standing nearby were left speechless. Just as Lin tossed out the Qilin cub's carcass, the staff member began to tremble slightly.
He simply couldn't bear the overwhelming aura emanating from it.
He quickly apologized and relayed the message to his superior Sun Xian, the head of this branch office.
Upon receiving the news, Sun Xian immediately dropped whatever he was doing.
Ah, Brother Lin, it's been ages since you last stopped by.
Sun Xian looked at Lin.
Several months had passed, and the young man had changed so drastically that Sun Xian could no longer fathom him.
This was a good thing for him. It proved that his judgment had been spot on. Brother Sun, it's been a long time.
Lin also walked up with a cheerful smile. This man could be considered his benefactor, having provided him with tremendous help in the early days.
Whoa!
Where did you get all these corpses? Brother Lin, you didn't happen to go off to some mountain range?
Wait, this corpse, this.
Sun Xian's gaze fell on the corpse of the Qilin, and his expression grew grave. The more closely he examined it, the more serious his expression became.
Brother Lin, this corpse is no ordinary one.
He had already sensed that the corpse before him possessed cultivation at least at the 5th tier.
Moreover, it was an extremely rare Qilin. This was extraordinary. It was the first time he'd ever seen a corpse of this kind. He looked at the young man before him, utterly baffled. What on earth was going on?
Brother Sun, take a look at these corpses. What do you think they fetch? Lin pointed at the corpses. He remembered he still owed Brother Sun 100 million. He had to pay that back.
Hold on a moment, I need to do the math.
Without another word, Sun Xian began to carefully tally them up. A moment later, he walked over, his face filled with shock.
Brother Lin, these are worth nearly 400 million in total.
Among them, this corpse is the most valuable. This one alone could fetch 300 million. Sun Xian pointed at the Qilin's corpse.
It was terrifying. Lin nodded.
This far exceeded his expectations. Thankfully, he hadn't let the divine system absorb them back then.
Brother Sun, go ahead and take them.
Also, I still owe you 100 million, so just deduct that from the total and transfer the rest to me. After deducting the 100 million he owed, he was left with 300 million. Not bad at all.
All right. Brother Lin, please wait a moment, I'll get right on it.
Sun Xian didn't dare delay. This was the first time he'd ever taken on such a huge job. Before long, Sun Xian had disposed of all the corpses, and at the same time, he transferred 300 million to Lin's account. With the matter settled, Lin prepared to take his leave. He had other business to attend to.
Brother Sun, see you next time. Sun Xian watched the young man walk away, still feeling bewildered.
He had no idea where those bodies had come from, but he didn't dare ask too many questions, afraid of damaging their friendship. Just then, a staff member nearby stepped forward to share some news with him.
What did you say? This year's national top scorer is also named Lin? Sun Xian's eyes widened as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world.
As the head of the branch office, he was swamped with daily tasks and hadn't had time to keep up with such news.
He immediately logged onto the official website and double-checked it really was Lin. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? He fell silent. If it wasn't a coincidence, then it must be true. Had that teenager who just a few months ago had looked a bit embarrassed while asking to borrow 100 million from him really grown to this level?
A hidden dragon returns to the sea. Truly, a hidden has returned to the sea.
Back at home, Lin immediately converted all 300 million into cultivation points.
He was about to embark on another comprehensive upgrade of himself.
Divine system. Ding, host, please speak. Give me some points.
A powerful aura continuously filled the room as Lin began his own comprehensive enhancement. The changes brought about by strength are always the most immediate.
At this moment, Lin exuded immense confidence from head to toe. Although he had always been confident, he was even more so now. Divine System, open my personal panel. Ding, personal panel activated. Name, Lin. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talents, SSS rank. Supernatural ability. Spacetime ability. Super SSS rank. Spacetime ability. Sacred Law. Origin, awakening level %. Spacetime ability. Divine Eye. One of the 10 divine eyes of the multiverse, awakening level %. Level, late 4th tier, peak. Vitality, 40,800. I have to say, you've got me pretty excited, muscle man. Psychic power, 2,134. Another day thinking of you. Cultivation techniques, Void Scripture. Peak initial stage. Ultimate Tao Scripture initial stage. Martial arts, Void Blade. Peak initial stage. Divine Eye. Peak initial stage. Fist that shatters the heavens. Peak initial stage. Soul Needle. Peak initial stage. Supportive insights, Grandmaster level combat skills. Grandmaster level formation master. Grandmaster level alchemy master. Fist intent. Peak of early mastery. Cultivation points, 30,001 inch. This is his current stats screen. His cultivation has reached the peak of the late 4th stage. His vitality has also broken through to 40,000. He is now practically a walking beast, even more ferocious than a mythical beast. All his martial arts techniques have reached the peak of the minor achievement stage, just a hair's breadth away from major achievement. A truly comprehensive upgrade. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Lin felt that he could now crush an early stage 6th tier exotic beast with a single punch, and he could even take down a mid-stage 6th tier one. He wasn't entirely sure about late stage 6th tier. The further one goes, the greater the gap between each minor tier becomes. Excuse me, is this Lin's home? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. One more update to come, please. Let me take a shower first. I'll post it later. Lin, it's good to see you again. Several warriors radiating powerful auras stood outside Lin's door, all of whom Lin recognized. The deans from the top 5 universities. Lin, 1T, you invite us in for a seat? Zhang Guoqing from Longwu University smiled warmly at Lin. He hadn't expected to meet him again so soon after their parting that day. Seniors, please come in. Lin hurriedly ushered them inside. Lin, I'll get straight to the point. On behalf of Longwu University, I'm officially presenting you with an admission offer. If you choose Longwu University, you'll receive an annual cultivation fund of 100 million, along with an additional annual allocation of SSS-grade cultivation resources. Zhang Guoqing looked at Lin with a solemn expression. This was no small offer. Lin thought it over but didn't accept immediately. He knew that SSS-class cultivation resources had a market value of nearly 100 million, and they were the kind that were hard to come by, even at that price. Student Lin, I'm Kai Rongguang from Dawn University. Dawn University can provide you with 80 million in cultivation funds annually. Additionally, we have many special cultivation environments on campus, and I can arrange for you to access a certain amount of them for free. Kai Rongguang looked somewhat resigned. When it came to wealth, no one dared claim the top spot. If Longwu was second, this was already the absolute limit of what he could offer. Lin nodded. These special cultivation environments were likely similar to the Sumeru environment in the elite training camp. Their effectiveness was actually quite impressive. Student Lin, we at Dawn University place great emphasis on martial arts research. In addition to providing you with 80 million in annual cultivation funds, we can arrange for a martial venerable level expert to serve as your instructor. A martial venerable level expert that meant a top-tier powerhouse who had reached the 8th rank. Lin had never even seen such a figure before. Lin, I can see you've already cultivated a powerful physique. Why not pursue the path of the flesh? At our Ba Tian University, we specialize in the path of the flesh. Have you heard of the Ba Tian martial saint? He is our university president. The Ba Tian martial saint. One of Dragon Nation's martial saints, a saint of the flesh whose single punch could split the heavens. Lin was utterly stunned. He never imagined that the president of Ba Tian University would be a martial saint.
The others looked somewhat displeased, and Zhang Guoqing spoke up in protest. Zhang, the great Batian martial saint, is merely a figurehead. We've never heard of him actually appearing on campus. A figure of such pinnacle stature isn't someone just anyone can meet. Stop scaring people, show us something concrete. Zhang Gu gave an awkward smile. Our body university can provide you with 8,000 W in cultivation funds every year. At the same time, all martial arts techniques on campus are available to you free of charge. Of course, we can also find you a martial venerable level expert to serve as your mentor. This made Qinli from Liming University grind his teeth so hard they creaked. Lin nodded again and turned his gaze toward the one exuding the heaviest aura of killing intent, Li Long from Junwu University. Li Long looked back at him. Student Lin, our Junwu University can only provide you with 50 million in cultivation funds each year. As soon as these words were spoken, representatives from the other universities all smiled. Clearly, in their eyes, Junwu University was far less competitive than their own institutions. Lin waited for the other party to continue. Furthermore, we at the Military and Martial Arts University cannot even guarantee that you'll graduate safely, because every student here will be charging into battle on real battlefields. This left Lin somewhat bewildered. What did he mean by we can't guarantee you'll graduate safely? Li Long, a peerless prodigy like Lin isn't suited for your military academy. Everyone knows that countless students at the military academy die or are injured every year. If such an unparalleled prodigy were to die at your school, it would be a loss for the entire Dragon Nation. Zhang Guoqing spoke up in objection. The military academy's teaching methods were extremely radical. They adhered to the ironclad rule that true strength is forged through combat. Throughout their entire university career, students are deployed to the battlefield to participate in countless battles. One slip-up could easily lead to death on the battlefield. Li Long ignored the other man and instead looked at Lin. Although I can't guarantee you'll graduate safely, what I can guarantee is that every student who graduates from the Military Martial Arts University will be a true powerhouse. There have been no fewer than 3 martial saints to emerge from our Military Martial Arts University. This statement deeply shocked Lin. There were fewer than 10 publicly known martial saint-level warriors, and the Dragon Nation and Military Martial Arts University alone had produced 3? What a terrifying figure! Li Long's gaze grew sharp as he looked Lin in the face and, word by word, uttered a name that stunned Lin even further. Lord Lin Yaotian, the martial saint, was once a student at Military Martial Arts University. Lin Yaotian. Lin's very first teacher, at least, that is how Lin saw it. He truly never expected that senior Lin Yaotian had also graduated from the Military Martial Arts University. This caused the expressions of the other 4 university deans to shift slightly. Why had Li Long specifically mentioned Lord Lin's name? Could there be information here that they were unaware of? Lin's expression kept shifting, and finally, he took a deep breath. Thank you, seniors, for considering me. I've chosen the Military and Martial Arts University. This really panicked the others. Lin, don't rush into this. If the money isn't enough, I can add more. You absolutely must think this through carefully. My Langwu University ranks first in overall academic performance, and we can still negotiate the benefits. Zhang Guoqing hurriedly spoke up. He truly didn't want to miss out on such a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. The other deans also spoke up, making a last-ditch effort to persuade him. Lin shook his head. Thank you very much for holding me in such high regard, but my mind is made up. I've chosen the Military Martial Arts University. Seeing the extraordinary determination in Lin's expression, Zhang Guoqing and the others opened their mouths, then finally sighed, shook their heads, and left the room. Only Li Long remained where he was. His face betrayed no emotion. It seemed as though this outcome didn't surprise him at all. Lin, I'll give you 3 days to wrap up your current affairs. In 3 days, someone will come to pick you up. Students at the Military and Weapons University don't get vacations. After saying this, Li Long walked away with steady strides. Lin scratched his head. Wasn't he quite right about this scenario? As the national top scorer, shouldn't he be treated a little differently? Oh well. No vacation, so be it. Over the next few days, Lin took care of some personal matters and paid a visit to Jack's house for dinner with his uncle's family. During dinner, Jack kept hinting in roundabout ways that the old man should step down and make way for the younger generation. It was their time to take the reins now. When the dinner ended, Lin left under the watchful eyes of Jack's family. "You little brat, if you had even a tenth of Lin's ability, I'd hand over my position to you right this minute." This really got under Jack's skin. Lin headed to school. He arrived very discreetly, even using his spatial ability to teleport directly into the principal's office, giving Principal Chu quite a scare. He thought a master-level attacker had infiltrated the building. "What? You've chosen the military and martial arts university?" Principal Chu's expression twisted. After all, the military and martial arts university had a certain mortality rate every year. But upon seeing the extraordinary determination in Lin's eyes, he calmed down. Since it was Lin's choice, as principal, all he could do was give his full support. True geniuses are beings beyond the imagination of ordinary people. "Lin, I look forward to the day you grow into a true peak-level powerhouse. I'll always be watching over you from third middle school." Principal Chu gazed at the teenager before him. Though their time together had been brief, he had long since come to treat Lin as if he were his own child. A young eagle will eventually soar through the skies. A hidden dragon will eventually return to the sea. By the time we meet again, you will surely have grown into a truly peerless powerhouse. Watching the boy depart, Principal Chu eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. End of Chapter 1. In the air. Lin gazed at the mansion in the safe zone, which was growing increasingly distant. In the end, he never got to take that bubble bath. Representatives from the military academy had already arrived, and he had officially embarked on a new journey. A silent journey. "Student Lin, we're about to reach our destination." Lin opened his eyes. Had they arrived already? He looked ahead and saw an enormous, fortress-like structure looming in the distance. It exuded an air of antiquity, built from countless layers of heavy metal, and looked incredibly secure. Alone, he walked inside, holding a special letter of introduction. "Hey, another newcomer." The speaker was a veteran soldier. His arm bore several scars, and he was blind in one eye, yet his face showed no sign of anguish. Instead, he looked at Lin with keen interest. "Come to think of it, the college entrance exams must be over. Yes, probably just like the last batch." These veterans had been here for years. They knew the place well and could guess the reason at a glance. Lin walked among them, clearly sensing a faint, lurking aura of terror hovering in the air. Was this the welcome ceremony here? A faint, bronze-colored golden glow unconsciously radiated from Lin's body, and his powerful aura forcibly suppressed that malevolent energy. "Oh. You've got some potential." Most of the veterans nodded slightly at the sight, then went back to their business as if nothing had just happened. Lin continued forward, reaching the entrance to a hall. In the center of the hall stood several young men who looked exactly like him. Some of them still appeared a bit nervous. Clearly, the oppressive and tense atmosphere here made them feel uncomfortable. "Isn't that Lin? I didn't expect him to choose the military science university either." Someone spotted Lin and seemed slightly excited. After the national college entrance exams, Lin's popularity had skyrocketed. In fact, there were hardly any students in their class who didn't know him. Lin walked quietly forward and took his place at the front of the first row. Seeing this, the others stepped back slightly to make way for the big shot. Young men arrived one after another, most with a determined look in their eyes. It seemed they already knew what their future held. Suddenly, Lin's eyes flickered. Someone was coming. Several figures in military robes were seen walking toward them. At the head was a man with a square face. His expression was stern, and he gazed at everyone with an air of authority. "Introduction letters?" Everyone pulled out an envelope. Lin also handed over his special introduction letter. "You may each choose your own person." Lin was still confused when he suddenly heard his name. He quickly looked over and saw someone on the stage pointing at him, signaling for him to follow. Lin, 16 years old, peak late stage 4th tier? Dual SSS level ability talents? The man walked ahead, glancing at the information in his hand.
When he saw the dual SSS level abilities, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin. I never expected to be assigned such a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He smiled, completely unfazed. Lin, right? Let me give you a quick introduction. This is the Southern Front. My name is Xianyu, and I'm the captain of Military Martial Squad 73843. I'll also be your captain for the foreseeable future. Welcome to Military Martial Squad 73843. Military Martial Arts Squad 73843? That's right. Every new recruit is randomly assigned to a squad. Of course, if your strength becomes strong enough in the near future, you can apply for a new squad number on your own. Xianyu led Lin to a campsite. Captain, another new recruit? Looks like a total rookie. How strong is he? Why don't I test him out first? Several veterans were also seated in the camp. They exuded a strong aura of killing intent. They'd certainly seen their share of battlefields and killed plenty of enemies. Everyone, listen up. This is Lin. From now on, he'll be a new member of our Military Weapons Squad 73843. Lin, say hello to everyone. After the introductions, Lin had made brief contact with everyone. Aside from Captain Xianyu, there were 7 other members in this squad. The squad's overall strength was nothing to sneeze at. Captain Xianyu had the highest cultivation level, reaching the peak of the late 5th stage, while the rest of the team members were mostly at the mid-5th stage. Kid, I didn't expect it. You're young, but your strength isn't half bad. This man's name was Nye Yang, and a rank esper who had spent quite some time on this battlefield. He served as the squad's intelligence officer. This was related to his awakening talent. Alright. Now that everyone's gotten acquainted, we've just received an A rank mission. Everyone, get ready immediately. This mission is no walk in the park. Captain Xianyu immediately grew serious. Yes, sir. The entire squad moved with extreme proficiency in no time at all. Everyone was fully prepared and ready to go. Lin, you're new here. For this mission, you'll just observe the entire time. Remember one thing, anything can happen on the battlefield. You must do everything possible to ensure your own safety. After speaking to Lin, Xianyu immediately gave a sweeping wave of his hand, and Military Unit 73843 set off. Along the way, Lin kept close behind, moving at a steady pace. He had no idea what this mission was about or what the objective was. Led by Xianyu, the squad arrived at a relatively secluded location. The captain motioned for everyone to gather in a circle. Now I'll explain the objective of this operation to you all. This was their squad's tradition. Everything was communicated at the very last moment to ensure absolute success. This mission involves a small mineral deposit. According to intelligence, there are only a few members of the Blue-Winged Feather clan guarding the site. We need to eliminate every last one of them and extract the minerals. The Blue-Winged Feather clan? Lin furrowed his brow. What on earth were they? Mythical beasts? Xianyu didn't elaborate much. He glanced at Nye Yang, who immediately nodded and began meditating right where he stood. Extremely subtle fluctuations rippled through the air. Under the power of his strong psychic perception, Lin instantly sensed that these mysterious fluctuations were emanating from Nye Yang, much to his surprise. Captain, there are a total of 23 members of the Blue-Winged Feather clan. Their highest ranked member is a late 5th tier cultivator. The rest are generally early 5th tier. Are there any other hidden enemies? There are no signs of other enemies in the vicinity. Just as the mission intelligence stated, though this would be a tough nut to crack. But Xianyu was well prepared. He pulled a set of formation discs from his sleeve. Is that an air-blocking formation? One of his teammates exclaimed in surprise. It was a formation set, and a valuable one at that. Xianyu looked at the group. The Qingyi Feather clan's strength lies in the air. This air-blocking formation will keep them firmly pinned down. When the time comes, leave that late stage 5th tier 1 to me. You handle the rest. Any questions? We'll complete the mission without fail. Lin, you stay right here and keep a close watch on your surroundings. If anything unexpected happens, alert us immediately.
Lin nodded helplessly.
He really wanted to say, actually, I'm not that weak.
Nia Yang stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry.
By the next mission, you won't even be able to stay in the back if you want to. This was probably just a way of protecting the new recruit. Everyone, let us move.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than everyone immediately sprinted toward a small mineral vein not far away.
Captain Xian Yu led the charge, arriving at the battlefield first.
Without a word, he tossed the air restriction array disc into the air. A mysterious array pattern spread out, causing all the green-winged feather clan members who had been soaring through the air to plummet to the ground. The leader's face betrayed a look of shock.
Trouble. It's the humans. Kill them.
They struggled desperately to take flight again. This was their domain, but an inexplicable suppressing force held them down, preventing them from flying.
Brothers, attack.
Xian Yu unleashed a powerful supernatural ability, charging directly at the only late 5th tier member of the green-winged feather clan. The rest of the team engaged in frenzied combat, each grappling with 2 or 3 green-winged feather clan members. Without their usual advantage, the green-winged feather clan could hardly muster much strength. Not far away, Lin was carefully surveying the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the green-winged feather clan members.
Are these beasts? In the heat of battle, every member of the military martial squad was giving it their all. On the battlefield, the unexpected could happen at any second. They dared not hesitate.
By now, several members of the blue-winged feather clan had already been killed, a sight that enraged their leader.
A powerful cry echoed across the land, filled with boundless fury and a piercing shriek. Trouble! It's calling for help. Everyone, finish this quickly.
Xian Yu thought to himself, this is bad. He unleashed his full power. If they let the enemy's reinforcements arrive, their entire squad could be in grave danger.
Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was ready to strike. Lin, keep an eye on your surroundings. Report any movement immediately.
Xian Yu had no time for further words. He had to kill this bastard as quickly as possible.
Only then could they break the deadlock.
The rest of the team was also pushing themselves to the limit, even trading blows to inflict damage.
Hold on. Reinforcements are on their way. That late-stage 5th tier Qingyi feather clan member was defending with all his might. He roared frantically, watching his clanmates fall one after another. His eyes were filled with hatred. He had to slaughter every last one of these damned humans right here. Just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, Lin's figure appeared on the battlefield. Lin, didn't I tell you to scout the area? Why are you here?
Xian Yu was furious. He hadn't even finished off the bastard in front of him yet and was extremely anxious.
Captain, it looks like their reinforcements have arrived.
Lin's gaze turned westward. Under his powerful psychic sensing, he clearly detected a wave of energy rushing toward them at an incredible speed.
What? How could they be here so fast?
Hearing this, Xian Yu's expression turned grim.
Was this mission about to fail? Damn it, he even deployed the air blocking formation. But if they didn't retreat now? Didn't the intel say there were no other enemies nearby?
With no other choice, he could only shout to the group, retreat. His teammates' faces also showed reluctance, but no one objected. On the battlefield, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Just as the group was preparing to withdraw from the battlefield, Lin suddenly spoke up.
Captain, I think we still have a chance. Lin, listen to the captain. Retreat. Nia Yang quickly stepped forward, grabbing Lin's arm as he prepared to flee. Disobeying orders on the battlefield is a very serious breach of discipline. Even a rookie would face severe punishment.
Xian Yu remained silent.
Clearly, his meaning was unambiguous, retreat. He had no intention of saying it a second time. Boom!
Lin suddenly erupted with power. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, he appeared right in front of that late 5th tier Qingyi feather clan member, unleashing a fist strike of earth-shattering power. The powerful attack shook the heavens and earth. The blue-winged feather clan member had absolutely no way to dodge it. In his line of sight, it was as if God had descended to bestow death upon him. Bang! The blue-winged feather clan member, who had just been locked in a fierce battle with Xianyu, vanished just like that, leaving not a trace behind. This scene left everyone speechless. Xianyu even stopped in his tracks, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin you. Nya Yang covered his mouth, stunned. Could he possibly be hallucinating? The other team members also stood frozen in place. The scene was simply too shocking. Captain, why don't we try again? Lin withdrew his fist. The supernatural power within him began to surge, unleashing a powerful aura that sent shivers down everyone's spines. In that very moment, the enemy's relief force was already closing in on them. Trouble! Captain, it's the pseudo-immortals. Nya Yang was the first to detect their presence, and panic began to set in. The pseudo-immortals? Lin heard that unfamiliar name once again. Meanwhile, Xianyu had just snapped out of his shock. Upon learning that the reinforcements were from the pseudo-immortal clan, his expression darkened once more. Realizing they had missed their best chance to escape, he issued another order. Everyone was to pair up and fight their way back while retreating. Without a moment to spare, he appeared beside Lin, his gaze fixed intently on him. Lin was genuinely at a loss. He didn't want to disobey orders, but he truly didn't think fleeing was necessary. Captain! Please trust me. With that, Lin could hold back no longer. With every step, a blue lotus bloomed. Divine radiance shone from his eyes as he tread upon an endless, warped expanse of space. Holy shit! This scene left Nya Yang speechless. Standing above the void, Lin watched the enemies charging toward him.